We'll be right back. shells with script beats. And they friends with the acronyms. Solid to the end, we don't bend. We don't fade fold. Ain't no secret soul. Killers down the road. Still don't go. Back on mission mode. Back on mission mode. Making mission mode. Extra clip tucked in the K, yeah, yeah. Spinning around the block and let it spray, yeah, yeah. Evil on my mind, you better pray, yeah, yeah. I feel like dirty, yeah, we make my day, yeah, yeah. Extra clip tucked in the K, yeah, yeah. Spinning around the block and let it spray, yeah, yeah. Evil on my mind, you better pray, yeah, yeah. I feel like dirty, yeah, we make my day, yeah, yeah. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. Extra clip tucked in the K, yeah, yeah. Spinning around the block and let it spray, yeah, yeah. Evil on my mind, you better pray, yeah, yeah. I feel like dirty, yeah, we make my day, yeah, yeah. Extra clip tucked in the K, yeah, yeah. Spinning around the block and let it spray, yeah, yeah. Evil on my mind, you better pray, yeah, yeah. I feel like dirty, yeah, we make my day, yeah, yeah. boxes, boxes. I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
Hello everyone and welcome back to VALORANT Masters Copenhagen. Today, not one but two teams will be going home. Plus, we'll be sending someone to join Guild in the playoffs of Masters. I am your host, Yingsu, and I'm back on the desk today and I'm joined by Doug and Jess. Welcome back, guys. Another 3-game day.
By all means.
I usually let you go first, Doug, because you are dripping today.
Well, I'm dripping because I'm still sweating from the match last night, which was absolutely insane, right? Like the fact that we went to who knows how many overtimes, the fact that one of those teams had to lose was just absurd.
It was absurd. We had 2 matches yesterday, but let's start with the one that happened earlier. I guess FPX's debut, Doug. Everybody was waiting for them to play. And what were your impressions now you've seen them take a victory with a substitute?
Yeah,
well?
I actually think they looked really, really good. There was an element of, you're bringing in 2 subs, maybe 1 sub. How are you going to perform? How does the system work with plug-and-play pieces? And I think a lot of those questions were answered. And I know that we're going to talk about this a bit more later, but Xerxia is not a pushover. Yeah. Like, beating Xerxia is not nothing.
Yeah.
Right? It's not like an insignificant win. So for them to be able to do that in the manner that they did, first time on stage with the sub in play is big. And I think they had to come into that match with a little bit of something to prove because when I was speaking with artists, nobody rates them. Nobody thinks they're legit. And I think they started to change some minds yesterday.
3rd seed out of EMEA. That's trending pretty good for the EMEA region, but close map. So that gave us a banger of a match.
Yeah, it was EMEA on top yesterday, of course, later on, as Doug said. Guild, they're the first team to lock in playoffs here at Masters.
Oh my God, if you were sitting there watching that match last night, I don't know what time it was for us, midnight here in Denmark, but I was just sitting there and I thought to myself, this is unbelievable quality of Valorant that we're getting right at that. And I think for Guild as a whole, I think there were moments there where they were going to let it slip. I felt it. I was like, that's it. They've let that go too far and they claw it back into their own favor. That's something that I think Guild is going to show a little bit of tenacity throughout this entire tournament. And them being the first to go through has just flipped Pick'ems, flipped the script on its head. And I know I keep referencing your script, Yinsu, and I know you would have written it just like this because you love the Guild boys.
Oh, yeah.
It's actually interesting that you mentioned that you felt like Guild was the one who had it and was potentially going to let it slip because I honestly felt like it was Crew who was in position and Guild were the ones who were like, they are not necessarily going away. They have an opportunity to win this. You think about the last map, to Icebox in particular, they roar their way back into it. They get to an overtime situation and then walk away with the dub. We talk so much about lineups and setups and crossfires and all that stuff is dope, right? I nerd out just as much as the best of them, but the truth is we learn something about teams and what they're made of in situations like that. How do you respond when you're in a position like that? I think that speaks volumes above many other things.
I mean, Crew, they were just a 4v2 away from actually snatching that series, like you said. That's all it came down to. Yeah, we're going to have some nightmares about that. But speaking of nightmares, let's take a look at the bracket. It is a bit of a mess right now. I think some people didn't expect this, but this is what we love about international tournaments. Nobody should be underestimated, but may I remind you guys, Doug, it's elimination today. We're sending teams home.
And the fact that we're sending either Optic or Loud home today, it really is absurd, right? There's something about Valorant that makes it so difficult for a dynasty to be built, for people to repeat in situations like this. We were talking so highly about Optic off of Reykjavik, domestic dominance, and you come in and go, oh, they may be out today.
I mean, that's converse for the same for Loud. I predicted them to win this whole thing. If they go out in one of the first knockout matches, how does that make us feel? How does the Brazilian region feel as a whole? And I also have to point out that days like this in tournaments in my career are what I call happy, sad days. And I've always called them happy, sad days because someone moves forward and that's a very happy moment and someone gets knocked out and that's a very sad moment. So it's a very discombobulative feeling that I feel on these days. So whoever does get knocked out, being one of those teams and of course others to come throughout today, that's going to be a sad moment.
I've seen this jacket before. I think Optic won the entire tournament the day you wore this jacket.
You know what?
Is that an omen?
you know, it's funny because we have two greens going up against each other. So I'm sitting in neutral territory in some way, shape, or form. So you can't say that I'm biased by any means.
No,
so
yeah.
this is the green
Well, no,
today for
because
that.
Optic beat Loud the last time you wore this exact jacket, and we had this conversation.
Loud fans, please, I apologize for that if there is correlation somewhere there.
There is a tint of green wall in that jacket. I see it in there somewhere.
Yeah,
I'm not going to escape this.
I mean, I think we're a little bit hesitant to call what's going to happen today. So I'm going to put that job to you guys at home. As you guys know, it's going to be a wild day today. And we want to know what you guys think. We want to hear it. Use the hashtag VALORANT Masters and VCT. And we'll put our favorite tweets here on the broadcast. We have 4 teams today who are on the chopping block. Any one of them could go home. But I want to know which team you guys feel like you think are going to survive this group. Norception, Xerxia, Loud, or Optic. I think this is going to be a pretty close one. I personally can't call it, but what about you two? Which team has the best chance?
Oh, I'll curse it if I say it.
I think Optic does, for sure. I think...
They should.
Yeah, I think Optic going out today, for as much as people are still really high on Loud, to be honest, even though they had a strong performance at Reykjavik, I'm not fully convinced. I think it would be a massive, massive upset if Optic were to go down today, and I do not think it would be as groundbreaking or as riveting if Loud were to go out today. I really don't.
Wow. That is big words. That's big words because I was going to turn around and say Loud. I think this is the best form that they've ever been in. This is their best opportunity. I'm not saying are they necessarily the best in the tournament given the variables, but is this individually some of their best opportunity to grab a win? Yes. In their form, after they've had time together, they were very fresh going into Reykjavik. Now they've had time. I think now is their time. It's unfortunate that we get the grand final so early because that just puts a really difficult set of pressure on their shoulders.
But hey, a new champion perhaps.
I mean, there you go.
And I love that. This is going to be a long day today, but stick with us. Get yourself some water, some snacks as well. We're going to take a break here. But don't worry, when we come back, we're going to be talking about FPX and DRX.
Hi, Mr. Hardiman. Hi, Mr. Hardiman. Hi, Mr. Hardiman.
boxes, boxes. I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it. Quitting was never an option. Exhausted. This passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it. You cannot stop it.
Welcome back, everybody. As promised, it's time to talk about FPX versus DRX. Let's start with FPX coming in as the second seed of EMEA this time around. You know, Jess, we spoke about the tragedy that is FPX, what they had to go through over the last 2 years. Do you feel like times are finally changing? It's going to look a little bit better for them now.
If you believe in karma, even just slightly, even just one little inkling of karmic justice has to be coming Fun Plus Phoenix's way. FPX is been yearning for a moment of redemption of some kind, and I don't even think it's redemption at this point. I think they're owed. There's some kind of cosmic force somewhere that owes them this kind of level of at least being able to make playoffs. And in the EMEA as a region, we know they topped their group in stage 1. They came into stage 2 close as well. I think there is so much that FPX has to offer, and that slight win over Xerxia is a little bit more.
Yeah, let's talk about this man here. Of course, he's coming in as the substitute for FPX. And interestingly, he's not coming in to replace Sogetsu. It feels like they picked up a new player here, Doug, because they're now running comps that they would never have run if Sogetsu was here. And we've seen Angel even moving away from his controller row onto a KO.
Yeah, I think Cider's fit into the system exceptionally well. And I think you see it not just in his gameplay, but in everyone's, right? You listen to some of the conversations that we've had with these players, and they drip confidence. And that's not necessarily common when you're playing with a sub, right? Like you often come in with a sub and you go, well, we'll see what we can do. Like,
yeah.
This will be tough. We haven't scrimmed much. We don't know how prac has gone, all these things. But no, they're coming in with confidence. They're coming in with swagger. You're seeing it already in their series. And I think there's a lot of excitement in the future for this team.
Yeah. Speaking of that, look at this graphic we got up on the screen. Look at this composition here. Cider, I mean, I love Angel on the Omen, but you're right. If a shift had to happen for him to be able to fit in and play to his peak, what we saw them do on Haven, what we saw Cider just in the B-roll do on the Omen on Haven was great. He fit in. Xiao, a world-renowned Fade player. Artist has been stepping up with the chamber, but Angel and the KO. What a nice little surprise. And dare I say, he flashed into my heart when he was able to jump onto that KO.
Oh, no.
This is the FPX way. Angel is not expecting to get someone in for them to just play one agent, you know, you just do what Sogetsu did. He wants all of his players to be able to play anything at any moment on any map at any time.
That's hard.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we saw yesterday, and it is working. And speaking of it being working, we have to hear from a key member of FPX right now. Had a little chat to Artis about the big win yesterday and why he in particular is looking forward to taking on DRX.
I mean, the morale on our team's quite high. We've finally been able to go to LAN, so we're just happy to be here. We can finally win the games as well. But yeah, overall, I think everyone's just happy. We just want to prove ourselves, show how good we are, and hopefully go to Champions in a couple of months. I think we're happy to be here, but I think our goal at the end is always going to be the same, to win the event. I think we're realistically going to finish top 4, even with a standing, but obviously our goal is to win.
But this man, basically in the backline, saving them throughout this round was Artis.
I think going head-to-head with the RX will be fun. I think they're similar to us in the anti-stat department, where they like to kind of counter the enemy teams, but I think they're the only team in this group who can beat us. I think the reason the RX can beat us is their structure. I think they're very structured, which is good for them, but also a downfall. I think they have a lot of good stuff. Like, a lot of people robbed the stuff. I remember early on, every strategies they had, they were instantly got nabbed by all of the European players. But now I think we just have too much skill, like individuals player skill. To my fans, just support me. Thank you for supporting me. Thank you for supporting FPX, and see you in Champions, hopefully.
I can't believe Artis just admitted that someone might be able to beat them. However, Jess, you understand the self-awareness, because in our region, the only teams that do beat them are the structured ones, are the ones that counter-strat them, so he knows.
I mean, the teams that are in front of FPX, you know, in the standings, are the ones that were just always able to rip apart the little things that they do and have set plays that FPX can't unravel quick enough and get through in a match. So that's something DRX already knows, and they said in the press conference, they're not even changing anything coming into this. They're actually creating counters for the counters they expect to go against them. That is such complex level play that FPX has to be ready for this.
But that's the only thing DRX can do. Right, for a team that is structured, for a team that so heavily relies on anti-stratting, how do you anti-strat FPX right now? You don't.
Yeah, that is the strength of FPX.
Yeah, like their compositions are different, set pieces are going to be different, everything is different. So for DRX, you do have to rely on your individual structure, on countering what you think is going to come your way, because you're not going to read the book on the other side of the stage.
Yeah, let's talk about DRX now, because this is the team that, as artists so poetically put, people are yoinking their stuff. People have been yoinking their stuff since literally the beta of this game, and I cannot believe, Doug, it's taken this long for FPX to go up against DRX. You know, when they were Vision Strikers, we wanted to see this matchups. So what are you expecting, at least from the side of DRX today?
I expect structure. I think I am a bit concerned, admittedly, about this matchup for DRX, and I think we can talk through a number of reasons why, but I think ultimately they have structure which looks really good. They're individual players, they're playmakers, all of them are at any given point in time. I just worry about this matchup in particular against FPX.
I don't want to say too much bad about DRX because they are so good. They keep joining us back here in the international stage, and that's something that we should obviously applaud them for. I just worry about how many times they've been exposed to this kind of team. How many times have they been exposed to teams outside of APAC, for example, and this is the kind of thing we're talking about. When I criticize DRX is that every time they've come into an international scenario, they've almost always gone up against APAC. How many times have we seen them go up against EMEA? Look at the lower left side of your screen. 1-2 versus EMEA. For a team that we consistently see on the international stage, doesn't that look like a particularly low number?
Yeah.
Doesn't that look a little low? How tested are you actually internationally?
Absolutely. I think especially for a team that we're often talking about top 4, right?
Yeah.
Like the expectations up until this point have been DRX top 4, DRX top 4. We know what's going to happen. And while they've had some mixed success, I think you're absolutely right. Most of the teams that they've been beating up on are APAC teams. You get outside of that space and it's a different ballgame.
Yep. I mean, the one time that they did manage to beat EMEA was against Ascend, and that was a while ago. But I do want to talk about two men who we're about to see on your screen right here, Zest and Angel. Both of these guys, they like to lead from the front. We've seen it already in this tournament. And Doug, a lot of it is going to come down to the big brain game today.
Yeah, I think it will. I think it's going to be a lot of the big brain game and then all of the spice that's sprinkled in on top of it. The truth is, for Zest to have some of those numbers, like looking at this head-to-head, Zest is significantly better on every single stat that we just saw, which is really
But he kind of should be.
Yes, absolutely. And that's what I'm saying is like a lot of it is going to be the big brain that's going on, and then there's that sprinkled over the top, and I think for DRX it has to be that for them to have a chance against FPX here. And I think ultimately if the chess game is the same, right? If you're standing on neutral ground on chess and then it's going to go on flash on top of it to decide who's going to win it, I cannot lean towards DRX in that.
I mean, there's a lot of versatility that Angel brings. There's a lot of experience. Is he not one of the oldest players in this entire tournament as well?
He is the oldest player in this tournament.
The oldest player as well. So there's a little level of experience there. The old guard, the new guard, of course, Zest not being necessarily the new guard by any means, but it's to turn around and say Zest has that, you know, nice zest on top if you're talking sprinkling things on top. But I just like the fact that he's consistent. Whereas I look at Angel and that worries me. The inconsistency of having to change to a billion different things and juggle everything and then lead his team. And sometimes from the front, there comes a point where that's a little overwhelming. I hope it's not today, of course. I'm a big FPX fan, but consistency is always going to trump that little bit of like flair that I think FPX will bring. So we'll see. I want to trust in DRX because I love consistency as an analyst, but I also want to trust that FPX has the answer, has the formula.
I will say that Angel has never been a man that's been overwhelmed by anything. So maybe today is the day. Who knows? Who knows? And speaking of DRX, let's send it over to Bren, who's at the telestrator right now to break down some of their plays.
Thank you very much, Sue. Yes, I've got a telestration here today to talk about basically DRX's pistol rounds. The desk, as we mentioned it over and over and over again, structure for DRX is a big point as to what they've got carrying forwards into this tournament, the thing that's going to be giving them a bit of an edge. So I pulled up a pistol round on Ascent to talk about these defensive protocols that they've got heading into these pistol rounds. This is on Ascent here. I'm going to zoom in on the mini-map. I want you to take note of the positioning here. They've got 3 players in mid, ready at a moment's notice to kind of react to what North Epsilon were doing in that match the other day. But the point I want to get across here is how good this is players and this mid control that they're holding and the ideas they have coming in, because it allows them to not only fight off these players into mid at the early portions of it, but also, I'll play it out as well and it will get sped up at some point, but holding onto this mid control allows them to pivot super easily into retaking either A or B, and the players are ready for it. So the clip will get sped up at some point here. I'll zoom on the minimap once more to talk about this, because look, the round plays out, the mid-round starts coming through, Northampton is still deciding exactly what they want to do, but mid-control is never lost for DRX in the slightest. In fact, I'll pause it again real quick, because now you can see the power of this. They didn't lose control of it, they can now start to enact this a bit of a pincer now, and buy space for the rest of the players to rotate in. It also allowed them, if it was an A hit coming in, to be able to react to that and pincer that. So you can see the Nanoswarm sets up, denies them a lot of the space onto the point. They actually do end up getting into the site, and Meteor, of course, is going to do Meteor things. He's going to int into the spawn. It's a classic play. He loves to do it. Sometimes he's rewarded, sometimes he's not. But Buzz is just going to try and hold this down the entire time, locking down this angle. Pay attention to the minimap and look at the screens right now, because you can see it. This B main control. DRX, with this mid presence that they were holding onto the entire time, allows them to set up so easily for this retake. And this is what makes DRX such a good team. They are thinking ahead in terms of the defensive protocols, the defensive setups, the entire time when they are playing into these pistol rounds and a lot of these other rounds as well. They're known as this exec-heavy team, very structured, and if it plays out like it does today, they're going to be coming into this with I think, quite a bit on the table against FPX. And honestly, it should be a good one. I'm looking forward to it. These are two very intelligent teams that are going to be clashing. Back to you guys on the desk.
Thank you very much for that, Brent. I think he summed it up perfectly. The clash.
Yeah.
This is going to be a big clash, whether, like you said, it's the structure that wins out or maybe the flair that wins out. I kind of do want to put you on the spot and ask you, though, which one do you feel like is the one that's going to edge the other?
It's like asking which bullet will come out on top if you shot two bullets directly at each other. I don't know. It's luck on the day, is it not? You just sort of hope that one comes out on the other. I want to sit as the boring analyst and say, statistically, the one with most structure should always come out on top because they're always ready and they only have to fine-tune things. But my heart sort of says at the very back, FPX sometimes just comes out with these crazy rounds. So I don't know.
I will say this. I think we saw DRX already have to weather a little bit of chaos and a little bit of aggression and try to pick up pace courtesy of Meteor. So this is not something that they haven't dealt with in this tournament before. If FPX's calling card is going to be, let's play through unpredictability, let's try to dictate pace, things like that, DRX have already danced with that.
Yeah, true. And Doug, as you would say, that performing at an international event means you have to adapt to new opponents. And Mako says that DRX are actually, in fact, up for the challenge.
안녕하세요. 지금 DRX에서 활동 중인 마코 김명환이라고 합니다. 이기면 항상 좋은 것 같아요. 팀원들도 그렇고 저도 그렇고. 아무래도 한국 대 한국 느낌이라서 마냥 좋지는 않아요. 근데 상대로 만나다 보니까 어쩔 수 없이 이겨야 되는 그런 느낌. 일단 아이슬란드에서 있던 DRX는 막 경기를 하면서도 많이 바뀌지 않고 짜여져 있는 틀대로만 해와서 좀 문제 많았던 것 같고, 코펜하겐에서의 DRX는 이제 그룹 스테이지와 플레이오프 둘 다 바뀔 거기 때문에 기대하셔도 좋습니다.
Yeah, absolutely perfect timing. And Marco could be doing this perfectly. Oh, yeah, he is. It's Marco, of course. Plays the smoke to a
제가
T.
이전에서는 조별 스테이지랑 이제 8강전에서는 많이 바뀐 적이 없는데 이제 가면 갈수록 좀 유연하게 바뀔 예정입니다. 좋은 경기 했으면 좋겠고 좀 비등비등해가지고 보는 시청자분들께 좀 즐거움을 선사해드리고 싶습니다.
Okay, I don't know about you guys, but I have a little bit more confidence in them now after hearing that they are willing to adapt and be flexible, which I feel like is the scariest thing you can do on top of an already very sound team.
Mako said something so incredibly important in that interview. He said that back then we were a little bit following too much, we were rigid. And rigidity is something that will absolutely push teams to one end of the spectrum that you don't want them to be. And I'll never forget trying to teach players that you can follow your set play. You can sit there and say, yes, this is the strat, but I need you as a player to understand in the moment instinctually and use your game sense when you need to deviate from that. If the plan is going awry, if you need to counter something in the moment, you as a player need to know how to do that and when to do that. And if DRX were sticking way too much to the plan and Rigidity was forcing them into a box and unable to wiggle around, that's something that they're going to have to step back from now and really work on. If they've done that in this event, I will return my prediction of FPX and I will put it on DRX. If they've done that, if they can be a little bit more flexible, then yes, they win.
Well, no, don't let her do that. Don't let her go back on
I
her
can go
predictions.
back.
That's not how that works.
I can get new information
That's
and
not how the
change.
game works. I will say this. For a team that we have so highly touted as structured and disciplined and having their protocols and things like that, for him to go into that interview and say, change is the key for us in Copenhagen. All of a sudden, a team that you know how to prepare against, a team that you know what to expect from, add a different variable that you cannot predict. So if that is actually what happens, and I do think it needs to happen in this match for them to have a chance against FPX, if they do become this outrageously structured and disciplined team who also introduces this unpredictable variability to it, all of a sudden we're talking about a three-headed beast that I don't know what...
We're talking world class.
Yeah, how do you deal with that? But the thing is, I need to see it happen, and I'm not convinced.
What I will also say is among all of this is that RB is on form. I feel like that is true. That is the win condition right now. He's really, really on form, and that feels like it might be another head. Four-headed beast?
Yeah.
Is that a thing?
That gets terrifying.
Yeah, at that point, we're getting down to a nitty-gritty that I'm not prepared to sort of break down, but what I can say is that RB being on form in a LAN environment is a nice breath of fresh air. One that we desperately need here on the desk as it heats up.
Yeah, I can't wait to see him perform today as well. We're going to take a quick break here, but don't worry, guys. We're going to be back with the game in just a few minutes.
I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
Do you feel the weight of time? Why does it hold so strong? One moment it will all be fine, then nothing will be on my mind. Then suddenly I see a sign that I can't deny.
I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
Welcome back, everybody. Early in the show, we asked you guys to go and vote on Twitter in a poll on which team you think is going to survive the group stage. Northception, Xerxia, Loud were Optic, and the result is Optic Gaming. This might be the only thing they win today, so fair enough.
Yo.
But
What?
I'm sorry. I wanted to.
That was the setup.
I was gonna make that joke on no matter which team won this poll, by the way. So it just
Okay, well, that
happened
was
it
fair.
Optic.
Okay.
I think
I would have said it for Norception as well.
I mean, it's not even first place to me because I figured it would be either Loud or Optic. It's second place.
I agree.
It's second place. Norception. I mean, the Japanese fans we know are unreal. They filled a 26,000 stadium, so I mean, they have the manpower to be able to fill a Twitter poll for sure.
Oh, actually, I started agreeing with you before I listened to your thought, which was my fault. I disagree with you.
Oh.
What surprised me most was the fact that it was so tightly bunched.
Sure.
Other than Optic, like Norception didn't get second by a landslide. There is genuine confusion on which of those which of those 4 teams is second most likely to survive the day. That means that the stocks for Loud are at the same place as the other 2 teams, which is absurd.
Or we just don't have enough Twitter accounts.
Or that. What time is it in Brazil?
Yeah, you know what? I need to know the time zone in Brazil. Maybe the times everyone's asleep. I'm sorry, guys, if that's the case.
Yeah, well, we're going to find out today on what exactly is going to happen. It's time to wrap up the pre-show and get straight into the action. Like we've been saying, we have 3 big matches happening today. There's going to be elimination and qualification all the way around. You do not want to miss anything. With that being said, VALORANT Masters Copenhagen Day 3 starts right now.
I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. You cannot stop it.
We definitely think of Loud as a rival. They've beaten us. We've beaten them. All in the same event.
One of Optical Loud is going home immediately.
They improved a lot since Iceland, but so did we. Now we know how they play. I know how finesse things.
Get ready, Loud, because we didn't come here to be grouped.
We have a bomb to pick a few.
Optic.
Watch the throne.
From the performance we've shown, we're definitely one of the best teams here. But because of the mistakes we've made, if we just cut that out, we'll definitely win.
첫 경기는 졌지만 그래도 아직 경기가 남아있고 스크림을 많이 해봤어가지고 대처를 좀 더 잘할 것 같아요. 더 열심히 하겠습니다.
FPX versus DRX, who knows how that's gonna go.
저희가 이전에서는 조별 스테이지랑 이제 8공전에서는 많이 바뀐 적이 없는데 이번에는 그룹 스테이지와 이제 플레이오프 때는 변화를 줄 거기 때문에 기대하셔도 좋습니다.
I think they're very structured, which is good for them, but also a downfall. I think we just have too much skill. It just matters of time until everyone else realises how good I am. I'd say the king is back.
Do you reckon Sassy does know what finesse thinks? I don't think many people do. Maybe just him.
There's no way, because finesse comes up with it so reactively and so instinctually that if you knew what he was thinking before he thought it, that's pretty damn impressive.
Maybe that's how Loud are going to be Optic today. Who knows? But I do want to... Yeah, sorry, Doug. I'll let you make one more point.
The kicker of this tournament, though, is that there's so much build-up around, you know, Sassy saying, watch the throne because I'm coming for it, and, you know, what have you. And it feels all, like, serious and epic. We might not care about either of these two teams in a couple of days. Like, they may be so gone from the conversation that we're like, they were false gods.
An open throne is up for grabs at that point.
Yeah, and you know who we do care about is FPX and DRX, because one of these teams will be going to the playoffs at the end of today. Guild, they're already there. They're sitting pretty comfortably. But out of these two teams, I got to say, when it comes to the map pool, there's some interesting elements as well. Again, we've seen both of them play already. So where do you feel like we should be going today?
I'm wondering about a fracture. obviously there's an opportunity for FPX to bring something yet again to our eyes with Fracture. Do we get that? Do we get another composition as well? Obviously, Cider stepping in. There's so many elements of it. I obviously want to see Breeze as well, because that's an area we want to bring to the international stage and see from FPX's side. There's a couple of maps where creativity really could break the DRX standard, and that's what I want to see. I don't know if we'll get there, though.
I kind of, again, given the interview that we heard with Mako, I'm more curious about, will there be composition changes?
Yeah.
Will they approach things differently? If a surprise element is going to be their calling card, their key to victory, I think we have to see this very early, be it through map select, be it through agent select, whatever it is. I think you have to deliver on something like that. That is a key win condition for you.
I mean, after everything we've seen, I hope we get bind. I really hope we get bind.
No.
I feel like the DRX bind was a little bit skewed, because I want to see what they can do against a good team. And FPX, their map pool is so good at this point. I don't even know what they would want to really take away.
Bind was a little scary for them, though. If we think not so far back, that wasn't necessarily the cleanest of wins, and that was a close series overall. So if I'm looking back on that 3 maps, and I say to myself, which one was I not feeling most comfortable on? Maybe it was that one. Maybe out of all of the maps, that was the scrappiest to go forward with.
I think the other thing we have to remember, too, is although we do have some data to rely on now as far as how do teams look, what are their records on maps, the truth is it's still such a small sample size.
Yeah.
Right? Like, things could have been off. It could have been the first match of the tournament, so you're kind of working out some of those little things, those little adjustments and problems that you have to solve for. I don't know that looking at a team on a map once and going, okay, maybe not the best. I want to see more before I have statements like that.
Honestly, in the past, this is where I would say, yeah, maybe we see some changes, but I would expect changes from FPX. They do this thing where they just change everything from one match to the other. But I don't know if I feel that way. The fact that Cider is here, I feel like it maybe changes a few things. Maybe it's not the best optimum time to swap things around with him, because I felt like he looked pretty comfortable. I don't know if it's necessary to force those changes.
Well, they actually looked way more synergized from a set play perspective than I would have expected with their new compositions with Cider. So I actually don't want to give them too much leeway, because they've already proved that they can have a good amount of set plays in Strapbook on a few maps already. And so I actually trust in the fact that their map pool, being as wide as it is usually with their 5, is actually up to scratch. So I'm going to hold them to that standard. I'm not going to detract from it so much. And I'm going to say what you've shown so far and what you've felt, you can make an instinctual decision. Doombros can sit there with the team and go, that didn't feel good, that didn't look good, and I don't think you guys felt good with it. So let's go with this map pool instead against this team. Or maybe it's just a counter. Who knows?
Well, we theorized on what we could be seeing today. It's time to reveal what both of these teams are going to be playing in map select. Well, we're into the map select time here. DRX, they do have the first ban, but Icebox, I feel like, probably would be the right choice. They don't really play Icebox. Never mind. Okay, they floated the Icebox. Now the question is if FPX are going to pick it.
That's a good question. I mean, split internationally for DRX has not been pretty, so I don't blame them for getting rid of that one. Internationally, been a little bit in the toilet.
Well, they floated the Icebox, so I assume that's what they meant by they have some flexibility prepared.
I don't know if it's that macro, though. It kind of seemed like they meant micro, but maybe, look, you might absolutely be right. Haven coming in. We already looked at the compositions there, so not surprised to see that come up, but okay, we will get the Fracture.
All right,
I don't know what kind of Fracture we'll get, but we're getting the Fracture.
There's no way we're going to get Icebox now, because if DRX lets it through once again, then I don't know what is happening today.
Yeah, okay.
What is happening? What is going on? Well, the Ascent makes sense.
Wait, what about
too.
Breeze? Oh my goodness.
Okay. I mean, the Ascent makes sense. You don't want to really play FPX on Ascent. I get it. But we are going to go to Breeze for map 3.
Please, map 3.
Yeah, I do feel like today's one of those series, Doug, where we probably will see a map 3.
Yeah, I think it's exceptionally likely. Ultimately, though, it almost feels like a bit of picking poison, right? If we're going to deal with, do we get rid of Icebox? Do we get rid of Ascent? Once you get through that first round of bans and you're left with that decision at the end, like, yeah, I think you're right, Sue. Get rid of the Ascent. test the waters, so to speak, on Icebox and kind of see how things pan out. And it goes back to the point you were making earlier. It may be that that's where their ace in the hole is. It may be a bit more macro than a composition change or things like that.
Oh, who knows? All I can say is that, you know, once we get to Fracture, I'm just going to absolutely be bouncing around looking for that Agent Peak. Map number 1, though, we already know FPX's composition. You said, is it macro, is it micro? Will there be changes on DRX? I don't expect so. Not on this particular map, because if you change things now, you're just shaking the entire boat. You're just going too crazy, I think, at that point from a DRX perspective.
Well, the fight for playoffs is on. We have the map selected, and it's time to throw this over to the stage and get DRX and FPX on the server. I cannot believe it's taken this long for these two teams to go up against each other. And what better time than to be on this stage fighting for playoffs. That's right, guys. The winner of this is going to go straight into playoffs. And what a great thing it will be for both of these teams, given both of you have said DRX criminally underperforming and FPX just not even being able to attend LANs. This is going to mean a lot to both of them.
I just think there's so much on the line here, from Guild being the first ones to qualify. FPX as well qualifies. DRX has another opportunity to prove to us that it's not the APAC domination that really sets the stage in their identity. For them, there is a lot of storylines in this.
As I think through this series and where we are right now in the group stages, I want to be careful because what I'm about to say may be misinterpreted. I'm not suggesting that teams should approach this as like a devil may care, whatever, let's try. But the truth is, if there was a time to innovate, if there was a time to try to do something different, take a risk and do it now. You have the lowers to work your way through if needed. Right, you can throw a curveball at a team that they may not necessarily be expecting. It goes a bit side is cool. You go back to what you know, right? What's tried and true. Work your way through the lowers. I'm not necessarily suggesting it's easy, but you do have that room to do it here far more than you would if you were in the lower side of things.
I mean, you're talking about FPX. They live and breathe innovation. Although, like I said, this is the only time I feel like we won't see them do anything too drastic, given that their Haven looked fine yesterday.
Yeah, I think if it ain't broke, don't fix. Like, that's the kind of thing that I'm looking at, although we are talking about a team that has built their identity off of just changing things up on a whim. I will say, however, Doug is absolutely right. They have redundancy here. There is room for risk. There's room to pull out 100 pocket strats if you so wanted. However, the risk of that is the long-term, like, risk that you have of not having that into the future as well. Everyone knowing what you are likely to bring out. So there's two sides to this. And I think whoever comes out on top with, it's either going to be that direct conversation we had before, Doug, of consistency or flair. I really do think that.
Well, we're heading into the Prime Gaming Agent Select here. We've seen FPX play Haven already. The comp on your screen is, I believe, what they ran last time, which was yesterday of what they played. On the side of DRX, however, I don't think we have seen them play Haven yet in this tournament.
Not in this tournament, no. Last time they played it was domestically, and they're actually going back to a comp. This is not their most recent comp. Their most recent comp was slightly different, but they're going back to the Astra.
Omen for the
exactly. They went back to the Astra on the side of DRX.
I mean, they did have quite a successful win rate on the Astra, so it makes sense.
4-0, yeah. Or 3-0, excuse me.
I mean, that hits me a little bit because Marco, not that I say that he does like TikTok Omen things, but I've seen a couple of those moments where I'm like, yeah, this is like your agent, this is what you do. But being a good controller player is something we've known him to be, and then Angel gets to play on the Breach.
Well, it's the Breach Jet versus Fade Raze. This is so the Korean EMEA. I absolutely love this. I'm so excited, and I'm going to throw this over to your casters for today. It's Mitchman and Tombiz.
and I fit in obnoxious. Stop it, quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it, nah, you cannot stop it.
At yun na nga guys, nagsisimula na ulit tayo para sa ating Masters Tagalog broadcast. Ako nga pala po si Azure at mukhang medyo na-stuck tayo sa Japan ng onte. Pero okay lang yan. Again, sama ko po ngayon ay si Honey Glaze. Pasensya na guys. At yung iba nating casters, medyo na late. May ginawa silang special content kasama ang PPGL. So, hintayin natin sila makapunta para sa second series. And again, ang makikiting laban ngayon is between Fun plus Phoenix at DRX coming into Haven. Agad-agad tayo magsisimula dito, Honey Glaze. As again, sinabi na kanin ng panel, this is really the epitome of EMEA and Korea methodology of picking sa agents.
Makikita natin dito, no, early discussions pa lang ng ating mga panelists na talaga mainit na yung magiging execution sila dito. Especially sa kinakain na space kaagad dito ng DRX. RB was able to get onto one. Mako naman dito for another. Look at those trade-offs. Cleanly getting in that 3K. Down to one remaining member na lang. Si Ardis lang natitira for FPX.
Yeah, that's gonna be Ardis. Last person standing, stuck on window as he tries to evade the rest of the players ngayon ng DRX. He does not have the spike, so he's have to pick it up. Is being spotted already by the Sova as he backs away. Now you can see the performance or the positioning ng DRX. Magsastay mo naman sila dito ng onte kasi they still respect yung power na meron si Ardis, especially with the 5 shots on that headhunter. So Ardis will go the safer path, go to C-long muna. If he can plant the spike, this is going to be absolutely perfect because he can at least play for that C-long angle. Is the KJ alive? That is going to be a straight no. So this Nana Swarm will not connect, and Ardis waiting muna. He has 20 seconds. Hintay lang muna siya, makakapag-plant siya for safe. Maybe again, TP out. Pero the problem is, wala na siyang trademark dito. So yung big flank leads, if he wants to push onto C-long, would be detrimental for Ardis. But as you can see, they're corralling all around him. So mukhang ang mangyayari dito is Ardis is overreading the situation, wanting to stay onto the site. Spotted now, knows that he's still right there. If this does not connect, hindi siya mananalo. Zes hits the shot. That's gonna be it. And a well-deserved pistol round para sa DRX.
Really is a well-deserved pistol round for them dahil nakita natin yung disiplina nila going on to our round na napanimula na kagad ni RB dito yung pagkain nila kagad ng space against the side of FPX para hindi sila magkaroon ng magandang comfortability to get inside of the sites. We saw earlier kung paano nga dito nire-respeto nung tatlong natitira dito si Ardis kasi syempre headhunter pa rin yun. Nasabi mo nga dito na malaki pa rin yung advantage dito to clutch this one out kapag nagpasa-basa dito ang DRX. So now DRX has the opportunity to secure themselves the Spectres pero ngayon nakikita ko kanina no, parang indecisive pa ang FPX kung bibili ba sila ng Spectres or not.
Alam ko guys, medyo iba ang itsura natin ngayon sa broadcast. Pare, alam nyo, as a shoutcasting talent, dalawang internet na kinuha ko para sa sarili ko pero parehas ngayon tumatalong. Ayos ba yun? Yun lang. Anyways, back to the game at hand. Kaya tayo napunta sa sa ibang bansa nang hindi tama sa oras eh. Dapat sabay daw kami ni Ray pupunta ng Japan pero ako nauna ata ngayon sa yan lang yan.
Dapat talaga kasama siya sa mga plano, no? Pero ito na, yung magiging plano na ngayon ng FPX Azuray. They're getting an info na magmumula na nga dito sa A-Long. Pero most of the chances are talagang pinaprop up lang nila yung mga utilities dito. And na-exhaust lang nila yung mga capabilities ng DRX dito na manalo pagdating sa mga retakes. Dahil most likely, ang gagawin na ngayon ng FPX is go inside of P, concuss nila dito. We have also the hunt, not spotting in anyone. So now, parang nagkakaroon pa sila ng hesitations kung sino ba yung mahahanap nila dahil stocks dito makukuha ka agad ng isa. We have here also as well the Prowlers to make sure na may space sila dito at oras makapag-plant ng spike.
Lovely, lovely stuff. Sabi ko rin dapat pala, actually, kung FPX was the one that played, I think that was what, Masters 1 dapat, in replacement for Fnatic. They should have been, or are right now, the best EMEA team, I think, in my general opinion. And nakikita mo kung gaano sila kalakas, just able to hit shots really, really well with the Sheriff. And, alin yun yan. Not insult to injury, rather just making sure na makuha nila yung round. That was a what, second round na nakakuha agad si Ange ng Rolling Thunder. Napakabilis na ng HG.
Exactly. That is also one of the crucial points na kailangan ng bantayan dito. Kung sino ba kagad yung nakakapag-form ng mga ultimate ores para may mag for the retake or even have here the false plants. FBX dito, akala natin hindi na magiging pabor sa kanila yung round na yun. Dahil syempre, they were down to an eco, pero what are the chances na makakuha sila, syempre, ng mga one tap to the heads with just the sheriff? It's just really big na na-secure nila yung 1-to-1 scoreline at na-punish nila ang DRX. Down to the classics, ang mga Korean boys natin dito from the defending team.
Yeah, napakalaking hit sa economy yan para sa kanila. Ardis might actually swing on 3 people, pero since of course he's the chamber, madaling makakatakas gamit ang kanyang rendezvous as FPX. Ramdam na ramdam nila ang aggression ng DRX coming in sa ating mid side. As Ardis tries to clear out onto mid, holds the angle with the Bulldog for the moment, but DRX plans in mind para makapag-group up lang sila as a 3 players somewhere on C site. If they get this gamble correctly, HG, baka makakuha sila ng proper multi-kills. Pero, looking at it, FPX, they're still bidding the clock down. This is a very classic EMEA style na talagang iintayin talaga nila. Talagang i-put down to the clock nila just to see if there's a little bit more positioning or rotation coming out from their opponents. And you can really see that. Now, FPX feeling out that they've seen the recon dart come out of A main, and they've been very, very decisive now on the B side, and they have all of this utility to clear it out. Why not do that just again? Ardis, though, gotta see his teammate fall down. Is there a safe weapon here for Buzz? Yes, there is, and pwede siguro makipaglaban sila, but Zipan hits the shot. RB, one of the best clutcher, is coming in from Korea, hits the 3K. Now down to Xiao na lang natitira. And somehow, Thrifty after Thrifty na nakikita natin ngayon, Xiao, is he good enough with the Spectre? Mukhang hindi mga kaibigan. And that's gonna be RB picking up the 4K.
Grabe itong round na ito. Imagine all of those times na mag-e-exhaust sila dito ng mga timers para lang makapasok ng site. Umuulan naman ng mga utilities. Pero hindi naman binibigay kaagad ng DRX dito yung info na gustong kuhanin na kaagad ng FPX kung ano ba dapat yung unahin. Kasi ang inaakala nila dito is baka siguro yung pagiging impatient ng DRX na lumabas ng mga site, kumuha ng info, kumuha ng early game pick-offs. Pero what just happened? Naubos yung mga buys nila, naubos yung mga bundles nila, pero they still little that they have right now for their eco. Half an armors lang para sa tatlong itong nag-secure naman ng kanilang vandal.
I would say maybe to rephrase just a little bit, not the impatience but rather yung good timing ng DRX to know that their opponent team has actually gone and pushed na onto B. So in transition, yung mga tawag natin sa ganyan, they can actually start to medal yung push ng FPX, and ang ganda ng disruption na pinakita sa atin ng Korean team natin dito. And that's a catch onto Cider, so no controller anymore. Nice use of Zipan's utility para ma-clear out yung garage, pero such a strong grip hold dito na pinapakita ng DRX.
Yeah, it really is just the strongholds na sinesecure nila dito. Especially yung mga usage nila of utilities. They are not overextending their factors na sila yung defenders. Sila yung dapat na mag-abang sa mga magiging push dito. But now, we have your RB, very low on HP, hoping for the best. Right click to the head. That is Angie already down. 8 HP na lang ang natitira sa kanya dito. Wide swing from Ardis will be picking him off. But this is still doable for the side of FPX para ma-equalize natin yung scoreline to a 2-2. Pero they need to be careful of the flanks of Zipan. He only has the sheriff, but unfortunately, hindi siya nagkaroon ng value doon sa pagkakataon na yun. And now it's all up to Xiao. But Xiao went down with just a flawless victory ng mga binigay ng mga bullets dito from their Phantoms 3v1. It's all up to Ardis, but unfortunately for Ardis, there is no clutch given for this guy para makahabon man lang ng puntos laban sa RDX. Or DXR.
Yep. Ito ang laban ng mga exes. Saan ka pa? Timing.
Nabulan na ako. I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay. This is probably the worst matchup to cast, not because of the players, but because of specifically yung pangalan ng teams. DRX, FPX. So, ano lang, guys, makipag-holding hands na lang tayo sa isa't isa. Huwag tayo malilito habang nanonood tayo ngayon. Any case, DRX, will have to actually face RB na nag-pick up na ng operator dito, but they actually will not be swinging onto A main perfectly for them if they want to go strike hard onto C. this could be really good. Pero kung titignan mo dito, HG, kung saan yung utility na binagsak ng DRX, with their KJ on Buzz specifically, lahat nasa C-side. So this is a really nice standard defensive lineup na nakikita natin sa mga defenders dito, where you have the operator threat onto A long. Kita mo agad na takot agad dito FPX because Ange has been knocked down. And if they try to go for C, na nagkamali sila ng execution, Buzz will be such a terror to actually try to deal with. Nag-position ito sa logs, actually backs away back onto platform. And again, FPX, because they've lost Zipan as well, wala na silang napaka-explosive entry fragger na makakapag-entry ng site para sa kanila. At the smokeless fates, look at the rotation coming in from the defenders. Napakadali nilang i-defend ito. Somehow, Cider and Artist might be able to find something as yung smokes actually separates the rest of the defenders right now, but without too much time left, look at the pressure is on. Cider has to plant the spike. Pero tinutulong siya ni Artist. Nahihirapan pa rin sila. Shoots through the smoke. Kasi siyempre hindi solid yan. And that's just gonna be a solid defense para sa DRX.
It was really just a solid round for DRX. Isipin pa natin dito yung mga utilities na naging hassle dito for FPX na pumasok sa loob ng site. We saw earlier kung paano nilangoy kanina ng kanilang race. Naisipan dito yung mga swarm grenades, follow up by the smokes na naging assist. Parang naging assist and support na dito for their KJ na makasurvive throughout the casualties na pwedeng ibigay sa kanya ng FPX. And now, for that round, nakaipon na sila ng eco, nakaipon na sila ng momentum. It will be hard for FPX. Kaya naman ngayon, good call for the timeout. They're down to an eco round, pero at the very least, nakita naman natin yung potential nila kanina nung nag-save sila going down to their sheriffs.
Call for the timeout agad as FPX is definitely struggling right here and now. Ang dami nagsasabi na, EMEA strongest region in terms of tactical shooters because again, roots from CS nga, diba? But Valorant after these 2 years has turned into such a different game altogether na feels like there's so much different style of play per region, and we're seeing that clash of EMEA and Korea right in front of us. Korea is standing a little bit taller, pero it's still really too early to say what will happen. But for the moment, kitang-kita mo kung gaano ka hirap dito ang FPX. But coming into this one as well, HG, FPX, 5-man full ult economy. Artist actually picks up yung Vandal niya, so I wonder if he's actually not expecting to, or just gonna use na lang yung kanyang ultimate for next round. But any case, again, nahihirapan ito ng FPX.
Dahil nga sa panimulang smokes pa lang kaagad nila dito. Pero with that corner, pagkakamali ito, decider ngayon na maibigay pa nga yung opportunity for RB to get in that angle. One member down already, wala na silang concuss na maasahan. They still have Xiao, yes, but this is really hard to execute pa further, lalo na they only have the sheriffs at hand. Meron nga dito sa kanilang Vandal na isa, pero with that blinds, that is the open opportunity for Cess to make sure na may makukuha siyang isa. Dalawa naman ang magiging trade-off dito ni Xiao. We have also as well Stacks holding into his corner, not surviving any further. Xiao for the third kill. Nandito na rin din, isa na lang kaagad natitira dito. Azurai, it's all up to Buzz para ma-make sure niyang kaya niyang ikantihan na kaagad dito ang FPX to counter themselves their second point lead dito sa round na ito.
Kamali na dito ang ating Korean team as they try to get that aggressive A-long push. Nakapag-save pa na nanos dito si Buzz to clear out Graffiti, pero wala siya mahuhuli as of the moment. Sets up the turret. Xiao timing na lang sa pag-push niya. Nice little pinch play, possibly coming out from FPX, but Buzz is approaching very cautiously ngayon. HG hit the one shot, but Xiao, savior of the round para sa FPX. Thrifty after Thrifty, talagang hilig sa pagpukay ang ating mga teams dito ngayon sa ating series.
Ang hirap ng round na yan, especially yung fact na pwede pang maipanalo yung ni Buzz dito yung kanyang flick. Here we have our instant replay kung saan talagang it went all in favor of Xiao's crosshair placements, and I even have here the assistance na ginawa niya dito once na nag-decide na silang pumasok ng A site. We have here finally the second point na makukuha na ngayon ng FPX. Pero very exclusive vibe na meron sa kanila ngayon na Azurai. Tayo nako! Operator with RB made us all speechless. Getting in the kill laban dito kay Ange. He was jumping all the way from that corner, all the way from A lobby, pero hindi pa rin siya nakasurvive.
Matagas ulo natin. Just trying to peek out a long when they already know that RB is almost always going to be there. Well, you can't really fault FPX for trying to just slow peek sa A main din. They don't have the Sky. If they try to use yung utility ni Fade, it might not be enough unless they have a specific lineup ng Haunt sa A long, which I don't think they have specifically. Maybe siguro if they try to use yung fault line, but there's enough space sa A-long that RB can actually just go left and right. Artist, nagpakita na siya sa A-long dito with the operator. He's trying to mess around yung positioning ng DRX, but again, they don't really have to overcommit to anything. Goes around, naramdaman na yung smoke, and look at the timing from Stax. He does not allow yung visibility to get cleared out onto the B site, and he spots out yung push dito ni Zipan. Still, FPX is a very, very deadly team. Hindi mo sila dapat hayaan na makakuha ng space kahit man onte.
RB!
But again, RB coming in with these op shots. My goodness, Xiao. Ooh, how did he find that one from Buzz? 1-versus-1. RB, the great one. Xiao, timing. Spots out yung legs dito ni RB. Baka kailangan ng onting ankle breaker lang muna. RB trying to get close into the spike. Uses to maybe have it on the defuse. Has to go out. Timing from Xiao though, basang-basa niya si RB dito, and another clutch possible made by Xiao.
Hindi natin pwedeng ikaila dito kung gaano rin kaganda yung hold na ginawa dito ni Stax. He went in full commitment sa mga naging usage siya ng utilities dito, causing in the players na mag-entry na nga sana dito in B. Tapos nag-white swing siya to make sure na magkaroon sila ng upper lead when it comes to their numbers. But unfortunately, it's just Xiao going in nicely with those shots. 4 na naman yung na-pick off niya doon. He's just popping off in this game, in this half. Tapos nakikita natin, he's already on top of our leaderboards for the side of FPX. So we're waiting still para sa iba pang players dito ngayon ng FPX kung ano yung pwede nilang gawin para maihabol nila itong 4-3 scoreline. Dahil hindi naman nananalay ito Aserai, since medyo nahihirapan na rin sa eco ang players from DRX.
FPX just showing kung gaano sila kagaling din sa kanilang micromanagement na mga encounters dito. It feels like FPX shouldn't be winning these fights, but somehow nagagawa nila as just how well they can read yung positioning ng Korean team natin dito ngayon. And with all that being said, parang ang ganda ng defensive line ng DRX. Hindi mo alam na mapapasukan sila. You know, with RB being able to threaten the push on any position that he has with the operator shots. Pero somehow they're still able to close the distance and not really allow DRX to retaliate. Hindi sila hindi sila nakakahinga eh. Alam mo yung tipo na kahit man sila nakakuha ng kill, basta hindi nila ma-read kung saan yung next na push ng FPX, or FPX don't waste the time na mag-take too long and make a move agad. It seems like that is what is catching DRX off a little bit. So, akala ko magkakaroon tayo ng tactical pause, pero tech pause lang muna ngayon. Hindi pa nagsisweat masyado ang DRX. So, against their EMEA counterpart ngayon, we'll see how that goes. Tara, bubawi na tayo from 4-1, 4-3 na.
Kaya nga ang bilis na naging habol nila dito, especially nung nagkaroon na sila ng read when it comes to the retics. We saw earlier ang DRX dito, they're just winning out pagdating sa mga frags, pagdating sa mga pag-early engagements dito ng FPX laban sa kanila. But at the meantime, ito na rin talaga yung opportunity nilang makahinga dahil nakikita natin talaga ang FPX dito, they have been gathering their momentum, especially from Xiao. Gotta say na kailangan nilang i-shutdown kaagad yung momentum dito ni Xiao dahil it will be hard for them to secure in so many good rounds against the players from FPX dahil nga dalawa yung initiator nilang sakit ng ulo. Imagine yung Hunt, there's also the capability na makapag-seize pa sila and yung mga concuss na kaya nilang ibigay dito to create so much space para dito kaisipan na maka-secure ka agad dito ng site. Pero kahit na mabawasan sila ng isa, down to a 4v5 situation, talagang doable pa rin ito for FPX kasi sabi mo nga, hindi sila basta-bastang nag-rush in for a site, basta't naghahanap sila dito ng tamang execution or even have the timing na napakiramdaman nila kung ano yung dapat na maging hold dito ng DRX.
And speaking of Zipan nga pala, diba? Na-mention mo na rin siya. I like how you pointed that out. isa sa mga possible things din kasi isipin mo na, duelist siya, dapat siya yung palagi nakakakuha ng kills, nananalo. And again, people tend to forget na duelist yan. Yes, pero may isa sang din sa tawag na role nga yung sabi ko kanina, entry fragger. Entry fraggers, usually, ang percentage chance nila para mabuhay when they entry frag is actually considerably low. I think tumataas lang talaga yun dahil sa meron nga tayong introduction ng agents na may mobility, na katakas, ankle breaker, yung mga tipo na ganun with mobility skills that they have, diba? Pero even if he dies, as long as he gets that information, as long as he creates that space, nakikita mo yung follow-up na pinapakita dito ng Fun Plus Phoenix, diba? With the rest of them coming right in, Xiao, more specifically, as you mentioned nga, yung Fade player dito ng Fun Plus Phoenix, napakaganda ng follow-up na pinapakita ng FPX. So hindi malakas ang kanilang entry game. Sige, hindi sila mga intro boy, pero yung playthrough naman nila, yung pagsunod nila, yun ang what matters para sa FPX.
Oo nga eh. Yun yung nakakapanalo ng mga rounds sa kanila. Even mabawasan sila ng isa kanina throughout the consecutive rounds na nauunahan sila dito ni RD. He has been using that operator very wisely. Mapipigilan nila ng bahagya dito ang FPX. Pero FPX seem to be strong enough to compose themselves na hindi sila magpapatinag. We saw earlier how composed Xiao is to create so much opportunities for FPX, diba? Nakapag nightfall pa siya pagdating ng 5th round na yon or ng 6th round na yon para ma-secure nila yung opportunity na makahabol sila dito ng mga rounds. And especially the clutch plays of this guy para mahirapan na rin talaga dito ang DRX to make sure na kanila pa rin yung momentum. We saw earlier kung paano ba nagsunod-sunod na nga dito yung mga nagiging plays of the entries here from FPX. So, most likely, ang kailangan na rin talagang gawin dito ng DRX is to win out the post plans instead. Kung hindi sila gumagana kaagad pagdating sa mga holes and sa mga entries dito ng FPX, most likely create some adjustments para mapigilan nila dito FPX from creating their rounds.
Well, paano kayo magbabago dito ang positioning ng DRX against Fun Plus? Yan na lang yung sagot natin. Fun Plus, wag na FPX. Yun na. Anyways,
Kanina
tama.
pa ako nahihirapan, no?
Yeah, Fun Plus na lang. Pwede pa rin naman eh. Kasi two syllables. Diba? Para hindi natin pinag-usapan palagi yung mga X's natin. Kasi masakit yan. Shoutouts nga pala sa ibang games ng Riot PH. Or ng Riot pala. Nasa biyahe pa si Ray Ray, guys. Okay, mag-alala. Magkakas kami mamaya. Pagkitay lang kayo. Early morning casting. Masaya.
Ay, parang save the best for last, ika nga. Pero, diba, mga susunod na mga series natin, we also have TVL. Antay lang din talaga, guys. Dahil pumasok tayo ng tech boss eh. Feeling ko nakakaramdam na rin talaga na nag-send na rin si Riri or nagparamdam na rin siya dito sa comment section natin. It has been really a lot to take in dahil ang laking opportunity nito ng DRX saka ng Fun Plus na pumasok na kaagad easily into our playoffs dahil I think they are in the top of the group stages ng bracket nila.
I think, yeah, you're absolutely right. I think they really are yung isang sa mga strongest teams. Sinabi ko na rin kanina that they were, I feel like deemed as the strongest team in EMEA specifically because, again, of their just performance output. And actually, as of recent they've beaten teams again like Guild Esports 3-0. They've beaten Ascend. They've beaten Team Liquid, OG. A lot of these names na alam natin na sobrang pronounced, right? Sa EMEA scene, FPX, Fun Plus Phoenix has done a fantastic job of crossing them out one by one. So, pag pegin na natin yun, they really are one of the best teams talaga to be spotted. What I'm kind of curious lang din is this team is also formerly known as Zipan Go Kill. So, kaya pipigay natin ni Zipan is he's been kind of shut down a few times now by RB.
Sila pa naman yung attacking in this first half, no? So, most likely, yun ang gusto natin kaagad na makita. Yung availability ni Zipan kaagad to create those overwhelming plays. And additional to that is syempre, yung mga nagiging support system nila dito, yung body-body system na sinesecure dito with his 2 initiators, parang ito yung mga pakpak ni Sipan para makakuha ng mga magagandang trade-offs and even have those early infos. Dahil hindi naman basta-basta din binabato dito ni Xiao yung kanyang Cs, yung kanyang mga Prowlers. They're just really some small details lang or small flaws lang din for this team na kaya sila nababeluhan ng isang pick off ni RB is yung parang corner ng smoke doon nakalitaw pa yung pwedeng maging shot dito, yung crosshair pa dito ni RB, kaya siya na nakakakuha ng kill. On the other round pa is hindi siya natagpuan kaagad, hindi siya na-detect kaagad ng Prowler dito ni Xiao, kaya naging complacent naman dito si Ange para makapagpatuloy lang din i-conquer niya sana dito yung A-long, and that is one of the flaws na kailangan natin kaagad i-adjust para syempre ma-secure nyo kaagad na maging worried or maging aware pa rin tayo dito sa mga nagiging corners or even have the entries pa lang na kailangan yung isipin muna from the other team.
Yun na rin pala, HG. Nag-call na rin ng timeout pala ang DRX, kaya pala mas tumagal ang ating pagdudusa sa pag-iintay. So sinama na nila, alam mo nag-usap na sila nung tech pause, mag-usap pa sila ng timeout. So double timeout, yan ang maganda talaga sa atin. Smart! Kasi alam mo sa rulebook, meron lang tayo 2 timeouts per team for the whole in regulation. So why not? RB, Wrath of God, grabe. Nilabas niya agad ang kanyang blades. Nagano lang ng slice and dice lang muna, but this is very very stressful para sa Fun Plus because alam mo na kailangan nilang agad i-push forward ang kanilang aggression sa A side because they don't have the spike, they don't have the smokes, they don't have the numbers as well, and meron pa si RB with the blades. He's used already the dash, so this is kind of fine for Fun Plus to play around with. But the thing is, yep, there is a whole bunch of utility na pwedeng ibato ngayon ng DRX. Nice throw on the nade from Zipando. Nightfall will be used para to counter and just minimize the HPs na meron ngayon on DRX. And good damage overall. Retaliations, ang ganda ng pag-approach ito ng FPX. Sobrang linis, sobrang solid. And only 2 to remain na lang from DRX as Fun Plus Phoenix deters the defense. Kahit man nahuli sila na onte sa simula, sila pa rin ang mananapos ng round na ito.
Parang ang nagiging winning advantage dito ng FX. Sige, bawasan nyo na kami. Kaya pa rin namin manalo pagdating sa 4v5 situations. And yun nga yung ginawa nila. Nagkaroon sila ng magandang composure to get inside of the site. Even though nawala silang smokers dito dahil na-mention mo nga sobrang viable na smokes na ito. Kaya naman ngayon, even though nawala yung mga smokes na yun, sinecure na nila yung site. Hindi na sila nagdalawang isip pa. Dahil syempre baka sakaling maipit pa sila all the way from B. Na sinecure na nga dito ng space ni RB. But speaking of RB, hindi muna siya magkakatampuan ngayon against FPX dahil ang FPX dito ay tutunguin na muna ang C-side kung saan magiging pahirap na naman ito against FPX dahil yung mga utilities once again from our Killjoy is still available to hold on to that side.
Not as much as you'd think kasi medyo spinnered out ni Buzz dito in conjunction with B. Ardis, grabe naman. Spots out RB. Nagkaunahan sila dito and kala ko makakapag-react dito ng konti si RB pero I think the game problema was try niyang i-make sure na hindi magiging wall shot yung op shot niya para hindi mabuhay si Ardis pero sobrang bilis ng pag-clear out ng Fun Plus Phoenix operator player. Yeah, it wasn't meant to be. Now, Cider is still alive para sa FPX or sa Fun Plus, so this is perfect for him. So he can set up the smokes, as you can see right now. The Haunt just to clear out the rest of the site. Nice little lineup as well. And Fun Plus should have a relatively easy time getting into this. So I'm expecting DRX. Actually, no. I was gonna say they might save, pero with the lockdown and Rolling Thunder na meron sa stacks, they can probably actually go for the fight if they wanted to do so.
Oh, unfortunately.
Oh, bulag!
Sila dito ni Cedar, tapos nabulag pa nga siya, pero wala pa rin talaga naganap dito. Buzz going in for 3, 1 member remaining. It's all up to Artis with his operator going in for the wall bang. There's the aftershock to delay him much further. There's also the combination pa ng Gravity Well. Crossfire ang hinol sa kanila ni Buzz. What a retake indeed for DRX. Bulag na bulag sa katotohanan ditong FPX na mapapalayo sa kanila yung round na yun. Pero good usage of utilities and ultimates dito. Ang nilatag kasi kanina ng DRX, we had the lockdown. I think kinamit rin yata dito yung Rolling Thunder kaya nahirapan gumalaw kaagad dito si Buzz. Pero Bulag na bulag pala siya. Hindi pa siya napatay kaagad ni Sider.
I think it's the fault line din na tumama sa players ng DRX as to possibly why. So, the reason kung bakit, sabihin nyo, ay, bakit ang lame naman ginawa ng FPX ng Fun Plus dito, sinugod agad nila, is because ginamit na ni Ange yung kanyang Aftershock para i-clear out yung platform early on that round sa C-site. So, na-pressure yung Fun Plus para gamitin yung katawan nila para makuha yung gusto nila dun sa lockdown. Okay? Medyo maybe wrong choice of words, pero any case, medyo humahataw na dito si RB with operator shots, taking down Xiao, one of the crucial clutch players ng Fun Plus. So this is a really good takedown para sa nila. That's one less initiator for DRX to worry about. And again, a very, very prolific fragger in the form or in the position of Xiao.
So, the question remains is, kaya pa ba ng Fun Plus dito yung pagpasok nila ng mga sites? Kasi syempre, yung kailangan nila dito is yung info given to us by that hunt. Tapos opportunity pang ma-combine niya yung Cs and those paint shells for si Pan. Pero early on that round, naunahan na kaagad na naman sila dito with 2 members down. Si Pan ang sumunod na nga sa bangkay ni Xiao. We still have here the utilities will be covering up B. Wide swing na lang dito ang gagawin syempre ni Mako once makakuha siya ng info. And Mako, speaking of, alam niyang naiwan niya dito yung garage. So, in-anticipate niya nang lalabas kaagad dito sina Sider. And speaking of Sider, there is again the reaction time of Mako to immediately pick onto him. 2 rounds leading na ngayon ng DRX.
Yeah. Without yung Prowler ng Fun Plus dito, medyo hirap din sila. And I guess yung slow push na ginagawa ng Fun Plus, it might work, but this time DRX sobrang laser point ng kanilang defense. Walang cracks sa kanilang shield dito ngayon, and you can see how just well coordinated they are with checking yung mga spots na hindi na-cover na utility nila. As you can see with Mako and Stacks just clearing up every single push point na ginagawa ng Fun Plus through garage window as well as yung B-side. Pero FPX, Fun Plus, susugod na lang bigla-bigla sa garage dito. Nice catch on to Buzz. As Fun Plus slows down just a teeny-tiny bit. One on the back of the side, that's gonna be Mako. What does he have left for us? Nice use up to the smokes para lang paisa-isahin yung pag-push out dito ng FPX. Fun Plus is being decimated alongside with the Hunter's Fury. Sider in the 2 versus 1. If he picks up the spike, maybe he can actually TP to the A site. He's trying to go for it. There it is. Sider, top spike. TP onto A. Narinig niya na yung drone coming in. RB angle na naman ang kanyang op shot dito ngayon. Is he... Oh, he's marking the dash. Oh no, he doesn't have dash. Never mind. Hinintay lang nila na magkaroon ng information. Yung recon dart and the double swing secures the round para sa DRX.
Hirap din talaga kung matitira din dito si Zester. They have the info, tapos ang magiging aggressor nila dito talaga si RB. So, once na mag-combine yung kanilang mga skills dito and yung opportunity nilang makapasok for that retake, it could really be a hard time for Sider to make something about this. Pero with this replay, nakita ko na sobrang wise si Mako dito when it comes to the smoke dahil nahirapan ka agad umanap ng angulo dito ang FPX to make something happen na ma-eliminate nila kaagad si Mako from that corner. Ang usually natin nakikita dito is yung katabi ng tawag dito ng platform NC, yung smoke dito ng Astra para syempre makapag-play around the side siya dito all the way from the back para makakuha siya ng mga early game pick-offs. And with that smoke, mukhang mas nahirapan pa sila dito dahil nga hindi naman ito yung usually na ginagawa ng isang Astra.
Ooh, Mako already on the swing. Si Buzz, napakanipis ng wall na ito. Nice TP back with a shrouded step by Sider as he plays on the back of things after shock. Baka hindi na mabuhay dito si Artist ngayon. Oh, that is an absolutely perfect use of the Rolling Thunder. Matitira na lang si Xiao. Pero si Xiao, ang magaling makapag-clutch. Mahahanap pa siya ng drone. Nakatago lang siya sa corner. Pero hindi siya nakita dito ni Zest. This could be absolutely terrible para sa DRX. Timing from Xiao is absolutely perfect. Bulag ang drone, mga kaibigan, as that is going to be a clutch para sa Fun Plus, securing their last round into the first half, 7-5.
Very sus! Very sus si Showdown. Here we have the replay kung saan nagpistula siyang wall ni Astra. Nakadikit lang doon sa platform para hindi siya i-check in into that corner ng Aldron. At yun na nga yung nangyari, hindi siya napansin, hindi siya inanap. At that was really such a crucial round for them to secure dahil dito sa half na ito or doon sa half na yun na kailangan nilang maipanalo yung 7-5 para makuha nila itong pistol round if ever na kaya nila dito makuha pa yung momentum na pwedeng mag-shift pa all the way in their favor. Pero it was really just a good round. Pag naiwan na si Xiao dito na mag-isa, asahan na natin na ang laki ng probability din dito makapagbigay ng mga clutch rounds against the players of VRX.
Alright, we're gonna throw it naman muna sa panel para mapagbigay ng konting break sa amin ni HG. Guys, see you in a bit.
Tournament today we mentioned could be that spear for DRX's RB, and he's having a great game.
It's probably also helps that FPX are enabling him by running into his operator round after round after round. Not to say that RB couldn't find those opportunities himself, but he was just being able to farm FPX over on the A side constantly. And it was something that, interestingly enough, FPX, it took them about 5 to 9 rounds there to really capitalize on what it was that they were doing wrong and how they could avoid his op or conversely target it. Look at this. This is round 6 here. Obviously, he knows he can avoid and gets the kill. Okay, I thought Angel would learn from this. Turns out, after this round, he didn't learn from it. And he goes again. The man thinks he can dodge an operator from RB.
The funny thing is, on that first clip that you were just talking about, after he drops the cloudburst, he updrafts over it to take another peek into the angle. He doesn't take the safe way out and just walks behind it and think he's going to be okay. He's clearly feeling it. He's challenging things that you don't normally see him challenge, and he's already dangerously flirting with how many kills he's had on a map on the international stage already.
Do you know why I think he did that? Was because his job on that side of the map on A long is to hold it and be aware if anyone crosses. That's his entire job there, and if he can get kills on top of it, even better. So if he knows his job and he's enacting it no matter what, that shows me that DRX are following their fundamentals to a T.
Well, the good thing for FPX is that they're very much still in this. Xiao is very much also doing a lot of the heavy lifting.
And a lot of things have just kind of gone their way.
Yeah.
Right? You think about the drone at the very last round, right? Like, sometimes things just land your way, and I think that's what's had FPX in this place. Yeah, Xiao has also been Xiao, which certainly helps, but when you have little things like that crumbling your way, it certainly helps.
I don't think FPX want to be winning rounds off of Xiao 1vXing time and time again. That's not confident. That doesn't instill confidence in me, so we got to have a better second half from them.
Well, that was a crazy first half. Surely, Mitch and Tom, things don't get crazier from here, right?
Well, to be honest...
And here we are. Nagbabalik na tayo, guys. Mabilis ang usapan na ng panel. Alam mo yung tipo na nagsabi sila, Xiao, sheesh. Grabe. Alam mo, mahilig din ako sa... mahilig din ako sa Xiao. Sa Xiao. Ay, Xiao pa pala yun. Sorry. Okay.
Oh no. Starting off this round though, walang makakapag-connect ng kanyang headhunter, but that is the go signal for them to fully rush into the side. RB with his dash, Ardis naman dito with his opportunity na nakakumukas kasi dito is a player from DRX and they were unable to get even inside of the side, not even stepping into one member from the side of FPX. Pero buti na lang dito si Mako, at the very least nakaisa siya, pero potentially he can go in for 2 and he will. Very low on HP, nagkabatuhan na nga dito kaagad ng mga pain shells. That was a very quick round na sinecure na naman dito kaagad ng FPX. The momentum might really shift in their favor.
Kind of weird na nangyari sa Fun Plus doon. Just consecutive kills lang all throughout. Na-expect ko sana na magiging clean take for DRX pushing into the A side because they were using so much utility just to commit to Sewer as well as A long, pero somehow HG Fun Plus managed to hit all of these shots. The threat level talaga na pinapakita ng headhunter ni Chamber on pistol rounds. You can really see that just imbue this round as of the moment. That last round actually smoke para lang makatago ng onti si Cider, but RB hanap na harap siya sa gitna, sa likuran, and oh my goodness, hitting every single shot. Very quick shotgun plays dito coming in from DRX. RB shoot through the smoke. Kahit hindi makakita, makakahanap pa rin siya. And now, Xiao and Zipa na lang ang matitira ngayon. But in this 3 versus 2 fight, they do have the weapons advantage. Still a little bit more of utility still clearing up dito ngayon. Prowler, Boombot, everything available para sa retake ng Fun Plus as Zipan and teammates coming in. RB being cleared out, forced to actually use that dash para lang hindi siya mahuli ngayon. Aftershock to delay things even further. Very low na si Xiao. Still hits the shot and Xiao. Siya talaga ang ating hero savior para sa Fun Plus. Stacks. Napakahirap na makapag-peek dito. And ito na, ang bodyguard. Pero good shots. Makakapagbalik mo siya, pero Zipan!
Buti na half!
Na-half niya. Ay! 3 seconds. Okay pa. Good. We're good.
Oh my gosh, that was really such an overwhelming round na naman na binigay ng DRX. Why? Dahil sobrang iba yung binigay nilang tempo ngayon in this half compared sa mga ginagawa kanina, syempre, ng players from Fun Plus is yung mga slows at nagbe-burn down sila ng mga time dito ng oras para makapasok ng site is really just another reason kung bakit sila nahihirapan dito ngayon sa mga nagiging engagements na ginagawa ng DRX. But on the other hand, what just happened here for FAX is napanalo naman nila dito yung retake down to a very good numbers advantage dito ang DRX. Pero ang nangyari lang din is yung composure lang din dito ni FAX para maisabay-sabay na nga dito yung mga kailangan nilang i-secure na pick-offs. And now, since they have enough buys, mukhang mag-iingat na lang din muna sila Azuray. Hindi sila nagbabasa-basa to get an info, especially na yung spike natin ay magmumula pa ng silong.
Actually, still, yeah, as you mentioned, medyo nag-iingat-ingat ang Fun Plus dito since they're actually on the tail end of a week buy, technically. I think nagano sila. This is ideally yung bonus round ng Fun Plus, even though they did win that last round. DRX naman, you're gonna go for what looks like to be a straight hit on the C site. Yun na, spot na sila ng Cider. There's going to be the dash out from RB. Tries to go and check everything. Another flash para lang ma-clear out yung backside. Good timing para kay RB dito. Actually backs away. Cloudburst keeps him safe as Cider may ipit, magigipit. Pero Zest still hits the shot. Or gets hit by the shot of Cider, excuse me. And Xiao na lang and Zipan will remain. Ito na naman ang dynamic duo ng Fun Plus. Zipan, timing is going to be crucial, is going to be key, and somehow Xiao hits the shot with the Sheriff. 2 versus 2. Ipit sa gipit. Sa center ng site, si Stacks at si Mako. Kailangan nilang bumalik to onti dito ngayon. They only really do have just their weapons, just their guns, no more utilities in hand. Mangiipit na sila. Nice use onto the gravity well. Pero Xiao, what a shot. Stacks na lang ang matitira. He does have yung fault line niya. He'll use the Rolling Thunder agad just for the safety. So much respect against Xiao. Pero I think may timing pa din si Xiao. Nakapag-ano pa siya, nakapag-ankle breaker pa siya, nakapunta pa siya sa gilid dito ngayon. He knows where his opponent is. He has to have the spike. And Stacks, kailangan mo sumugod. The timing is going to be crucial. Pero Xiao hits the shot again! Is there enough time dito, HG? Meron 0.8 seconds. Kanina 3, ngayon 0.8. Clutch ng clutch. Si Xiao talaga ang tagabuhat ng Fun Plus Phoenix.
Guys, you gotta take down Xiao, especially on the crucial rounds. Oh my gosh, that was such a really costly round. Expensive para sa side na ngayon ng TRX. Nagabang na nga tayo dito ng pagkakataon na mapatay na si Xiao ni Lamako dito all the way from that corner. But unfortunately for this guy, Stacks, alam kasi ni Xiao kung saan siya manggagaling. Look at this guy. Just really getting his opportunity to have that highlight 1 round lead for this game, for this map. At napunish na nila ngayon ng DRX. Azuray, they are down to Sheriff. At mukhang hawak sa patalim na lang talaga dito si RB dahil naghahunt na siya ng sino man na pwede niya mapatay dito and he will be able to get one. Nightfall will be engaged. Kasama na dito yung mga crawlers, mga alaga dito ni Fade. But unfortunately, this is down to a 4v5.
Walang solid utility or solid wall na pwedeng gamitin ng Fun Plus para i-deter yung or pasimulan yung pag-retake nila ng site dito ngayon. Ang magagawa na lang nila is yan. Smoke cover, defuse agad yung spike, try to force out yung pop shots na gagawin ng DRX. Ayan na sila, nag-peek out na sila. They've already gotten onto Zipan. They've gotten yung defender dead. Pero Ardis is popping off. HG, 3 kills already. He has to go all the way around. Pero on the side itself, si Stacks ay naglalaro pa rin. There's a delay factor. He might be able to get the ace against Stacks, but he's not gonna have any more time. Pero Thrifty comes out from DRX, able to just bam! Hit the site very quickly and actually clutch out the round.
Oh my gosh. I am really all over my seat right now sa mga napapakita ngayon ng FPX. Napakaganda na matchup na ito. Especially, may factors ngang nakaka-overwhelm ang DRX, pero may factors rin naman dito talagang mechanically skilled dito ang Fun Plus to get their rounds quickly all over the place against the side of DRX. We are down to Sheriffs once again for Fun Plus. 8-8 ang ating scoreline. Mukhang pahirapan na naman ito makakuha ng mga pick-outs, pero talagang magiging sagot lang dito. Once na mamatay at mawala na si Xiao sa mapa, it will be easy enough for DRX, I think, para ma-secure na nga yung mga rounds nila, ma-secure yung placing nila dito in this game. Dahil syempre, na parang neck to neck, talagang hindi na parang neck to neck na talaga ang battle ngayon ng FEX and ng DRX.
Nakita mo yung clutch kanina ni Xiao, ice in his veins. Hindi man lang siya nagbigay ng kahit anong klaseng reaction sa ginawa niya. Alam niya na clutch niya. Alam niya na nanalo yung round. FPX, Fun Plus, na sila. Nag-celebrate na lahat-lahat. Si Xiao, wala lang. Nakatingin lang siya. Normal day on the job. Palagi niyang ginagawa yun. Sana all, Xiao. Anyways, Xiao na all. Okay. Fun Plus Phoenix na ang... Okay, we'll see how this goes. Buzz setting up yung kanya Nano Swarm. I think is going to be able to hit yung logs. RB. As that smoke dissipates, Ardes mahuhuli yung ulo niya, pero hindi! Forced actually to TP out! Although RB has to go for the reload. Unfortunately, HG, nagkamali sila ng onti dito and nagpakita na ang tunay na tagabuhat si Xiao. 3K has already been bagged by Fun Plus. But with DRX still having the spike in their hands, Stacks, he has to go for B. He cannot go for A. He has to plant the spike on the B site. 4 versus 2 ngayon. Ipet si Stacks does not have any more utility. Mako, pwede pa siya mag-lurk dito. If he can get Xiao, this is absolutely perfect. He sees the head. He sees the barrel. Tamang-tama. Now, Fun Plus, kailangan mo na lang mag-isip. Nasaan ang kanilang kalaban? Mako, if he really wants to commit to it, he can actually use yung Cosmic Divide to help things out. And not wait, or he has to wait for a little bit more. 3 versus 1 na lang. Stacks gets cleared out by Cider, and unfortunately, nagkamali. RB has lost bullets. Wala na siyang pangkagat sa likod ng site, and that was what really started yung downfall on DRX around na to.
Dagdagan mo pa kasi talaga yung holds na ginawa nila dito. Fast reaction ang mga ginawa dito ng players from the side of FPX. They were able to respond on time. They were able to pick onto the players naman dito ng DRX dahil alam nilang hindi na sila magdadalawang isip na pumasok ng site. Narinig na nila yung mga satchels or rather yung pag-dash in dito ni RB, and really just unfortunate lang dito for Ardes naman na ma-miss out yung mga shots niya against RB. But with that being said, that gave an opportunity naman dito for Fun Plus para mabulaga nila ang DRX na eto na kami, magre-retake na kami kahit hindi pa kayo nakakapag-plant end ng spike. So that is really just a good call for the timeout. DRX, mukhang lugi sila ng isang round laban sa FEX.
Simula na yung downfall nila eh. DRX, they're all about yung set plays. We love it. Maganda siya. It's clean. Pero Fun Plus Phoenix, kitang-kita mo, HG, napakabilis nilang makapag-adapt sa pushes ng DRX dito. And Fun Plus Phoenix is making it so difficult. Ano mangyayari ngayon para sa DRX? Kasi na-force sila na i-try lahat ng bagay. And even if they survive, even if they still have the spike, ang problema is they really have nothing else left to really use against Fun Plus when that happens. And Fun Plus, I think, pound for pound, it feels like sila ang mas malakas ang tutok ngayon. You can see that especially with Xiao. That being said though, RB, 22 kills alongside Xiao, but you have to also note dito, HG, na RB's majority of his kills come from operator shots during the first half when they were on the defender side. Compared kay Xiao, na majority ng kills niya have all been multi-kills that lead into clutch rounds para sa Fun Plus.
Yeah, really is a big factor kung ano yung mga nabibigay nilang role, yung mga nabibigay nilang opportunity dito for their team to secure in their rounds. Nakikita ko nga dito sa numbers nila sa win rate nila dito when it comes to Haven is halos magkadikit lang din talaga. We see here such an edge for the side of Fun Plus, pero syempre kasi it's all about the experience na naipon na ng FPX throughout the scene na inikot na nila dito against every team and every player na nakilala nila in VCT. But now, Shadows na lang din ang mapaninindigan ngayon ng DRX. The question is, will they be playing it slow? Dahil nagkakaulanan na naman dito ng combined utilities with Dead Seas, Faint Shells, Prowlers na naman para makakuha ng info. Pero ang makakatagpo lang din naman sa kanila dito is yung Boombot. So, slow plays ang magiging sagot na lang dito talaga ng DRX.
Yeah, maybe just yung onting chill galaw lang ang kailangan nilang gawin dito. Zipan? Oh! It could have gone to either of two ways, right? Maboop yung kalaban or maboop siya para maka-back siya into cover. Unfortunately, none of those will work. Xiao, alam niyo pang may kalaban siya dito sa harapan niya. Stacks is incredibly low. Flashed out by the counterpart. Solid ng defense nila. And unfortunately, DRX wala silang mahanap na kahit ano. Nag-try sila mag-pinch, nag-try sila mag-overwhelm. Pero napaka-solid ng defense ngayon ng FunPlus. Even if one falls down, 2 more will pop out in its place. Ika nga pa, maala-hydra ngayon ang FunPlus Phoenix. Mako only to remain, but he does have the Phantom. The timing is going to be good. If he can find Xiao before the swing comes out from Cider, there is a very good opportunity to force a 1 versus 1. Pero hindi mangyayari ito. 4 bullets left into the chamber. He also had to reload even if he got the kill onto Xiao. So I don't know how he's going to go against a chasing Cider. In any case, 10 to 8 na ang FPX.
Yeah. Grabe. Even though that it could have been a good start for DRX dahil nakakuha sila ng magandang pick-off. Sabi mo nga na overwhelm. Trinay nilang i-overwhelm dito ang FPX with Juster, Francis, RB getting in onto 1. Pero kasi yung response na ginawa dito ni Ange, he was able to assist Xiao inside of the site with just his fault lines. Dagdagan mo pa ng mga blinds dito hindi nakapag-react on time ang DRX para makapag-reposition, makakuha ng magandang adjustments. But now, they have the buys. They were down to an eco round kanina. They might have potentially the opportunity naman na may habol itong mga rounds na ito against FunPlus. But the question is, hanggang kailan silang magsislow play dito? Dahil unti-unti na rin silang kinakain dito, especially ng space na pwedeng kapangan ngayon ng FPX.
Probably the first time makikita natin na Zipan actually pushed up way deep onto A main. Look at the smoke. That's actually a smoke from Mako dito. HG. So they have an idea that Zipan's there, pero Zipan still clears it out. A shot alongside Xiao clears up most of the players ngayon on DRX, and FunPlus still have the advantage in terms of the numbers. Stacks and Zest have actually taken damage. The wall for a little bit of guesswork para sa FunPlus. Ultimate use para lang for safety just in case it was a valiant effort to push onto the A site. But again, there's an operator in the hands of Artis. He's waiting for it. Wala na siyang TP, pero all he can really do is go for the delay tactics. Recon Dart will actually flush him out. Kitang-kita siya sa likod, but Cider, hindi na alam ng DRX yung gagawin nila dito ngayon. Mako, embraced by the swing of the operator shot ni Artis ngayon. And FunPlus Phoenix, sila na ang bumabawi. They've stopped to a grinding halt ang consecutive rounds ng DRX, and they are not showing any signs of slowing down HG.
Na-mention mo nga dito na wala siyang rendezvous out to completely survive from any kind of casualty dito ng bibigay sa kanya dito ng DRX. But he instead anticipated kung ano yung biglang mag-wide swing sa kanya. Alam natin na yun lang yung pwede niyang i-hold na angle. So, why not i-commit mo na lang ito further, and why not ibigay mo na lang din yung best mo makakuha kaagad ng mga pick-offs doon. And he was able to, even though na meron siyang operator, I really thought that it will be hard for him para makakuha ng mga pick-offs. Kasi syempre nagro-rush na yung players ng TRX against him. But in this round, ang dami na naman magiging problema dito ng TRX Azurai. We have the aftershock artist with that operator. We also have here the Nightfall. And they are immediately down to 2 remaining members and their name.
Kahit may lineups dito ang FunPlus, ang problema is hindi nakapag-delay ng 3 players nila. There's still time. There is so much time for FunPlus to actually defuse this spike. Yeah, sobrang aga pa. Dalawang Nano Swarm, isang Hunter's Fury. If may Shock Dart pa siguro na lineup dito si Zest, possible. Pero again, yeah, not gonna happen. Stacks, Mako, and RB, sila dapat yung makakapag-delay even just like 10-20 seconds. That would have been perfect. Pero it was too much to ask para sa DRX ngayon. And Fun Plus, grabe. Walang katakas-takas. Alam na nagplant ng spike. Binagsak nila lahat ng pwedeng ibagsak. What was it? Yung Nightfall, pati yung Aftershock really sealed the fate ng players ng DRX na nasa site itself.
Someone really gotta stop Xiao. When it comes to the popping of potentials, talagang siya yung umiipon, umaako talaga ng kanyang pagbubuhat dito ngayon against FPX. Or rather, DRX. And speaking of this team, they are down to their last option na makapag-rush na muli. We see here the operator on the hands of Ardis, but that smoke though, creating so much space dito for DRX to conquer in a long. Will it be a good one though? Kasi syempre may ma-hold pa rin naman sila dito. Magkakaroon pa rin sila ng magandang advantage. Ardis! Collateral damage against two members from DRX! This immediately makes sense now para ma-conclude na natin itong game na ito. Going all in favor of the FPX, but the showstopper will be getting in such a banger against DRX for this game. Number 1, series number 1, a leading point and leading game. Nakaagad ang mapupunta dito for Fun Plus.
Grabe. Alam mo yung tipo na pag nakita mo yung DRX, alam mo na meron silang momentum sa first game na ito. Pero somehow, si Xiao sobrang solid ng clutch plays niya na I think pumunta na lang sa point na DRX just could not really do anything against Xiao himself. RB, gotta say, solid performance all throughout this entire first game, but the big problem was hindi niya kayang matalo ang Fun Plus Phoenix Terror na si Xiao. Xiao na all nga. Grabe, look at those shots. Just absolutely beautiful. Tapos tingnan mo, walang ka-emosyon. Fist bump lang sa kaibigan dito. Fist bump lang sa kaibigan doon. The savior of Fun Plus.
Kaliwakanan lang ng kanyang reaction Just really goes to show that he is confident enough with his team dahil alam niya may aalalay naman sa kanya dito. Even though nawala sila physically, they even have their utilities. Kanina, yung mga blinds lang na binibigay dito ni Ange. There's also the follow-up naman dito na binibigay ng kanilang chamber and also having our Omen pagdating naman sa mga smokes na kailangan silang isupport nga into the back lines. But that is just really such an overwhelming explosive game number 1 in Haven.
Napaka-explosive nga noon. And expect mo parang tapos na yung series agad kasi sobrang explosive nung nakita nating first game. But tamang-tama ka nga. It's only just the first match that we have just seen. Coming up next is going to be Fracture. I don't know how this is gonna be turning out para sa FPX, kung gaano kaganda ang kanilang performance output doon. But we'll see na lang later on, guys. Anyways, paano na lang muna for now. And me and HG will take a break for a bit. So, see you guys in the gym.
Noises, I cannot fit in the noises. Stop it, quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it, you cannot stop it.
making that feeling obnoxious. Stop it, stop it. Quitting was never an option. Exhausted, exhausted. This passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
FPX, they continue their win streak here and also the domination of EMEA teams. I'm Yingsu and I'm back on the desk with Jess and Doug. I'm just going to go straight into it and say Shao.
Sorry, I can hear the grin when you say EMEA domination. Like, if it was radio, you could hear the grin across the enthusiasm.
Shao, my boy, doing his thing. I can't be happier than I am now.
The Shao Show?
Shao Show,
Is that what we're labeling it now? Because I'm happy to commit to that being the hashtag of the Shao Show from now on.
It's good. And I mean, it's not like inaccurate.
No.
The dude popped off. Right, like he had an
unreal.
exceptional performance.
I think I got here, he had like 110 econ rating. He had 2 2Ks, 4 3Ks, 2 4Ks, multiple of them coming across as 2 1v1s, 2 1v2s. I've almost never read out a stat where it's just gone from left to right and had numbers filling up my entire stat page.
The interesting thing is we talk about the Fade raise, and usually it's the raise that pops off because Fade is the initiator here. But Shao, he can do it all. He can entry, it seems. He's a great support in clutch situations. Doug, you can never count him out. And I mean, he was just all-round incredible on this map. There was nothing bad I could say about him.
Yeah, Fade was clearly the duelist in this situation. In even this 1v2, man, like Stax probably could have swung half a second later to really remove the possibility of him getting it to half and then doubling down, assuming he got the win. But either way, like Shao played that so perfectly, so many key moments to get them those wins. I think the guys on the desk said that he single-handedly won them, what, 4, 5 rounds?
Yeah.
That's just nutty.
Yeah, I don't know what I would have thought if it would have gone some other way. Like, if they could just capitalize on him not taking those pockets of time and those moments for him to make those advantages, what happens to DRX? Do they pick up those rounds? Do they not? All of these what-ifs we could have thrown on it. At the end of the day, FPX is the better team on DRX's map pick. That's the big thing about it, is that is DRX's map pick. That was their, let's start to build the foundation on this matchup.
Yeah, and the other side of this, though, that was actually RB's best ever international performance. As you guys can see, the second best he's ever had in terms of ACS was against NIP here at Masters Reykjavik this year. So yeah, Doug, usually when RB is popping up, they actually win all their matches, so this is a bit of an anomaly.
The problem is he doesn't pop off very often on the international stage. Of 46 maps that he's played on the international stage, he's had more than 20 kills 4 times, including the map we just saw. Right, so yeah, he did well historically. This tournament compared to how he has performed in the past, he's playing better, right? And I think that is a key to DRX's success. RB needs to deliver more of that. You cannot continue that trend.
Yeah, well, one person who's been delivering today over and over again is Shao. Here he is in the Verizon high-speed moment. Let's revisit this 1v2. Shao doesn't lose these, Jess. We've seen him win 1v3, 1v4s, and sometimes even 1v5s in EMEA.
The worst part about it is that I turned around and one of you said, "Oh, don't worry, it's Shao." And I went, and I went, "You're kidding me." Of course you were just going to speak it into existence, and the script just gets rewritten again. It's nice because FPX can sit there and go, we do have that clutch master waiting in the wings. Of course, he was also able to get some great entries. But again, I said this in the first half for FPX, if they're winning based off of clutches and everything like that, that doesn't instill confidence in me that the whole team is well-rounded, not just now, into the future of the tournament as well, into the very next map if you want to short-term it as well.
Well, I do think, though, as much as we talk about stats and what have you, there is the element of intangibles that I think has a notable impact on confidence and how aggressively you take things. Just that little micro play of the drone missing him swinging into that 1v2 and clutching it out, that does so much for your player's confidence. You carry that into the second half. You continue to pop off. It's those things that you don't see on stats, but do make a notable difference on how the map plays out.
Or DRX, they're down, but they're not out. Certainly not yet. Let's take a look at Stax right now in the AIM Lab shoot-around as he preps for the next map. Of course, big personality coming into this, someone that we all look up to, especially when it comes to selling the meta. Again, DRX, it's not like they played badly, it's just FPX kind of outperformed them. But moving on to Fracture here, Jess, what would you like to see them do differently?
I just want to see them be a little bit more crisper with their fundamentals. There were just little pockets of areas that they didn't necessarily have the trades I like to watch DRX perform. They're almost clinical with it. It's almost too clean sometimes. And that's the thing I felt was lacking, is there was a couple of times they got taken advantage of, and then they didn't manage to get the trades in that were proceeding after, and that's uncharacteristic of DRX.
I do think, though, they had a game plan going into that match, and I think that needs to continue. They were not passive in how they approached the map. They did not sit back and wait to see what FPX would do and then decide around it. They had plays that they wanted to run. They executed those, maybe not perfectly every time, but their intent was very clear in they wanted to try to make FPX uncomfortable. I think about the first half and the multiple rounds in which they pushed 3 down mid to try to catch a pinch. They need to continue that.
Well, we're into the Prime Gaming Agent Select here. We spoke about how much RB needs to step up. He's probably going to play the Neon here.
Yeah.
So if he does log that in, he has to have a lights out performance. There it is. On the other side, Cider is slotting into that Viper for Sugetsu.
We've seen that before, and I'm sure that's something he'll be able to absolutely replicate on this map. The Fade combo as well. This is where we'll be able to see a little bit of Fade diff between Zest and Xiao, and then Zippin, the man that we just can't keep out of our mouths when we talk about the Rays recently. He's been having a lights out as well, and I think that's an opportunity for Buzz to come onto the chamber, shut it down where he can, because this is the map where it's an opportunity to do that.
I do really like Breach in combination with Neon, particularly on Fracture, and I think that's something that could potentially add a little bit extra oomph to it that's kind of lacking here. I'll be very curious to see how it plays out with Fade. Again, they have to unlock RB here on this Neon.
Yeah, they do indeed. And playoffs is still on the line for both of these teams. DRX, they need a win here pretty desperately. Mitch and Tom, take us through map 2.
At yun na naman, nagbabalik na tayo guys sa ating Tagalog broadcast ng Masters 2. Ako pala si Yasser, kasama ko po yun si Honey Glaze. And game number 2 is about to go underway between Fun plus Phoenix and DRX. And nakita mo naman HG, dun sa compositions na pinakita, pinick up ng mga teams natin, very, very different. Para sa Fun Plus, it is going to be that double controller. While sa DRX, ang ating pinaka standard na Neon whatever pick sa Fracture.
Oh, speaking of Neon, you were just talking about this guy. Unfortunately for him, he won't be surviving any further. Dahil nabaluhan na kaagad siya, inaabangan siya ng FPX. Alam nila ang gagawin ngayon ng DRX. Down to 2 members agad. Players all the way from Korea, but they will still be able to plant in the spike. But the question remains is paano sila makakapag-survive dito sa retake na gagawin dito ng EMEA. Since we have here the start for Artist goes in for 1. Mako naman dito to deny that retake. We have your Xiao na lang din na natitira, pero syempre we also have here the swing na gagawin na ngayon naman ni Ange to make it for them 1 around the lead once again. It will be really unfortunate for DRX dahil naputol ka agad yung pag-rush capabilities nila kanina.
Yeah, I really liked yung... Or I would have wanted to see sana yung POV ni Xiao specifically because he was hitting a lot of shots nung nag-retake na yung Fun Plus dito ngayon. Artist, kagaya na sabi mo, alam na alam yung gagawin na rush plays ng DRX and that's a huge, huge blow para sa nila. That being said though, DRX naman, they're gonna go for the force buy. Spectre's all abound. As much utility as they can spare, pero half shield Spectre ang magiging name of the game para sa kanila. Artist will be on the swing once again, and it seems like DRX set place na naman tayo dito. Cider's been flashed out. Artist actually has a boosted up angle, so baka mahuli niya dito ngayon. Si RB coming right into the site. Hindi. So much smokes being thrown out by Mako, kaya nahirapan dito si Artist actually find an angle, find a clear shot. And DRX, if they can force a 5 versus 5 dito ngayon, as they do have the Spectres, this could be a really good round para sa DRX.
Maulan na ng mga utilities ngayon, Natalia na kaagad si Stax. Very unfortunate though dahil wala na siyang ibang nagawa dito kundi makapag-plant lang. No utilities, giving so much value for this team para sa nilang hindi makapag-retake kaagad dito ang FPX. They're down to another member. That is a chamber dip na ginawa ngayon ni Artist. That is a good swing naman for this guy, but unfortunately he was quickly traded off. Siba naman dito mabubulugan, mahe-hello niya kaagad. Greeting all the way from the back, it says it's all up to Mako to deny this further engages, but unfortunately it is very hard to make sure na makakapag-clutch pa siya sa round na yun dahil it was a 1v4 situation. Sayang yun, Azuray, dahil nagpwesta sila ng mga Spectres dito.
And you already know, pag nag-force ka ng buy in that particular type of round, yeah, basically like this, kung nakita mo sa DRX, wala silang ka weapon na magagamit coming into next. Although, I will say though, dahil sa loss bonus na nagbe-build up over the loss of your rounds, it's starting from 1,400 plus 500 plus 500, you can go for upgraded pistols and a lot of utility. Tapos even if you lose that or win that, next round, you'll still be merited yung full buy with guns and full utility then. So, I like the force buy from DRX. It does create that threat level, and that would force Isana kung makakuha sila na win for FPX to lose 2 rounds in a row in terms of economy per se. Now looking into this Namuna, DRX I think still has a really good chance at this if they can hit some of these sheriff shots. Kita mo ngayon, Cider is just gonna back away for the moment. He does have this utility, pero wala siyang katulong-tulong sa site itself. And RB, nakapag-sneak by na siya. What a shot from Buzz to start things off against Artist. Cider! Yep, yan ang kasi sabi natin. Able to isolate the fight. This is really solid. And what's good about this is DRX actually picks up all of the drop weapons ni both Cider and si Artist.
Very well needed. Free upgrades dito para sa kanilang mga hawak ngayon. But unfortunately, caught by timing. Kuya Mashao will be falling into their hands by the frenzies. Ange na lang dito ang natitira. Yes, a Vandal, yes. Pero ang hirap pa rin naman ito. Parang siyang nasa mga paa kanina ni Mako to try and clutch this up. Pero I think mas magandang decision to na makapag-save na lang siya since para masabay niya rin ng mga buys dito yung kanyang mga tropa. FPX still has a lot of eco in their hands. DRX naman dito, buti na lang din at nakuha nila itong round na to. They have free guns, free upgrades. So at the very least, I can say na may ilang pang rounds silang pwedeng i-sustain dito against the players from FPX. Pero kabahan na FPX dito kung sakali mang makakuha na din ng momentum ang Korean boys natin dito pagdating sa attacking phase sila.
Grabe, napaka-low risk pala maglaro ng DRX, no? Lahat sila. Puro low risk, mga try-stretch screen. Oh guys, alam ko. Compared sa ibang games, hindi true stretch ang Valorant. Kalma lang kayo, pero sabi ko lang. Stretch pa rin ang paglaro nila. Anyways. Solid ang attack na ng DRX. Very slow style of play. What was kind of interesting, HG, about that was Fun Plus. Nasan yung tulong ni Cider? Wala siyang kasama eh. Lahat parang nasa A site or something. I don't know kung overread ng Fun Plus ang situation. Any case, DRX, yan na, ginagamit na nila ang speed at which RB can go, boom, zoom, zoom. That's going to be the takedown onto Ange. Plant on the spike and ganda agad ng spread ng post-plant ngayon ng Fun Plus or rather ng DRX. Fun Plus will have to fight tooth and nail for this. They still do have the smokes of Cider, which is good for the retake. And this could isolate the fights that they're looking for. But they have to worry that RB is still na nasa tower pa rin dito ngayon. Zipan, that paint shell will not clear out anything. And they're coming right in. Cider's able to get close and personal. Xiao holding the angle. This actually could be workable para sa Fun Plus Phoenix. As now the two players ng DRX are actually on B main. Orbital strike to delay things further. Artist misses the shot, but good hit for the collateral. One more na lang si Cider ngayon. But as you can see, the lineup on the utility, wala ng tao. Mako, Mamba out. Hindi, kakainin sila. But you know what? May pera ang DRX. They won the round. That's more than enough.
Oh my gosh. Nailbiter series ang mga nasi-secure na naman dito ng DRX against them. We saw earlier their entries na medyo shaky pero at least nakakuha naman sila ng magandang opening dito para makakuha ng kill. Very unfortunate lang dito kay Xiao, no? He can have his composure pero kasi pababa siya ng platform, pababa siya ng stairs dito. So, hindi mo kaagad ma-reallocate yung crosshair mo to get those pick-offs against the players from DRX. Dahil syempre, Spectre lang din ang hawak dito ng mga natitira pang members na nabuhay from FPX. And speaking of them, we only see here 2 players of which meron silang rifle. Sheriffs lang dito for another Artist though. He wants to play in close. Dahil yun ang ginagawa dito, ultimo ng players kaagad ng DRX na dediretso inside of the site, completely dominate in tower. Tapos ito ang gugustuhin ngayon ni Artist na dire-diretso yun siya ni RB. Pero yun ba ang gagawin ng DRX?
slow but steady muna tayo para sa moment na ito. I think they're still trying to figure out, or they're still trying to see then if FunPlus might try to get yung map control elsewhere on the map. Ooh, that's a solid break from Stacks. Di nakapag-set up ng kahit ano si Ange dito, and the judge, kahit man stun si RB, wala man lang ginawa against sa kanya. Switching up to the judge. If anybody tries to play that close angle, hit by a lot of pellets, mind you, FunPlus, nahihirapan na sila on the defense on the B side. As DRX, napakabilis, napakalinis ng pag-take nila ng site dito ngayon. With the weaker buys, nothing really to save up. Maybe they can hit a couple of shots. Xiao, ang galing niya ng Haven, pero is Fracture his baby? Now, pag-usapan nila kanina, HG, both teams have actually really good statistics on Fracture overall. It's just that FunPlus, mas madami ang games na nanalo nila compared sa DRX, but hindi nagmumukhang ganyan to what we're seeing with how DRX is performing as of the moment.
Kaya nga parang nawalan sila kaagad ng momentum dito. Nawalan kaagad sila ng firepower dito. Masabayan. Or even, ma-counter kaagad nila dito ang DRX pagdating sa mga nagiging rushes sila. Yes, they are rushing into the side, pero ang magiging sagot nga ba talaga dito is retake or immediately hold into someone. Kasi nga kahit mag-hold sila dito, hindi talaga nagiging pabor pa dahil alam ng DRX kung saan sila aabangan. So, I think I really need to see more for FPX or FunPlus na mapanalo yung round na ito for the retake, na ibigay na lang muna nila yung side dito dahil wala silang kalaban-laban dito. Kung biglaan na naman siyang takbuhin dito ni RB, there's also the follow-up ang ibibigay dito ni Stack to make sure na suppress na siya dito na not use his rendezvous out of casualty. And speaking of casualty, si Xiao dito ang natitira in that corner. Sneaky enough to survive. No one spots him. Pero nandito naman yung first contact na kukuhanin ngayon na si Pan. He won't able to get N1 though. But unfortunately, agad-agad na tumamba na lang kaagad dito. Players from FPX down to 3 members na lang na natitira.
Save must be done. Timing. Woof! Ganda ng ano ni Mako doon. Parang basang-basa niya mag-pick out na si Cider. Artist with the operator. More so than not, tago na lang talaga itong weapon na ito. Pero Mako, naglalakad na papanik ng B main. The timing is gonna be very crucial para kay Artist dito ngayon. Spots it out. That's still down flick. And it's a fight for his life as the rest of DRX, alam mo na, ha-hunting in ng todo-todo si Artist. His TPs is way out into the open. And Zesty knows. Ooh, he keeps it though. Onti pa, 2 versus 1! Still hits the shot and backs up onto underground. And, well, fortunately, Artist keeps the operator in hand, but not the rounds para sa FunPlus.
Oh man, good thing na hindi siya nagpipabalik dito sa loob ng site. Dahil syempre, he needs to know and he needs to be aware of where na nanggaling dito ang players from the side of RDX or DXR. But we see here so much rushes talaga pumapabor na ngayon in this map for the Korean boys. Kaya siguro nahihirapan talaga dito makahinga ng maluwagang FPX. FunPlus, they have been really such a complacent game. They really have a complacent game pagdating ng Haven kanina. Pero what is happening right now? Kahit nga si Xiao nawawalan ka agad ng firepower dito, hindi na, parang naubos yung naging lakas niya from game number 1. And the series naman ngayon, it's just DRX talagang dire-diretso lang sila sa loob ng site. So once na may makita sila ngayon ni player dito na nag-hold, hindi na nila kaagad papaligtasin. There's the conquest to have those follow-ups. And the smokes pang sobrang laking bagay. Dahil we have Mako already in the other side na kahit tatlong smokes lang yun, they have already the postman positions.
I will say, HG, na compared sa Haven, and yung pinaka-most basic na nakikita ko dito, mas maganda na ang executions ng DRX. Nakita natin kanina sa Haven, maganda na executions nila, pero hirap sila na mag-transition out against dun sa punish game ng FunPlus Phoenix. But that being said, walang punish game dito ang FPX eh. It's always been catch-off against DRX, diba? Para sa FunPlus. So a change of style is, or a change of approach is very much needed para sa FunPlus Phoenix. Nakikita mo na they've called the timeout already, so they are trying to address that particular factor. But is it still going to be enough na, again, sobrang bilis ni RB na mag-push in. Sobrang aggressive niya. Nilabas niya na ang kanyang electric fingers and zap, zap. Walang katigil-tigil. RB survives with 7 HP. And I mean, it is a save round para sa Fun Plus. Artist was kind of hoping that maybe they could swing on B this time, pero DRX, they've been really good at just isolating these fights. That triple insta-smoke from Mako, sobrang sakit na i-deal with. Kasi any side that they take, the triple smoke of the Brimstone is just so instantaneous na walang magagawa talaga mga operator players. And speaking of up players, both actually Artist is looking where right now to actually find a pick, pero hindi siya maka-tempo.
Talagang ang hirap din makahanap ng buwelo dito eh. Imagine yung mga paunang utility dito kaagad ni Stacks to make sure na hindi sila makakaalis on time. Followed up with the concuss pa dito na binibigay kaagad na binabato dito ni RB. Really just unfortunate to see na pangalawang beses na naman ni Artist dito na isave yung kanyang operator. Walang halos nagiging value nga dahil dire-diretso lang ang DRX. They have been using in their W's kaagad para makakuha ng kill. Ma-disrupt nila kaagad yung holds dito from the other team. Napunta sa RB. Sa loob pa mismo ng site, gumamit niya yung ultimate niya. Doon niya lang inactivate yung ultimate niya. Dahil alam niya at kaya niyang i-take advantage na naka-eco round din dito ang Fun Plus. And now, Fun Plus, paano kaya yung magiging habol nila dito? That will be the question since tatlo na yung reading rounds dito ng DRX. And it will really be hard kapag hindi man lang sila dito makakuha ng isa or even have their momentum shift back in their favor.
Fun fact lang para sa mga Neon players natin dyan. Pwede ka mag-double slide sa Neon. So, slide before you use your ultimate, slide after you use your ultimate. So, double slide. I think RB actually used primarily yung slide niya to clear sands. Tapos he also used it to mix up yung aim ng both players ng Fun Plus na nakatutok na lang doon. Artist, he's the first line of defense on this B side. If he falls, Cider would have, again, such a difficult time because of that clear out na ginagawa nila. Oh, this is so bad. Oh, this is so bad. Dalawang chances to hit a shot and none of them actually connected. RB is clearing it out. Cider, walang katigil-tigil na magagawa. He had to actually go out of tower because he was being thrown so much utility na kailangan niya mag-play sa site. And again, walang magawa dito. Stacks on that KO with the blade. Sobrang hirap na, sobrang pinapahirapan ng boy ni Artist. Because again, that is one of the difficulties talaga na gagawa mo as a defender is when you get pushed onto a site, literally magiging island yan. What more kaya kung lumbas yung mga KO blades and this disables your utility. In any case, RB makakapag-pick up siya ng 4K and DRX, napakaganda ng performance nila. Ito yung in-hope na makikita natin sa Haven na pinapakita nila ngayon sa Fracture.
Just the wise usage of their utilities na even though nakita natin dito na parang bato lang sila ng bato, it has a lot of value dahil nadidisrupt na nga dito yung players from Fun Plus to hold on to the sides. Nadidisrupt pa yung capabilities nila makakuha ng magandang pick-offs dahil we have the concuss. Sama mo pa dito nung yun nga yung suppress ditong binibigay ni Stacks and follow up pa ditong ginagawa nga ni RB with his dominating factor pagdating sa kanyang mga rushes. Ultimo, yung mga usual or yung mga nagiging defaults na lang dito ng FPX, hindi talaga pumapabor sa kanila dahil nga patuloy-tuloy yung dire-diretso dito ng DRX. They even have here fade para magpatuloy pa sa kanila dito sa mga utility sila.
Power of the double initiator. Especially again with the KO. When you do have those lineups with that KO blade with a null, not null command, but forgot what it's called. Nullifying blade, I think. Any case, so damn difficult to feel that out. RB! Oh, I love this. Look at that double swing na mangyayari dito sa FPX. Oh!
Nice
Just
try.
completely answered by DRX. Fun Plus. Nasa pangalan nilang Fun, pero I don't think nag-enjoy na sila sa laban na ito. It's so difficult para sa kanila. Xiao! Okay, nagano siya. Nagpakita siya ng onting moves pero only good for the one kill. Cider and Artist na lang matitira once again pero it's not looking too good. Artist, he's picked up the Judge. Still has some Headhunter shots. But other than that, I don't think it's really gonna matter. I love this double stack from RB sa kay Zest na akala nila cleared up na yung default. Tapos pag nakuha ng isa, nandiyan pa si Zest na pwede mag-swing out kasama ng teammate niya. A little bit difficult to hit the shots. Artis. Ooh, RB, pinapakita lang natin sa kanya kung gaano kaganda ang kanyang movement game against Artis dito ngayon. Nag-electric cha-cha. Oh! Artis though. Ika lang muna, madaming molly. Ay. Wala. May bumulong sa likod niya. Mas matay siya. Okay. 7-2.
Wala eh. Natus na lang din talaga dito si Artis. Trying to have his potential na makapag-clutch out na lang. He is the top fragger. He is the ultimate buhat factor dito ng FPX. Ang nangyayari lang din talaga is hindi talaga nagkikipabor dito ang mga holes na ginagawa ng FPX. Even have the retakes na pwede naman din pagdating sa kanilang mga utilities. Pero kasi basang-basa ng DRX kung ano yung pwede nilang gawin. We have the early engagements na ginagawa kagad nila RB. Dagdagan mo kagad yung mga pick-offs nilang nagagawa. But now, the early pick-off went in favor of Xiao. Pero as you mentioned earlier, hanggang isang kill lang ngayon si Xiao going in this map. We have the availability of the Nightfall Crawler here. We'll be getting in that info cider. Madedicates mga yung kanyang buhay dito dahil agresibuhin na kaagad siya dito ni Buzz. This is down to 2 members already for FPX and they have already committed into the site.
TP in from Ange. Showstopper para kay Zipan. Nice clear. Matitira na lang dito si Zest. But he spots an angle. Spots another. Napakagandang shots from Zest. 1 versus 1. Artis na lang ang matitira. And he has to wait. Or he has to actually go because he's gonna be the one to defuse the shots. But Zest, my goodness. Grabe naman. Zest. Oh my goodness. Nakapagkat siya.
Sheesh. I'm really overwhelmed kung ano ang ginagawa dito ng DRX. Papasok sila dito with RB. We have the triple smokes going in for those engagements. Close round talaga ito. It could have been it for FPX to finally have their round against DRX. Pero ang naging problema lang din talaga is it's just really composed enough na kung may naging pabor kanina na nakapag-pop off si Xiao with his fade. It's his time naman ngayon para makuha yung limelights. And now, speaking of these players, one member down already. Ito na lang din yung ginagawang trabaho ni RB. Kuha ng info, distract the following players, even though na mapapatay siya dito, he will be quickly traded off.
Maybe this is the time to shine para sa DRX. Fun Plus, 2 will be swinging both the fades. Pero si Xiao makakauna dito ngayon. This is a huge pick as Xiao now has access sa kanyang ultimate. And mag-hype up pa na ako pero simultaneous frags make me difficult to do that so as Fun Plus finally get another round as DRX. Masyado na silang abusado. Bigyan niyo naman ng chance. Give chance to others. Give chance to Fun Plus Phoenix.
Pahingahin nyo naman sa bet. Paisahin nyo lang. Ito na. Ito na yung isang nakuha na nila. They still have the operator at hand. Good save or good round iyon for them dahil syempre they have enough firepower to go up against sa neck-to-neck battle nila dito against DRX. What I already see here earlier is we have RB na talagang ang lakas ng confidence na pumasok lang ng size dahil alam niyang may nakaalalay ka agad sa kanya. Ang bilis ng mga nagiging reflex dito to the point na hindi ka agad nakakapag-react si Xiao or even have her Ange. But speaking of these players right now, TP out, we have Sipan as well for the refrag in case goes towards na dito for the players of FPX. Pero buti na lang din talaga, Azuray, na nakapag-reposition sila, they are out of casualties na pwedeng i-secure sa kanila dito ng DRX.
Huge 3-man setup for Fun Plus A site. DRX, if i-commit ni RB ang kanyang slide, ang kanyang fast lane, papunta ng A site, there's 3 that will be possibly good on the swing. Nakikita mo the 2-man push si Ange and Artis onto A main. One-way smoke to give them a little bit of leeway. Pero this is a very widespread on either side. Trying to get as much information as they possibly can. Nasa si Xiao. Si Xiao nasa canteen. While yung players ng DRX nasa underground pa. So they're bidding their time just a little bit. But look at this. I think they've actually merited yung rotation ng DRX elsewhere. Artis, kailangan niya mag-double down dito. He needs to hit a shot. Dakilang tagatakbo si RB. He's the marathon man. Zipando, titigilan niya na ako dito si RB. Pero the counter swing from Ange actually gets picked up by DRX. I think nagkamali na siya kasi bumalik na si Zipan doon. Big flank coming in from Buzz. Nilabas niya na kanyang boomsting, ang kanyang Gucci gun. And we're only down to Xiao once again. 1 versus 4 pero sobrang iba ng angle sa kala niya atakihin ngayon. And again, mayroon pa naka-backstab sa likod niya. He knows Buzz is there. He has to deal with Buzz first pero inuubos niya yung oras niya.
I hate you, Buzz.
Yeah, binato niya pa yung shorty. Kung may shorty sa BGC, may shorty din sa Fracture pare.
Aww. Pero ito na talaga, grabe. Hindi nakakabuelo, hindi nakakaya na malawal dito. No nice footing and comfortability na binibigay dito. Ang DRX for fun plus na magkaroon na nga ng magandang momentum in this half. Nakaisa na lang sila doon after getting overwhelmed here by the players of DRX. Dahil nga, Neon is just really such a good pick in Fracture. Nakikita na natin yan multiple times in every stages or in every VCT na nakikita natin in our broadcast. Nakikita natin na sobrang ganda ng pang-distract niya talaga to get in those spec-offs. But then again, they need to make sure na meron silang pang-sagot na nga dito for the next half. We're just looking back into our panel real quick kung ano ba yung nagiging thoughts nila dito for our first one, laban ng DRX.
He looks so good.
I mean, the trouble is as well, we spoke about the fact that they didn't have that breach counter to it. It kind of felt like they weren't dealing with RB. They were kind of letting him go. And he's still managing to get kills while he's stunning himself. It's super unrefined sort of Neon play, but it's all instinctual. It's all just sort of guttural that he's able to work around the map and just absolutely take scalps. It's very nice to look at because it's exciting. As I said, a little unrefined. There's a little bit of work he can do with it. But he's able to make the complete gap of the fact that FPX don't have a counter for it, which is fair enough because you think about the last time FPX went up against a Neon on this map is against Focus. They 13-1'd them. It was almost like there wasn't even another team in the server, so they don't have a lot of recent sort of experience against Neon on this map.
I also think they really, while we can talk about RB and the stats are fun, it looks, you know, what have you, I really think their DRX are doing such a good job of setting them up off of the KO and off of the fade. We talked about Breach and, you know, maybe, but they have set him up so well, Sue.
I mean, Tom and Mitch wanted to know what could possibly bring FPX back into this game, and Doug, it's Artis.
Yeah, I mean, the guy's having himself a day. We were sitting here, and I just looked at both of you, and I went, he's so mechanically gifted.
You did,
like,
yeah.
the kid is so good. Their aim is so on point. And yeah, maybe it is going to take... Guys, get in the backpack. Let's go. I'm going to carry us across the finish line. It may take that to get through this map.
I mean, this is what they did on map number 1. This is what I said on map number 1, is that I don't feel confidence when you are backpacking like that. Xiao put the backpack on, everyone climbed on in, it was the, you know, magic bus ride for all of them. You can't do that again. That's not how you win series.
Well, FPX, they need to find a way to win. Otherwise, we're going to have to go to map 3. But not going to lie, Mitch and Tom, I kind of want to see a map 3. What do you guys think?
All right, what do I think? RB's, alright, RB's Neon. Neon's RB. RB's Neon. Sobrang hirap i-deal with. Artis, ilang beses na siya na nagme-miss. But I si Ray may sasabihin na siya about missing, you know, yung mga FPX natin dyan, mga DRX, yung mga multiple X's. Pero wala pa si Ray. Shoutout to Ray nga pala na mamaya pang third series magpapakita.
Mamaya na natin naabangan yung mga hugot and pickup lines combined ni Ray. But now, we need to see so much combined tactics na pwede pang ipalabas dito ng FPX. I'm looking forward to see their capabilities na maganda yung magiging placing nila dito with their smokes. They have a double controller setup. Kung technically nga speaking kanina for our first half, it could have been good for them kung hindi lang talaga nila nakukuha yung tempo dito laban kayo na RB pagdating sa kanyang mga rushes. And speaking of rush, I think they're the ones trying to get themselves inside of the site para makakuha kaagad ng magandang angulo or magandang post plant dito pagdating na nga ng retakes na gagawin na lang dito ng DRX. No one spotted, no casualties, pero tingnan mo naman yung pag-aabang dito. Patient game ang ginagawa dito ni Buzz to get an info, and he will be getting in that info and even have the tag laban dito kay Artis.
Paano kaya retake dito ng DRX? Oh, they're gonna deal with the problem where it now lies, and that is going to be A main first. RB, susugod niya agad. Headhunter lang naman.
God.
Hindi yung skill, pero yung kayang aim. Grabe, tagahanap ng ulo. 3 versus 2 to remain. The defenders are still here. Nag-defuse na ng spike. Si Stax picks up the 4K. And plenty of time para makapag-defuse dito ang DRX. Ang ganda na idea sana ng FunPlus Ton. Pero DRX, habang pwede pang buksan ang pintuan, pwede na lang i-isolate yung fight. And other than yung aggressive push na ginawa ni RB, nakita mo din yung smokes ni Mako actually separated yung players ng FunPlus from trying to reinforce yung post-plant nila. Yung smoke na yan, napakalaki to be able to isolate yung players ng FunPlus Phoenix.
Dagdagan mo pa talaga dito. Again, yung distractions na naman na sinesecure dito ni RB dahil laging nakabuntot sa kanya dito, it's either says, it's either stocks para magpatuloy na nga yung mga nagiging aggressiveness nila dito para madali din dito ang FPX. And speaking of FPX, they needed that round para magkaroon sila ng momentum. But unfortunately, for them, it didn't go well in their favor. Sa retake pa lang na ginawa dito ng DRX. And DRX mula kanina sa kanilang mga nagiging postmans, they have been really succeeding well. And what more, pagdating naman sa mga retake sila dito in the second half. Double digit na is our scoreline for them. They have enough confidence. But this is really just a factor na you have a Neon, you need to make sure that Neon is used well pagdating sa inyong mga entries.
Well, gumawa na nga siya ng sobrang ganda kanina. In the defense, it still works out quite swimmingly para sa DRX ngayon. FunPlus. Well, praise the sun. They're being blinded harshly by Mako, or rather by Stax. Mako follows up, Molly being thrown. Actually, double Molly being thrown para hindi makapag-push dito ngayon ang FunPlus. Zipan. He's gonna try to get something done and actually somehow manages to pick the shot. He can't really transition to this Spectre if everything's considered because it's not gonna do enough damage. And there you go. Zipan and Shower down. And DRX, 2 steps more. HG, bago tayo mapunta sa ating third game. Akala natin na baka magiging 2 straight games in a row to kasi solid ng, again, performance output ng FunPlus. Pero DRX, there's something else in Fracture compared sa Haven.
Para talagang may mga pocket strats sila dito para i-secure itong game number 2. And now, it's just really just a good time for the timeout para dito sa side na nga ngayon ng FunPlus. They have been really on a slump. Pagdating naman sa mga nagiging rushes dito ng first half natin. Tapos, pagdating naman, or pagpasok naman natin ng second half, it just really goes to show na ang viable pa rin ng Neon. Kahit na sila yung nasa defenders, they have been using her as a walking recon para makakuha ng info. And good follow-ups naman dito ang ginagawa nila Zes. Ginagawa nila RB para makakuha lang din ng simultaneous frags against the side of TRX. Very unfortunate though for FunPlus dahil we're down to an 11-3. Ang haba nakakabuhol din nila dito.
Medyo mahaba nga talaga. And if they lose or if they take massive damage from this gun run of theirs, it doesn't matter if they win or lose that, or it's more that they need to win with being able to save better weapons coming into the next. But speaking of which, did they force fight that last round? Wala silang pera pambili na maayos ngayon, no? What is this? I think they did. Tapos parang wala silang Spectres lang. I think it was just pistols and proper utility. But shouldn't this be the buy round na sana for FunPlus anyways? Magkakaroon ng massive push out ngayon ang DRX. Look at how RB gets all of that information. Binigay niya na. Nagkamali sila na onte. FunPlus are on the warpath. As you see them hit shot. Asa nagkamali ako. Tinignan ko masyado yung nasa kanan. FunPlus pala ang nakabili. DRX are actually on the bonus. And their bonus gets wiped out. But this is the concern now, HG. FunPlus, coming into next, will have very substantially weaker weapons because of that wipeout na ginawa ng DRX. And look at how they just build up yung kanilang weapons agad. Buzz picking up the operator. Hindi na nagbibiro ang DRX dito.
Bigla nilang change yung tempo dito once pagdating nung second half natin na mabagal yung pagpasok dito mo ng FunPlus. Walang naging reaction dito for DRX. So once na they changed up the tempo, they have a lot of opportunity dito na hindi magiging expected ito na gagawin ng TRX against FunPlus. And now, FunPlus, They need to make sure that they win out this one out dahil sobrang hirap yung echo advantage na dito. Sobrang ganda naman ng mga nagiging executions na dito ng DRX to completely acknowledge the fact na kaya nila ditong i-pursue pa rin naman ang Fun Plus. But unfortunately for Stacks, di siya nakapag-react kahit isang beses lang or kahit millisecond lang dito against the headshot angle na ginawa ni Sevan sa kanya. And now, it's down to a 4v4. So doable for the side of FPX, but little that we know, pwede rin kaagad silang maritik once again dito ng DRX.
As long as Buzz is still alive dito, HG, napakalaki pa rin ng threat level na pwedeng ibigay ng DRX against Fun Plus. Yung mga peekouts nila is actually good.
Nice paranoia.
Dash out. Oh, is he gonna spot him out? That does nothing, but the wall bench. Good shots coming out from Zipan. Trades coming in plenty. Nice pinch play from FPX. At nagkamali na onto doon ang ginawa ni Buzz as he tries to actually aggress and drop down. Nahuli siya ni Zipan out into the open. But maybe he wanted to get that one last hurrah shot bago siya ma-take down. Unfortunately, he had more shots to have gone if he was not picked off. But in any case, this is what Fun Plus Phoenix needs. This 1 versus 3 gives them that one round that forces back yung economy ng DRX and gives them a little bit more space to work with dito ngayon HG. Mako, it's a 1 versus 3. If he doesn't get a pick right now, he's not gonna risk losing this weapon. He's not gonna risk using his orbital strike. What he could risk though maybe is picking up the operator, pero bantay na yan na FPX. They're not gonna give it away, and yeah, Mako doesn't really have time to save it and survive, so back to the drawing board na lang muna, but a solid round for Fun Plus Phoenix regardless.
Yeah. Around is around still for FPX. Fun Plus dito, even though that they have been choking throughout the rounds na papasok dito si Orbi, papasok na naman yung mga refraggers niya. We saw earlier na talagang minadali ni Boss dito para makakapag-hero pick off sana siya dito against Fun Plus. What has just happened here is masyadong mabilis ang mga nagiging pangyayari dito for him to actually survive on that one. Parang hinope niya na rin or inasahan niya na rin dito si Nazis to have that follow-up, to have that response para makakuha ng magandang pick-off once again. But now, in this round, hindi na naman natigilan dito si RB. RB, na walang kamalay-malay na may nasa likod na ng Palazipan dito, popping out with Aitsuke, down to 11 HP. Artis naman dito with a huge cut-off ng mga flankers dito from the side of DRX, and finally down to 1 remaining member from DRX. Very good nang ginawa dito ng FPX na nag-intay sila dito for that aggressiveness to happen dahil yun yung lagi nagiging executions dito ng DRX once that they are in the eco.
They really have to do something about how much range na nakakita ng kalaban ng Prowler. Kasi if I'm not mistaken, dapat short lifespan lang ang Prowler, pero dahil sa nakakakuha siya ng line of sight sa kalaban and it does that leap attack, medyo tumatagal onti yung duration niya, I feel. Kaya parang it gets so much information for very little that you have to do with it. So there really has to be something changed with that particular ability ni Fade. I don't think it's the Haunt that's strong. It's the Prowler that's incredibly overkill. In any case, still a very solid round for Fun Plus. Bumabawi na sila dito, HG. This is what really they needed to get things into perspective, to get back into contention sa second game. Still, there is 5 rounds that separates them against DRX, and separate DRX are closer to the finish line with only needing 2 more. Pero napakalapit na, I think, for Fun Plus to build things back up. And hindi ko sinasabi ko dahil gusto sila manalo. Sinasabi ko lang kasi ramdam ko yung onting comeback nila if at all possible. That being said, DRX, again, they have very, very strong utilities to work with, especially with Stacks and Mako having you null command and orbital strike up in the ready.
Pagkasunod na rounds din yung nakuha nila dito. So most likely, mabuo nila doon yung momentum, create some space for them to actually succeed on those aggressiveness na ino-hold na naman dito, especially si Buzz and also have your Synesis with their utilities. But now, the Paranoia won't be spotting in or won't be connecting into anyone, but thankfully enough, they have that Prowler. Dagdagan mo nga agad ngayon ng Nightfall that will be connecting into 2 players. It's all up to RB para ma-deny nila kaagad yung pagpasok nila ng side. But unfortunately, nandito na pagpasok nila Ange. There's also Zes for the trade of Zes who is still alive and kicking to deny those numbers. 3v3. Uulan na nga ng mga bangkay dahil tumapa na rin na dito sa mga bullets na binigay dito ni Mako against him. It's all up to Cider. Wasn't able to survive on time. Finally, a match point for DRX para ma-secure nila itong game number 2.
Ooh, solid defense all throughout. Fun Plus, alam na nila, they couldn't really try to save up. They had to risk the round and risk their lives for that fight, pero it just felt like ang solid ng positionings ng DRX all throughout. It was off angles so much that they had to flush out, keep getting information, keep peeking and re-peeking. Hindi nila nakuha kahit ano. They're already marking things para kay Buzz dito. The Haunt does not give any information para sa Fun Plus. And kung ano ang ginawa kanina ng Fun Plus Phoenix against DRX sa Haven, ginagawa nila ngayon sa Fracture dito. Mako, huge use onto that smoke as a sort of one way that gives him a little bit of leeway. Buzz does get knocked off by Zipan. And ito na sa Zipan. He has to find the ultimates. He has to find the utility. And somehow he actually manages to do so. The nades to clear things out a little bit more. Ginamit niya na yung kanyang ultimate. Stacks comes back in. 9 HP nila nakita sa kanya. And here comes a charge out from FPX onto B main. 2 versus 2 will remain. Pero si Zest on the position. There's a stun. There's a follow-up. Napakaganda. The Prowler to add insult to injury. RB gets the final kill. And maghahanap na tayo ng seats para sa game number 3.
Such a good amount of composure and angle holds na ginawa dito ng DRX para malamangan nila dito yung pag-entry ng mga players ngayon from Fun Plus. Unfortunately for them, it could have been good kung nakuha nila yung magandang momentum ng starting off the second half. But pagdating kasi ng mga retake talaga, pumapabor with DRX. Given the fact na sobrang ganda ng commitment nila dito when it comes to having RB as the walking recon bolt dito ng Korean boys natin to get enough lead, to get enough frags, to get enough sights and commitment para makuha nila yung mga rounds.
Alright. Napakaganda talaga ng ano. Ito yung rhythm na gusto ko sana makita sa DRX eh. Kasi it feels talaga sobra na iba yung pinakita nila sa Haven na first map. It was such a different DRX from what we were so much comfortable seeing when they play in career, right? RB, what an absolute demon. Napakalaki ng kanyang range when it comes to what duelist he plays. He's played basically almost everything para sa Vision Strikers now known as DRX. And again, such solid performance all throughout para sa kanila. I'm not sure kung mapupunta tayo agad sa panel or anything, pero I'm very excited to see kung ano mangyayari sa ating map number 3 kasi nakita mo talaga yung back and forth ng ginawa ng both teams na ito. Wherein on Haven, sobrang ganda ng lockdown. Not the skill, but yung nakita mo playstyle ng Fun Plus Phoenix. And sa DRX naman, parang hindi sila natigilan kahit kailanman talaga dito sa Fracture. So that being said, our third map is actually going to be Breeze. And guys, we're gonna go on a quick break. When we come back, yun na nga, Breeze na tayo.
Boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. You cannot stop it.
devices. I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it. Quitting was never an option. Exhausted. This passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
What a response there from DRX. They hit back and take map 2 versus FPX. I'm back on the desk with Jess and Doug. After the first half, I think we were pretty confident that DRX were going to close it out. And they do manage to do it, Doug, in pretty clean fashion towards the end as well.
Yeah, FPX got a little something in there, but you're right. I think
They
the
tried,
deficit,
yeah.
they tried. An attempt was made. But I think the deficit was just far too big, right?
Yeah.
And you even saw it in the second half, the pistol round right off the bat. The game plan did not change for DRX, right? RB goes, and if he gets a kill, great. If not, they're going to trade him out, and it's just chaos, and it was just too much for FPX to handle.
And the worst part about it is I bet FPX knew it was coming. Like, I know that they know that when there's an eco, when there's a low buy on the side of DRX, they do this in every match. They know to take that short-range engagement, they close the gap, they run at heavy pace regardless of the map, and that's something that, overall, I think that they have been able to do quite well, but FPX knew it was coming, they couldn't deal with it, and that's probably what hits me the most.
Yeah, but I mean, how do you weather that? Right? Like, again, when you know it's coming, as they did, when you've got a Neon who's just going to be full sending into your face like that, when you've got...
Well, they held back. You think about A main or Halls, they held back on the Brim smoke, and I thought maybe that was them trying to let them come in and then pinch on it. But even then, the answer wasn't enough. DRX, really clinical. Much better trading too, which I criticized them on map 1. Wow, this is much better.
Yeah, I want to talk about the comps as well. You guys can see what each player chose here. Of course, the Neon comp is one of the most picked comp globally. We know that Neon works really well on Fracture, but both of these teams actually, when it comes to pick rates, it's minuscule. Pretty much, these are the only two teams that run the respective comps. Everyone else run other variations, but the fact that DRX were successful with something like this, thanks to the likes of Stacks, Zest, and RB as well, Doug, it bodes well when it comes to what they spoke about of not just having structure, but also doing their own thing, having their own playstyle, and adding something on top of that too.
Yeah, I think I also thought about back to that interview where they show that they have a little wrinkle that's outside of perhaps the norm. They're able to play this fast pace. They're able to put RB in a position where, again, if he gets a kill, great. If not, they're going to be able to trade it out. But I cannot stress how much of this was not just RB. Right? Like, it's easy to look at the stats and go, yeah, RB's just going to go in and do his thing. That's great. But so much of it was set up off of the utility that his initiators had around him. That's what allowed him to take space and get kills.
You know what? It's funny. You can say we don't have to look at the stats. What about if I jump on your point and then we do look at the stats and I say Stacks was the highest rated player in the entire server? Guess who was the lowest rated player? If you had to put your money on the team of DRX, who would you say was the lowest rated player?
RB.
Ah, there you go. The man was flashy. We couldn't keep our eyes off of him, but his job was to take the space.
Yeah.
Now, converse that, you're right, the initiators like Stacks. How many times do we see a flash come out of nowhere and RB is within milliseconds of acting off of that? That cohesion is something money can't buy. You practice that over and over. This team has been together for so long. That is the crisp clinicalness that you honestly want to see going into map 3.
And to be clear, I've mentioned trading a couple of times, but again, that composition does not work if you're not following Neon.
Sure.
If you do not follow your Neon into A halls on that pistol round, you're not going to trade him out. You're not going to get the kills. And that's where, yes, the utility's nice, but there has to be confidence and there has to be boldness behind following the Neon to make those plays, to get those kills.
I want to talk about the next map as well, because we've seen a lot of things we recognize when it comes to the players popping off, the play style they're bringing, the structure. But the team comps have been really surprising between these two teams, because I don't want people who are sitting at home watching being like, oh, that must be what everybody runs on Fracture. No. Moving on to Breeze, it's the exact same story. Almost everybody in the world, when it comes to pick rate, they lean towards the Jet. The Jet is still very much viable here, but for these two teams, Jess, they don't just go away from the Jet, but also it's like agents that we don't see at all when it comes to FPX.
Yeah, I know where you're leaning, I know where you're trending, and I finally get to say the word. Do we finally see Yoru
100%.
here? Do we see
I
it?
have no
Because
doubt.
You know what? It wasn't awful. It wasn't awful. Not like the time we saw, of course, them try it on Fracture, and yes, okay, maybe they thought there was some success. I highly disagree. I don't think you're, and that's why it wasn't picked again. But on this particular map, yeah, I kind of fancy it, and I like the way that they used it, and I want to see it here because you've got to stick with what you know.
And also DRX, Doug, you were mentioning this in the break. They don't have the Yoru. They don't have any duelists.
Yeah, they don't run a duelist comp at all, and perhaps they will, given the fact that they're willing to change things. But admittedly, for as good as DRX looked on Fracture, the reason they looked as good as they did was because they were able to overwhelm FPX.
Yes.
Even if FPX knew what was coming, they weren't able to weather that storm, and Breeze does not play the same way, right? Like, you don't have a Neon, you don't have 4 areas that you can approach a single area of the site from. Breeze doesn't play that way at all.
Would you, if you saw that map as a coach or even as an IGL of a team, would you, after that map, looking at the success of that against FPX specifically, would you, even though the team's already decided maybe they don't usually run a duelist on this map, would you turn around and go, boys, I know this is last second, but I really do think we take a duelist on this map, we do an RB run.
But it's not just a duelist, right?
Sure.
Like, it wasn't just like, I don't think a Raze has the same effect that the Neon did. That's my only hesitation.
That's a great shout. Oh, they want to go run the meta.
There you go.
They want to run with a meta DRX, just as I said that they don't play duelists. They have locked in Jet. And Angel is looking. Okay, so Angel is moved away from the Yoru. Both teams are fully embracing. This makes sense to me. The win rate with Jet on this map is just too large to ignore at this point. I like this, and also for those of you that don't know at home, Xiao is an absolutely formidable Jet. He's incredible.
They just shook hands and said, okay, you take duelist, I'll take your Fade. You might be a world-class Fade, but Angel wants to get on the list as well. And then Xiao, the fact that you point out that he's a world-class, I mean, he's world-class at a lot of things now, but the fact that he gets to, dare I say, fade back to an old friend of his known as Jet, that's kind of nice. And converse, Jet v Jet, has RB met his match? Is that a thing?
Yeah, well, we'll see if he has. Angel, he has played Fade before, but I'm looking forward to see what he's doing here. Mitch and Tom, this is for playoffs and a must-win for both teams even. Take it away.
Ayun, nagkamali ng onte. Gusto ko lang pala i-share sa inyo yung napakalaki kong...
Ang laki talaga!
na figurine. Grabe. Kasi laki ng mukha ko. Parang baby na yung side niya. Sakto lang. Anyways, gusto ko lang i-share kasi baka wala na tayong oras para mag-share na kahit ano pa as magsisimula na ang isa sa mga pina-expose in the series na nakita natin for I think a while, or you know, I'm lying about that. It's Masters. Every series is actually pretty explosive. But coming into game number 3 with Breeze, again, kind of the same trend with Fracture. Very, very contrast of types of picks na meron dito ang mga teams natin. Lots of emphasis on yung Jets, but the difference of the double initiated dual innies HG is going to be a very interesting, again, contrast kung paano mag-approach ang mga teams na ito. And gandang-ganda. I mean, mamaya pang third series magpapakita si Ray, pero binabasbasan na tayo ng technical boss.
Paparamdam na ika nga nila. Pero yung mentioned earlier, wag pagdating sa kanilang composition ngayon, it's just a battle of initiators. And na-mention din ng panel kanina that Xiao is finally holding on to the duelist. Parang kanina pa nga nakikita ko na he is trying to be the duelist himself. He's trying to be the anti-fragger himself para makakuha kaagad ng info, refrags for the whole team, may clutch yung mga rounds, get in a lot of pick-offs. But that is just all the way from the past. Dito sa game na ito, we can see so much more. It's either for TRX para makakuha ng magandang momentum in this half na sila yung magiging atake.
Oo naman si Mako. Humingi ng fist bump, hindi binigyan. Oh, kawawang Mako. Pero, yan, DRX. Hindi mo kasi finish bump tuloy. Tumatama si Xiao ng mga shots niya. Teka lang muna. Wait, nagkamali ako. Stacks and RB. Umiinit na ang kanilang tutok ngayon. HG as they've gotten themselves onto the side. The double page play coming in from Halls and A main. Hindi lang A rush. Hindi lang A main rush. Both angles of attack pa ang gagawin nila. Artis and Angel and Xiao now gonna be on the forward push as they try to go for the retake. Xiao still alive, still deadly alongside Artis. Napakaganda. And this leaves Zest to his devices. He only really has a classic against Xiao with the Sheriff, against Angel with the Ghost. Walang mangyayari sa kanya.
Yeah. Just really goes to show that they can still have their composure. Pero parang ito na lang din yung nangyari kanina in a Fracture. Kinda seems like a deja vu kung makukuha pa rin nila dito yung second round win, which they have the capabilities to do so. But in this replay, just gotta say na sobrang liit ng pixel na yun na nakita ni Xiao. Hindi na naman siya ng fist bump! Ayan. Good. Okay na.
Right here. Eyes up.
No force buys para sa Fun Plus ngayon. DRX setting it up. This is, I feel like, my favorite double initiator selection pag sa Breeze in particular. Sobrang solid ng pwede mong gawin because of the flash and dash, because of the recon in company with that. Sobrang laki na magagawa mo dito. Were they able to actually pick up the Bulldog? Yes, they were actually giving it to the hands of Stacks. No flags coming in from the defenders right now as tutok na lang talaga sila sa harapan nila. Flank coming in from Buzz gives a little bit more of leeway. 2 versus 2. Mga galing A main as well as mid against si Mako dito. If you can pick up a weapon, this could be good. Pero classic at that range. Sobrang tagal niya makakuha ng pick. And Xiao picks up both. 1 flick to A main, 1 flick to double doors. And FPX, Fun plus Phoenix, they dropped 4, but they still secured a round.
Yeah, round is a round is still for Fun plus. Pagdating rin naman sa Eco, they still have enough firepower para mag-go up against the side of the RX. 2-0 under their name. We have already here Xiao. Oh, napakabilis ang kanyang prop up ng kanyang ultimate. Blaze Storm already available for this guy dahil he has ultimately so much availability pagdating naman doon sa mga retakes na ginawa nila. We saw the combinations that they have with Ange. There's also the availability pa ng mga info, but this time they have immediately been blinded by those lights. 1 head shot goes in for 2, won't be connecting much. Di magwawagi pa dito, pero we still have here the follow-up naman na gagawin na nga all the way from double doors. Artist though won't be winning that duel laban dito kay Stux dahil he pulled onto the trigger very too late. But here we have Xiao naman na maiisahan na rin naman na ni Buzz dahil ang layo na rin ang ginapang niya all the way coming from Pulse.
Angel gonna have to back away right behind the wall, but oh, he gets stunned. This is gonna be bad. Everybody comes into the site. Yan na sila. Shockdart actually softens him up. And that's gonna be that for Angel, Zipan, and Cider to remain. Dito ngayon HG. As the rest of DRX so honed in. This is a DRX, again, that we were just so hoping to see in game number 1, but didn't really get the chance to do so. Cider on his own. Trying to do something, backs away for the moment, at least tries to give him a bit of walls to surround him with, give him a bit of cover, try to give him a little bit more safety as he tries to get back into the side. That's not going to happen anymore. As his Cider ay wala na. That's going to be DRX with a point on the board. Fun plus. Now will be able to get themselves a bit of purchase.
Deja vu na deja vu talaga kung saan nakakakuha na naman ng pang-stop dito ang DRX against Fun Plus. The moment na nakagat ka ng Trailblazer kaagad dito, si Ange all the way from the backlines, talagang yun na rin yung katapusan niya. Bulin siya dito ng players sa DRX. They have enough capabilities to do so. They have the recon and the shock darts para syempre ma-deny pa nila yung pang-burst na nga ng players from FPX. And speaking of this, guys, they will be spotting in someone na meron na nga dito all the way from elbow. And now the recon, we're just waiting in for some info na pwede pa makuha. But unfortunately for them, mapapawasan kaagad sila ng isa Xiao with this operator. It just really is quick para makakuha na nga ng pababawi. But unfortunately, distracted dito si Artist sa mga seekers na nilabas ng kanilang Sky. We have as well si Pan na hindi baka mag-connect na nga dito ng kanyang mga bullets. Blinded also as well 2v3 at the very moment they have already planted in the spike. But unfortunately here for Mako, he went outside of the site, outside of his comfortability, and now it's all up to the players from the RX to make sure that his loss will be prevailing very much further. Pero kasi siya dito, he needs to, I think, save up this gun. May ipit nga lang siya. He is sandwiched already by 2 players from the RX.
Ouch. Not gonna save the operator. Okay lang naman. Minimum operator. Okay, okay lang. It's not gonna hunt your juice anymore. Okay lang. my most hated skin set because it's literally just nothing. Less polygons. Mas malinis tignan pero anyways, solid rounds ngayon para sa DRX. Fun Plus have been just demolished all throughout. After those 2 straight rounds, HG medyo tumigil ng ang momentum dito ng Fun Plus. I think it's just more of DRX. Yeah, I just feel na because of the change of landscape, yung mas malaki ang freedom of movement, nakikita mo talaga yung lakas ni RB. I think RB does so well pag yun yung nabigyan sa kanya. You know, when he has that space created. I think sa Haven kasi mas maganda yung paano yung pag-constrict ng Fun Plus. But with such a huge map in the form of Fracture and Breeze currently right now, iba na yung ihip ng hangin para sa DRX dito. Now, speaking of DRX, they do have quite some significant ultimate that they can use with Mako's Viper Pit. RB, again, yan sasabi ko basta pag bibigyan ng space kay RB, sobrang ganda ng pinapakita niya sa atin as of the moment right now. Artist, Headhunter in hand, which is good, but they're getting flushed out. And ito na, magsisimula na ang DRX to push into the B side.
Plus though, Sheriffs na mapanghawakan nila dito at raragasan na kaagad ang RB and friends. Xiao getting the backhead of RB. Di siya nakapag-react on time. Dahil lang din sa placing dito ng toxic screens. They still have enough para makakuha na nga dito ng deny. But unfortunately for them, bas dito makakakuha na kaagad ng isa. Pangalawa naman dito pick up ang magagawa ni Xiao to cancel out Zes. They only have here 14 seconds remaining for them to plant in the spike, and it's all up to 2 remaining members now. Very low on HP pa. But look at that buzz! Connecting in those sprays against the 4th kill against Fun Plus to make sure that they still have the lead. They still have the points to cancel out the favorable moments naman dito ng FPX para makakuha ng bawi.
Grabe, munti ka nang i-clutch ito ni Xiao, but what a flick from Buzz. Ayun, ramdam nila. Grabe. Galing! Opa! Okay. The breath of fresh air, breath of sigh of relief siguro sa coach nila. I'll see how this goes. Gotta say though, Xiao is so good. Like, kung gaano man natin pinag-uusapan ng DRX and RB, you gotta give so much credit to Fun Plus Phoenix and just how deadly Xiao has been. Whether he's on that Jet, whether he's on any other agent, Xiao delivers HG. Now, that being said, FPX, Fun Plus, wala na naman silang player again, 4 versus 5. Xiao and Artist, nag-commit na sila to the double operator, but this is a very, very risky move. As again, pag nakuha yung site, these ops get very, very less effective. And with the flash that Sky from Stacks does give, and again, being supplemented by the Sova, mas madali nila mahahanap yung mga ops na ito. But that was a beautiful play. That disables the utility. That is just absolutely well set up by Fun Plus Phoenix ngayon. Zipan flashes right out. If it's a gipit ngayon si Zest, he's not gonna be able to plant the spike. No! Hang on. Kalma na muna tayo. Mako gives the assistance. Goes back onto Tetris. Xiao has to clear out the angle, but kapag dash siya, narinig ito ni Mako, so he knows that his opponent will not be able to go for that aggressive forward push. Mako into the corner. I wonder, this wall is about to break. And Xiao's angle, alam niya. He's actually gonna look where Mako was, but the timing is not gonna be good. And nabawi pa ng DRX itong round na ito. What a monumentous round for DRX. Akala ko matatalo sila, but somehow they managed to slip through the cracks and still get the round in the end.
Ang ginawa lang din kasi talaga dito ni Mako Azuray is the impact that he has been giving Fun Plus kung nasan ba yung whereabouts niya. Nagtaka tayo dito kung saan ba manggagaling yung mga shots na yun para mapitas na nga yung Fun Plus players dito from denying in that plant na ginagawa dito ni Zes dahil lang pala dito sa paglulungga ng kanilang controller since he has already placed in the toxin screen. So most probably kaya niya naman tong i-activate ng kahit anong oras na gusto niya basta't mabigyan niya ng assistance yung sarili niya or kaya yung player na kailangan na mag-plant ng spike. At yun na nga yung nangyari. It's just really the impact and his whereabouts kung bakit nila nakuha yung raid na naman ito laban sa side na nga ng Fun Plus. Sayang lang, no? Kasi sobrang ganda na ng numbers advantage dito ng FEX laban sa kanila eh.
Very much so. Pero yung delayed push ni Mako really solidified them. Akala ko nga makakuha na kasi ang ganda, kasi sabi mo, ang ganda ng combo na pinakita nila doon. But like I said then, operators on retake are just not as good talaga. Just because of the fact na it's a one-shot, one-kill. And isipin mo, ay, sorry, pero ang ganda naman sana nun. Pero paano pag hindi mo nakuha yung shot na yun? You have to clear out so many angles. If you miss one shot, kailangan mo pang i-cock yung weapon mo again. Ang tagal ng reload nun, ng animation and everything para kay punish. Your teammate's gonna be fending off by himself. You're an easy target. And if you don't have a dash, like with Xiao had at that position, sobrang hirap lang talaga. In any case, B setup will be done by DRX. Artist, no ultimate actually. Pero si Xiao meron with the blades. Gonna try to intercept. Actually goes back onto elbow. Oh no, naipit na onto dito si RB! Pero the right click not connecting, unfortunately. Ang ganda na sana na ginawa ni Xiao doon. And Buzz follows up. That's gonna be a good pick-off. 4 versus 3 as the round continues. RB can get a top off. Stax, by the way. As Stax finishes this plant onto the spike, is there gonna be a lurker coming in from DRX? Mukhang hindi. Buzz comes back. Does not get punished onto elbow as all the players of Fun plus Phoenix naman dito, HG, are trying to recuperate themselves. Timing from RB, sobrang ganda ng timing ng push out niya. The TP out maybe from Artist, not gonna happen. And that is an absolutely domineering round para sa DRX.
Dagdagan mo pa rin kasi talaga na factor that they have suddenly changed in the tempo. Kanina medyo slow play to the point na hindi pa nila alam kung ano ba yung info from this certain player, kung ano ba yung mga iniikot niya na against Fun Plus. And Fun Plus dito, talagang nabigla sila dito sa mga factors na naman. Na yes, you may have here the operator para makakuha at makapag-connect ng mga shots, pero once kasi na matag-in ka ng recon, even have here the blinds, mahihirapan ka talagang tumakas right away. Since there will be info and there will be follow-up. And DRX dito, they know how to use their follow-up wisely. But speaking of, walang follow-up pa muna dito si RB, pero at least mako-cover up na kaagad nila yung site. They have the Seekers para makakuha kaagad ng info, but now with the Toxin screens, it gave them the availability to control fully into B. Nightfall naman dito ang isasagot. They will be tagged in. Info will be gathered. Decade na sila for a bit. May mapapatay pa gamit ang mollies. Makakaisa pa rin naman dito sila Artist. Buzz naman dito for another of the blinds will be getting the advantage against Says. We're finally down to 1 remaining member. La-line up na nga lang ba? Dito si Mako. That is going to be the question. Kung makatatagpuan nga ba siya? And matatagpuan nga, won't be connecting as much. Kaso yung timing with his snakebite wasn't really in his favors. And now that is finally another round for Fun Plus to secure laban sa DRX.
When Fun Plus has yung kanilang Nightfall from Angel with that fade, ang laki ng pushback na meron sa kanila. So that Viper's Pit turned into a smoke na hindi makabuelo dito ang DRX. And look at see how so separated they are from the fight. Fun Plus, sumusugod sila. It felt like they had so much information, right, to go in on that. One particular mindset, one particular push. Pero sa DRX, sobrang dami nilang ina-adjust na angles because of the smokes, because of the Viper's Pit. Medyo na, I think naulo lang sila sa sarili nilang utility. In any case, that's gonna be that for the moment. Fun Plus, now maybe looking for a better foothold dito ngayon sa game na ito as they find a little bit more leeway against their opponents. Siyempre DRX still getting that massive mid control as Buzz now activates his ultimate. May pera pa pambili dito ang DRX, I believe, for next round if ever mamatalo sila because they've massively stacked up so much more. Angel throwing out the utility just to clear things out. Oh, but that jiggle. And he folds as RB in conjunction with teammates now go for the fight. The double swing out dito ngayon, HG on double doors actually gets very much delayed, very much spotted by DRX. Last player standing na lang si Angel, and that's gonna be that. As DRX, such a solid round. Hindi nila expect na nandun si Buzz, but he finds the pick, and that just is the igniter para sa DRX.
Questionable nga yung nagiging parang action sila ditong kinocommit against DRX. We saw the utilities na umuulan na nga, pero here comes the replay kung saan we had the players from DRX na parang rattle sila sa mga naging dash dito ni RB, pero they were able to react on time. Dahil alam nila kung saan magpipick away dito or magpipick out dito ang Fun Plus. And now, they have already punished in the players from Fun Plus. Eco round na silang dito. Asaray, they are only holding onto their sheriffs.
Now, when it's Xiao with the sheriff, the Xiao ref. You can maybe make some magic. No, mahilig tayo mga Pilipino sa magic eh. Like, whoosh, kala mo nandyan siya pero wala na pala.
I got the spike. May sound effects ka pa.
Anyways, this is gonna get cleared out. Ooh, does that found Xiao? It does! RB, nagdashan sila. Grabe naman po. Napakabilis ng movements. Mga ninja and Xiao hits the shot! What a haunt coming in from Angel. But here comes the rest of DR. Mako comes in for the victory. Coming from the flank.
Close.
Not gonna happen. And now it's Cider na lang all the way across to B. Akala niya na may mahuhuli siyang lurker. Siguro man sa B site. But hindi mangyayari yon. Grabe. Xiao is the absolute pinnacle of this entire series. Yes, sabi natin, DRX are getting these rounds. Pero si Xiao ang sabi natin, bane of the existence ngayon ng DRX.
Di makakaila, no? Sa mga nagiging plays niya rin talaga kasi even though na sabi mo nga DRX has been getting in the rounds, getting in the games, pero we just really gotta commend here the plays na ginagawa dito ni Xiao to make things happen for their team. But unfortunately kasi dito, I just gotta commend as well yung mga nagiging response play dito ng DRX. Once na makita nila dito si RB na pumasok na sa loob ng site, hindi nila dapat na iwanan ito, kundi talagang sinusundan nila ito ng sinusundan. To get those refrags happen and to get especially those info na kailangan nilang i-secure dito sa possible na maging retake nga against the players of Fun Plus. But here comes the timeout para naman makahinga muli dito ang Fun Plus dahil ilang rounds na lang din ang maihabol nila dito against DRX and it will be really hard for them to secure in this half.
May nagbawas na ng Red Bull sa side ng DRX sa sa refrigerator nila, kailangan ng palitan. Medyo na-OC lang ako pero tama ka nga.
Kulang.
Oo, kulang eh. Parang yung space na yon gusto kong fill upan ng isang Red Bull. Or Red Bull baka naman. Tapos nga pala dyan sa sa Red Bull. Pero anyways, tama ka nga. Fun Plus, medyo nagkakaproblema na sila dito. Whether it's the execution or I think just yung speed at which DRX can take these sites. We've seen Fun Plus adjust so well to it, right? Haven was a phenomenal map for them. But somehow this Breeze map is not clicking para sa Fun Plus. Whether it's because of the flashes, kaya there's more space created para kay RB to wreak havoc, or if it's Xiao getting these picks, it's almost feeling like isa lang nakukuha niya. I think we've only seen like 1 to 2 rounds where Xiao actually gets multi-kills. Pero other than that, parang it feels like they're always just singular kills para sa Fun Plus.
Parang na-mention nga rin dito sa panel kanina is if Xiao or kapag hindi niya nakukuha rather yung kanyang mga kills, parang sunod-sunod na rin magda-downfall dito yung Fun Plus. Especially nung nangyari kanina in Fracture, nung hindi na siya nagiging viable sa kanyang mga holds, yung mga ginagamit niyang mga utilities pa dito to make sure that he has the upper hand, hindi talaga nagiging wagi sa kanila once na maging viable na nga dito yung mga players naman from DRX. And speaking of, RD is already inside of the site, taking onto Xiao, immediately planting on the spike, at down goes the drain. Yung operator na sinecure niya from the rounds that he has been saving for this one, at dalawa pa yung operator nilang hawak for this round, Asaray.
Zapan, he has null command. This is the perfect time to use it right now. If it hits every single member of DRX, ma-force sila na makipaglaban na lang with the gunfights overall. But no, they're actually going slowly into it. And RB finds an opening, but doesn't hit the shot at all. Mako. Oh, yeah, there it is. That's perfect. That was about to diminish, though, so this is going to be very, very crucial for them. Pero I feel like inintay masyado ni Zipan yung kanyang ult. He should have used it a lot more closer para lang he could have just charged out and gotten more information. In any case, that was a huge flank coming in from that double doors pinch. I think that was Zest na nagpakita doon. Angel will do absolutely nothing. And we have one more round bago matapos ang ating series ngayon. Or bago matapos ang ating first half.
Sayang lang din do. Kasi dalawa sila may operator. Yes, you gotta acknowledge the fact na malaking threat ito. Pero ano ang magagawa ng threat mong yan kapag talagang tinake advantage dito ng TRX that you are holding onto that operator? You mentioned kanina kung ano ba yung mechanical na nagiging pros and cons dito once you are holding into that operator na yun yung ina-abuse multiple times ng TRX. Hindi mag-connect yung shot ng operator, dash in si RB. RB dito makakakuha ng kill, mapapatay, pero at least he can be traded off immediately naman from DRX na completely nilang nagagawa na flawless throughout the runs na isa-secure nila dito. Kaya nakuha na nila itong 8-3 scoreline. It may be a deja vu, Asoray, dahil kanina 9-3, but we are still really hoping for the best talaga for FPX as they start off this round with a good one. Xiao goes in for one.
Immediately traded back as Zipan falls to the operator na meron dito si Buzz. They're looking to charge once again, pero inintay mo na nila mawala yung Haunt. This is a really good tempo play para sa DRX, pero they've allowed FPX or Fun Plus to actually rotate back onto the A site. Xiao, may timing pa siya. That wall's about to go down. And he could actually catch Buzz on the plant, pero Buzz actually plants it for safe. Xiao waiting for the cross back once again, pero ipit si Kipit ang positioning ni Buzz dito. Does he have TP to Mamba out? Mukhang hindi. Artist is getting closer and closer, but the wall's back up. There is some moments for Artist to get hit by Buzz, which it does. Zest, the operator, almost point blank distance kay Xiao and Cider. Swung out by Buzz. And mukhang na year na siya dito away from the map, away from the first half, 9-3. And the second half is looking very mighty fine para sa DRX.
Yeah, it really is just going so smoothly for DRX with their lineup, with their composure, utility usage sila para mahirapan na nga dito ang Fun Plus to hold their ground. They have been trying so much, pero kasi ang nangyayari lang dito, once na makuha nila dito si RB, hindi sila magiging expected dito sa mga nagiging follow-up naman dito ng DRX. But let's go into a break. Pakinggan muna natin yung panel bago natin ipagpatuloy yung mainit nilang laban.
I think that's what the people need to hear. Obviously, we spoke a little bit about the fact that they both flip-flopped with the coming in with a newer team comp, leaning into the meta, but not fully. What do you make of what's happened so far? Especially, I know, Jess, you wanted to focus on Stax.
I mean, Stax has been the guy we spoke about in Fracture of being able to flash and assist his team on the KO. He's come out, he's not running the KO. Of course, on this map, they've changed it over to the Jet instead compositionally. That is the first change we've seen in a while from DRX. But he's come in and he's reacted. Flashes for himself have been unreal. It's not so much about assisting his team with those flashes, but his reactiveness, especially with his second Hawk, has been unreal. This site is where he does most of his damage, and the return on investment is crazy. Mind you, though, DRX haven't lost Breeze since Champions. That's the last 10 times they've played Breeze. So if you're going to go up against a team on the Decider map on a map that they're very good at, yeah, you expect crisp, clean plays like this.
I also think it's the comfort zone that he's in right now, especially if you look over and see Zipan. Zipan has never really found that stride in the initiator role. And Doug, if this continues, and then not many rounds left that DRX need to win, it's not going to look great for FPX.
No, it doesn't look good at all. I think Stax has had himself an outrageous performance. You go back to the conversation we were having at the beginning of the tournament around, is Stax the best initiator? All this stuff. I mean, Stax is putting up one heck of a series, right?
Oh, yeah.
He's doing exceptionally well. We were worried about, RB, Jet, how's he going to do, blah, blah, blah. Forget it, throw it out the window. Yeah. It's been the supporting cast, it's been Buzz, it's been Stax.
Oh.
They look
Buzz,
really
right?
good.
I mean, Buzz on Chamber, we brought him up the pre-show, day number 1. The reason we put him beside Durka, the likes of Ye and everything, the man just gets his job done with Chamber. He just knows. He knows what he needs to get done, and we don't even have to bring him up because we just know he's going to do it.
Yeah, and again, a comfort pick, right? Buzz can play Chamber in his sleep, and that's what's happening right now on the side of DRX.
On the side of FPX, though, I think this is the first time we've seen the Cider individually has not performed well at all. I think he's like 1 in 12, 1 in 13, something like that.
It's rough.
And this feels like the first time that's really reared its head.
When we talk about players on the side of FPX that can carry, there's a few of them. They just need to turn up now. Mitch and Tom, let's see if they can.
Quite a big request, Tom, after what we've just seen out of DRX.
Oh. Whoa. Ganda ng accent ko pala. Oh my goodness, DRX is looking mighty fine here. Oh wait, no, hindi pala sila Australian, they're British. Oh wait, paano ba pag British? Oh. Parang British ulit.
Buo-buo.
Iniisip ko si Benedict Cumberbatch.
Ang iniisip ko, Peaky Blinders.
Peaky
Why?
Blinders. Irish yun, di ba?
Oh, Irish.
Shouts nga pala dyan sa mga mahilig sa mga British. Wala lang. Shoutouts lang ako. Anyways, ito na. Oh, stacks! My goodness! Well, they stacked upon stacks. 2 kills already ngayon, and Fun Plus not having a good time whatsoever. Buzz, a guy looking for the big flag already coming outside of A main, but he just backs away, destroys the trademark just to make FPX flinch a little bit na baka may mangbabackstab sa kanila. Na natin yung feeling na nagbabackstab sa atin, guys, pero dito mas effective yon.
30 seconds left.
Oh, Zess, I love the angle.
Bakit parang from experience yung nanggagamit?
Siyempre, at any point in time, naka-experience tayo ng ganyan. Pero, na-experience mo na ba ang shots ni Cider as he comes in? It's a really big swing. This 3-pronged approach is actually working quite well para sa nila, but Mako helps out teammate. Artist na lang natitira, 10 HP in a dream, but his headhunter is available. Ooh, RB shuts it down though, and DRX double digits na. Last game of the series.
Hala talagang napanimulan din kasi dito ni Stux with his blind. I think he was able to blind in players kagad kanina, or talagang dito lang din nagpasimuno ang lahat. He went through the smoke, killing in players from Fun Plus. Dagdagan mo pa na hindi naging aware dito yung pag-entry ng kanilang fade. Angel wasn't able to react on time. He's down to 11 KDA on his name. Kaya nagiging problematic ito kasi parang hindi nagkakatugma yung kanilang coordinations once they want to have those strategies na nililay upon nila against DRX. We have the wall separating in both of the halves here for Breeze. But really is questionable kung ano ba yung next steps nila. May natag in ng Aldrone, may lumalabas galing ng double doors. Zest dito goes in for 1. And now, will it still be doable for the players from Fun Plus na makapasok man lang ng site?
Could be difficult kasi they've basically used almost all of their utility na rin para matake yung mid-control nito, especially that wall. What could the wall be good for is actually isolating yung A and B, which I think Fun Plus is banking on the fact right now. With the amount of numbers that they do have, Mako is already done for. Artist finds another. RB na lang natitira sa site natin dito. No. And Xiao shuts it down. Somehow, some way, nakahanap ng opening on Fun Plus. And they turn it over the heads of DRX. Buzz and Stacks are remaining. Stacks somehow manages to pick up a Bulldog, which is good. They do have utilities to work with. Pero narinig na ni Xiao yung drop down. Narinig niya na yung footsteps coming in from them. Oh.
Sayang.
Ang ganda na shot siya kanina, pero Stacks bringing it back to life. It's a 3K.
That's really unfortunate dahil nandun na tayo sa numbers advantage. Nandun na tayo sa momentum na nakukuha nila with the Sheriffs. But unfortunately, nakapag-ready na rin naman na kasi dito with the double picks in a Buzz and even Haver Stacks. Parang ang hindi na rin double pick ngayon dahil ito yung replay natin na maganda yung inuna niya na nanggaling na nga dito all the way from that 4-away corner bago niya unahan or bago niya kuhanin ka agad dito si Xiao dahil he knows probably, he anticipates it that Xiao is already near against them. And now, this is really problematic dito for Coach kasi syempre, 11-3 na yung scoreline. 3 na lang at pwede nang bumaba ulit ng ating lower bracket or ng eliminations bracket dito ang Fun Plus.
Fit me ba? Or parang pag EMEA na coach sobrang, ba't di kayo nyo nakukuha yung clutch na yun?
Sobrang stressful.
Okay. Kapag kasama ko rin nun, yung kinas natin yung sa guild sa crew, diba? Yung,
sa guild,
oo, diba? Sabi, sabi. Tingnan mo yung mga sa pag Korean, chill lang eh. Pag nagkaka-highlight, di ba may ganun yung sa sa mga K-drama, yung, ay, kiyasya ba? Okay, teka lang muna. Oh, what a shot! Opens up the B site and actually, no, never mind. DRX are actually defending, so they don't open anything, but they do stop the bleeding of Fun Plus coming into B. Mako! He could have the biggest flank of his life. I don't think Cider will clear out his angle dito sa shop, but he is very much aware that there could be a possibility. No, he's gonna do due diligence. Good shot from Cider. Okay. DRX now on the hunt ngayon for the players of not One Plus, but Fun Plus.
Teleport's ready.
Buzz on the big flank. Cider is very low, so if he gets the kill here, pwede siya makakuha ng Vandal, but Cider not giving him any form of leeway. 4-11 and Fun Plus. Medyo nakakuha sila ng onting foothold sa series natin ito.
Yeah, they can finally see the limelight here na pwede na nila mapanimulan, mapanghawakan itong momentum na nakuha nila against DRX, but they have a lot to go through. Dahil nandito na nga ngayon sa nearing tunay match point of a series for DRX. They have enough eco para masabayan nila dito ang Fun Plus. Pero Fun Plus dito medyo hirap. Pagdating naman sa, or rather DRX wala, yung hirap ngayon sa kanilang eco. They need to win out this one para they can go into a match point, give a lot of pressure sa Fun Plus. And speaking of pressure, this is the main reason kung bakit ngayon scattered ang players ngayon from Fun Plus. FPX right now, they're just trying to get an info before they fully commit into the site. Pero dalawa na ang nagpo-push dito all the way from B. And they can spot in someone kasi may recon bolt na nakatagpo na nga ng isa.
Ardis ripping one out. Yeah, even though that recon dart did spot somebody. Oh, RB, if he picks up another one, this is at least gonna even out just a teeny tiny bit possibility para sa DRX. Kapag double dash na ngayon si RB, primes it up. Mako finds another. 2 versus 2 na lang nangyari ngayon dito, HG. Pero Cider's coming in through Nest. I don't think RB knows, but this forward push from RB actually keeps him safe because that big wall and elbow that separates him, and Angel gets picked off. Where is the spike, by the way? It's all the way doon sa elbow. RB does get spotted by Cider. Cider wins the battle. It's a 1 versus 1, pero this is going to be a game of peekaboo, hide and seek. HG. Cider even throws the utility, but the thing is, if narinig ito ni Mako, he should have a really good idea now of where Cider could be. He's running. Mako hears this. I'm mag-intercept si Mako. This is perfect. This is perfect. He's gonna know. He's gonna spot him out. And okay, kinontrol niya yung spray. Still wins the fight kasi had to take the extra damage through the smoke. But that was a solid round from DRX, picked up by both Mako and RB.
Yeah. We were seeing the opportunity here for FPX dahil nakakuha sila ng maagang pick-off, nakakuha sila ng control in mid, they were able to pick onto someone na nagpo-push away. Na-punish nila yung nag-overextend ng team fight from B. But unfortunately, I see here the recklessness of an Angel na nag-knife out kasi siya eh. Parang hindi... What are you doing?
Kinakawa yan.
At least hindi siya trash talk. Okay lang. Pero we're just already seeing here so much confidence.
Banter is banter. We love our banters dito. Oh. Ito na. Ang paborito kong sabihin. Nails in the coffin being just hammered down by DRX as Fun Plus is dropping left and right. Now the question now lies, if Fun Plus loses this, is the loss of Sugetsu a really big blow para sa kanila? Zest timing, Artist picks it back up, stacks, drops down, and still they answer back. Asteroid, kaya pa rin namin to, but 7-round deficit against DRX na isang ubo na lang mag-match or manalo na sa series na to.
isang-isa na lang din talaga ang kailangan nila dito. But thankfully enough, for Fun Plus, they have already forced in DRX into an eco. Look at the clean shots by Angel, finally getting themselves so the comfortability na kailangan nila dito within their footing, down to the Sheriffs na panghahawakan ngayon na DRX. Pero syempre, parang tingin ko, pwede pa rin naman sila makakuha ng mga magagandang pickups dito. Basta hindi sila ma-rush dito ng Fun Plus. But this is the main idea. Fun Plus is already engaging into B. The Hunt is already getting in the info. May natagpuan silang nood dito. May makukuha silang pick-off agad against stocks. There's also the follow-ups. Running into the site mindlessly. Tapos makakakuha pa ng pang-counter ng flanks. Dito sina Angel. One member remaining with his Sheriffs. No man down of 4 Fun Plus. Finally, another run into their knee. Pero 6-12 pa ito. Anim pa ang abulin nila.
Anim pa nga kanilang kailangan pick up dito. But at least these pushes by Xiao, you already know, right, that he's spearheading the possibility. The slight possibility that Fun Plus can get this comeback. Again, Xiao, just cool, calm, and collective. Merciless ang kanyang expression talaga ngayon. And I love it. 19 kills na para sa kanya. He's bringing it all the way back. Pero DRX, they have so much resources to manage with. Yung safety cushion of 6 rounds, the absurd amount of timeouts that they still have. Actually, both of their timeouts are still available para sa nila to draw things out, to figure things out. And again, that looming threat of just one wrong step para sa FPX. That being said, medyo nagkamali tayo sa stats, guys. 6-12. Balik na natin yan. DRX yung merong 12, tas Fun Plus yung 6. Ayun. But anyways, very close. Now, let's see how this goes. I feel like Xiao is gonna be a crucial factor dito. And if he drops down, that might be the end para sa Fun Plus.
Yun nga eh. Parang ayun nga talaga ang na-mention dito ng panelists natin earlier na once na hindi maging viable yung placings or yung mga actions dito ni Xiao, it can be over for Fun Plus. But this is another round for them to survive and another threat na makakaharap nila dito since operator at hand ngayon for RB. Thankfully enough for him, thankfully enough for the Fun Plus players is wala sila dito sa A main. So they are leaning towards in a good spot here para makuha nila yung B side. But with that operator naman ni Boss, hindi siya makakuha ng pick-off. We also have here the activity ng ultimate dito ng KO. It won't be enough to dahil mapapapilispin agad sila dito ni Boss. 2 members remaining na lang dito for the side of FPX. Matatagpuan pa kung sino yung nasa loob ng mid. And this is just really going over again para makuha na kaagad ng DRX itong round na ito, itong series na ito to completely have their spot into the playoffs.
That jump spotted out Artist. Now they know where he is. And Buzz shoots him when he was not looking. What a disastrous way para ma-take down sa game na yon, sa round na yon, and sa series na ito. And that's going to be a solid win para sa DRX. Look at the taunts coming right out of the players ng DRX ngayon. Absolutely pinnacle performance para sa kanila. And Fun Plus, where are they gonna be heading? Just back up muna. Hindi pa sila tapos, I believe, dito sa tournament ito. They're still alive and they're gonna go to the decider match to whoever wins between Sersha and Northeption.
Nail Biter series. So talagang overwhelming kanina yung in-execute dito ng Fun Plus endgame number 1 in Haven, but really is just unfortunate dahil na-reverse sweep sila dito na DRX was able to have their comfortability na nga pagdating naman sa kanilang mga plays and giving RB the wings to fly para makakuha din ng simultaneous pick-offs and syempre yung pag-shutdown nila finally kina Xiao. Yun lang din ang kailangan nila dito eh, makita yung weakness ng Fun Plus players and they went and fully abusing it para makuha nila itong consecutive rounds and consecutive games. 2-1 is our series going in favor of DRX.
Tamang-tama si Meralco Spratleys na welcome na nga ang DRX sa playoffs happening next week na, I believe, or actually no, this week from July 14 to 25 onwards. Oh, That is absolutely huge. So the next series that we are going to be looking at is kung sino yung papalag sa Fun Plus Phoenix. Is it going to be Sersha Esports once again or Northeption? So the elimination match between Group B's against Sersha and Northeption is going to be happening in the second series. So that's going to be another big one to definitely watch out for. But for the moment, DRX, well-deserved win para sa kanila. You can already see their faces. You can already see their victory pose and their calm demeanors as always just show to us that DRX, team that can always bounce back if given the opportunity to do so. Stacks pala yung kaninang nagtuton. Come on! Yan yung sasabi niya.
Ang bait nga nila na nagpe-face bump na eh.
Oo. Napakalinis ang trash talk nila. Napakalinis ang banter. Enjoy ko rin yan. So, guys, yun na nga. I think ipaprepare na namin ang second series para sa inyo. Pag-usapan na rin ng panel lahat na nangyari sa particular series na yon. Honestly, it feels like Fun Plus Phoenix a little bit lackluster, or maybe it's just how DRX really performed in that one. Cool, calm, and collected. Lots of engagements na nakita natin sa DRX. And honestly, it felt like Haven was the only map na hindi ko feel yung tempo ng DRX. But second and third, obviously they won, but obviously you saw how DRX plays talaga when DRX are able to play to the level that you see them regularly on their particular region. So while we are also waiting, guys, we still have 2 more series to go for today. Bakit ako naka-timing sa araw na 3 series tayo palagi? Galit ba sa akin si Derek? Hindi ko alam. Pero that means that we still have our 3rd series na Optic Gaming versus Loud coming in later din pala.
Was really just overwhelming, no? Dahil kanina akala natin na magiging smooth na itong laro na to or series na ito for FPX para mag-continue and further. Tapos dagdagan mo pa ng opportunities silang mabigyan nila ng highlights yung isa't isa. But unfortunately, it didn't last long. We are going to see them in the lower bracket. I'm gonna give you the double kasama ko ngayon. Si Asaray. Tingnan natin kung sino nga ba makakalaban ng Fun Plus after this break comes to an end. Siyempre, series number 2 na for this day.
Boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it. Quitting was never an option, and you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it. crisis. I cannot fit in obnoxious. Stop it, quitting was never an option. Exhausted, this passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it. What you need.
I cannot believe it's taken this long for these two teams to go up against each other. And what better time than to be on this stage fighting for playoffs.
They have absolutely no idea, Xiao is about to backstab them and close it out. 5 rounds for FPX and another unbelievable clutch for this man.
Nice, man. Let's go, Xiao. But Xiao still managing to land the headshot. And actually, I think he might have just got it. What is that?
Nice. It's not possible. It's not possible for a player to be this good.
13-8, the Xiao show comes to the international stage. Production, I'm going to need that quote from Mitchman to be in the lower third.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys. You know, I thought I was safe.
Nothing crazier is going to happen this half.
I thought I was safe.
What was that?
RB just cannot miss.
Yo, Snyder! What are you doing, Snyder?
That is going to be the second map going to DRX. One more to play for as we go all the way to Breeze.
DRX make their way through into that next stage of the tournament.
And that was the Prime Gaming post-match highlights. DRX, they are through to playoffs once again at another international event. I'm back on the desk with Jess and Doug. Sometimes I forget how good their trash talk game is.
I forgot a little bit.
Yeah,
Like,
we know about Optic, but like DRX, you don't want to be sitting like opposite them on stage.
I can't believe they went for Cider as well. That was such a low blow. They're like, oh, we'll go for the sub, we'll get in their heads. And I'm like, you really did get in his head. Like, that's brutal.
Yeah, low key, it may have worked.
I feel like that is to a degree of what happened. You know, after map 1, I think EMEA fans were cheering, perhaps a little bit too prematurely, but DRX, they hit back hard. They take the next 2, and what a way to do it, Doug, because this is the DRX I feel like we have been wanting to see, right, at international tournaments.
Yeah, I think Breeze DRX is what we expect.
Yeah.
Fracture DRX is what was missing.
Yes.
And now we've seen both.
Yes.
That is a scary prospect. Again, to go back to the top of the series, the question was, can they show that variety in their DNA, right? In their personality? They did, and it was scary.
Well, Jess, you said that, you know, the stocks for Korea were quite low for you as well. You weren't quite sure how to judge this team. The expectations for you kind of dropped over time.
Yep.
Again, you were backing them all the way in the beginning. Has this reignited your hope, or do you feel like you need to see more?
Oh, you've put me in such a hard spot here, Insu. I think I want to jump back on the DRX train. I want to be the one that comes to events and predicts them to win again, because I want that to be the kind of team that, you know, the APAC Slayers, they don't just become APAC Slayers, they become world dominators. That's the next step up for them, is to make that jump of not just being the one that's undefeated in maps in their region, but one that goes undefeated, let's say, in the world one day. And that's a big statement to make, but it's a possibility if they keep going at this level. They have RB showing up now. There's no need to replace that. That's working. Every piece of the puzzle has come together finally. The package is there, and now it's about fine-tuning, of which that fracture, that point you bring up was really it. It was like, can there be that little fine-tuning on the edge of their map pool, their micro plays, the way they play off of each other? Yes, it's there now. So maybe I get back on the track. Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good time to reinvest. Doug?
Sure.
Yes, I want to see a little bit more, and here's why. I'm very curious to see what the response is to that win for DRX, because it is inevitable that people will go, yes, but FPX had a sub. Yes, FPX had this, FPX had that.
They'll make excuses, yeah.
But the thing is, I don't know that that's necessarily wrong, right? Like, I think there is some validity to that statement. Whether it's a lot or a little is left to be said, but I do think that's not something insignificant. I'm not taking anything away from DRX. I opened with the fact that they showed versatility in their personality, and I think that's what we needed to see out of them on the international stage. So dope. They check that box. That's what we want to see out of them. I want to see them do it again against a complete team.
Well, I will say that Ardis himself said that they want to be treated like the team that they are, and for us to not look at them as a team that's weakened by the sub. So I think maybe he would feel like they were beaten fair and square. But more importantly, you guys at home, we asked you to vote for the in-zone player of the match on Twitter. We put a poll out a little bit earlier, and you guys, this was a close one. And RB takes, I am so happy for him to be showing up on the international stage, to be playing consistently, and for getting the love that he deserves.
Finally we can sit here, and we did say the other day we want more of his name up on the screen. We get to go check 1, 2, how much of a tally can we make? Mind you, he was in 29 of the opening engagements in that series, of course Fracture probably being a large amount of those. But that's the kind of thing that DRX were missing. This is the thing we're talking about with the puzzle pieces. It's there.
Well, speaking of RB, he is the man of the hour, and he's joined right now by Golden Boy for the Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you so much, Yintu. Yes, I'm joined by the man of the hour. You're right, the MVP, RB, here with us right now, alongside our translator, Yun. And RB, congratulations on the win. How does it feel to get this really big victory against an EMEA team under your belt?
우선 경기 고생하셨고요. 축하드리고요. 이번에 이미아에서 온 굉장히 강호 팀을 상대로 승리를 하셨는데 지금 기분이 어떠신가요?
이렇게 2대1로 쉽게 이기게 돼서 정말 기분이 좋고요. 네온 할 때도 설마 먹히겠지 했는데 잘 먹히게 돼서 좀 좋은 것 같아요.
So I'm happy that we won by 2-1. I think it was a good win. And when I began, selected Neon, I was kind of somewhat skeptical, but I'm glad it worked out, and yeah, I'm really happy.
Well, I don't know if this be translated, but your Neon is very unfair. You're very, very good.
Neon이 너무 불공평할 정도로 좋았다고.
So let's talk about Haven because that was, I think like a lot of us were expecting DRX to come out very strong out of the gate, but Haven kind of fell flat. What do you think went wrong on Haven and allowed FPX to be able to get the win there?
헤이븐부터 좀 질문 드리고 싶은데요. 원래 DRX 이제 헤이븐이 강한 걸로 좀 유명하다 보니까 이제 좀 승리를 예상한 경우도 있었는데 어떤 부분에서 좀 부족해서 좀 승리를 하지 못했다고 생각하시는지 궁금합니다.
헤이븐 때는 저희가 처음에 좀 교전 능력 실수도 있고 저희끼리 이제 커뮤니케이션이 이제 잘 안 된 적이 많이 있다 보니까 그것 때문에 실수를 많이 하게 돼서 첫 세트 헤이븐 맵은 진 것 같습니다.
So I think there were some, little gaps in between our communications, and we lost many small fights, and I think it's the reason why we lost the first set of Haven.
Yeah, and now you guys make it through. You look great. What do you think makes DRX so special in this stage, and maybe has DRX fighting for a championship?
그러면 그런 이제 어려움에도 불구하고 이제 강한 모습을 보여주셨는데 이제 앞으로도 어떤 모습으로 좀 이번에 트로피를 향해서 가실 계획이신지 궁금합니다.
이제 저번 레이캬비크 때는 저희가 좀 부진한 모습을 많이 보여드렸는데 그래도 이번 코펜하겐 때는 저희가 더 좋은 모습으로 보여주면서 우승까지 가도록 하겠습니다.
So I know that we weren't as strong as we, imagined to be during Iceland, but this time we are strong here and we're reaching up high. So yeah, we're gonna go for the trophy here.
Well, I'm looking forward to it, and I hope you guys do it because if you keep playing Neon like that, then I want to keep watching you play Neon like that. All right? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, guys. Well, that's going to do it for us here. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, though, we're going to have Northeption taking on Xerxia. It's going to be a wild game, an elimination matchup as well, so you don't want to miss it. This, of course, is VALORANT Masters right here in Copenhagen. We'll see you soon.
pump, vex. Looking in the sky like what's next? On point from the wig to the hills, big tits in the back, just mad. When she said it was the MCM, I thought she was talking about bags. Private party, champagne to the face in a Barbie. Got your BM doing up mingle. How they broke and they singing out Cardi. You versus me, that's practice. Me against you in what army? Was it Juvie when I first grabbed handles? Or they told me it was aim for the arteries? Or they told me it was aim for the arteries. Or they told me it was aim for the arteries. I know what time it is. What time it is.
I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it. Quitting was never an option. Exhausted. This passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it.
Welcome back, everyone, to Masters Copenhagen. We got our second match of the day, which features Xerxia and Northeption. I'm Golden Boy, here to break it all down with Doug and Jess. And I'm very excited to be here. First time I'm with you guys.
Yo, what's up, man?
First time. That's what's up, baby. Let's do this. Now, here's the deal, okay? This is our first elimination match of the day. The pressure is on here in Copenhagen, and even if you survive today, you're gonna have to win again tomorrow just in order for you to make it forward. So, Jess, there's obviously a lot of pressure on these teams here to try and keep themselves alive in this tournament. It's been very competitive so far.
Absolutely. That's why we have nothing but a serious desk here, don't we, Golden Boy? There's going to be no antics here. We're going to be completely serious. High tier
I've never made
analysis.
a joke in my life.
Exactly right. You got to keep on the trail here because this is a knockout game. And conversely, I think we know who the favorites are going into this sort of second match of the day, and that we could be knocking out a region that really stole our hearts at the last event. So that's the thing that might really hit me here. But there's some other favorites on the block now.
Yeah, that's right. We got the number 2 squad from APAC. It's Xerxia. They dropped a close one against FPX yesterday. And, if a couple things, Doug, had gone their way, they probably would not be in this position. In fact, I think it's safe to say that a lot of us were very surprised by Xerxia's performance yesterday. They played FPX close.
No, 1000%, man. I think they played them very closely. I think all eyes go to Surf and to Scary.
Yeah.
And then, honestly, wait, you go, yeah, Surf, Scary. What about Sushi Boys? Right? Like, they're all,
Cruise?
they have such a good lineup.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, this was the track from yesterday. I was actually watching this.
This is how close it was.
Yeah, I mean, we were, I won't lie, we were watching this game yesterday. We were like, the bind was exciting. The Ascent kind of went, made us feel a certain way. But then Haven, I don't know what it was. That Haven game woke me up as I was watching. I was like, this game's freaking awesome. And look, I'm obviously bummed that Xerxia lost that just because I love to see the regions like in the APAC region, Japanese region. I love to see them do well. So this match in particular has gotten me a little bit because I'm a big enjoyer of these regions.
Xerxia made a statement as well. Because how many times we sort of said, yeah, Xerxia, they're the underdogs. I called them the bridesmaid to Paper Rex. My apologies again for that, but I meant it because in their region they stand in a bit of a shadow. And it's cold and it's dark and they've sort of stepped out. I can see the leg poking out from that shadow and they're going, yeah, I'm ready. I might be ready to step out into the sunshine here, make a bit of a statement, but you're right, there's so many more games to go. I want to say it. I'm almost there. They've just got to make me a bit more of a believer. Maybe this match is the one to do it. And then the next. Then I can be like, all right, Xerxia train, I'm on. It's full steam ahead. Let's go.
That's fair. Well, there was a guy who might be a Xerxia believer. I actually played against him yesterday. It was Artist because my this guy that I know named Esports Douglas had an opportunity to chat with Artist yesterday. And here's actually what he had to say about Surf.
Surf just kind of feels like a different breed. What was your perspective having just gone up against him?
I mean, Surf played really well that game. I think he was doing some crazy stuff, some stupid stuff, but because I think he had so much confidence that the stupid stuff worked.
Yeah.
I think other games it might not work as well, but honestly, if you're feeling it, you're feeling it. And you're if I was feeling it, I'd be doing the exact same stuff that he was, but it was tilting a little bit, but honestly, individually he played lights out. I don't want to say it, I didn't know how good he was, but I didn't know he was this good. So I'm just happy. I'm just happy to play against them, and hopefully we play in the future as well.
There it is. There it is, Surf. I mean, and one thing I'll say is that Doug guy, good looking dude. Oh, what's up, Doug? How you doing, Poppy?
Fancy seeing you here.
No shenanigans.
I think Surf is the real deal. I think he is a key to Xerxia playing well. I will say this. You just mentioned, Jess, that maybe after this you feel a bit more on board the train.
Sure,
right?
a little bit.
You're gonna settle in,
Yeah. You're not sold.
I don't think so.
You're not sold?
Well, what about the next match after that?
Oh yeah, the next one.
And what about the next match after
No,
that, Doug?
just the next. Just the next after this, if they were to win this.
They should roll Northeption.
Ooh.
They should.
Okay.
Right? Like all of them. But that's the thing, bro. That's what I'm saying is it's not just Surf, it's Scary, it's Sushi Boys, it's Crew. They looked really good against FPX. We know what they're capable of, given previous tournament runs that they've had. this should be relatively simple. I think Northeption, we wanted to believe, and they just have not captured our hearts like previous Japanese representatives have.
Unlike DRX and the likes of Xerxia and whatnot, this is the region that I think everyone knows has captured my heart. I lived there for a many number of years. This was not the team I thought would be representing the Japanese region.
That's true.
After Reykjavik, and Northeption have come in on a stage in front of 26,000 people, have made a statement that they are the best in Japan currently, but they're yet to prove it here on the international stage.
Yeah, I've been doing some thinking about it. GB's been thinking.
Wow,
which is dangerous.
With the 4 brain cells, what have you concocted?
Because I try and like get as many. Look, I try to bring at least 5 brain cells to this conversation. I do the best I can. But I wonder, Doug, do you think that perhaps it could come down to this experience? Yes, they did play in front of a big crowd in Japan. Yes, they had an incredible game against Zeta. But maybe there was just a little bit of the nerves there, right? You were the first game of the event. There was just a lot of that coming into play. I mean, I don't know. What do you think?
No, I think it's possible. You expect some of that to have been handled already, though, right?
Yeah,
Given how they got here. It was not an easy role where you just beat up everyone else in your region. They did it in a stage. They won a rematch against Zeta, so they had to weather some of the adversity that they faced in their tournament run. I will say this, though. What I'm probably most excited about for this match is this kid right here.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he's incredible.
The duel between Meteor and Surf is going to be outrageous. I'm expecting nothing but full-blown shenanigans, people updrafting and dashing all over the place, and blades going left and right. Nobody knows what's going on.
At least one Meteor Shower reference is going to be made by Brent.
At least. Lauren hit like, what, 4 or 5?
30.
Yeah.
Tops.
Had to have.
No, Meteor has been incredibly shocking, Jess. It's just impressive to see him play. And I want to see him get rolling because in that second game, kind of got stuffed. So you kind of want to see him have the energy of that first game brought into the series.
And part of it is a little bit of enabling. I mean, we speak about the side of Xerxia being able to enable Surf. Well, that's something that Meteor tries to enable himself sometimes. He gets lost in the source a little bit. And as a result, a little trip and a stumble here and there. But what I will say, for those who don't know, it's a bit of an import team as well. They've got some Korean players on the team, some Japanese players on the team. So it's not a full Japanese representation. And we know some of the craziest gunners that we've seen. And we saw one today in the name of RB come from the Korean region as well. So it's interesting that they've got that mixed roster too.
Yeah. I will say this too. Meteor felt like the bright spot in that previous series that we saw Northeption play in. He played with confidence. He did not hesitate on taking duels. He did not seem like he was hesitant due to the stage that he was on. He looked very comfortable. Ultimately, it didn't pan out. But bring some of that swagger back. We need it.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to... Look, it can't just be him, though.
No, it can't. That's the very big thing. That's the storyline of today as well.
Yeah.
That's actually the storyline of today. It's just, it can't just be that one dude that rocks up and does everything.
Yeah.
I think we've had so many references of it going really badly for teams. And today it tried to be the Xiao show. That didn't turn out for them, did it? So we can't have that repeat throughout. You're in the best teams in the world. That's it. You can't just rely on one player.
It's very true. It's very true. That, I think, is the scary part about all of this. But, well, let's go ahead and jump right in to the map select, see what we're going to be getting here for this battle, this elimination match between Northeption and Xerxia.
Ooh, does Xerxia get a little bit of bind? I know they lost it, but that was a close battle there. I wonder if they want to go back to it as well.
Yeah, actually
Icebox
shows
off.
a lot of structure there. So here we go. It's going to be first pick here from Northeption.
What are we getting?
Say
This
that
is
5 times fast.
Oh, we might get the Yoru. I thought we might get a Yoru today already, but we might actually get a Yoru.
And I feel like it was really likely that we got it last time,
I
and we
know,
didn't. So I
and
just
we
feel
really
like I've been bamboozled, I've been hurt, and I
You've been
refuse to
hoodwinked.
get
We've
hurt
been
again.
debated so many times, and I'm sick of it.
That's why I have trust issues.
Yeah, this is very true.
Haven.
All right, Haven's going to be the second map here. Let's see now. We get Breeze knocked out of it. What will be the decider here? What is Xerxia going to look to remove? They remove Ascent. Interesting. Actually, that was the win. That was the win that they got against FPX yesterday.
That's
13-9.
interesting because Haven, they obviously lost against FPX, but they're confident it's better here for them. Fair enough.
The nature of both Split and Bind just tend to lean towards more like scrappy explosion fights, right? Like this is not going to be more open. It's not going to be bigger sites. It's not going to be 3 lanes. Those 2 maps lend themselves to chaos, to fighting through sites, to fighting through tight choke points. And that is where, again, we need to see Surf and we need to see Meteor pop off. Haven's going to play a little bit differently, but map 1 and map 3 should be explosive.
Yeah.
Should we get to map 3, which I hope we do because we've had banger of matchups thus
I want
far.
a good series.
I
Like,
also
honestly,
want a good series.
I genuinely believe that this was not, like Northeption. Maybe this is going to sound like a really weird saying, but they got caught with their pants down, in the first one.
It. You're okay.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, it's my first time here. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how many times I could use that joke, but I'm going to keep doing it until someone on Reddit gets annoyed by it. But the point is I just wonder, maybe Northeption just went back to the well. They went back, Jess, and just were like, hey, we belong here. We beat Zeta 3-1 in the finals. We should be here. We know we have the capability. And if anything, against Xerxia, maybe they're a little beaten up from yesterday. Like, who knows, right?
Man, the copium is so strong, I'm about to suffocate.
I'm
like sitting here, I'm like,
look, I am a storyline enjoyer, Doug.
But let me add some more copium.
Oh,
we've seen this story before.
We have.
We saw it with Zeta.
We have.
They got bodied in their first match in Reykjavik, and then guess what? They popped off. What says Northeption can't do the same thing?
I just don't think lightning strikes twice.
Okay.
I just don't think it does. I love the region. I love the teams and everything. I just don't think you undertake that kind of Cinderella story twice. The slipper's already fallen off. Both slippers gone. You're barefoot. You're at the beach at that point. So it's not the same thing.
I like that. I was going to make a joke about you being a meteorologist. You get it? See?
I do get it.
That's what I bring to the table, baby. All right, folks, we're going to go to a quick break.
Save me.
When we come back, though, we're going to jump right into the matchup. We're going to introduce the players to you fine folks at home. You don't want to miss it. It's Northeption versus Xerxia. We'll see you on the other side.
I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. You cannot stop it.
Red Bull Campus Clutch is back. Assemble your team and lead it to the World Final. Learn more on RedBullCampusClutch.com. I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it. Quitting was never an option. Exhausted. This passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it. You cannot stop it.
Welcome back, everyone, right here to Copenhagen for some VCT action as we have Northeption taking on Xerxia to give us our first elimination match here of the event, which is heartbreaking, Jess, because, you know, you don't want to send any of these teams home, right? You know, you want, and I mean, I don't know. I just hate seeing people go, you know?
I'm sure you sat there and you watched the pre-show because, you know, we did a smashing job with it and, you know, you love our pre-shows.
You guys nailed it.
Yeah, yeah.
Nailed
so
it.
I had a particular saying. Yeah. Oh, you were biking. That's right. So he didn't watch our pre-show, but if you had of, you would have heard me say the days like this in tournaments like this are what I call happy, sad days. Happy because people progress, sad because we do games like this. And especially sad for me because I have to bet against the region I don't want to bet against, have heavy favorites, and then likely say goodbye to that team at the end of the series if that does go the way of our predictions. So that's the sad part about it, but it's the necessary part moving forward.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie to you. As someone who has no feelings and emotions, I have no qualms with this whatsoever because this gets us closer to playoffs. This gets us closer to the stage.
What is up with that side of the desk?
No. I can confirm he's a robot.
That's 1,000% true. We get closer to the stage, to the crowd, to the finals. Like, this is what we're excited for. This is what we want to see. And yeah, unfortunately, some people need to go along the way.
He's like, yeah, there's collateral damage out there, and I'm like, yeah, that's why I'm hurting.
Just the emotionless esports Doug right here.
Oh
in
my
Copenhagen,
goodness.
folks. But yeah, look, we're going to split first, Doug, and you know, I'm not quite too sure what to expect here for Northeption. You know, they had a rough first game. We covered it extensively, you know, the pre-show leading up to this matchup here. But, you know, just real quick before the players come out here, right? Like, are you just hoping to see maybe them try something different here on Split, or you want to kind of go to the fundamentals?
I'm okay with what they've done in the past only because, again, it's predicated upon how well Meteor can do. Right, like if he's in a comfortable spot, he is the key to unlocking this team. Whereas if you kind of shift away from that, does that mess with confidence? Like, oh, they didn't trust me on what I was on previously. Am I the reason adjustments have to be made? Things of that nature.
Ooh, interesting stuff. Well, we'll see what happens in the agent select, but it's now time to go ahead and meet our two teams, Xerxia and Northeption. Let's do this. That's how I feel whenever the music's playing, Cruz. You know, just vibing, just flowing to the beat, baby.
Makes the hips move a little bit.
It makes the hips move. Hopefully makes the hips move in game. Cruz actually was fantastic yesterday. Multiple rounds that could have gone sour very fast, and Cruz was one of the reasons why that didn't happen.
You know, last event we were talking about the controller players, and obviously, you know, got marved in the server, etc. But this tournament, I kind of feel like I'm getting initiator vibes.
Yeah.
How many times has he set up his team? Yeah, I mean, Leo's obviously, you know, somewhere at the top of the list. We just had stacks and whatnot, and then this, Cruz has sort of been able to enable his team a couple of times, and that's the kind of thing that we haven't necessarily spoken about a lot at tournaments, I don't think. I think he just sits as like, you know, the dad of the group, and it's just like, yeah, I'm here to enable my team if necessary.
Yeah.
Doesn't get a lot of spotlight.
Yeah, no, for sure, and I'm glad that, you know, every international tournament brings us something new to the table, and it's nice that we're getting that focus on the initiators and, you know, what could they be bringing to the table in these games here. But man, I'm just really looking forward to this matchup because there's just Northeption could potentially be, you know, popping off here, Doug, and shocking us all. Xerxia, though, they have looked great, and as we were saying in the pre-show, they are a team that I think a lot of people were kind of sleeping on and proved that against FPX, like, hey, you know, they have what it takes. That's why they're here in Denmark.
Yeah, they've got a little something to them that must be respected. I do think, though, again, to go back to North Epson and to go back to their history and how they got here even, like, this is not unfamiliar territory just as far as, like, the story that we saw.
Yeah.
We have the chance to see it again. This is also not unfamiliar territory for them, right? So what's not to say North Epson can't make the adjustments that they need to make?
Yeah, very true. Well, we're waiting for the, oh, actually, there it is. My eyes deceive me. Prime Gaming Agent Select, ready to go, and we're getting the lock-ins.
Okay, fine. Just ruin my day. Don't ever bring Yoru. Don't just debate me for the rest of my life.
Lol.
This is why I don't trust.
You know what? You're right, Doug. I'm joining you in the pessimistic camp that you sit upon.
Yeah, just big
That's
sad
it. I'm the big sad. Look, fine. Berserker, they've been able to put Fox. I think he is a great player and he's able to enable his team, but this is such a big change. I know there hasn't been a lot of play on it for them for a while, but
yeah,
does it work on this map? Maybe.
Well, we'll see. We will see. Agent Select is done, so let's go ahead and send it over to our casters. Some people call them Pinky and the Smooth Brain, but I call them Brennan Taicho, but that same thing too.
Boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop me. You cannot stop me.
Hello guys.
Parang ang sarap pa ng pagkakalunok mo dun, Betsy. Parang hindi ko nahuli Parang dinaan mo, nilihis mo Parang iba na lang yung nasabi mo doon. Pero nandito na nga tayo. Welcome back.
Pahapyaw lang sa atin yun Hello guys. Alam niyo naman kung ano event to Hindi namin sabihin.
Kanina pa naman siguro kayo nanonood kung nandito kayo. Welcome back sa Masters. Pero elimination match tong napapanood natin right now. And we are here on the pistol round itself. Meron tayong mga players right here. It's a 3 versus 4 situation as of this moment. NTH sila ang lamang when it comes to people na buhay pa. Kumbaga, ang kaso hindi makakaikot si Foxy dito unless sisirain niya yung trademark. And that would give the info on the side of NTH na may tao here on B-Main.
Long time no see, busy Wapap. Matagal tayo hindi nagkita ngayon pero ito lang, nakikita natin yung mga players ngayon. Si Foxy medyo tamang jumping lang ginagawa niya, pero the clock is ticking already. Foxy is gonna be really hard for him to do that big retake kasi kadalawa pa ang kalaban niya, pero nga Foxy will get that kill switch all the way dito lang sa loob mismo ng BP, pero nga lang si Exen Free mga kaibigan. We're just gonna use that right click onto the class. We'll take down one. Foxy may iwasan niya yung fault line, pero meron tayo sa may kaliwa, and that is Black Wiz. He's not gonna fall down because they're gonna win this game number 1, match 1, round 1 rather, ng game number 2. But still, NTH will get that advantage toward the second round of the game. Pero partner, if ever na talagang predictions ang ginagawa natin dito, probably it's gonna be a 2-0 in favor of Search. Hindi tayo nagpapaka-bias dito. Walang bias na nangyayari dito, men. Stats lang. Stats don't lie.
Stats person kami. Tama. Legit. Tsaka, alam mo, nakakamiss pala makita yung split, no? Kasi hindi na natin nakikita sa competitive By the way, yung Pearl magiging compet na pala. Anyway, going back here, syempre, makakabili ng kanilang mga barel ang NTH. And they are pushing in forward ng mabilisan. Ito yung mga play na nakikita natin in Southeast Asia or Asia in general na fast-paced gameplay. Paranoia connects perfectly right now. Meteor doesn't see anyone. Wala rin siya mamamatay. Pero yung mga nasa loob ng site, isa-isa na nga. They will all fall in the hands of NTH. Mabilis na 2-0.
Yeah. Mabilis na 2-0 talaga ang nangyari dito, best. Talagang pinapakita rin talaga ng NTH na they really wanna be aggressive dito. And mga kaibigan, kung napapansin nyo, naglalaro tayo sa split, dito na lang natin makikita. Dito na lang natin
Wala ngang audio pinapanood ko, pero may subtitle naman.
Hindi, meron kasi ginawa si sino ba gumawa nun? Yung sinabi ni Black and Blue, man, nilagyan na subtitles. Kung di ka ba naman baliw ba't mo nalagyan na subtitles? Tumber talaga malalaman dito kasi si Scarrow gonna take you down. Ito yung paranoia, hinadukay yung tatlo mga katipulasyon nakita, pero that is the stinger kill from Derry Alley. And pushing into a 4v4 is all the way dito lang sa may sewers daw. catching one. The spike is dropped. It's going to be really hard for them to get this spike because the utilities of Search is literally all over the place right now. And that is the C's. Will get a connect, and Foxy with a swing and with a kill onto the right click. And X and Free, mga kaibigan, wala kang choice kundi talagang labanan to mga players na to. Oo, wala kang pera, pero pwede ka namang mamatay dito. Hindi ka ba naman baliw, di ba? Tamber lalagay mo dyan.
4v1 ang sitwasyon natin as of this moment. Kahit na merong utility pa dito si XN Free na medyo masakit yan. Siyempre coming in from the chamber. Hindi pa rin enough eh. Mali pa na lang if a miracle play happens, and it's not gonna happen at all. Sersha still got around here, and then it's gonna be a 2-1. Ito yung buy round nila. At kahit may dalawang casualties, kahit papano, ang importante naman dito is what they get is the round itself. Tamang dash in sa mukha eh. Dash in sa kamatayan. Yung ginawa ng Jet doon.
Medyo masakit yun, Kuya Eddie. Pero wala ka naman talaga magagawa nung kundi labanan talaga ng todo yung NTH. Pero yun nga, I mean, napakaganda nung flank na ginawa ni Sushi Boys. Bigla siya nakakuha ng isa. Hindi na pa kami tawa ng tawa, guys, kung alam niyo lang. Oh! Uy,
may nahuli pa.
Grabe naman yung hunt na ginawa talaga dito ng NTH. We really thought na makakapag... Sorry, sino ba yung gumawa? Sorry. Yung hunt na ginawa ni Fox, hindi ko alam. Hindi ko alam. Pagod na ako eh.
Pagpasensyahan nyo na, medyo sabaw kami. Kanina pa kami nagsushoot ng kung ano-ano.
Oo, men. Medyo napanood din naman kanina, di ba? Hindi lang yung ginawa namin.
Kala mo lahat nanonood sa atin eh.
Oo, sa totoo lang, 4 yung shoot namin kanina.
Alam mo ba walang buhay yung iba mga tao dito? Anyway, Meteor and Jox Joe, the only people remaining here in the hands of NTH, makakuha sila ng isang kill. Kaso nga lang, hindi pa rin yun enough to get the round itself. Isa lang naging casualty for Sersha. Side pantay na ang laban ngayon. And so far, gaya na sabi natin kanina, Vil, no, when it comes to the odds, when it comes to the experience, pagdating sa international stage, Sersha talaga yung may lamang. But, gaya nung sabi ng panel kanina, Zeta, they also flunked during the first time they played, and then nag-pop off sila. You never know what Japan region could bring to the table. Malay lang naman. Pero based sa stats kasi, Sersha talaga eh.
Yeah, ito rin. Ang mortal enemy ng Japan, mga kaibigan, lalong-lalo na ang Northception, is ang Thailand. Kasi nilaglag sila ng full sense back then nung Champions. So literal na galit sila sa mga hindi naman galit. Pero hindi naman sila galit, guys. Pero I mean, of course, para may rival, ay ulit nila maulit yun.
Ganda flank ni Meteor dito.
Pero sobrang ganda ginagawa rin talaga. Pero nga na, Meteor will catch one already. Pero the position is now compromised, and that is the hold nilabas ngayon ng Sersha. Wala namang anip kanina yung NTH. So talaga pwede sabihin talagang meron silang laban doon. Pero right now, ito na ang tunay na gun round. Lahat may pera, lahat pantay na naka-rifle. Pero in terms of utilities, yes, pwede silang mag-all out. Pero ang tanong, saan ba sila magpo-push? Pwedeng B, pwedeng A, pero for sure they're not gonna push in or rush in na napakabilis, mga kaibigan. They really need to know the information first before sila gumawa dito ng mga pwesto. Lalong-lalo na kailangan nilang ito. Ang problema dito sa NTH, attacker sila, pero wala silang agent na nagsasabi talaga kung saan exactly yung kalaban nila. Tingnan mo si Foxy. Oo, meron, si Foxy with a Prowler, with a Hunt, tingnan mo dito sa kabila sa NTH. Ang meron lang sila, yung trap ni XN Free. Pero, magagamit mo lang yan pag may nagbabackstab sa'yo. Yun lang yan. O, initiator si Jox Joe, pero hindi naman niya pinapaalam kung meron bang tao dyan sa area ng pinangalan. Surf, mga kaibigan, binaril yung kapa ni Black Wiz, and he's gonna take him down. Black Wiz, parang Dark Magician lang ng Yu-Gi-Oh! Bes.
Kaya rin na wala silang magagawa to get info but to jump peak like that. And it's very risky. Dahil nga rin doon sa sinabi ni Vil, no, wala tayong mga info guy, kumbaga, na tinatawag pagdating sa mga agent pick ng NTH. But what matters right now, if they can execute yung plan nila when it comes to this map and yung mga entry points nila dito and give an explosive fight towards site, kaya nila ma-take down tong Sersha eh. But it's gonna be difficult, yes. But it's doable. Yan ang pwede nating sabihin. Ngayon, medyo slow play ang ganap kasi wala silang pang ecoms dito. Walang pang setup.
Oo nga eh, kaya wala talaga magagawa dyan, men. I mean, good sana eh, comes ni Jet, pero hindi naman yan matagal, di ba? Ilang segundo lang yan.
4
Pero wala na silang
seconds
oras.
lang yan.
Meron pang hunt. Natamaan na nga yung isa. Pero hindi sila magpupush dito for sure. They really need to save up everything that they have. Kasi if ever natalo sila dito, if ever naubos yung mga players ng NTH, wala silang pera next round. The 4-2 already. And just like kung ano yung mga predict natin, this is the mapa na pinili ng Northception. Pero at the end of the day, men, search siya pa rin ang kalaban nyo na laging present sa ganitong klaseng event, naglaging present sa mga playoffs, ganyan. And in terms naman sa experience, talagang sobrang laki na experience sa Xerxia at walang choice ang NTH kundi mag-timeout. What a good timeout na ginawa nila dito. Sana nag-timeout sila nung 3-2. Kasi 3 beses sila nakukuha doon. Pero it's really up to them though. They need to make the most out of all these guns that they bought. Yes, yung Spectre lang yung isa. Pero kailangan pantay-pantay yung pera nila. Kailangan literal na ubos lahat ng pera nila dito. Pambawi nilang after 2 rounds.
In general din naman kasi, Bessie, kung iisipin natin, when it comes to region-wise, Xerxia, nasa Asia-Pacific region sila eh. It's much more diverse compared to, for example, Korea region, obviously sila-sila. Japan region na may sarili, sila-sila din. But in Asia-Pacific, kahit papano, there's been a diverse amount of teams coming in from different countries na magsasama-sama sa isang Asia-Pacific. Dinagdag pa nila, of course, Australia and the Oceania region. Sinama na rin nila dito sa Asia-Pacific. So, when it comes to international experience, lalo na Xerxia, they've been here. Masters, nakalipad na sila all throughout and they are the top team of their own country. Alam na natin, mahihirapan talaga ang NTH. But let's see, it's still 4-2, still close right now to actually tell kung ano nga ba yung magiging resulta nitong mapa na ito.
Yeah, at merong bagong tweet mga kaibigan ng mga Valorant update. Merong bagong skin. Egypt ang pangalan. Phantom, Egypt? Vandal, Frenzy, Spectre, and Melee. Popost ko yun sa page ko, guys.
Nag-plug lang pala. Kaya naman pala. Magpa-plug lang. Sushi Boys, nag-aabang sa may mid, merong makakaspot sa kanya, but the flash connects, may nahuli nga lang siyang isa doon. Meteor was able to take on the kill, pero ginamit na nga rin dito ang ultimate. The Rolling Thunder settles in, Nightfall as well being used, pero wala pang engagements na nangyayari talaga aside from those utilities being used. Scary! Already being gunned down here, X and Free ang makakakuha ng kill na yan. It's still a 4 versus 3 situation, and Surf has the operator. Kung makakapitas siya dito, kahit pa paano, maiiwasan niyang makapasok yung ibang mga players. Ang kaso nga lang, si Surf, nasa may B-side, pero magro-rotate na sila. Magandang positioning to for Surf. He gets 1 already. He's been performing so good with an operator. He gets 2 without even seeing him. He might even get 3! And exactly like that, the triple kill, papunta kay Surf. And isa na lang ang natitira, and that's gonna be X and Free. Ganun lang nila naubos just because of the operator.
Napaka-basic na mga pinagagawa ni Surf, mga kaibigan. Literal
parang
ng
ikaw lang.
Parang ako lang parang ako lang mag-jet eh. Parang literal chamber gamit niya. Men, literal na nilaban yung 3 players dito ng NTH ha. Ali kayo dito ha, para luminis sa mga kayo kahit paano. Pero ito yung last kill, isipin, look at the flip. Bam! Walang nagawa dito yung players.
Ang dami niya ng beses ginawa yan, Vil. Hindi lang to yung first time na nangyari. The last time we casted them, it's also the same performance here from Surf na ganun din yung ginagawa niya. Malapit ang operator ang meron. Ito lang yan, men. Si Surf, siya yung player na pumalit kay Patifan. Pero wala nang choice ang NTH kundi talagang mag-force buy lang din talaga. Napakadami ng mga bonus round na nangyayari dito sa NTH. Yung mga extra credit dahil sa loose streak na meron sila dito sa round sa to. Pero hindi lang din talaga nila go-work. Alam mo best kung sino dapat patayin ng Xerxia? Si Surf. They need to annihilate. They need to take down Surf agad. Pero NTH ang papatay sa Xerxia, Bessie.
Oo nga. Sa NTH, sabi ko nga, dapat kailangan mo nilang patayin si Surf para makabawi naman sila dito kahit pa. Pero X and Free mga kaibigan will catch 1 down. Pero Black Wiz with that flex will take down 2 as well. 2v2, medyo parehas silang namang dito, pero X and Free nakakuha na isa. Ito tulad nga sinasabi namin sa inyo, si Surf yan. Yes, meron siyang
Lalabayan.
operator. Pero, man, kukulahin kayo yan. Pero, yun nga, meron tayo dun sa may heavens from above. But Black Wiz will get that 3. Nice flick, though, and by using that Spectre. Nakapatay ka ng dalawa and just gonna use that Vandal na rin din talaga for you to end everything. Pero ito binigay kay Jet yung operator. So, pwede natin sabihin na medyo slow pace ang gagawin ng mga players ngayon ng NTH. Alam nila, yung Jet nila is merong sniper na kailangan talaga medyo nasa likod yan, nag-aantay lang yan. So, in order for them to go inside the site, they need to take at least 1 or 2 with that operator or kahit di operator, basta makakuha sila ng magandang entry dito mga kaibigan, ganoon lang yun. Pero si Surf mga kaibigan, getting that operator again. Let's see if ever kaya ba nang i-contest yung Jet dito na gamit yung operator mismo ni Surf. Pero, however, Sushi Boys trying to call up already dito lang sa may likod mga kaibigan. Alam ni Sushi Boys na mayroong tao dito. Hindi alam ni Jox Joe. Hindi alam ni Jox Joe mga kaibigan. He will take 1 down.
May showstopper pa.
Pinshell para lang syempre madelay pa yung pag-push dito ng NTH mga kaibigan. Pero meron tayo sa may harap niya. Sushi Boys. But Foxy just right there. Para syempre, parang, I got you, bro. Hindi kita makababayaan. But Excel free. Nasa kanyang operator. But they're Yali. At least, binuhay pa rin si Jox Joe para syempre makapasok sila. Kailangan nilang utilize si Jox Joe dito because of that fault line and that flashes as well. Kasi, hindi sila makakapasok pag walang ganyan. Oo, kahit walang smoke, it's fine. Basta may flash, pwede pa.
This is gonna be a hard entry though. Operator ang nag-aabang sa kanila dyan. But this fault line will actually probably connect to the chamber. Meron ng isang nasa taas. Pasok na rin yung mga players dito ng NTH. Ang kaso nga lang si Scary. Wall bangable yan, sir. The flick is there and Scary yet again with the triple kill. Finishing things off. 6-3 ang magiging score dito. Hirap na hirap makapasok ang NTH as of this moment. And just because of one rotation, one lurk coming in from Sushi Boys right here, one kill na ipit nila. Yung dalawang members, they were actually forced out to use the ultimate of the Sage just to rest up one more player para maging pantay yung manpower. Pero hindi pa rin kaya, hindi pa rin enough.
Hindi pa talaga enough eh. Pero ito guys I mean, narinig niyo yung sinabi kong bundle kanina. Merong bundle na bago. Run it back 3. Nilabas nila ulit yung Run it back 3 men.
Di ko masyadong trip yun.
Dito yung Run it back 3 I mean yung halo-halo sila ngayon. Alam niyo yung Baki na comics ganon, tas Iron Phantom, tas Mage Pack na sniper. Pero mamaya natin pag-usapan yan. Pero ito si Sushi Boys mga kaibigan, nakakuha sila isa agad. Pero walang pera yung 4 na players ngayon ng NTH. It's gonna be really hard for them to pull this off. Crows will catch 1, will catch 2. Meron tao doon sa may Ramen and Crows.
Grabe.
Inubos
sobrang
yung tatlo.
one-sided, Bessie.
Sobrang one-sided indeed. Kung napapansin mo, Besa, sino ba ang attacker? NTH. Pero ang Xerxia, ang kakapal na mukha, sila talaga yung pumapasok.
Sobrang aggressive ng play ng Xerxia dito. Alam nilang kaya nilang i-bully ang mga players ng NTH. And this is exactly how Xerxia plays anyway, kahit naman sa sarili nating region ng Asia Pacific. Once na na-realize nila kaya nilang i-bully yung isang opponent, parati nilang gagawin at uulit-ulitin yan hanggang makapalag na sila. And that's the only time na magbaback off itong Xerxia and gonna play more safely. But as long as kaya nilang i-bully, they will just do it over and over again. At saka gets ko na yung sinabi mong run it back, iba-ibang skins pala siya na magkakasama.
Oo, tama. At saka, ang night market sa July 20 to August 2, yan ang night market. Pero yung si Scare will get a takedown 2 already. Halos wala pang bawas ngayon place ng Xerxia. Ito buy round ng NTH. Pero tignan mo yung bawas ng Xerxia, men. Literal na Sushi Boys lang. Out of 500 HP na meron ng Xerxia, ang bawas lang nila is literal na 13, which is si Sushi Boys yun. And out of all the players na patay sa NTH, men, isipin mo yun nag-full buy sila. They have literally 100 HP each. Ilan yun? 500 plus 250 armors. Ilan lahat yun? 750 men. Out of 750, literal na 13 lang yung bawas ng kalaban nila dun sa Xerxia. Yun na yun. All in na yun. Men, napag-usapan na natin to. Nanalo ang Xerxia. Ginamit nila ang experience nila dun sa mapang pinili ng kalaban nila.
Mahirap talagang kalabanin din tong Sersha. Pag di mo na napigilan tuloy-tuloy na to all throughout. Anyway, at 34th in action, tingnan natin kung maiiba nila ang storya ng mapa na to, especially on the last or final round of this first half. Dahil, syempre, once they are on the defense, it's gonna be another point and another figure to look at. Pero ginamit na si Let's Go. Wala namang mahuhuli dito, and they put up a wall here from the Sage itself just to force out yung aggressiveness ng Sersha. Basi kung iisipin mo, dapat yung wall hindi pa naman agad-agad ganun gagamitin. But this time around, NTH para lang mapigilan yung aggression.
Oh, wala. Ito isipin mo, NTA siya nagpapaka-play safe sa ginagawa nila no? Isipin mo sila yung atake, pero sila yung takot pumasok. Man, wala sila gagawin. Diyos ko po, isipin mo, may hunt na, may Tony Prowler pa, Seize is on already. Natamaan yung isa, hinahabol ng Prowler, pero wala makikita. Pero yung alis X and free. At isa kapatid siya ng dalawa. Napakagandang quick scope mga kaibigan for him to take down Sushi Boys right now. Pero at least, Blackwest gonna use his ultimate, but Crows will catch one with that flick. Sage is now down 4. Pero meron pa dito ng flash, pero yun nga, it does connect onto one though. Pero second flash will not gonna connect onto these players because of that smoke na meron dun sa may entrance ng B. Pero Foxy all the way from behind! Foxy will gonna fall down, pero at least nakapag-trade off siya. 2v3. Surf, magpupush siya with that operator. X and free. 2 more bullets for the Tour de Force. This is gonna be really hard for him to pull it off. Pero Surf, dire-diretso literal na flick sa ulo. Pero Surf, we're gonna fall down too, pero nga lang Crows, mga kaibig, is not yet over.
He knows!
Because Crows is still lying there and he knows it! But Jox Joe, naunahan niya yung aftershock ni Crows. Literal na breach na...
Nawala si Bill. Pusta ko, nahila nito yung war sa pagwawala niya. Pero alam ko na isasabihin niya, buti na lang nakat. Buti na lang nakat, mga kaibigan. But the engagements that we have here, especially on the side of Sersha, kung paano nila gawin yung post-plant position, but NTH really going on with that firepower. Ang kaso nga lang talaga, when it comes to Sersha, ang ganda na ng synergy nila dito When the entries happen, kung ano yung balak nila, they know the info, alam nila kung saan sisilip, alam nila kung saan yung natitirang players. They know basically how to use it up, all the utilities up pagdating sa Sersha side. Anyway, let's hear the thoughts of the panel and I'll just pass it to you guys.
I feel like the answers are in front of them. The skill is clearly there. They were able to pull 4.
Yeah, I think they look lost. It's probably the best way to explain it. It's kind of what you're alluding at. And honestly, it was Brandon Josh who said it on the desk. Oftentimes you look at split and you go, 4 is fine. 4's pretty good. You can do 4. Yeah. But the truth is the 4 that they won, number 1, didn't necessarily look close. That last round notwithstanding. And I think it was Josh who said it. He's right. Like, they are such an attack-heavy team. That's a difficult thing to pull.
And Cruz is just running around, just doing his thing. It's kind of like, picking up right where he left off yesterday.
It's funny as well, because I sort of said it kind of looks like Team Deathmatch at points. Like, some of this match.
Cheeky TDM.
And we spent the pre-show talking about Cruz and saying he's really, helping getting his team in. He's been a great initiator and whatnot. And I think he's just kind of jumped in on the fun a little bit. He's got, I know what my utility needs to do early round. And once I've expelled that, I can jump in and be yet another gun. And he's quite a capable mechanical player as well. So this is something that has really been suffocating the side of North Eption. They can't find a bit of a breathing room against these players.
I think why have I blanked on their name? Xersha have done an excellent job, or they did in the first half, of applying pressure from different areas of the map. Two things come to mind. Sushi Boys on that flank into spawn, which, right, everyone expects that, right? The lurking raise. And then towards the end of the half, the Rolling Thunder into B main that, ultimately it didn't work, but they are applying pressure, right? Like, that's suffocating when you don't feel like there's anywhere that you can go. You neuter so much of an attacking team's options. It just doesn't pan out.
Yeah, well, they're going to need a lot of options here. They're down by 4, but they are on the defense, so that could be a bit of a shining light here. But as Sideshow said, everything Xersha touches turns to gold. Maybe they can find gold here. Let's send it back over to Brennan Sideshow.
Thank you very much. Yes, that's...
Hello! Nakongkas ka, bes.
Oh, man. Sobrang kaldag ng bridge, man.
Biglang na-delete, Isipin mo yun, pag mamamatay kayo, magiging last words mo, bridge na...
Bis na peke, men.
Sagwa,
men! Iisipin mo dun sa aftershock ni Crows, imbis na si Jax Joy mamatay, ako yung nawala.
Pag binisita ka ni Tony.
Oo, men. Sa kanila.
Pero akala ng viewers, kinain mo yung mic.
Masarap kasi yung mic ko
eh. Anyway, we're back, boys. We are back. 8-4 ang meron tayong score. Kahit pa paano, maganda yung half dito ng NTH. Kahit mukhang one-sided yung naging first half natin, but in the end, it's still doable for them with an 8-4 score right now. Meteor waiting right in the corner. Prowler being used, pero hindi nila na-clear up yung right side nito. Mamamatay si Foxy with that initiation from Meteor. It is now a 5v4 situation. This Paranoia will connect to the players of Sersha. Si Cruz ang mamamatay dyan, and Scary was able to pick up on the slack. 2 versus 3 situation. Isa ang nasa heaven, and this might be deadly for the Omen. Makakatakas ba si Scary?
Nakakatakot din if ever talaga makataka siya. Pero yung isa dalawin talaga na nangyayari dito. Pero Diyos ko pa si Mitchell nandun na si Gedli. Pero Mitchell with that dash! Grabe naman talaga galawan jet na yarn. 8-5 already and NTH. Grabe na nanalo din talaga sa pistol round. Last NTH sa pistol round.
Pag pistol round, no? Nakukuha ng NTH eh.
Basta pistulan. Rock na yan. Pero
ang tunay na kasi nila dyan, Vil.
Ano? Narinig mo ba ako?
Oo, naririnig kita.
Okay,
ang superstar talaga kasi nila dyan, si Meteor.
Oo. Okay.
Kaya pag mga clutch moments, siya yung isa sa mga maaasahan.
Asan ba ang ascend? Hindi ko pa nakikita
wala,
yung ascend.
Hindi nga nakapag-qualify na talo.
Grabe, no? I mean, isipin mo, walang slot sila papuntang Champions this year. Parang, wala lang. Ano ba yan? Right? Ba yan?
Uy, tigil-tigilan yung pag-comment ng ganyan. Hindi kami makapag-focus.
Oo. Dapat yung champion last year, dapat meron na silang slot ngayon sa this year, di ba? Alam mo yun, dapat yun eh. Ang isa kanila.
Inaway. Dami na naman kaaway ni Vil.
Lahat aawahin ko, wag lang Riot, guys. Ano ba? Tropa yan eh.
Tropa yan eh.
Oo, tropa yan eh. Guys. Ang ganda naman ng shock dart na yun. Tumber.
Tamang-tama. Ay. Alam, ito nga yung sabi ko, 8-4 score, hindi ganun kahirap habulin, lalo na kung makukuha mo rin yung pistol round na yan. But, of course, this is gonna be the buy round of Sersha. We know how they play aggressively. What more on the attacker's side? XN free. Munti ka na mahuli. Kung nag-connect yung concuss ng breach doon, posible nga ma-pick up yung kill doon.
Posible talaga partner. Pero a big shoutout nga pala kay Mr. Mark Aragon. Best shoutout mo siya, Mark Aragon pangalan.
Shoutout sa'yo, Mark Aragon.
Ayan,
Ice Beyond.
Ayan, tsaka sabi ni Reggie, boss, shoutout din. Ayan, makakasama namin yan sa Vlog Manok. Pero ito na, si Meteor. Yun yung pagkatama ng the third shot off to that Marshall, mga kaibigan. Pero Meteor, oh my God!
Di pa siya tapos.
Sobrang on point! Meteor is not yet done! Nakatatlo pa! Inubos with that Marshall! Pero it's all up to Foxy with that Vandal.
Nag-audition sila doon.
Ito yung buy round ng Sersha. No!
Pinasok nila yung email ng isa-isa lang. Nag-audition sila sa kamay ng NTH. Masyado ata silang naging dito. Overconfident.
Kung ako, may BNB, tumber. Pero ito I mean, sa totoo lang, itong melee ni Foxy, meron ako nito, yung battle pass na, ito yung pinakaunang karambit na, na battle pass. Pero big shoutout nga pala kay Miss May. Big shoutout nga pala kay Miss May.
Ang labo ni Villo, ang bilis tumalon sa topic.
Syempre, pagkatingin ko kasi sad siya eh. Pero syempre, nandito ako para pasihin siya, baby girl. Pero at least, diba, 8 seconds already, wala nang oras ngayon na search sa mga kaibigan. And,
hawak yung spike eh, parang hostage eh.
Parang literal na pinapaligiran ka na namin. Hindi mo makukuha ko tong spike. Hindi mo makukuha tong kamote.
Pero naging overconfident talaga yung Sersha doon. Pinasok nila ng isa-isa. Let's see if they have done an actual replay on that round. Dahil kitang-kita mo naman, sobrang open shot from Meteor side. The Chamber wasn't able to take on the kill. Pumasok pati yung breach, pero hindi niya pa rin nakuha yung kill. And aside from that, Sushi Boys was out in the open. Dry peek. ang meron dito. And kahit na napakadaming utility-based agents ang meron sila, parang hindi natin nakita at all na matamaan si Meteor.
Pero, no, I mean, dito naman sa side ng Searcha, kailangan nila mag-usap-usap kung ano ba talaga yung problema sa kanila. Ito best, yung NTH kanina, nag-time out sila nung nag-3-2. And that is the thing na ginawa rin ng that is the thing na ginawa rin talaga ng 4-2 pala. Pagka 4-2 nag-time out sila. And kung napapansin mo, sobrang bilis mag-time out ng mga taga-ibang bansa. Best sa Pilipinas,
12-1 na, saka magta-time out yung mga yan.
12-1 na.
12-1 eh, you know, match point.
Doon pa lang sila magta-time out.
Overtime. Ganyan.
Ganyan talaga yan eh. Ito mo yung coach, di ba? Yung pwesto na parang naglalaro pa rin. Sabi naman talaga si Coach Men. Once again, this is Japan versus Thailand. Kumbaga, ramen versus ano bang nudusan tayo? Vietnamese yun eh.
Ay, hindi.
Vietnamese yun.
Vietnamese yun.
Vietnamese yun. Direct naman talaga.
Ano ba
Kaya inaano mo yung daliri ko eh.
8-7.
Thai Pansit. Ano ba pangalan?
Thai Pansit.
Pansit.
Basag agad yung wall ng mga players ng NTH. Here on A main, mapapatras ang Sage nila obviously. But this will hinder actually yung pag-e-entry kung sakali man gusto talaga nilang i-push. Right now, the situation of Sersha, hindi siya sobrang ideal para sa isang team. But overall, at least Fox Z, siya lang yung nag-iisang may Vandal dito. At least if he can get a kill and some other players can pick up on the other kills as well, they can get the gun as well. Meteor, he is on mid. Naka-ready na rin yung pagda-dash out niya. Kung sakasakali man, he gets the shot in. Very crispy aim coming in from Meteor. There are still people on mid here. At kaya pa rin nilang i-flush out. Ang kaso nga lang, all the usage of utilities, hindi ito matama. But finally a shot connecting from Surf. Prowler might be used right here. They also smoked it off para lang maiwasan ang pagpasok ng mga players right now ng Sersha. And this is a ultimate delaying tactics na nilalaro lang naman ng NTH as of this moment. But Sersha can play it out. Mali mo, daanan nila yung mid to A. Can be.
If Sersha manalo dito, kabahan ng NTH yun sa next round, which is Haven. Pero, Pad Thai. Tama, Pad Thai. Yeah, yun yung ano nila. Yun yung laki nila doon. Pero Sushi Boys will gonna be down. And Crows will gonna fall down as well into the hands of Joxjo. Joxjo with that flash mga kaibigan. XN free will catch one. And we're gonna end this round with an 8-8 score from 8-4 scoreline. Hindi pa rin nakakascore yung Sersha dito. And NTH, ito ang ganti ng api. Oo, wala silang tulad
Natalo sila sa buy round eh.
Wala silang tulad ni Fade na nakakapag-reveal kung nasan ba eksakto yung mga kalaban niya. Pero at least, diba, sobrang ganda nung mga agents ng NTH in terms of defending. They have the breach. They have all the they have a double sentinel sa top. So talagang mahihirapan ka talaga pumasok dito, lalong-lalo na dalawa ang pwede mag-operator dito, dalawa pwede mag-sniper, si Chamber tsaka si Jet. Kailangan muna nilang tibagin yung Great Wall of NTH dito. Yun muna yung tatanggalin nila. Yung sentinel, can they stop the possible win of NTH dito, which is if ever nanalo sila dito, this is gonna be the best comeback that they're gonna do here in this game, knowing the elimination is so best. If ever natalo ka sa best of 3 na to, uuwi ka na ng bansa mo in just a few minutes, man.
Grabe naman yun, impake agad sabay lipad eh, no? Pauwi.
Kasi pumunta sila dito sa venue, dala-dala na yung mga maleta nila.
Kasi ready na silang naka-impake na eh, kung sino talaga uuwi. Pero syempre, hindi naman talaga tunay yun. Huwag kayo maniwala sa amin, sabi lang kami. Ito yung mga delaying tactics ngayon ng NTH. Especially they have a Sage, of course, they can use the slow. Ang kaso nga lang, makuhuli ang nagbabantay here on ramps. That's gonna be Blackquist picking up the slack. Ang kaso nga lang, isa lang makukuha niyang kill. And overall, this is a 2-1 trade from NTH side. Kulang na sila dito ng isa pang player. And they have also the Bladestorm. And Surf was able to take on the kill. Meteor, he can use up the Bladestorm here. May operator din siya. Ang kaso nga lang, kailangan nila makapag-push dito for the retake to happen. Joxjo getting that kill already on Surf. Pero siyang gumamit ng utilities at ito na nga ang ultimate kalampag ng papag. Di lang... Uy! Meron pa palang nasa likod! May nagpa-flank pa! Jox Joe, hindi niya in-expect na merong nasa likuran, and this is gonna be the fade. The C's connects, and perfectly the shot as well from Scary. Hindi nila nabantayan, and the trigger discipline from that fade.
Yeah, I mean, syempre, they're not gonna commit as long as hindi pa naman talaga, hindi nila alam na it is really safe to commit sa isang site though. Pero yun nga, like what you've said, hindi nila ina-expect na meron pa talagang umiikot dito mga kaibigan. Yun yung isang thing kaya rin talaga sila nanalo. Actually really anticipating na talagang they really thought nakaharap nila, andyan lang yan, na walang magtatangka na may iikot pa. Pero at least, diba, talagang pinapakita ng Search siya na they're literally all over the place. Na kahit saan kayo pumunta dito sa mapa, hindi nyo kami malilito. Kayo ang malito sa amin. Kayo ang mag-adjust sa playstyle namin. Lalong-lalo na dun sa first half, mga kaibigan. Talagang literal na inubos ng Search ang mga buhay ng NTH, pero at least sa second half, nakabawi na sila kahit papano. Pwede nating sabihin na ito talaga yung pinaka-comfy na side nila dito sa mapa na to. Kasi once again, ang pumili ng mapa na to is NTH. So, naki-search siya kung paano ba niya lalaroin to, kung ano bang side ng pipiliin niya, if it's gonna be attacker or defender. So, they actually picked yung role din, I mean, yung side na sobrang confident sila. That is why ito yung composition na ginawa nila, mga kaibigan. Pero that is Rolling Thunder, kalampag ng papag all the way dito lang sa may B, mga kaibigan. Dito sila nakakapasok ngayon. Deriali, tapos na ang kanyang conquest ngayon, pero Black Bills will catch one. This is the great wall of NTH, mga kaibigan. Yes, ginamit nila yung mga ultimates sila, pero hindi sila makakapasok at all. Black Wiz, dito lang sa may garage. Surf gonna push in with that tour de force, pero kailangan mo nang pumasok agad dyan. Scary, going down. Pero there's gonna be the spike being planted by Scary right now. Apat pa ang kaharapin nila dito, and they know it already that everyone is here in B. Surf will catch one. Alam na meron tayo sa may rafters, mga kaibigan. Sa Scary nakapatay, papusin ito 2v2. Napakita ng ginagawa nila, mga kaibigan, from 4v2! Oh my God, Scary! Muntik na! Nawala ng bala! Pero Surf, delikado ka! Diyos ko po! Meteor, wala ka na! Surf will catch one! Oh my God! Nasa na lang! Meteor! Diyos ko po! Wala na pa! Oh my God! Kumatama! 3 bullets with Surf! Oh my God! What a huge clutch! What was that? Alam mo yung ramdam mo yung antok, Mar.
Pa yung sitwasyon doon.
Ano yun?
Anong play yun? Anong engagement to?
Nabaril sa paamin!
Pagalingan mag-whip!
Diyos ko, 4v2
magkakasakit ako sa puso, sa pinagkagagawa. Pero ang main hero talaga doon kanina, sa NTH side, yung Sage, ang ganda na positioning ni Deriali doon. Kung hindi niya na-punish agad yung mga utilities, lalo na yung pagbato niya ng slow ng orb, hindi madedelay. Itong Sersha, hindi mapupunta sa sitwasyon na yun.
May highlight na naman si kaibigang Surf, mga kaibigan, once again dahil sa 2v4, pero kailangan nila mag-move on. Ito, ako sa NTH, kailangan nilang kung meron pa silang timeout, ha? Kasi kung ano na kayo nangyari sa kanila, once again 2v4, pero natalo sila. So, in terms of momentum, search siya, meron sila nun. And sobrang ingay nila sa B, and dalawa lang ang kalaban nila dito sa may A, mga kaibigan. Pwede talaga sila makapasok ngayon, pero ang problema si Meteor, meron siyang operator ngayon, pero for sure, magfa-flash muna yung mga players ngayon ng search bago sila pumasok. Hindi sila mag-drive pick, Prowler has been settled, pero this is the hold! Masyadong wide yung jump pick niya, pero si Meteor, what? Nakuha siya ng Sushi Boy! Asa loob na? Diyos ko, napakabilis sa ginagawa nila. 2v4, Crows and Sushi Boys ang natitira dito. Merong showstopper si Sushi Boys if ever. Siya ang pwedeng last contact or first contact. Kahit sinong may contact dito, man, kailangan talaga nilang gawin to. Dalawa yung players dito sa may main, dalawa dito sa may screens. Pero dito sa showstopper already. Crows will catch one. Papunta na dito sa bigil, pero nga lang, oh my God, wala naman yung showstopper. Tatlo pa kalaban niya. Pero saan siya pipunta? Oh my God! Oh my God! Diyos ko po, makikita ka ata! Sushi Boys, mga kaibigan! Ay, mapapatay ata! Diyos ko po, ay buhay! Oh my God! Anong game to? Ano yun? Diyos ko, tambert, mga kaibigan, wala ka na masasabi!
Why naman like that?
Diyos ko, mga rounds na to, men!
Kaya pa, guys. Gising, okay na, gising na kami. Let's go!
men! Sakit na ng ulo ko! Sakit na ulo ko. Legit,
dilat na yung mata ko dito.
Masama yun.
Ay, sorry. Baliktad pala.
Baka mapideya tayo.
Nilagyan ko na ng Vicks eh. Pinayin ako ng Vicks yung mata ko para ganun eh. Pero hindi na kailangan, bes. Kasi grabe maglaro naman tong dalawa. Hindi mo malaman kung sino mananalo sa 1v1. Solid po yan.
1v1 lang yun, pero malala eh. Tindi, men.
Akalain mo yun, hindi ako tumitili. Pero ngayon,
feeling ko, pag nasa Japan to, number 1 to, itong NTH. Feeling ko lang. Feeling ko, pag naglaro sa Japan to, top 1 sila eh.
Kung si Pico na ba yung nagkakast o si Vil pa rin eh.
Ano to? Ba't, dito yung principal ng... Pero hindi pala. Coach nila yan, men. Si Coach Ansay. Tatang.
Siguro, yung mga tao dyan sa Copenhagen na nabaliw-baliw na, no?
Oo nga,
sa mga nakikita nila doon.
Sinasabi mga tamper talaga yun.
Tamper na.
Men. Lasa nila sabi ko, hindi yun lang. Diyos ko. Sayang, hindi nakuha ni Sushi Boys yun. Para 11-9 na to. Walang pera ang Sersha, pero mali mo makuha pa. Pero nga lang, Diyos ko po, kitang-kita na Sushi Boys. Akala na mapapatay niya. Pero nawala, parang bula. Parang siya.
Parang sir. Uy! Girls already getting a kill!
Pinrenzi, mga kaibigan, 450. Araw ay agad na makukuha niya pag may nakakuha pa siya ng isa. Pero scary, papunta sila dito sa Maybe. Pero dalawa nagbabantay dito. Andito si Meecher, andito rin si Breach, pero kita mo yung ginawa nila, best? Oh no, debated. Oh my God, this is the greatest debate of all time na ginagawa ng players sa Sersha. Akala nila dito sa A, talagang finals out nila yung Nightfall. Pero yung alam, Diyos ko po, nagulat si Mitchell. Debated yung mga players sa NTH. Akala mo, mag-A kami. Hoy, hindi. Pero ito si Sushi nakapatay pa ng isa. Bulldog, mga kaibigan. Kinahulan si Jax Joe ngayon. Pushing ito 4v1. Men, mukhang matitrip, di ba ata? Diyos ko po, ginamitan ng utaw! Ginamitan ng utak ng mga Tagaytay Rizal! Iba talaga pag Pinoy, men! Iba talaga pag Tagaytay ka lang! Diyos ko po, Hot, alam nila kung nasan ka, Blackwiz, kahit saan ka magtago!
Napapaligiran ka na,
Napapaligiran ka na namin!
Sumuko ka na!
Akin na yung phantom mo! Kahit pumunta ka sa hell, oo, kahit sa impyerno ka mapupunta! Heaven, pwede rin doon! Blackwiz, nakachamba pa ng isa! Patay na si Blackwiz! Anong Blackwiz? Ano yan, Dark Magician? Ano kasi Yu-Gi-Oh? Ikaw, ha? Ikaw talaga, Yugi boy? Pero si Blackwiz, sige, teleport ka lang! Ubusin mo na yung utilities mo! Diyos ko! Ang kulit-kulit mo, para kang uod na inasinan! Kung saan ka mapupunta! Para kang lamok eh!
Malapit na tayo mareklamo ng barangay dito.
Anong barangay? Ako yung barangay!
Huwag kayong mag-alala, si Ray Ray nga, SK eh.
Oh,
siya yung nag-iingay eh.
Hampasin ko sila ng...
Isiyama lang. Wala namang Pinoy team na naglalaro dito.
Sorry.
Nagalit ka na naman eh. Kaya nga tayo nasa 1 AM time para chill. Tapos ganito yung laban.
Oh, yun nga yung nakakainis. Nasa 1 AM tayo.
Nasa 1 AM kami, guys. Tapos ganito yung laban. Dilat talaga hanggang 8 AM.
Wag, ikaw na.
Wag na, ikaw na lang.
Ikaw na lang, huwag na sana dyan. Pero yun nga si Tony Prowler literal na hinahabos si Deriali. Manaamoy kita.
Nasingot.
Alam ko kung nasan ka.
Nabuhay na naman kami, guys.
Foxy nakapatay pa ng isa. May nabawasan isig ng mga kaibigan si Foxy literal na, puputsi-putsi pa din ng mga isa. Pero yun nga alam, mukhang ayaw pa ata lumipad yung mga players dito ng NTH eh, no? Talagang literal na nililikot na nila si Foxy dito. And that is the ultimate coming in from that Omen. Pero Diyos ko po, right click mo lang tumama kahit isa. And scary, ladies and gentlemen, with that ultimate, well, gonna take one down already. Pero ito rin po siya ginagawa ngayon ng search sa mga kaibigan. Meron tao dito sa may heaven, meron tao doon dito lang sa may screens. Pero mukhang iikutan ata ni Foxy. Wala silang idea at all. Meron tao dito sa likod nyo. Well, catch water ko sa second one. Pero nga ng Sexton free. Nabubuhay pa dito, but he is low on HP. But scary, low on 12, X and 3. Will catch 1, 2v3 mga kami, pero si Blacklist naman talaga. Sige, kahit saan ka pumunta, gamitin mo natin utilities mo, patay-litele ka pa, pero Surf will catch you down. 12-9. Ang mga taga-taytay Rizal mga kaibigan is on a match point already. Kala nyo masaya kami? Semi lang yon. Kasi ito yung naglaglag sa Team Secret mga kaibigan.
Pero grabe yung comeback na pinakita dito ng Sersha, all the way from not having money at all, doing an eco round, a thrifty round against NTH, and all throughout snowballing all the momentum papunta dito sa dulo. Ngayon, sila na yung nasa match point, and NTH, sila yung mag-a-adjust when it comes to the economy. If they lose this, obviously, tapos na yung magiging match natin. Sersha is just performing so great right now, lalo na when you shut down Meteor right here on the side of NTH. Magse-set up na dito ang mga players. Surf is still on that operator as of this moment.
Prowler out. Amoy?
Wala.
Hindi na amoy. Nasaan ka, baby boy? Pero ito na si SN Free. Tamang mambawal lang talaga. Pero kung si Surf, mga kaibigan, with that operator play right now, Black Wiz, isang pagkakamali mo lang, isang humarap ka lang ng konti dyan, you're gonna go down to the hands of that op. Dito kay Surf. Labaninis, labango ang gagawin niya sa'yo.
Labaninis, labango.
Ano ba yung tagline ng Surf?
Nakalimutan ko na nga eh. Dati may commercial yan na memorize ko dati.
Surf.
But here, 50 seconds remaining on the clock to make a play on the hands of Sersha. It's a make or break. Literal, ito yung mapa or ito yung series. Elimination match to, ladies and gents. Yung matatalo dito, uuwi na nga at matatapos na ang run nila when it comes to Masters. Jox Joe already prepping on the fault line, and yung ultimate na pala ang hinanda niya dito. At let's go nga ang dalawang players. Yung dalawa nasa hell, yung isa nasa taas. Jox Joe waiting on the perfect opportunity to take on the kill, but Scary already getting one. That's gotta be Meteor yet again. Nagpa-plant ng spike pero tamang wallbang lang. Baka sakaling tumama Black Wiz na tamaan ng kaunti, but the spike is now planted. Surf waiting na merong dumaan, and this is gonna be the shotgun. Kaso nga lang dalawa ang sisilip dyan. It's gonna be XN Free getting the kill. Isang sage ang mawawala dito, and that's gonna be the Reali. Sushi Boys going to the second. Not gonna be enough. 1-2-1-3 lang meron tayo dito. 3v3 pa meron. Jox to get a kill. Crows as well in a 2v1. Si Black Wiz na lang. 1v2, and it's not gonna happen. It is still Sersha's game in a 39 score. They take victory. What a comeback.
Mainit ang ginagawa ng mga players ngayon na Sersha, mga kaibigan. Kitang-kita natin kung paano nag-pop off si Chamber. Men, sobrang literal na napakainit tong game na yun nung si Chamber yung mag-isa, si Surf yung mag-isa, si Sushi Boys yung mag-isa with that raise. Talagang kinakabahan ng mga players ngayon ng Japan. Kasi ito yung mapang pinili nila. Tapos next mapang pinili ng Sersha doon sa point na eliminations na. Pag natalo dito yung mga players ng dalawang teams na to, it's gonna be over for them. This is their last chance para makabawi pa kahit papano dito sa Masters. Is this gonna be an end sa mga players ito? Kasi ito ang representative lang ng Japan is isa lang. Ito na yun. Tapos na ba ang after that round, after the next game, tapos na ba ang run ng Japan dito, o meron pa silang isa, makakapasok pa sila sa playoffs? Ganoon ang pinaka okay na tanong dito. Pero ito pwede natin sabihin na medyo rival na bansa ang ang mga players ng Japan and Thailand, kasi lalong-lalo na ng Northception. Kasi Northception ang lumaglag sa kanila dati is Full Sense, which is sila John Olsen yon ng Thailand. Pero for sure ayaw na nilang mangyari ulit yun. Ayaw na nilang mga Thai teams na maglaglag sa kanila. They still have one more chance for them to claim that throne.
Gusto nilang i-make sure din na makuha nila kung ano man yung mga rounds na gusto nilang makakuha dito, Tambert. At kung iisipin natin, itong Northception, pinaglalabanan nila dito yung slot pagdating sa Champions. And kung hindi nila makuha yung enough maps na yan, obviously, Zeta pa rin na mapupunta into VALORANT Champions. So, napaka-importante nitong mapa na to. But right now, we're just gonna go in a very short break. Syempre, sa pagbabalik natin, it's still VALORANT Masters, and we're going to game number 2. So, don't go away.
Boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was never an option.
and you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
There's never a right time disguising the outside. What's going on inside? Losing track of my own mind.
Boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was never an option. Exhausted, this passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it, nah, you cannot stop it.
You certainly could not contain that game into any boxes. That's right, folks. Welcome back to the desk. Golden Boy here alongside Jess and Doug as we break this game down. And look, you know, going into the half, Jess, I'm losing her here. But let's really dive into this, Doug, because I think that it was very clear that, like, you know, hey, North, their saving graces, they were winning their pistols. They were using that to bring them back into the game, which was a huge benefit to them. But it was just like these details, these small details that would sometimes be forgotten about, and they would really crumble under the pressure.
It was chaos. It was just like absolute chaos. You think about how many you think about the 2v4 that was potentially maybe backbreaking, right? That goes in favor of Xerxia. You think about the other one, 2 rounds later, that almost goes the same way, if not for him deciding to take out paint shells instead of a classic. The whole map, I was just looking at the map going, what is happening? What is going on here?
I've never seen you so erratically sort of throwing your arms around on the desk before. There was flailing, there was erraticness on the desk as well. I mean, I also turned to you and I said, if I want 2 players in a 2vx situation, it's going to be Scare and it's going to be Surf. And
they did it.
And they did it. So, you know, it's one of those things where you can kind of tell the scenario upon which you will get, and you can rely on some of these really key players, especially on the side of Xerxia. But then you don't know what's to come in the latter parts of the round as well. There were rounds just going one side or the other. I think it's irresponsible of us to predict going further, because in that map we were confident it was going to be pretty one-sided, and it turned out in the second half too, as you said, flip-flop.
Yeah, it was a huge flip-flop, and I think like part of the reason why was because, you know, well, I mean, it started off great for North Deception. This actually leads us to our Verizon high-speed moment of the match, because there was one moment in particular that we all lost our freaking minds, and it was Meteor with the Marshall. QT Marshall would be very happy here. That's a wrestling reference. But yes, look at this here. I mean, and it's what's even more fascinating, Doug, because I know this was your favorite play ever, was that they just kept, like, it was almost as if they just had no idea where he was. They just weren't really keeping track of where those shots were coming from, but it was beautiful.
And mind you, Meteor did a great job of repositioning, right?
Yeah.
Forcing Xerxia to have to check every single angle to try to see where he was, but also they fed him. I mean, they fed him a freaking Thanksgiving dinner in that round. It was just, they made it very effortless for him to be able to make that play. And I think, again, the win condition for Northampton needed to be Meteor popping off.
You're right.
He had those moments, but as Josh said, that matchup of Meteor versus Surf, Meteor hit the highlights, right? We're going to see those in the replay
Surf had one of his own, right?
Yeah. But not as many, right? But the point is, it was more fundamentally sound, and ultimately, that's what led to the win.
Yeah, for sure. So, you know, and even though Surf, we were all very impressed with his gameplay. I mean, he had that one, I believe it was that one out play where he was up top on Heaven. Just the guy's like shots were so crisp, and I said to myself, this is a guy that I want to see for our Aim Lab pre-match shoot around. That's right. I weave it into the sponsorship segments. But I wanted to see, because Surf just has been, you know, fundamentally sound, just, you know, playing his role incredibly well, and you know, and also diligent with the settings.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's really making sure the settings are good. He turns around, he's like, oh, you guys filming?
That's actually me when I do my...
He's like, all right, watch this.
Yeah. No,
this is all about precision and speed, obviously accuracy giving you the most points. Yes, big Aim Lab fan myself. Shout out to Daddy Aim Lab, of course. But this is one of those kind of areas where you're talking about precision. And interesting that he's chosen this one to do, considering he uses his operator like a shotgun. He probably could have gone with bigger targets.
Yeah.
That's all right.
Yeah, the judge parader, rather, than the operator for Surf. But yeah,
we can work on that.
You can go ahead, you know, use your phone, scan for the crosshair there, so that you can get Surf's crosshair. It is actually, it's not so much the crosshair, at least for me, but it could be my old eyes. Oh no, it is a little T. All right, that's fine. I thought it was like a flat-out dot. I'm not a dot enjoyer. Doug.
It really, I mean, the glasses are not helping you
No,
at all.
they're not at all. This is a new prescription.
I thought it was going to bail you out.
No, it does
not. No, it did not.
It certainly does not. All right, let's go ahead and let's look forward. Let's look forward here, because just now we're going to be going to Haven, and it feels like this was more of a Xerxia going, oh yeah, we know we can go ahead and just take you out on this map.
Yeah, it's interesting because people will look at Xerxia picking this and be like, what? You just lost the FPX on this map. Why would you double down? Why would you go back on there? Probably because if you look at their opponents, the last time they played Haven was on the big stage, and it was pretty damn bad. They couldn't throw together a single attacking round. North got absolutely decimated on this map. And when you think Haven, and you can't put an attacking round on the board, that's really spells disaster for me. So I think for them, their last showing on this hasn't been good, and I think that's what Xerxia's read into. It was close enough against FPX. They're like, yeah, that's enough for us to ride the coattails on.
Yeah.
Allow me to inject just a tiny bit of copium.
Again? Okay, I'm about to suffocate. I need a mask on this,
Put it in.
please.
Let's go. Give me the copium.
This is potentially their last map, right? Okay. They've hit the end here. This very well may be where it ends. So,
where's the copium?
This is where they bust out the chaos. This is where we see a Phoenix,
more
Yoru.
Oh, you are a madman.
A Reyna. It's me.
And some people like to play Phoenix, and that's you.
I really want.
It's almost like you want them to go out with a bang. But if you're North right now, you don't think you're going out. You think you're bringing this back. You think you're reversing.
I think look. I'm gonna be positive. I'm gonna be a positive Patty here. Okay, and I want to see them play this one tough, and you know, maybe they could look at some. Perhaps they weren't really expecting this choice just from
maybe
Xerxia.
Actually.
But you know, you kind of look at the series that they had before against FPX. Like there were moments there that I think Xerxia looked really good. I think they played FPX very hard, very close, and very very hard that game. That being said, I mean, where does North find their win here?
I think a lot of it comes down to mentality. I really do. I think the mechanics and everything in the set plays, they are one-sided right now in this matchup. It is on Xerxia's side. I think Meteor has it in spades, but that's one of the 5 we're talking. It's not a very good ratio that we're looking at. I think if right now, you heard at the end of the map, they said they want to come here and have fun. A lot of the APAC teams come here and want to have fun, and they want to enjoy themselves, and they try and keep the hype up. I think if they come into this map and say, we're not particularly good at it, but let's play as like a wolf pack, let's run around the map together, let's see what we can do as a group, because what we've done thus far is relying on our star player has not worked.
I will say, as much as we've talked about Meteor, Jojo has been an absolute treat to watch.
Yasmin, yeah.
He has looked very good, surprisingly so, right? So if there's a world where, you know, we really start to see him set up Meteor to take space, to make more aggressive plays, and, you know, perhaps to sprinkle in a little bit more of that support, perhaps Meteor can get some more room to make plays happen. But I think a lot of stars really have to align here. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Ooh, it's tough. It's a tough one. Plus, when we get to the agent select, it's going to be a mirror matchup, so they'll know what to expect on either sides of the coin here.
Presumably.
Well, presumably, unless we get the
Fury.
Phoenix. Sorry, my
Right,
apologies.
yeah,
Unless we get the chaos and the, you know, go out with the bang kind of thing. I also hope that North has done a little bit of homework. I think the diligence is absolutely going to be there. And we've already spoken about Bale, the coach, the other day, and the fact that they've never beaten the likes of DRX in the 6 times in his career of the many teams he's been on.
Yeah.
So he has a statement to make, personally as a coach as well on this stage. I think they will have had enough time to look over the VOD, but my biggest asterisk in the world of all of this is, you're right, Golden Boy, did they expect the Haven pick?
Yeah.
Given they just lost in it, would they have been prepared for that?
Yeah, I'm genuinely not sure, but here we go. Prime Gaming Agent Select is going to be underway. Let's see what choices are going to be made here. Remember, folks, this is an elimination game. So, North loses here, and that is it. Goodbye to our friends from the Japanese region. And the picks are coming through here.
Oh, okay. I don't dislike the Sova.
I'm not mad.
Yeah, I'm not
just disappointed.
Oh, come on. I don't dislike it.
I like the Astra pick as well. You know, like the Sova, the Astra. I mean,
oh, an Omen?
a lot of resources there for Xerxia. For North on the other side, you know, you get yourself a little bit of the Broman. Always a fan of that.
You know, I prefer Black on the Omen, actually. To be fair, I actually would prefer him on that one. So that one I don't mind. I don't know how you feel about Foxy on the Sova. But maybe Intel for them is like the game that they want to play off of that. Maybe they just want information and they want to act off of it and just absolutely stifle their opponents.
Could be, could be. Well, we're going to have to see how this all plays out. We're set for game 2 between Xerxia and North Heption. So let's send it back over to Brennan Sideshow for some commentary.
Haven! Kala mo mayroon pang ano ha? Kala mo may video pa. Haven, ang susunod na mapa natin, ladies and gents. At ang pumili ng mapa na to, Manager Vil, actually, Xerxia. So, this is actually their map pick. So, yung prediction natin na 2-0, baka sakali mangyari talaga. Maliban na lang kung map pickers.
Yeah. I mean, we're gonna see that if ever that's gonna be the case. Ito sa mga players ito. Pero at least, di ba? I mean, makikita natin lalaban ang Xerxia dito sa NTH sa mapa ng Pinoy, which is Haven. So, makikita natin kung ano ba talaga yung makakaya nila ipakita dito, men. So, marami silang makikita dito.
Nakita ko yung comment ng aso ni Bill. Ang cute mo, Dad. Mukha kang minion.
Hindi niya ba ako nakita kanina? Parang ngayon nakita mo.
Baka ngayon ko lang nakita ng aso mo, pero meron pang isang nasa likuran ni Foxy. That's gonna be there. Yari getting the kill instead. 1-to-1 trade lang nangyari doon. Kaso, sayang no, dalawa sana yung pwede niya mapatay. Unfortunately, hindi niya agad nakita dahil marami na nangyayari on the site itself. But right now, NTH, nakapag-plant na sila ng spike dito. It's now down to Xerxia to make a move. Pagdating sa kanilang retake, merong isang nasa corner.
Meteor. Oh my God, we'll take down one. Pero yung nga natin onto this game right now, Meteor nakakuha pa ng dalawa dito. Pero nga Sushi pa from up top. But it's all up to these players. Carry, control, reverse control. Si Blackwiz, meron siyang informasyon kung nasa ba yung mga players ngayon. Pero tamang debate lang. Pero walang pakialam si Scary. Oh my God! Hindi siya nagpigilan. Fake Toon Pros, mga kaibigan. Sige, tinurbo na. Dinudot pa.
Naubos yung control sa keyboard ng mga players dito ng Xerxia. Pero ang tindi ng engagements nila doon, parang di mo malaman kung sino mananalo dahil napakakalat. Lahat sila nasa loob ng site naglalaban-laban. Pagdating sa retake, hindi na nga, no, yung mga missed opportunities na yun, more on not checking on the corners itself, and lalo na yung positioning ng mga nasa Heaven, open na open, but no one was able to spot them away. And yung pagde-defuse na to, yun ang tanga talaga. Pag may Astra ka talaga, alam mo na, smoke lang, sabay tap.
Comes lang din top, of course, kasi alam din naman ni Astra na siya yung may, ni Scary, na siya yung may lamang doon kahit anong mangyari. Pero kung napapansin mo si Meteor, talagang ginamit nila yung Marshall kasi kanina naman talaga sobrang nag-pop off siya. Pero ito yung kinakatakot ng Xerxia bes. Si Surf nag-jet na. Yan yung isa sa minsan lang natin makita si Surf na mag-jet bes ha, minsan lang dito
Puro
sa
chamber
Masters. Puro sa chamber. Huwag niyong pagagamitin si Surf ng jet, Diyos ko po, literal na high impact plays na ipapakita niyan. Pero si Meteor, at least nag-charge siya ng dash dito mga kaibigan, inaantay lang niya yung pwedeng gawin ni Scare dito if ever papakita siya. Pero that turret mga kaibigan is in a lot of trouble right now, pero at least that is a dash away coming in from Meteor, pero that is the swing from Meteor as well. We'll take down one. I mean, we'll be taken down by Sushi Boys, but that is their rally. However, nakakuha siya dito ng mga kills talagang sobrang importante. Nakakuha siya dito, which is that Sova. Pero ang problema is apat pa ang kalaban niya. Exen free mga kaibigan all the way dito sa may window. Si Sushi Boys, siya ang pwede makakuha ng isa, pero it's just alam na rin ata ng search siya kung nasa ng NTH ngayon. Meron pa siyang doggy dito, pero pa niya ilabas si Pico. Pero
malalaman kung nasan siya.
Yeah, and for sure hindi na ilalabas ni Excel Free yung Trailblazer niya kasi ang mahal lang nun, men. I mean, ano na yun?
Sayang lang eh.
Sayang lang talaga yun sa pera. Siyempre, I mean, knowing na 1v4 to, you need to save as much as you can. Lalong-lalo na hindi ka naman magpapakabayaan na dito. Ano yun? Aasimin mo, apat kalaban mo. Man, exit frags na lang ang gawin mo. Huwag ka nang umasim na mag-push. Mag-antay ka na lang na magbabak. Tapos, from that moment, at least masisira mo yung ekonomiya ng mga kalaban mo.
Tsaka yung pagpasok pa lang dito, the aggressiveness of Xerxia, especially on long C, paid off. Na-punish nila yung nag-iisang tao doon. And obviously, hindi na sila mapipigilan on to make an actual retake sa B. Kasi nabibigyan nila na biglang naging open pero nakatakas. Doon sa Saki-Saki, yung isang player, ang hindi nila napansin dito is Blackwiz already on the corner and another one buys the dust for the side of Xerxia. Hindi yata nabalitaan na merong nag-aabang sa corner. This is Xerxia's bonus round anyway, but importante, at least makakuha sila ng pitas kahit isa to get a capitalize on the guns that they have at least for this round. But it's not gonna happen and that's okay.
In terms of capitalizing naman, at least talaga nakapitalize ng NTH yung buy round nila kanina. Halos walang namatay sa kanila doon. So, at least, di ba, pwede na makabalgi ngayon ang Xerxia kasi at least may operator na sila and may Vandal na rin talaga sila na pwedeng pangbawi, panglaban. So, let's see if ever what's gonna happen here. If ever din talaga na makakapag-comeback dito ang NTH, mapupush pa nila sa game number 2 or literal natatapusin na talaga ng Xerxia itong game na to. May nagtanong, meron ako nakita. Si, tawag doon, si John Lawrence.
Wait lang, may gusto lang sabihin.
Lagare.
Gusto ko lang sabihin kay Bogchi. Good night. Sabi niya kasi hi Terror Gusto lang daw niya mag-good night. Di na daw niya kaya. Antok na daw siya. Mahimbing sana ang tulog nyo. Pero nakita ko yung tanong.
Good night, Bogchi.
Sige, laban. Pero itong clash muna. Ito muna. Yung engagements muna natin. Baka mamaya magkaroon ng magandang clash dito. Pero mukhang wala naman Ano daw magandang sense for beginners?
Depende sa'yo, man. Try mo 1.
Gandang sagot.
Legit,
pinag-antay pa natin.
Try mo 1.
Try mo lahat.
Try mo 0.5. Try mo, kunyari, pag meron ko nakuha ang sense, try mo kalahati nun. Half-half nun. Yun na yun. Yun na muna. Depende rin sa DPI mo. Gawin mo 800 yung DPI mo, basta kung saan ka. 800 DPI, tapos magsimula ka sa 1. Legit, magsimula ka sa 1, tapos dun na yun, paikot-ikot na lang, bahala ka na dun. Blackwiz, however, we'll catch one right now. It's all up to Sushi Boys. And this is the buy round of Xerxia. Parang naulit din nangyari kanina, bes. Pero baliktad. Ginagawa ng NTH yung ginawa sa kanila ng Xerxia doong game number 1. So, yeah. I mean, for Sushi Boys, wala siyang chance at all. Wala siyang choice. Kung hindi, mag-save na lang din talaga. Pero going back doon sa sensitivity, I mean, wag na half pala. Gawin mong 1/4, 1/4. Magsimula ka sa 1, 800 DPI, magsimula ka sa 1, 0.75, 0.5, and 0.24. Mamili ka na dun sa tatlong yun.
Pero ano naman yan kung saan ka mas komportable, edi dun ka. Wag mo nang ipilit kung hindi ka komportable.
Mahirap kasi mahirap kasi if ever ko dyan sabihin ko 0.80 something. Mahirap kasi pagsabihin yan So magsimula ka na lang sa 1, tapos pababa ka na lang pababa. Basta 1/4 yung yung sa 1/4. 1/4. Pero disappear 1/2, 1/4.
Dati walang ganyan-ganyan, mouse ball lang. No? Walang DPI. Wala pang napipindot. Yung napipindot lang dati, yung 2X. Yung mouse na may 2X sa taas. Yun lang na change mo dati. Ngayon, meron ng iba-ibang mga profiles, mga settings. But anyway.
Wala. Uy, bumili yung hindi naman sila bumili.
Si Sushi
pero
Boys lang siya yung nakapag-save.
Nakapag-save siya, so half mile talaga. Ang meron so hiccup ko na. Ang meron ang search siya ngayon. Pero Crow's getting tagged right now. Foxy is now low. Pero yun nga lang, it's just the reality we're gonna catch one down. Doon sa may taas ng boxes. Jackson nakuha pa rin isa. But the reality on that corner, just ang ganda ng tutok niya sa ulo na talaga eh. So once na may lumabas talaga dyan, literal na puputok yung ulo ng isa. Pero Foxy nakakuha siya ng Vandal dito sa may garages. Pero he's gonna fall down to the hands of Black Wiz. He's just trying to lurk lang din. But for NTH, they have a lot of money. Look at their money, man. I mean, isa 9,000, 8,000, 7,000. Kahit bumili ka na ng secondary mo, it's fine. Pero ang problema ngayon ng Sersha, syempre, ang arep nila.
Nagtuloy-tuloy yung win ng mga rounds na nakuha nila eh. Kahit itong si Deriali, even with the concuss coming in or the fault line from a breach. Dahil nga din, ito yung nagiging isa sa mga nangyayari. Kapag na-concuss ka, parang mas nagiging focused ka on really aiming on the head. And maybe that helps for their side. As long as you know how to play the game, you might be able to get the kill. Pero speaking of kill, no, Black Wiz already getting one. That's gonna be Sushi Boys. Isa na ang napitas nila dito. Pero si Foxy medyo aggressive. Nakakuha siya ng isa, but he's just gonna go back right again. Makakataka siya dito, and that's gonna be a hit and run for the team. Foxy, nilalabanan niya pa rin, but now releasing the shock darts, just trying to punish the players of NTH. Kaso kumukulit si Foxy.
Yeah. And dito naman ngayon sa ginagawa nga ng Sersha, it's just nahanap na rin talaga ng NTH yung kailangan nilang momentum dito kahit papano. Pero ito na yung kalapag ng papad na gagawin niya. Pero ang problema, wala naman talaga tao dyan. Oo, natamaan si Scary, pero makakapag-mamba out naman siya kasi at least sa garage naman siya kahit papano. And yung mga players ngayon ng NTH, they have the confidence already, pero talagang nag-lockdown pa talaga sila for them to secure everything. Pero that is the Hunter's Fury. Plus everyone talaga paikot-ikot dito sa Scary, naka-isa pa. Pero Meteor will catch one down. Pushing ito, 1v1 right now. Operator versus operator. Pero mababa ang HP ni Meteor. Pero hindi alam ni Foxy! Oh my God! Sayang! Hindi alam ni Foxy na nasa harapan nila si Meteor Garden and wala na naman silang pera.
Nadaming sila dun. Nasaan siya? Hinabol kahit... Wala na naman talagang pera. For the side here of Sersha, it's gonna be quite difficult. But knowing this team, nakita na natin to even on the first game itself. Nakakalamang ng konti yung Northception, and then after a while, the comeback settles in the hands of Sersha. Kasi they are quite aware eh. May malamang sila pumili ng mapa na to. Comfort pick pa rin na to kung tutusin. Ang kaso nga lang hindi nila mapunish yung iba. Corners eh.
Kumbaga, basic na mapa to eh. Like Ascent, like Bind. Basic tong Haven eh. Lahat ng teams malakas dito sa mapa na to, pero mas malakas ang Pinoy. At least for the side of Sersha, walang kabasa. Paksan tayo dito para stats don't lie. Pero at least, diba, look at Sersha with that timeout. They need to make the most out of that timeout. Meron silang 1 minuto para pag-usapan kung ano ba yung mali, kung ano ba yung tama. Feeling ko parang walang tama eh, no? Lahat talaga mali. Pero ito na si Coach Ansay, tsaka si Clagger.
Gagawa niyo dyan? Ganun yung sasabi.
Kilala mo si Clagger?
Parang kilala ko yun.
Kakahawig. Chat kasi. Ang tropa yan, man, si Clagger.
Ay, oo, nakita ko na. Naalala ko na.
Parang yung coach ng Thai. May resemblance sila.
But another round here.
Clagger, man.
Biggest shoutouts. And especially sa mga nanonood pa rin up until now. Salamat sa pagsama dito sa broadcast natin ng Masters. Sana magtuloy-tuloy. Anyway, fault line immediately here on A Long to punish kung sino man ang gusto maging aggressive on the hands of Sersha. Kanina pa yung aggressive play na pinapakita nila dito, but it seems to be not working. Maybe if they hold down the fort instead from time to time, baka maging iba yung storyline natin. Ang kaso nga lang, for this specific round, wala silang magiging pera. So it's all just gonna depend on the pistols, pati yung Spectre.
Pistulan lang kumbaga. And si Cross, kita mo yung pera niya best, 3K. Alam mo kung bakit? Si Raze may racket. Hindi, kasi bibili siya ng operator mamaya para kay Surf. Kaya ganun. Kaya kung napapansin nyo guys, ang daming pera ni Cross kasi kailangan niya kailangan ni Surf ng operator mamaya. Si Cross ang bibili ng op niya. Pero for the side of NTH, kitang-kita mo yung confidence eh. I mean, they have the momentum already. Yung the way sila mag-cheer, yung the way sila na sobrang ngiti nila, that is the confidence that they need. Pero walang tao dito sa may mga kaibigan. The players of Search will gonna fight everyone without having any rifles at all. Just an SMG and 4 pistols. But they're Yali. Siya ang top frag kaya lumiliwanag ang kanyang VCT, VCT, Vandal, pero yung ng Joshua will catch 2 but Crows with a turnaround. Nakapatay ng isa, makakuha siya ng baril ngayon, pero nga ng Jox, Joe mga kaibigan, will catch 1-2. Scary with that Spectre, is that gonna be enough?
Oh no. Yung iba, 4 sa kanila, wala na nga, and it's just gonna be scary. Spectre, but still a 1v4, lalo na yung na post-plant position, literal napapalibutan ka, wala kang butas. Pagdating dito, bantay sarado from CT side, even on garage and on long as well. And this is just gonna be the death of Scary as of this moment. Sasama na lang siya sa hukay, baka sakaling may exit frag pa. And it's not gonna happen at all because Meteor is just literally waiting patiently. Alam na lang hindi sila matatamaan, so why not? Ang sabi nila dito. 5-2 ang scoreline natin, and it seems like NTH, they're getting a grip kung paano naglalaro tong Sersha, and alam nila kung paano napapunish. Nag-online yung ibang mga players nila dito, Vil. Kahit yung mga smoke, yung mga pre-fire, tumatama. Ang ganda ng read.
Yeah. Grabe, sobrang nakakuha nila yung momentum. Kasi ganito yan guys I mean, sobrang nilalakas nila yung nice nila para marinig nung kalaban nila. Ganun lang yan, men. Ano na yan, promise.
Suppress yung headphones nila.
Oo, talagang nilalakasan pala nila. Kasi alam mo yan, ano
yung
na yan,
iba nga tumatayo eh. Sino ba yung tumatayo dati?
Taga Sentinels. Pero men, promise, yung ginagawa ngayon ng NTH, literal na nilalabanan nila ang Search mentally. Mentally na yan, men, promise. Lalo-lalo na LAN yan. Diyos ko.
Lalabanan mo mentally tong Sersha, kayang-kayang mag-reverse sweep niyan. Lagi naman. Kung baga may isang team na, kung may mga team na nagda-drop ng ball in the middle of the game, Sersha, sila yung nagda-drop ng ball sa umpisa pa lang, tapos babalik sila ng napakagandang comeback. Kaso nga lang, crisp ang aim na meron si Blackwiz dito. He gets 1 kill already, but the TP out seems to be wrong for the side of him, no? Nahuli pa rin siya ni Scary doon. Pasok na sila on site itself. Makakapag-plan sila ng spike dito. Sushi Boys, he has a lockdown that he can place right here to force out the enemy players to move out of the site at makakapag-setup pa as long as may Astra din. Ang kaso nga lang, kahit nilayo mo yan dahil may aftershock, tatagos pa din. Na-cancel out, ganun-ganun lang. What will happen for the retake now? Only a Cosmic Divide. Sushi Boys already getting 1 kill. Meteor to answer back for HP. Ang natitira for Scary as of this moment, I think he can't do anything any longer.
Yeah, and for Scary, wala siyang choice kundi talagang mag-back away. And it's just 2-6. I mean, that fast, mga kaibigan, talagang sobrang inuubos talaga ng NTH knowing na attacker sila. Kasi ganito naman yan, guys. Once again, Haven, ito ang mapapili ng Sersha. So, syempre, pipiliin na lang ng NTH kung saan sila mas comfortable na, dito, na side. Which is, syempre, itong attacker. Kasi ganito yan, guys, if ever na mag-a-attacker ka dito sa side ng Haven na to, that is actually a good thing. Why? Kasi if ever nag-push ka sa isang site, men, imposible maging 3 ang tao dyan. Matik, 2 lang yan, di ba? So, talagang literal na pwede ka talaga magpaka-aggressive dyan kahit anong gawin nyo.
Uy, aggressive play mid?
Walang tao dito sa may mga kaibigan. Okay yung ginawa ng mga players ngayon ng Sersha. Now, one is actually here in mid, pero si Jet medyo malalim siya. Yes, pwede siya mag-pre-fire, pero ang problema, if namatay si Jet dito, wala siyang bawi kahit anong mangyari, wala siyang trade-off na pwedeng gawin. But Meteor, getting tag right now. So, someone someone is low from the side of Searcher, which is scary. Pero at least may heal naman siya na isa, so okay lang yan. Pero nga ng Owl Drone, we're gonna spot one, and Foxy, all you're gonna do is just try to get that information kung meron bang tao dito sa may B, and get that hold na kailangan nilang gawin dito. Kailangan nilang bagalin yung pag-push nila. Pero yung si Jokso nakapit na silang isa, isipin mo bes Phantom lang yun. Talagang literal na natalo din talaga yung mga barrel dito ng Searcher. But 3v4 and Scary is low, there's no way that Searcher can win this.
You never know. Anything can happen. At ito na nga, ang unang kill na hinahanap ng Searcher. Foxy was able to capitalize on this Vandal with 1 kill. Pero marami pang susunod dyan as they use the ultimate. At least nakalampag siya pabalik ng base. This is still gonna be a 3-man retake for the rest of the team. And they still have a duty. At hindi pa tapos yan, gaya nga ng sinasabi ni Sage. Dahil nga may pull, nasaktuhan, na-plant pa rin yung spike. Hindi gumana yung delay na meron dito, even with the help of the Nano Swarm as well. Ginamit yung Aftershock, but it wouldn't connect to the Killjoy itself. Pero pang fault line to actually cancel out. Ang hirap na magiging retake nila dito, lalo na wala silang mga baril. May smoke pa sa taas. This is gonna be quite difficult for Searcher right now. May blind pang kasama yan. And this is gonna be the death of all.
Yeah. Sobrang ganda ng ginawa ng NTH dito. Nung once na pumasok na yung mga players ngayon ng Searcher, sabay-sabay sila nag-swing para syempre hindi rin talaga malaman ng Searcher kung saan talaga sila sisilip dito. And that is a perfect position right now that they did. One is dito lang, yung si Breach nasan siya, no? Dito siya sa may hell para mapigilan yung pag-push ng mga players ng Searcher dun sa may city. Kasi meron naman siyang fault lines, meron naman siyang Aftershock, and lalong-lalo na yung position ngayon ng ibang players ng NTH, which is yung isa nasa may sa may graffiti, yung isa nasa may short, so there's no way lang din talaga na makakapag-trade off sila ng maayos kasi wala silang idea at all kung nasa ba yung mga players ngayon ng NTH mga kabay, pero talaga si Mitchell going in after doing that dash, pero someone is concussed right now, but Sushi Boys with the big trade off. Aftershock will be activated as well. One is flash, but Sushi Boys will catch 2, pero this is gonna be 3v3 mga kaibigan, and this is gonna be really hard for the players of Searcher na makabawi nito talaga kasi dalawa talaga nandito sa kanila, and Surf wala siyang choice kundi mag-back away because of that operator mga kaibigan. Kailangan nilang gamitin yung mga utilities ngayon. Si Cross, if ever ginamit niya yung ultimate niya ngayon, meron silang chance, pero wala siyang idea kung nasa ba yung mga players ngayon ng NTH mga kaibigan. Pero yung he's gonna fall into the hands of X and Free, but it's all up to Surf. Nagbabantay lang siya dito sa may A, pero mukhang nag-fake back lang ata. Yan ang ginagawa ngayon ng Searcher, ay ng NTH rather, and hindi alam ni Surf kung saan pa talaga sila pupunta at walang choice si Surf. Wag na hindi na lang siya lalaban. Ang gagawin lang niya is talagang mag-antay na lang din and mag-antay ng exit frags na lang din. Pero that Pechay ni Sky has an idea already kung nasan ba si kaibigang Surf ngayon. At alam to ng Searcher na nagro-rotate na rin talaga si
madaming
Surf
pera
if ever. Oo, napakadaming pera ng
hunting
NTH.
yan.
Oo, men. They have the money to lose. Pero si Surf, he doesn't have anything. Ang meron lang siya itong operator na to. If ever na wala tong operator na to sa kanya, men, wala siyang pera next round. Look at this money. It's literally zero. Ang bibili lang niya next round, probably a Frenzy or a Sheriff. Yun lang.
Armor.
At saka, if ever binili na yun, men, makukulangan pa siya ng pera pang full buy next round.
Masakit para sa side ng Searcher. Kung tutuusin, kanina during game number 1, nakita na natin yung capabilities eh. Siyempre, Northception, they are the strongest team from Japan right now. Zeta, 2 beses nila tinalo yan. And it just goes to show na this team is very much capable. Alam natin kung gaano kalakas exactly itong Searcher, pero ganito nila napapunish. Bumalik yung confidence na meron ng Northception here on game number 2. And it just really shows yung sigaw ng mga players, kung paano sila maglaro, kung paano sila mag-peak, andun yung kompletong confidence nila, and it's what's bringing them right now dun sa pagkakapanalo. Pero hindi pa tapos ito dahil syempre magsaswap pa ng sides mamaya-maya lang. Right now, Surf holding the operator, makakangkas siya, but here is a smoke that is helping him out completely. Black Wiz, just waiting patiently. Kung sakali mang may lumabas, he can be able to actually spot him away. At maaaring pag nawala rin yung smoke na yan, siya rin ang mahuhuli dahil operator tong nasa long.
Yeah.
Hindi na-detect.
Yun
Ay, sa ano pala yan? Sa
dito.
kakampi.
Pero at least, diba,
Ay,
Surf?
nakita
Oh,
na.
alam ni Surf. Alam ni Surf. Oh, nabaril yung Zico. Mga kaibigan, pero yun nga lang, Diyos ko.
Updraft pa
Yung
more.
updraft na yun. Sige, talong pa. Pero ang ganda na ginawa dito. Kalampag ng papag. Pero nice. Smoke na ginawa dito ng Jet. Para lang syempre magkaroon pa sila dito ng konting bawal. Kahit papag si will catch one. Aftershock, delikado ngayon sa play ngayon. NTH, literal na kailangan niya mag-move out. Meteor. May nabawas siya dito kahit papano. Pero that is the flash coming in from Crows, mga kaibigan. Just waiting for it to be activated. Pero that is a flash. Not gonna catch anyone. Pwede siya mag-swing out. Delikado to. May mamamatay dito, best for sure. Pero yun nga lang, nagmamadali talaga si Meteor if ever. Pero that is a recon bolt. Tamang binibait lang niya yung recon bolt, mga kaibigan, para syempre talaga sumilip si Crows dito. Pero paunahan sila dito, mga kaibigan. Kaliwat kanan ang kailangan niyo i-consider. Kasi sa kaliwa, ando si Foxy. Sa kanan, ando si Crows. Pero si Excel Free, mga kaibigan, is in a tough spot right now. Pero ito ang first contact. Magpupush. Pwede magpush si Crows, mga kaibigan. It's all up to Meteor right now. This is the contact play that they did. First contact kay Sova, kasunod si Crows, spray ko na bahala.
Ang tagal ng engagement on long A. Ang tagal nilang pinunish yung nag-iisang player doon, especially the Jet itself. Kaya hindi makabuelo yung mga players on A short dahil ang dami nilang kailangang isipin. And nakita natin exactly yung nangyari kay Deriali kanina. Pumasok siya on A short dahil nga na-stuck si Meteor. Kailangan niyang tulungan yung nasa long A. And because of that, nakasilip na rin pala yung nasa backside. Naipit talaga ng sobra yung NTH dito. And exactly yun yung hinahanap ng Sersha on how to play this out. Right now, makakabawi sila ng kaunti, but still, they can close things off into an 8-4. Kung mauulit nila.
Yeah, lalo yung contact play, pwede natin sabihin na parang drive picking lang din yan eh. Pero at least ang Sersha bumabawi dito for them to push it to an 8-4 scoreline, and the Sushi Boys will catch one with that Phantom. Headshot pa rin talaga napatay sa Derial dito, mga kaibigan, pero kala Meteor, kalawang sneaky. Meron siyang idea na meron tao dito sa may taas, pero that is Sushi Boys! Naunahan niyang marinig muna yung alarm bot at hindi alam ni Meteor yun. 4v2 ang ginagawa nila dito, mga kaibigan. So to Black is one more kill for that ultimate, pero there's no way naman nagagamitin mo yan. Pero that is Joxjo will catch one. 3v2, winnable for the side of NTH, mga kaibigan. Pwede maging 92 if ever. Pero wala na silang mga utilities ngayon. It's all up to Joxjo. Meron pa siyang dalawang flashes if ever, but Foxy will catch one. Magkakaroon siya ng recon bolt. Meron pa siyang owl drone yan. Gamitin na nga talaga niya. Pero Spike is dropped, however, pero that is a players from Black West, from NTH, who's gonna fall down, man. Literal na long gatong sa mukha ang ginagawa dito. Best kasi napakahirap naman talaga yun, di ba? Kasi once na nakapatid si Foxy, wala siyang gagawin kung hindi humanap ng posisyon at mag-outdrawn. After that, pag meron siya nakitang isa, wala siyang gagawin kundi mag-recon bolt para dun sa kakampi niya. Oo, hindi siya nakapatay nun, pero yung mga utilities, sineset up lang para dun sa kakampi niya, para may trade-off. Pero 2v1 men, mahirap na mabawi yun ng NTH if ever. Pero ibabato muna natin sa mga panel, baka meron silang gustong sabihin. So direct, alam mo na.
Clear just that, like, this is a completely different North. I think your analysis of this situation was completely sound in that, you know, Zeta certainly brought it to North F, shouldn't say that 5 times fast, you know, when they played them. But to Sideshow's point, this team is put together on Haven, and we're starting to see those fundamentals, the control of the game really playing through.
All I said before this map started was that I wanted them to work as a unit, run around as a pack.
Yes.
And the man on your screen right now, he's the kind of glue that's sticking everyone together. Yeah, he's got the nice sort of outside of Meteor of it. He's the one that's inside holding everyone together on it. I don't know how many rounds this man has thrown multi-kills in our face.
Yeah.
And I thought Meteor was the very impressive one. Well, now that Meteor's getting in and they're not so far behind him, that has cleaned up the act that is North. And I know you want them to go out with a bang here. I know this isn't the bang you asked for, Doug, but so far it's not too bad.
Yeah, I think Jojo is that dude, right? Like, he's looked so good on the breach road. We talked about him at the beginning of the map. He looks fundamentally sound. He's been a pleasant surprise. I also think Xerxia have admittedly made some mistakes. This has not been a clean map out of them. Even you think about that replay package we just saw, 2 instances in which Surf just updrafts, gets a little bit greedy, and he just gets plucked out of the sky.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah, but I think that also goes back, though, to the fact that North do such a great job, Doug, of, like, controlling the pace so much that, like, he updrafts because he thinks no one's going to be there, and they're there.
The pack's there, bro.
Yeah, they give him nothing. It's really been impressive to watch Northeption dismantle.
They believe in the reverse sweep. They believe in it.
Do you believe
and they're
in it,
living
Doug?
it.
I think I'd feel much more confident if it was 9-3 half.
Yes,
I think
I agree.
8-4 an attacking half, right? Like, that's
Yeah,
a good lead, right? But you're not out of the
They
woodworks
got to win
yet.
pistol, they got to win second, then I'm on the train.
Yeah, but what does Xerxia do here, right? What is Xerxia?
It's attacking half. Their leg up. It's in their favor to bring it back.
All
That's
right.
it.
All right. Well, and also, by the
Oh,
way, I need to find out
sheesh.
where that keyboard is from because I need it. Anyway, that's going to do it for us here. Lots of questions, and thankfully, we are going to have some answers. And two guys who love giving us answers. It's Brent and Sideshow. So, Brent, give me all the answers right now.
Grabe. Grabe naman yung keyboard ni Foxy. Yung panel, nagtatanong kung saan daw nakuha, bibilin daw agad-agad. Magkano yan, Bessie?
Ano yan? Mga 50 yun, mga 50.
50 to 60, mga ganun.
Yun.
60 kyaw. Kyaw, guys. Hindi 500, 600,
Cyber board
depende
yun, guys.
pa sa Switch, depende pa sa keycap.
Ng Angry Meow. Ayan.
Angry
Ano yun?
Meow.
Wireless charging yun, Bes.
Oh, talaga?
Oo, may wireless charging yun.
Yun yung bayad mo eh. Nandun na punta yung 40k. Sa wireless charging lang pala. Pero sakit yan pag nasira, no? Sa bagay, mechanical naman. Sige. O sige.
Tsaka,
yung isang mechanical keyboard ko nga, 10 taon na sa akin, buhay na buhay pa eh.
Oo, syempre.
Tsaka Foxy gumamit, pag binenta niya yan, bes. Dagdagan mong signature, baka times 2 yung ano. Yung presyo.
Ito naman si Foxy, diba? I mean, ito kasi yung mga keyboard na ganyan, pang enthusiast yung mga yan eh. Pang enthusiast. Hindi mo talaga siya ginagamit sa gaming.
Panglaro.
Wala eh. Yabang ni Foxy, may pambili ako ng cyberboard pare.
Bakit hindi?
Dadaling ko siya dito, pang flex ko lang, men. Di ba? Ba't hindi? Pero sa Sushi Boys, Diyos ko po! Medyo malayong shorty, literal na wala talaga mapapatay ng kaibigan. Pero yung
late na siya masyado.
Spray ang ginagawa niya dito mga kaibigan. Pero this is gonna be the player's officer siya. Mukhang babawi ata best dito sa second half. Uulitin nila yung ginawa ng NTH. Kung na-8-8 nyo kami kanina, i-8-8 din namin kayo ngayon. Ha?
Oh, nahuli pa rin si Sushi Boys dito. Foxy! The only man remaining, nabaliktad pa ang sitwasyon. Deryali was able to pick up on the final kill. NTH. Sila na naman ang nagwagi pagdating sa pistol. Ang galing nila mag-pistol round, no? Pero kasi kung tutuusin, Vil, based on stats dito sa mga teams na meron tayo on Masters itself, yung stat-wise na kung sino yung nakakakuha ng mga pistol round, typically, yun yung mga nananalo sa matches. Napakalaking factor ng mga pistol rounds dito.
Typically.
Lalo na pag na-convert mo yung bonus.
Typically, Ariel happened to me.
Saan galing yan?
Sabi mo typically.
Diyos gala.
Hula
ko, counter eco meron dito. Sir siya, babawi ito pagdating eh. Kasi bumili.
Diba? Natigas na mukha.
Atao.
Spectre.
1-0 daw eh.
Yun pa rin yung ng sentry mga kaibigan. Si Erickson free stinger lang sa kalam. 900 pesos. Pero ito na, daming ang ginagawa nila mga kaibigan. Literal na parang nag-arat at isang bang. And
What a
NTH,
nice Meteor win!
Literal na 2 HP na lang meron si Meteor mga kaibigan. Sa sobrang bilis na nangyari doon.
Yun na nga yung narinig nyo, guys.
Sinabi namin, men. Ibabago naman kayo.
Ang bilis kasi pumasok. Puro spray and pray. Actually, free for all yung A-site. Kaya yun yung nangyari dun eh.
Diyos ko, literal na 2 yung natira kay kaibigan.
Sila yan, saya nila oh. Ayan, free for all yan. Walang strats best. Pero tayo nanalo. Let's go. Ang kaso nito, double digit yung NTH tas walang arep. Yung sir siya. Awit.
Awit, Lods.
Napakamot sa ulo. Ano ba naman yung guys? Yun na yung pag-asa natin, ma-counter eco.
Oo, pero wala eh. I mean, 4-11 talaga, man. 4-11, game 3. Oh! Wall bang, all walls are wangable. Tandaan niya yan. Pero ito na yung judging. Ito na si Judgers. Pero Black Rose will catch one. Oh, all the way from up top, Michor.
Garden, Michor Garden.
Diyos ko, ito na si Unico.
Unico. May Uniqlo, may Unico.
Oo, tsaka sa ano lang yun, sa Valoranters sila makikita yun.
Sa Valoranters. What a play, what a kill. Coming in from NTH, it seems like kung paano maglaro yung Xerxia ngayon, masyado nang loose They're just going in and just spraying. Kung anong mangyari sa loob ng site, yun na yung magiging resulta. It seems like Sersha, they're going for a timeout though. Kailangan nila tong timeout na to. Hindi gumagana na yung aggressive plays na meron eh. So they have to decide what are we gonna do? Lalo na na-punish na yung economy natin. Paano natin masusolusyonan pa to? Habulin mo lahat ng puntos, bes. Pa-match point na. Kala ko pa naman 2-0. Iniwan na ako ni Vil. Nawala na naman si Vil. Uy, nawala ba si Vil legit? Di ko naririnig. Direct, nandyan pa ba si Vil? Vil, kung nandito ka, pagalawin mo yung baso.
Hello?
Ay,
Ayun,
hello, welcome back.
Start ako.
Kala ko, nakatulog ka ba? Umamin ka, bes.
Tao ni Reggie.
Direct. Anong totoong nangyari? Nakatulog o natanggal yung ano?
Inayos ko yung cord, man. Inayos ko yung cord. Kalma lang. Ano ka ba? Alas 2?
Inaayos lang yung cord.
Kaya gising ko pa lang na ito eh.
Ayo, 2 a.m. Ano pa lang yan? Mag-Q ka pa lang.
Oo, man. Maglalagi na pa lang ako sa balon yan. Pero tamang chok-chok lang yung ginagawa ngayon ng Sersha. Pero isipin mo ba sa ito? Ito ang pinaka nakakainis, man. Sersha, hahabol sila. 11-11. Tapos at the end of the day, NTH pa rin naman nanalo. BAM!
Binoga sa mukha. Yun lang ang nangyari doon.
Flame,
And Meteor, siya pa rin ang mamamatay. And still a 5v4. Pero ito, hawak-hawak ni Foxy. Yung magiging rotations na yan. Ang kaso nga lang siya ang mamamatay dito. But aggressiveness from Sersha's side. Alam nila dito manggagaling majority of the retake. But the paranoia connected perfectly. May alarm bot. Yung tatlo nasa Gedli lang. Pero nabuhay pa rin. Exit free was able to capitalize on that Guardian. Surf, the only man remaining. It's a 2v1 situation. But very much doable for him. Siya ang nasa post-plan situation dito. Kailangan nilang ipitin with the Trailblazer coming out. Alam niya na kung saan manggagaling yung isang player. Alam niya na din siguro kung saan ba yung isa dahil nag-flash out yan pero hindi pa rin maka-clutch. It's still a match point for the side of NTH.
Oo. Ang dami nilang oras. Ay, hala. Hindi abot. Oh my God, hindi abot. Ilang seconds?
Hindi lumabas. Pero feeling hindi. Feeling ko 0.02 lang yun, mga ganun.
Hindi 0.02. Hindi 0.02. Ano ba yun, mga 0.2 something. 0.2 something.
Feeling ko, mga ganun eh, 0.0 eh. Wala, nakatakip, bes.
Oo, nakatikip eh. Grabe naman talaga. Pero, bilis na men.
Hindi umabot.
Hindi umabot, men.
Sinamahan ng dasal ng Sersha, bes. Pag mga ganun, napapahawa ka na lang ng mahigpit eh. Magdadasal ka na lang. Sana sumabog.
Nag-Hail Mary po lang.
Hail Mary po lang. Sana sumabog ang spike.
Ano na ginagawa mo dyan? Ano yun? Diyos ka! Hindi kayo nagkita pero ito rin long katong mga kaibigan nagkakita pero ito rin sinampal ngayon Foxy isa. Pero Spike is dropped right now. Meteor trying to hold on to that area pero that is a swing na ginagawa ngayon sa Scary. Meteor will catch 3 and it's over. We're gonna go to game number 3.
Ganun lang kabilis.
Tulog na si May.
Alam mo, pakiramdam ko, wala pa. Easy ka lang, match point pa lang ito, Besiwap, pero walang pera ang Sersha. Problema tong malaki para sa kanila. Paano nila mapapagana to? Pero kung alam mo kung paano maglaro yung Sersha ngayon, parang, sige guys, tapusin nyo na lang tong round na to, para tapos na, game 3, tatapusin natin sila. Parang ganun yung pakiramdam.
Pero may game number 3 pa mamaya, eh, no?
Hindi sila makabuelo ng entry. Ang saya niya, oh.
Okay. Sapa daw, sapa!
Pinoy pala to eh. Sabi ko na, lalakas talaga ng Pinoy.
Men, sabi nung Japan, sapa! Oh, sana lang nga. Tignan natin kung talaga makakaisa. Pero,
nakaset up na yung buong side. Ito na.
Literal na binato ng Astra yung lahat ng utilities dito sa may A para syempre makapasok sila freely. But Black Wiz, mga kaibigan, siya ang nagfa-flank. Tamang flank yung ginagawa niya, pwede siya makakuha na isa pero at least si Foxy nagbabatay lang dito lang sa may Gedli. But Blackbeard. Alam ni Foxy.
ay.
With a swing! Foxy will get one kill. Makakuha pa ng libreng barrel dito. Si Pico nakangert-ngert ng isa. Ito din talaga yung kalapag ng papag mga kaibigan, pero wala ata makukuha ang mga players kina
Mahuhuli yun,
Search.
nasa
And this
ilalim,
is
Hell.
now the second rolling na ginagawa nila. Pero Diyos ko po, Deriali, muntik na napilay ata ang kuya mo. Foxy with a swing. It's all up to 1 right now. Foxy, can you still win it?
Oh my God!
Catch 2! Oh my God! 1v1 with a great one. Pero eto na! Foxy with a nice! And would win that round!
What a play!
Boss!
What a play! Bakit naman ganun? Inuubos niya lahat nung nasa site.
What?
Ang ganda ng laro ni Foxy dito. Una sa lahat, kung yung Omen hindi nakita yung dulo ng baril doon, hindi niya mahahanap yun eh. Malilurkan siya eh. Pero ang haba ng phantom ng Omen. Nahuli niya lahat ng pwedeng mahuli. Pati yung Northception coach na pahawak na lang sa mukha. Sabi niya, di niya alam ano nangyari doon, busy.
Pero yung Diyos ko po, isipin mo, na-chup-chup na nga si Mitchell, nakapatay pa ng isa. This is gonna be really hard for the players of Search right now. Oo, na 6-12 pa, pero kaya ba natapusin to? Pero nga si Cross, mga kaibigan, nakabawin na talaga isa dito. Pero si Sir Flash ang idea at all. Kung nasa ba yung mga players ngayon ng NTH, pero kailangan talaga nababawi at Blazer, mga kaibigan. Pero ito yung mga players ng Search, talaga dire-dire sa papuntang B. Pero napakadami utilities dito. Ang problema nito talaga is si Deriali, yung mga utilities niya hindi nag-go-on. Once na mag-on to, dito lang sa may B, mga kaibigan, delikado ang mga players ngayon ng Search siya. Pero mukhang pupunta ata sila dito sa A. Pero Deriali with the flank right now, might as well catch one down. Pero Foxy, ano ginagawa mo dyan, Balbon? Hindi ko alam paano yun naiikot, pre. Kasi ang layo ni Deriali. Isipin mo, ang dami. Hindi na in-smoke yun, men. Ang daming trap sa A, pero naka-off. Ang layo ni Deriali. Isipin mo, biniu mo lahat. Ka naman doon. Wala, naka-off yung turret niya.
Wait yun. Mapapako yung NTH dito. Ang mahirap kapag na-punish na talaga yung economy nila. Sila ngayon na mahihirapan. And paano? Naikutan lahat dito. Yung mga players ng NTH.
Nag-set up siya sa B. Pero ang layo naman, parang wala lang yun. Yung mga utilities mo doon, meron kang alarm bot. Wala kang gagawin doon, men. Deriali, men, tapos sana po sa game number 3.
Napalunok sila ng matindi-tindi doon. Na-stress yung coach. Sabi niya, pinanggagawa yung sarang na yan. Sinasabi ko sa inyo, bakit yung... Ganon yung sasabi ng coach na ito. Kasi isang round na lang kanina pa eh.
Telok ba?
Matelok eh. Itong Sersha, lalo silang nagsastrive kapag yung pressure nasa kanila na. Ganyan din yung nangyari sa Game 1. Yung pressure sobrang nag-mount sa side ng Sersha. Nasa double digit na yung score nila dito. Nahabol pa, nabaliktad na. Game number 1 goes to them. And here on Game 2, with a one-sided match, sila ang pumili ng mapa na to. Sersha picked this map and right now, nabuhay sila.
Lakas.
Pero stinger lang.
Wala talaga itong mga pera, pero at least sana makabuhay pa rin sila kahit anong nangyayari dito sa mga games na to. So, we're gonna see that if ever kung ano ba yung mga gagawin nilang pag-push dito, mga kaibigan. Si Surf gonna push in already, pero kailangan niya muna ng mga utilities ngayon. Kung napapansin mo, best lahat yung mga players ng NTH and DSC. Well, this is their bonus round. I mean, not bonus round, pero save round nila to.
Stuck na lang. Baka sakali. Malay mo, sa C pumasok lahat ng mga players. But Sersha, it seems like they wanna take A instead. Yung puwelo at yung pwesto nila dito, it's gonna be an A hit kung sakasakali makahanap sila. And the players right now of NTH, obviously 4-man stack on C. Isa lang ang po problemahin nila here on A. And Jox Joe needs to delay this as much as he can. If not play contact at all or don't react at all until makarotate itong iba mga players. Pero ito na nga yung reaction play niya. With that ginamit niya na yung mga utilities niya para lang maiwasan makapasok itong mga players. But Sersha is completely on site already. This is gonna be an A hit and mabilis ang rotation ang kailangan gawin ng NTH dito for a 5-man retake. May isang maglo-lurk dyan and that's gonna be the Jet. But Foxy already getting 1 kill here. It's towards Jox Joe. Meteor, siya ang naglo-lurk pero nasa mid pa rin siya ngayon. Iikot na lang papuntang city. Itong Killjoy kapag hindi ka nag-check ng corners, matik ya Topsy talaga. Scary with a double kill already going for the third and he's still got the kill completely. And to close things off, may pang-apat pa yan. It's gonna be XN free. Napako sa match point pero dito sa susunod na round, Bes, oras na para bumili.
Oras na para bumili, oras na para bumawi. Wala na silang, alam mo kung anong oras na?
Borkum time. Walang kabayas-bayas. Wala na eh. No? Hindi na naglaro dito eh. Yung pa rin yung nasa bibig eh.
Kung secret naglaro dito, kanina pa tapos to.
Tapos na to. 2-0. Matik. Sige, Sersha. Comebackin nyo para 2-0. Total, nandito naman na rin tayo.
Oo, kung secret naglaro dito, kanina pa champions.
Baka hindi nyo na kailangan panoorin tong Masters hanggang 24.
Hindi, LCQ muna.
LCQ muna.
Oo, hayaan muna natin yung iba.
Okay na yan. But Sersha, they're getting back to it. Nahanap na nila yung footing na hinahanap nila kanina pa. Flashes out and it seems like a hit ang nagiging pinaka-successful dito for the side of Sersha. Isama pipitas. That's gonna be Surf. Ang taga-open ng site. Insta-kill sabay dash out.
Diyos ko, ang bilis naman nun. Bilis pa ng mga daliri ng mga Hapon, mga kaibigan. Pero sa bilis sa Pinoy.
One tap to the face.
Oh, ang bilis eh. Pero yung Durian will catch one too. Oh no, that's gonna be really hard for them. Si Cross, kailangan niya makakuha ng mga utility dito para makabawi sila kahit paano. Pero nga fault lines all the way from NTH. Duriali, Diyos ko, tapos na. Game 3, sige na.
A good game. Well played for NTH. Na-stuck man sila ng kaunting rounds against Sersha. Napakalaki naman nung gap pagdating sa score to the point na hindi ganon kabilis makaka-comeback ang Sersha. If they found the footing since the first half, hindi ganito yung magiging sitwasyon. But unfortunately, it was just too much of a gap already na kahit makakuha ka ng multiple rounds na sunod-sunod, nasa match point na isang mali mo lang. Literally, one mistake of a team member, everything will be a domino effect.
If nandito ka sa ganitong stage, mga kaibigan, make no mistake talaga, best. Kasi wala, I mean, elimination na to, di ba? For sure, if ever na may eliminate ka dito, might as well get a 2-1 score. You don't want to end your Masters journey with a 0-2 score, best. That's gonna be painful for sure sa mga players natin, pero they did everything that they could. They did their best. And it's just we can say na map pickers ang nangyari dito. Dikit ang laban sa game number 1, pero dito sa game number 2, it's just literally one-sided. For the side of Northception, they don't want to end their day with a 0-2 scoreline, mga kaibigan. Nakakita ng opening ang Sersha, but it's not enough for you to end this game with a win. With a 2-0 score. Game 3. Saan ba tayo pupunta ng mapa?
Game number 3 actually is gonna be in bind. So, explosive tall. Bakit makakita tayo ng Yoru kung sakasakali man?
Double controller, double initiator, and a raise as well. So we're gonna get to see these players kung ano talaga yung gagamitin nila. Pero we will try to predict kung ano yung mga gagamitin nila. Siguro, of course, for sure, merong Brimstone tsaka Viper dito. For sure. Yeah.
Oh, for sure. Pero anyway, mamaya tuloy natin yan because right now we're just gonna go in a very short break. May panel show pa tayo. At syempre, going to game number 3, it's gonna be Bind. And Sersha and Northception pa rin na maglalaban. So don't go away because VALORANT Masters will be right back.
Obnoxious, I cannot fit in obnoxious. Stop it, quitting was never an option. Exhausted, this passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it, you cannot stop it.
obnoxious. Acting that fit and obnoxious. Stop it, quitting was never an option. Exhausted, this passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
And there you have it, folks, as Northeption managed to walk away with a 13-8 victory there on Haven. Xerxia trying to just figure out what the heck just happened. It was like they got bamboozled and hoodwinked this time, Doug.
Yeah, they really did. And honestly, it felt like Northeption could have closed that out a couple of rounds prior. Right? Like Xerxia struggled on both sides of the ball. It never really felt like they found their footings, and it took some heroics just to get to the 13-8.
Yeah.
I mean, it could have been worse.
I mean, it should have been worse.
Yeah.
As you said, I just think there was so much controlled chaos this time. I actually want to give a lot of props to North this time. I said they're moving around as a pack. Everything's looking clean. They even had a triple and almost quadruple flank at one point. I didn't mean they need to move in that kind of pack formation, but if it works, then do your
Flying
thing.
V.
I mean, however they want a formation around the map, I'll absolutely stand behind them. But I just think overall, this time it was controlled chaos. They knew what their strengths were. They didn't overreach with it. They didn't try and solo play and hero play. And I mean, this man on your screen right now, he had one of the lowest ACS maps of the entire tournament. In map number 1, I believe he had an ACS 52.
Wow.
52. So incredibly low. Yeah, for those who don't understand, pretty damn low. He's coming to this map, and the same way he tried against Zeta Division on this exact map last time, he's coming in almost topped Meteor, who was running around the map with shotguns.
Yeah.
So this is a kind of different version of the game, but it's exciting.
It also helps out too when your star player on the other side, when a player like Dariali, who has been a bit up and down, right, comes into this, and then on the flip side for Xerxia, Doug, you have a 6-16 Surf on the Jet. It's just completely neutralized, right? Like, it's very difficult for them to try and mount that comeback, which they almost did, when your star player is really struggling to be able to get the the crosshair on some heads.
Yeah, he struggled. He struggled really across every aspect. It never really felt like he had his momentum. It never really felt like he found his footing. And you're right, when you have a star duelist on the other side who's really kind of non-existent in a lot of ways, yeah, Dariali can pop off. He can go 20 and 11 or whatever it was on Killjoy. So I think a lot of things aligned very well. I do want to, you mentioned it felt like controlled chaos. Maybe more chaos than controlled chaos. It did feel a bit more controlled, but there was still buckets of whimsy, as the guys like to say. You think about the shorty, and there was a judge round 2. And the guy was like jumping out of the smoke.
But he looked like he knew what he wanted to achieve with it.
Oh yeah,
like
he always
each and every
knows.
time.
He
I was like,
knows.
this looks like it shouldn't work. But you're not moving so erratically that it looks like you don't know what's about to happen, what you want to achieve as a consequence of having that. There was one time he actually decided to take the judge and continue on with the judge. I think Bren said he wanted to take it as a little bit of a token, maybe even into the next map. So I think he knows. Yeah, a little souvenir. Take it on. I think now I can put a little bit more faith in the Northeption name, especially now that I sat on the pre-desk and I said they shouldn't be good on this map because what they previously did on it was really bad. They've flipped the script a little bit. There's another story about the next map and that they've done even worse on Bind.
Yeah.
Well,
so
this is the thing, because now we are going into Bind, and history here should be in the back of your mind. This was a 13-1 romp that Northeption had to deal with. They ended up running, I think, it was against DRX. They just got completely outclassed here, Doug, and I see Bind in this list after what happened in day 1, and I'm very concerned about Northeption. I'm feeling pretty good about Xerxia given how they played this map.
Yeah, I think a 1-13 loss is a beating you still feel the next day. I do think off of that, I expect to see some changes. It's unfortunate. I would love to see them continue to lean into the Neon for Meteor. The guy's playing with confidence, continue to let him loose, let him do his thing, but I think it ultimately, unfortunately, will not likely go that way.
No, I mean, after the changes they made on the second map there, why, if it worked so well, why would you then go back to, if it ain't broke, don't fix? It's all of these kind of temperamental sayings that we have on the decks. But I think overall, I don't want it to be the kind of thing that let's say they lose this series and that they're knocked out as a result, and they said they wanted to come into an international environment and learn. I mean, especially when you make your debut, you're hoping to learn from the international environment. I'm hoping they are not just going, well, this is what works. We're just going to put it together and hope for the best. You don't learn much from that because when you get back to the regional, you go back to the Neon, let's say, and then you haven't learned anything from what works and what doesn't. So it's a 50-50 here. It's a double-edged sword here. I really don't know which way to take it from them. I like that they stay with the Jet, but it seems like a bit of a crutch at that point if you're just constantly changing all of your compositions to that.
Very interesting. I was going to say fascinating, but you know, I think just this series, it started off in a very, you know, like we were just convinced that this was just going to be over very quickly with just how Northampton were playing. Then they find life. They wake up. They're right back into this match here, and this is not like what they went through in their game against DRX. I mean, even like looking at, you know, some of the stats there, I mean, DRX maintained Meteor to a 6-13, right? Like he was just completely neutered. No options for him, Doug. But to your point, if you go with the Jet, there could potentially be other issues there. Like maybe the composition doesn't necessarily work. Like I'm genuinely
Are they plugging the holes? Yeah.
Yeah, and it kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier, right? Like you make a change like that and you go, was I the reason that we lost that? And when you lose 1-13 on a map, there's not one reason why you lost.
No.
All right, well, here we go. Prime Gaming Agent Select. Let's see what both of these teams are going to lock in. You can see what Northampton went with before. Maybe we end up getting that again, but in fact, actually, we're already getting a change here because they're busting out the Viper.
What?
Maybe you're on Chamber.
You remember you said go out with a bang? You remember you said that? Yeah, I think they meant on this map is where they were going to bring it. No Phoenix, but I tell you what, they're going out with a bang.
And it's a mirror bang, too. I mean, Sersha's exact same comps.
Mirror bang.
A lot of changes coming through here. I am very curious about what this does to Northampton's mental. Was it like, okay, the whole plan last time we played Bind sucked, and we need to start over?
Wipe the slate, go again?
Let's just do quick predictions before we jump into the game. Who's winning this one, Jess?
I still think Zersha has it on Bind. Yeah.
Zersha? Yeah, Zersha for you as well? Oh, man. Okay, folks. Well, here we go. It's game 3. It's time to jump into the action. It's Bind, and you got Brennan Sideshow on the mic. Fellas, have fun with this one.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back here in VCT Masters Copenhagen. Once again, we are cast for today. My name is Vil. Kasama ko nga pala si Taylor. Ganda ng jacket mo ha. Bukas isusuot ko yung sa akin. Yeah.
Solid to, oh.
Yung likod.
Ay, yung likod. Wala na. Naman, direct.
Direct, balik mo sa...
Direct, balik mo sa saka LKH. Gusto ko lang ipakita yung jacket ko eh. Ano ba naman yan? Pero mukhang mabilis ang push ata ang nais dito ng mga players dahil nagkakaroon na agad ng engagements. Alam naman natin pag Asia talaga ang naglalaban, labanan talaga. Pistola na agad. 2-2 trade ang meron tayo dito. All the toxins are being set up already. Parehas at mirror match ata to, partner.
Mirror match indeed. Pero... nakikita natin kung ano yung papakita nila. Like what I've said, best talagang double controller. It's gonna be Brimstone and Viper na talaga. And it's gonna be really hard for us to predict who's gonna win this kasi ang mirror match, man. Ang hirap nito. XN free will catch one. That Pangels will be activated, so will be thrown out. Dariali and XN free, it's really up to them kung kaya pa ba nalang kunin to. Pero yun nga lang, sabi ni Dariali, hindi ko na aantayin to. Hindi ko na sila aantayin, i-defuse ko na to. And yun nga best di ba? I mean, pwede natin sabihin na mirror matchup. So, alam mo yung laban dito. I mean, laban na lang ng momentum. Pagalingan na lang ng strat, pagalingan na lang mag-computer. Iyon na lang talaga yung gagawin nila. Wala na silang choice. And if ever prediction best, I have no idea, man.
Northampton are 4-0 when facing 3 or more maps. Nakikita natin. At kung mapapansin nyo, nagkaroon ng map pickers. Kung ano yung pinili ng Northampton, dun sila natalo. Tapos kung ano pinili ng Sersha, dun naman din sila natalo. But what a shot coming in from Surf. Meron pang isa. And that is gonna be Black, who is already being down. There is another one that's gonna be a raise na nag-aantay lang din sa Gedli. It's XN Free na waiting patiently Kailangan niya ng tulong dito from the rest of the teammates kung sakali. There goes the shot and it connects. Not going for the fourth is Surf. Mamamatay pa rin siya dito. Jox Joe though, he's gonna go down as well. It's all up to the Reali na classic lang ang hawak and it's not gonna happen. Sersha, this time around, sila na yung makakakuha ng pistol pati yung second round.
Have the advantage already. And grabe yung mga games ngayon eh, no? Ang hirap malaman kung sino mananalo, sa totoo lang. I mean, sa totoo lang, ang 2-0 to eh. Yung namin, yung pinredict namin ni Taylor dito.
Pero
diba?
2-1 yung naging score. Kala talaga natin, mabilisan tong gagawin ng Sersha. Eh, ang ano kasi, Japan kasi talaga, more on ano yan eh, strat textbook play. Yung laruan nito. Kaya nga may controlled chaos tayo na tinatawag. Kung kanina medyo makalat, no? Konting control lang ang meron. But in how explosive Sersha plays all the time, that's the best you can do. Control the chaos that they bring to the table. And if Northeption can control that, mananalo talaga sila dito.
Yeah, for sure. Pero dito naman si Sersha, I mean, they need to make the most out of all the guns na meron sila na ito yung gamit nila kanina. Si Surf really popping off. I mean, magkaka-ulti na nga siya, diba? And with a lot of money as well. Ito si Surf, alam mo bes, mag-operator mamaya to. Promise. Sa ganyang pera, may operator talaga yung bibili niya sigurado. Kahit attacker siya. For NTH, they have a lot of money to spare. I mean, they don't have that money to spare, but they have the
There goes the
firepower.
triple kill! Naipit sila, na-lurkan lang sila. Nung Viper ng ganon-ganon for the side of Sersha. Walang nagbantay ng flank.
Naikutan sila ni Viper dito, and that is a really bad thing that Sersha did. Kasi yun nga, I mean, they have that chamber, of course, sa backstab, meron siyang trap. Pero for Surf, pwede siyang bumili ng operator ngayon. Pero ang tanong is, he gonna really use that? But Black Wiz just capitalizing that lurk that he did, that flank that he did, mga kaibigan. May trademark pala, pero hindi na lang napansin. Dahil sa dami nangyayari.
May trademark, yes. Kaso naka-smoke from the brimstone. And I feel like hindi nga siya nakita dahil umakit nga siya doon sa boxes ng A-short. Na-outplay lang talaga sila dito pagdating sa angle. Itong Sersha. And no operator is being seen right here.
Yeah.
Talagang laban kung laban pa rin.
May ulti siya. Walang operator yung ginawa, mga kaibigan din. Pala niya makakapin niya. And syempre, meron naman siya ultimate ngayon, so he's gonna use that instead. Kahit 5 bullets yan, balaban yan, men. Pero dito for NTH right now, at least nakakuha naman talaga sila ng mga kills dito. Surf will catch one right now. Sushi Boys, mga kaibigan, with a pain shells. Pwede siya makakabawa sa isa dito kahit papano. Pero si Meteor, kailangan niya makabawa. Oh my God! You are dead. You are dead, man.
No choice ka dyan.
Pero Surf, oh no. Meteor versus Surf. Oh, alam ni Surf. Isang pagkakamali mo lang. Sige, dumiretso ka ng konti. Pero yun lang nga, ang ganda ng ginawa dito ng connection ni Brimstone tsaka ni Chamber. Sige, imoli mo, puputok ko. 4v1, Black was the only man remaining. Wala siyang choice kung hindi mag-save. Kasi yes, pwede siya mag-save ngayon. And pwede rin siya mag-drop mamaya, Besiwap.
Exactly. Dahil nga meron pa siyang extrang pera rin dito. Tsaka, kung di ako nagkakamali, buo pa ata yung armor ni Black Wiz. But the setup that Sersha was able to show, especially on B site, lalo na yung pagpo-force out sa positioning ni Meteor na wala nga siyang rendezvous and na-stuck siya sa corner na yon, and all he has to do is basically fight it off. Ang kaso nga lang, dahil sa dami ng utilities na kayang dalhin dito ng Sersha, may snakebite, meron pang molly, lahat binato para lang ma-force out, para ma-clear yung site, which is very essential for the rest of the team. This is sure gonna be Sersha round indeed. 3-1 ang magiging score natin. Black Wiz was able to save a Vandal though.
Pero yeah, I mean, magpo-force buy yung mga players ngayon ng NTH. Magpo-force buy ba sila? Yes, magpo-force buy sila. Si Meteor, well, 2-9. Pwede siyang bumili ng Bulldog and half a armor if ever he's gonna do it. Or probably mapapadrop siya kay Deriali ng Bulldog para meron siyang full armor. We're gonna see that later if ever that's the case. Pero si Meteor, it's fine kasi meron naman siyang ultimate, so it's fine kahit hindi naman siya gumagas dito kahit paano. Pero once again, Xerxia, they have the momentum already. Surf, pwede siya makakuha dito if ever dumiretso pa yung isa mga kaibigan, pero nga lang Boombot will gonna be thrown out as well together with the pain shells. Surf, 4 na balang nawala, reload agad. Yan, yun yung sakit ng mga Pinoy mga kaibigan, yung mga gold tsaka silver. Yan.
Insta reload no?
Konting putok
2
lang.
bullets out.
R, diba?
Gising na si Ray. Sana mahimbing ang tulog ni Ray kanina.
Oo, man.
Kasi ang shift niyan, literal pang umaga.
Hirap
tapos
na.
nag-shoot pa tayo. Walang tulog yan. Yan ang tunay na bayani.
Man. Feeling ko.
Wala thunders na kami ni Vil eh.
Man. Hindi ko kaya.
Hindi na namin kaya itong gantong oras.
Hirap na nga ako.
Yung mata namin, kailangan na namin idilat dito. Pero huli cam. Ang kaso nga lang si Cross, 2-1 trade. Merong tao sa hookah. Punish completely si Deriali. 2v4 situation. Meteor. May tour de force siyang pwedeng gamitin dito, pero nga lang nag-connect yung lineup ng Viper na cancel pa yung pagpa-plant, and this is officially a planted spike right now. 2v3
Meteor with that tour de force. Pwede siya makakapita sa isa dito mga kaibigan, pero nga lang problema is nasa labas yung mga kalaban niya. And for the player from the side of Black Wiz naman, he can actually push in, pero kailangan muna nila makapatay ng isa, and yun na nga, 2v2. Yes, everything is equal right now, but can they do that kill? It's all up to Foxy mga kaibigan, pero hindi ko alam kung saan papunta si Foxy doon. Diretso lang siya, hindi pa naka-guns out ang kuya mo.
Napatay niya kasi. May namatay sa hookah.
Oo.
Nahuli yung nasa hookah, kaya nabigyan ng space makaikot tong mga players. Norteption, despite the disadvantages in a 2v3 situation, sila pa nga ang nanaeg with the pick-offs coming in here. Si Cruz pala, bulag na bulag siya when he got that double kill on long. Spray and pray ang nangyari dun.
Elimination na to eh, no? Kailangan talaga
do or die to.
Do or die na to, man. So, elimination din ba kanina, guys? O hindi decider kanina, no?
Naduraan sila nung Viper eh. Kung hindi naduraan yun eh, hindi mababawasan ng isa.
Pero, ito bes yung FPX and DRX, tama, decider to. Decider. So, DRX will go to the playoffs. And, together with Guild Esports. So, ito ang unang elimination ng araw na ito. Tama. Ito yun. And the winner of this will face off Fun plus Phoenix. And the winner of that match will be at the playoffs.
Kita niya. Parang feeling ko, mas mainit yung laban sa LCQ. Sa lahat ng regions. Yung mga paboritong team, nasa LCQ lahat eh. Sipin mo, Team Secret, paborito natin. Siyempre, bias tayo eh. Andun yung iba, Sentinels.
Oo. Shroud, diba?
Liquid. Mga teams na yan.
What if natalo sila Shroud?
Awit yun. Nagdagdag sila ng The Goat. Tapos, syempre kakadagdag lang. Kahit star player yan, hanapin mo pa rin yung synergy.
Sad.
At good night pala kay Honey Glaze. Kasi tapos na siya mag-cast. Maaga siyang makakapagpahinga para sa araw na ito.
Good
Grabe tong araw na to, si Wap eh.
Nakakapagod.
Buong araw tayong magkasama, nakakasawa na.
Buong araw tayo magkasama, buong araw tayo nagsasalita.
Literal in person, magkasama kami ni Vil kanina simula 3:00 ng hapon.
Oo, man.
Hanggang ngayong literal 12 hours.
12 hours na kami nag-uusap.
Magkausap? Hindi ko alam kung bakit hindi talaga magkaparehas yung utak natin ito sa 10 taon ba naman na magkakasama tayo laging maggano. Cast.
Oo.
12 hours ngayong araw pa lang.
Oo.
Kumbaga, kung Valorant mo, 500 hours played, Tayville, parang nasa 5,000 hours na.
10 taon ba naman?
10 taon ba naman?
Ito na yung Elder Flame Judge na hindi mo alam kung saan kinakalawit ang katilyo ng baril.
Ang aga ng time out.
Kailangan talaga yan. Pilipinas lang naman hindi maaga yung time out eh. Kung Pilipinas
Sa
to,
match point
mamaya
lang.
pa yan. Match point pa magta-time out yan, man. Promise. Diba? Yun ang pinagkaiba ng Pinoy sa mga ibang teams. Napapansin mo, Bes? Sa PH na, ano? Sa VCT PH, hindi ganun ang Pinoy, man. Patigasan ng ano dun, patigasan ng loob dun. Ba't kami magta-time out? Pataasan sila ng ego dun, men.
Pataasan ng pride eh, no?
Oo.
Pag itong...
Hindi kami hindi kami magbe-break. Ba't kami mag-time out? Bakit?
Walang time out. Pag nagta-time out, mahihina lang ang mga nagta-time out. Pero actually, crucial tong round na to kasi dito masisettle kung ano yung magiging economy ng dalawang teams na meron tayo. It's either gonna go on the side of Sersha or North Epson, but Meteor with an opening kill. That is gonna be Foxy being eliminated out. May isang umakyat. That's gonna be a race. Kumukulit. At kumukulit na rin tong nasa heaven. Kaso may nakapasok na pala ng showers. Crow's already planting the spike pero thick smokes ang makakaharap nila. NTH completely dominating against Sersha. At naubos. Wala man lang silang nakuhang kill kahit isa.
Literally destroyed everyone sa side ng Sersha ngayon. Pero walang pera ang Sersha. Diyos ko, sino ka mananalo dito? Hindi ko na alam eh.
Hindi mo malalaman eh.
Oo, hindi mo alam kasi pareho silang magaling mag-Valorant, pare. Kaya sila nandito sa Masters eh.
Kaya nga sila nandito eh.
This is the top 1 of Japan versus the top 2 of Asia Pacific. Ito hindi naman naglalaban tong dalawan to eh. Totoo lang. Sa totoo lang, hindi naglalaban to. Nagkikita lang to sa Masters.
Pag nasa Masters na, aray ko po, huli na naman. Si Meteor yan. Kanina pa yan naka-operator. Kukulit lang ng kukulit yan, lalo na may rendezvous. Pero tingnan natin si Foxy. Naghahanap na naman siya ng kill. He was able to take one down. Almost a 2. Pero naka-atras din yung isa. At least, epas pa rin. This Boombot, na-detect. Alam nilang naka-judge na nag-aabang si Blackwiz dito. Nakita na natin yan on the previous round. It worked. But maybe this time, they can punish him on hookah. Kung gusto nilang pasukin to, it's gonna be a big problem and they have to deal with it.
So, hindi na sila magpupush dito. If ever nag-push pa sila, tingin sa mukha nila. Pero that wall up, snakebite, no, delikado yung isa. Yun na kayo sila. Oh my God, yun na kayo sinasabi ko. Talagang pupush pa talaga. 3v2. Servo plant the spike pero merong orbital strike. Pero meron din silang Viper Spit mga kaibigan. Pero tatama ba yung Viper Spit dun sa may spike? Oh no, hindi. Scary will catch one. Partida pa to, talagang hindi tumama sa spike no? This is the Viper Spit para sa City.
Parang hindi talaga makapasok. Kasi alam nila yung info kung saan manggagaling yung remaining players ng NTH. So setting up a Viper Spit like that will just eliminate the factor of playing a smoke pa na mawawala. Ito, at least, the entire time that the spike is there, it's also gonna be there. So, alam na nito, na-realize na to ni Meteor, kaya naman isi-save niya na lang yung operator. At least meron siyang pambili for the other remaining players or teammates na meron din siya. Pero magaganda yung opening pick-offs dito ni Meteor. At matalino din yung galawan ng Sersha. Kung nasaan si Meteor, na-realize nila, lipat tayo sa kabila.
Lipat tayo sa kabila.
No, huwag nyo ng labanan. Dito na lang.
Kumbaga, ano na lang kayo. Magtawag dito, safe play na talaga, di ba? Pagka-out ng isa, mamba out na. Disiplina na lang,
napasok din kasi ni Kroll, ni Foxy, kaya nabigyan eh. Lumipat bigla. What?
Nice!
Parehas talaga yung utak.
Diba?
Pati yung sigaw, pati yung paggaya.
Ewan mo namin, sakit na.
Sobrang 12 hours ba naman?
Sakit na ata yung meron tayo, man. Just isa na lang utak natin. Yung ganito, guys, hindi na makikita to sa mga normal na tao.
Pasensya na kayo, kami lang to.
Pero
dami
na namin na pagdaanan, man.
Mainit yung laban sa showers, 2v2, sige.
Sakto.
Labanan ng trade.
Pag mainit, shower.
Hot?
Doon lang tayo nagkaiba. Ako kasi nagsashower, ikaw hindi.
Kapal mo sa gitna. Pero ito muna ang engagement dahil pasok na sa site ang Sersha. Ang kaso nga lang, si Scary na lang pala natitira. In a 1v4 situation, he doesn't have the spike at napapalibutan na siya ng lahat. Lumabas na nga and they all know where he is. Meteor to shut him down with a headshot.
Palit namin. Pustahan tayo, Sersha mananalo sa round na to. Hindi, wala silang pera, man. Broken by silang lahat. Pero ito, si Black Wiz, bam! Bam! Sige, pasok kayo ng pasok na wala kayong flash. Yan,
Ganda ng hold.
Ito pa yung isa, bam! Ito yung one tap sa ulo. Hindi nakita. Ganda ng headbutt niya, no? Pusta.
Cute.
Meow.
Pinalagan din nila ng Viper Spit. Sabi nila kung ginawa niya, di kami makakapasok. Dito din, best. Gagawin din namin yan sa inyo pabalik. But here we have Sersha on an eco disadvantage. Si Scary, meron siyang Spectre kahit pa paano. But the positioning that he has right now, naka-gauge lang siya. Doon sa toxic screen, meron siyang nahuling isa. Black Wiz was able to get a kill on Surf pero nagkakasagutan pa rin dito. Sersha, all going down right now. It's all up to 2 players remaining. Cruz, low on HP pero may showstopper silang kailangan pigilan. Buti na lang pinutok agad on lamps. Wala sila doon. They go on a TP and this is gonna be a B-take. Baby, a fake instead. At alam ni Meteor yan kasi wala siyang maririnig, wala siyang makikita sa hookah.
Grabe
Long lang ang titignan niya dyan.
Grabe yung Valorant Japan na 25k viewers na.
Legit?
Oo, nanonood ako.
Gantong oras, ganun din dun eh. Grabe. Isang oras lang ata yung pagitan, di ba?
Isang oras yung pagitan nila. Pero just 25k, ano yun, man?
Pag normal day, 70.
Lahat sila dilat.
Magulat ka.
Oo. Pero, Scary, nagpakita, namatay. Si Free, may nakita, siya yung namatay. Pero Cross is low, lumabas, patay. 5-4, and Sersha is in a lot of trouble right now. It's just gonna be an 8-4, 7-5, or 6-6.
Yan lang yung mga choices. Sabi nga ni Ray, may last series pa guys. Sama-sama tayong magbabawian ng buhay. Puro 3 games.
Ganito pala yung feeling na magkasagot ang hirap, man.
Puro 3 games kasi.
Dumating ako sa point na nagkasama ka alas 8 madaling araw. Alas 8 na umaga. So yeah.
Dati nga, pag LAN event, inaabot ng alas 2, pagod na tayo. Pero tatlong push sa long B ang makikita dito ni Foxy. Nakita niya lahat, kaya naman open na open! Showstopper! It will connect in the face of Free. Pero may sagot dyan ng ibang mga players. Cruz already getting 2-1. Ang meron tayo dito ngayon, Black Wiz. Mabilisang rotation para sa kanya. And the plant of the spike is there already. Makakapag-set up sila ng post plant. May mga smoke pa si Cruz dito kung di ako nagkakamali. And of course, with a smoke from Black Wiz, makakatawid siya. Ang kaso ready sila sa lineup. Parehas yan eh. Viper tsaka Cruz.
Just go fine.
Orbital strike.
Orbital strike. Umalis ka dyan, men. Meron pa silang snake bite ni Scary. 1v1. Pero oh my God, may molly!
Makikita niya kung saan manggagaling. May molly dito.
May molly.
Pero duduraan lang yan.
Pa!
Wala na.
Tama na. Ang sakit-sakit na. 5-5 it is. May pera pa. Ay. Feeling ko half ba yung search siya? Oo nga. Ay, hindi. May pera sila.
Napasok yung B-site ng matindi.
Ito lang yan, man. If ever you are, if ever nag-retake ka, and nagpa-plant yung spike, if ever you're up against a Brimstone and a Viper, hirap
wag mo nang subukan, mag-quit ka na lang, Alt F4 mo na lang yan. Alam mo nang lalinapan ka lang eh.
Alt tab ka na lang, mag-Facebook ka na lang, men. Mag-mine ka na lang sa mga tama, mag-tweet ka na lang, mag-mine ka na lang sa mga sa mga magbebenta, sa mga live seller, yun.
Number 1 mine yan. Mga ganun ka na lang eh, kasi Viper, Brimstone, mga katapat mo sa post plant, baka mana.
Di ba? Hirap na. May isipin mo, dalawang lineup, mga nerd lineup. Isipin mo kahit nakapikit, kaya nga aabot talaga. Pero si Scary, with that snake bite, sa mapapunta yan, pa-ascent.
Papunta sa susunod na mapa. Sa last series.
Sa ibang game, magugulat na lang sila. Wala namang Viper. Lupot mo snake bite.
Biglang lumubog yung biglang nagkaroon ng smoke.
Luluto.
Kung hindi ka pa naman baliw.
Di ba? alam mo yung anong oras na parang ini-enjoy na lang namin time. Ay, naku, tagal.
Sobrang dikit maglaro. Ang importante, at least alam natin, last game na talaga. Yun na lang ang kinaliligaya natin dito. Alam natin, hindi na sila maglalaban ulit. Alam mo yun? May isang uuwi.
Oh my God, takbo! Diyos ko po, muntik na dito si Sushi Boys, mga
Nabuhay.
kaibigan. Mala California Maki ang galawan, pero Meteor. Scary.
Paano ba gumalaw ang California Maki?
Tigsa satchel.
Eto na si Xiao, ubos pati bayaw. Oh, saan nanggagaling yun?
Hindi ko alam, anong oras na kasi.
Anong oras na kasi?
Pero si Meteor, mga kaibigan. Ciao, Mensa!
Patay ang dalawa! NTH doing a retake right now, trying to make everything happen. But yet again, ang daming lineups na kailangan tapatan dito. Kung anong pinoblema ngayon ng NTH, baka yan din ang poproblemahin ng Sersha mamaya, yung mga lineup.
Hindi ko kasi, pareho silang nerd. Diba mga nerd
Parehas
lineups?
luma lineup.
Oo.
Matik yan. Yung mga timeout nila, guys, actually, hindi naman sila nag-uusap-usap. Nanonood lang yan sa YouTube ng mga lineup.
Average Jonas.
Na paano ba dito? Tapos yun, ginagamit lang nila.
Ganun, men. Brimstone lineup bind easy.
Ganun ako pag nagko-competitive eh.
Ganun yun,
Biglang
men.
search ng lineup sa kabilang monitor.
Alt-tab, YouTube, tapos gano'n. Bind lineup fast. Mga tipang ganun.
Easy to understand. Boy! Grabe mga sigawan. Pag uwi talaga niya mga yan, jet lag talaga.
Men, akala
Sigaw-sigaw sila ngayon, pero pag uwi ng ano niyan, tulog talaga. Buti, sana all. Sana all sila matutulog na tayo. Hanggang 24 pa, guys.
So natawa na, di ko na alam kung ano yung nag-uusapan natin, men. Oo na lang ako na oo. Nag-a-agree na lang ako. Tama ka naman lagi. Pero, search siya.
Parang California Maki yung galaw. Di ko alam kung valid yung opinion mo, Bill,
valid yun, guys. Commenter yun.
Mahuhuli,
Hoy! Nakita yung Gedli ni Foxy, mga kaibigan.
Tuhod
Meron pa dito molly dun sa may hookah. Pero wala hindi ata na makukuha ni Mitchell isa. Pero Josh Oval catch one. Meron pa dito Urban Select, mga kaibigan. Maambaot sila pero hindi. Andito pa rin talaga sila sa hookah. Wala silang pakialam sa mga nararamdaman nila. Pero si Black Wiz, andito lang din sa may likod. Pero Diyos ko po, mag-guns out kakapatid. Nakakuha pa ng dalawa.
Scary is the only man remaining. Ginamitan ng Viper Spit yung loob ng spike and mamamaalam na nga with a paint in 6-6 ang magiging score natin. Ang sabi dito, yung pinapanood pala nilang lineup, Soba lineup by Black and Blue.
Tamber.
Kaya pala matagal mag-time out, nire-replay.
Man. Soba na.
Guys, kung sa totoo lang, yun lang yung pampagising namin sa mga ganitong Nice!
Ano ba ang nice sa Thai? Wait lang. Nice in Thailand.
Ayun ka na naman. Sige!
D!
Ay, panel! Guys, eto pala. Pag-uusapan ng panelists yung mga nasa isipan namin. Kaya ipapasa na namin sa kanila. Direct, let's go.
Yeah, boss.
The way that Meteor is playing, the composition that they busted out here in Northampton, it has been awesome to see them execute it so well.
Yeah, I mean, we wanted to see a little bit out of Meteor. We thought we might have a bit of a change off of the Neon. We weren't sure what we'd get. And instead we got Meteor Chamber instead of Zinfree going back to the chamber himself. But he's going to jump onto the race. And as a result, look at where we're currently sitting. Surf being diffed. Surf being diffed.
What a time to be alive,
What
kids.
a time to be alive.
What a time
That's
to be
exactly
alive.
right. It's the half, mind you, and he was on the defensive half, so you hope that as the half switch occurs, this changes up. But Doug, looking pretty for North right now.
Yeah, I think the setup is perfectly poised to see who's going to be able to win it out at the end of the day. From the beginning of the series up until now, we've talked about that duel. Surf and Meteor, who's going to come out on top, who's going to be able to deliver on the stage. I think the thing that's difficult for me is it's like my heart is telling me to believe and my mind is telling me not to, and I want to believe so bad that Northampton can do this, because I think the writing's on the wall. But I know the second I believe, I'm gonna have the rug pulled out of under me.
I know, it's either them like being like sayonara or arigato gozaimasu. It's like thank you very much or goodbye. Like where am I sitting with this? I don't know. But whatever they give us in this second half, their attacks have to be pack mentality again. It has to be Haven-esque.
And Black Wiz, Josh said it, has been a monster.
Yeah.
Again, out of nowhere, his Viper has been so good. And now that they're switching halves, like there's more opportunity for him to do Black Wiz things.
All right, well, you heard from the desk. It's tied 6-6 right here on Bind. Winner moves on, loser goes home. Brennan Sideshow, over to you.
Pantay na pantay ang laban natin dito. Literal na 6-6. At gaya nga nasabi ng panel natin, no, they have to make something happen here on the attackers for Nerteption. Kasi nga, pagdating sa odds, nasa Sersha talaga yung ano dito. Kumbaga yung stats nasa kanila. But Nerteption playing really good right now against especially a team like Sersha. Walang nang ngert.
Alam nila na mayroon tao dito sa may gilid mga kaibigan, pero is this gonna be the players of Northception? Oh my god, look at Surf. One tap to the head will take down Black Wiz. Pero meron pa silang isang smoker dito kahit papano. Flash will be thrown out, will be activated, will catch everyone nandito lang sa may fountain. But X and Free, mga kaibigan, trying to catch someone off guard here in B. Ito rin yung mga bird niya, pero nga lumalabas. Walang natamaan dito na isa, pero nga the Maker will gonna fall down to the hands of Foxy. This is gonna be really good for the players of Search if ever they're gonna win this. Pero nga Sushi Boys, oh my god! Sumabog yung dalawa.
Ganda ng read. Actually, si Foxy, kahit yung Roomba o yung Boombot, wala siyang nakita sa Long B. Because of the flash that the chamber wasn't expecting at all. Akala niya yung Boombot lang yung lalabas doon to get info. After that flash, Foxy immediately knew may tao pa sa Long. And all I have to do is pre-fire the hell out of Long dahil kailangan nilang pasukin niyang Long bago mapasok yung hookah. Kailangan sabay yan. And if not, this is exactly what happens.
Oo.
Oo. Salamat.
Tama sa mga pinagsasabi mo.
Ay, hindi pala
Grabe naman talaga.
Pero nakapitas na naman si Surf dito. Just...
Oo, man. I mean, headhunter lang yan.
Headhunter lang ang
Oh
puhunan.
my god, pero siya makita ng isa pa. Diyos ko po, oh my god! Isipin mo, Black Wiz, men! Ginugol mo ang taon mo para maglaro ng VALORANT pero napatay ka lang ng satchel. Isipin mo, pumunta ka sa Copenhagen para mapatay ng satchel, pre! Kung ako, mag-quit na ako nun.
Kung nandito, Team Secret, na ano na to, nagripuhan na tong mga to.
Oh! Ano? Kung nandito Team Secret, kanina patapos to.
Hanggang ngayon, bias pa rin talaga kami.
Oo. Yun o. Yung satchel, PAM!
Ganda ng pagkakasetup ni Sushi Boys. Lalo na eco-disadvantage tong players ng NTH. Wala silang mga armor. Yung iba, half. Yung iba, full save talaga. But here on this round, this is gonna be the bonus on Sersha. Kung magkakaroon sila dito, makakapitalize nila to, malaking bagay. Nag-aantay yung Trailblazer, may nakagat. Ay mapapatras yung ibang members ng Sersha. They're playing really close, lalo na Spectre ang hawak nila dito, pero hindi kailangan laruin ni Skeria ng malapitan dahil ang spray niya dito actually magko-connect completely. Meteor on the other hand, Long B pa rin ang gusto niyang gawin. The enemy is detected. May isang nagli-lurk dyan because the trademark is officially gone. Dami siyang nakita doon.
4v5, oh no. Best isipin mo, kahit naka-specters lang yung mga search dito, pero sila pa rin talaga nanalo dito mga kami, pero nga Meteor.
Pinipitikan-pitikan lang
get the kill onto one right now. Scary is super low. He needs to make the most out of this. Kahit mababa ang buhay niya. Wala silang sustain, wala silang heal ni Foxy. So kung ano man mangyari dito, sa totoo lang, wala pa akong idea kung sino pwede manalo dito. Si Surf, yes, naka-headhunter siya, yun lang ang gamit niya. Pero pwede siya mag-play close kasi naka-shorty naman siya, though. Pero inaantay lang talaga nila magpapumasok dito ang NTH if ever that is a smoke already from that Brimstone. Pero ito rin talaga yung rotation na ginagawa ngayon ni Search mga kaibigan. Pero that is X and Free will catch one down. Wala atang 6-9 na mangyayari ngayon. Pinchels will be thrown out as well. Crows all the way down dito sa may showers. Pero that is the molly just to stop the possible push na ginagawa nila. Pero ang ganda nung ginagawa nilang mga satchel play dito mga kaibigan. Sushi Boys went in. But a surf with a swing. But Meteor with a kill. And Jox Joe will catch one as well. It's all up to Crows. Ito na yung Stim. Sim will be placed down here below. Pero naka-Spectre lang siya. Spectre lang ang gamit niya. Naghahanap siya ng baril if ever. Baka meron siya masilip na isa. Pero if ever lang talaga na sumilip siya dito ng isa mga kaibigan, for sure mag-swing iba. Merong Phantom dito sa baba niya. Ito nakakuha ng Phantom pero yun nga, he will catch one. But Juxdo will finally win that round 7-8. Is this gonna be an 8-8? Potentially an 8-8. Pwede na maging 7-9 if ever. Kung makapatay si Surf.
Miracle play yung kailangan nilang gawin dun para mapatay yung tatlong natitira eh. Pero Sersha, that was their bonus round. Ibig sabihin at least they were able to capitalize on 2 kills. Mapapanas yung economy and thus half armor lang ang mabibili ni Black Wiz at ni Meteor on this specific round as well. Kanina natapos tayo yung half natin, 6-6 yung score. But this time, Sersha ang nagli-lead. Gaano ba katagal yung lead na yan? Kasi nagkakapalitan lang ng mga rounds talaga itong dalawa. But speaking of utilities, itong mga rounds natin, utility-based, Sersha is really playing out all their utilities quite efficiently. Yung mga pinches, pati yung satchel, nagagamit ni Sushi Boys ng maganda. Pang-delay, pati pang-patay.
Yeah, everything is actually really on point na pinapakita talaga ng mga players natin ngayon. Pero for the side of Sersha, I mean, can they still capitalize on this momentum that they have? Like, yes, Foxy, Aries lang naman ang gamit niya dito. I mean, Aries and Aries. If ever lang talaga na napaka-on point ng tutok ni Foxy dito, for sure makakapatay siya ng isa, lalong-lalo lang dito sa may B. If ever na habang kumukulit iba niyang kakampi, walang gagawin si Foxy dito kundi mag-spray and pray with that Aries. Pero right now, that is... yun na nga yung sinasabi ko, spray and pray lang ang gagawin niya dito. Pero yun nga, meron siyang petchay dito. Pwede ilabas yung petchay ni Sky, pero wala talagang gagawin si Foxy kung hindi mag-spray and pray lang din talaga. Oh no, meron siyang mga natatamaan dito mga kaibigan, pero nag-reload! Oh my God, bigyan lumabas sa isang narinig ni Jackson na reload dito sa Foxy Market. Pero the clock is ticking already and it's gonna be the lockdown na ginagawa ngayon ng NTAG dito lang sa may B. Pero the rally, when they're gonna push dito lang sa may elbow, pwede siya makakuha ng isa, pero this is gonna be Brimstone versus Viper for sure. The rally, with all the punches na ginagawa niya, double swing sana pwede lang gawin dito. Pwede nga lang bigla siya mapipigil with that snake bite na meron ang players ngayon ng NTH, but Meteor will catch one over the second one right now. Pero nga si Cross, without all these punches na ginagawa niya, will gonna be not gonna be that effective because the players of NTH is just right there already, literally all over B.
Tsaka kung makikita mo pa lang, kahit tatlo pa yung buhay for the retake itself, it was impossible to do so in a time frame na meron sila. NTH really played it out perfectly when it comes to the post-plant situation. Nakita natin yung movements even coming in from Deriali. Yung decision niya to hold elbow right here, naipit talaga yung mga players ng Sersha. Hindi sila makalabas sa elbow dahil merong kasamang mag-trade si Deriali doon. And aside from that, dahil nga naipit na yung iba, they're just gonna be forced out to push. Napaka-safe play lang ng post-plant and this worked out for NTH. Let's see if they can work it out another round dahil posible na namang mahuli sila ni Surf dito. Rendezvous, he can still use it out but opted not to do so. Ang dami ng utilities na sinalo ni Surf pero hindi pa rin siya nag-TP out. Sinalo niya talaga, tiniis niya. Makakapag-plant sila ng spike dito. Ito na yung movements ng Sersha, masyadong mabilis and expected na yan ng NTH. One will go out of the smoke and still he will go down in the hands of Meteor. Tamang trade lang kahit naka-knife out yung isa. Crows and Sushi Boys, the two guys from Sersha, they have to make a miracle play yet again para lang magawa to. Nasa eco disadvantage sila pero hindi tumama yung first shot na yan and that's already it. That's the cue of NTH to hop out and get the kills instead. 9-8 na baliktad pa nga.
Yeah, medyo mahirap din pero at least talaga nakakakuha pa rin talaga sila ng mga turnarounds which is yan ang hinahanap ng NTH. Yes, I mean sobrang dominated pa rin talaga yung lab na to kahit medyo delikado yung mga players ngayon ng NTH but still they're actually using all the strats in their head para lang syempre for them to outrun and for them to outplay everyone right now dito sa game na to. And as you can see, just NTH mga kaibigan trying to be really explosive here in B. And kung napapansin mo Besa, mataas ang win rate ng NTH dito sa B pero hindi sila lagi dapat nasa B kasi binabasa na sila ng mga players ng Sersha for sure. They need to switch up the pace. Oo, nag-iingay sila sa A pero ang tanong saan ba papunta yung spike? Sa B pa rin. So, naghahanap lang sila ng mga plays
Paunahan
dito.
makakita Bigger's advantage na lang.
Kita yung elbow, kita yung siko ni Surf. So that is a good thing already. Patay na yung sniper dito ng Sersha.
Labanan ng pixel angle no?
Oo, men. Isipin mo, siko lang yun, men. Siko lang yun.
Barely mo lang makikita.
Saan ka nakakita na binaril yung siko, patay na yung tao? Diba? Sa Valorant
lang.
Oo.
Tumalsik yung buong katawan, siko lang tinamaan.
Oo, men. Napaka-realistic naman ito.
Bagay, sniper naman kasi yung tatama sa'yo, Bessie. Kaso na-flash out. Ang ganda ng positioning ni Foxy, pero mahuhuli pa rin siya bago niya malabas yung Seekers. It's now a 1v2 situation. It is all up to Scary to make a retake happen. Ngayon, magpa-plant pa lang sila ng spike. Right now, it can be a 1v1 habang busy yung isa, kaso hindi tumama yung shot ng Tour de Force. But finally, tumama rin siya with a second opportunity right there.
Walang pera ang Sersha.
Oh man, may ipit sila dito.
Babawi
ano ba
ang
next
Sersha?
match natin? Ay, Optic tsaka Loud.
Babawi ang Sersha dun sa pag 11-8 na ang Northception dito. Alam mo kung if ever manalo dito ang Northception, alam mo yung ginawa nila? Reverse sweep.
Oh, grabe naman.
Chamber.
Yun ang sabi.
Tamber.
Yung pala yung sabi. Buti na lang may Sky. Makakabalik pa si Surf. Nakaligtas siya sa panahon na to. Nakatakas na naman siya. Pero kanina hindi niya magawa yan. Sushi Boys just gauging on the shotgun that he has. Magpapaka-security guard muna siya rito sa may lamps. Meron siya mahuhuli. That's gonna be Meteor. One shot na maalam agad si Meteor. Isipin mo, laki ng ROI niya doon sa baki na yan. Blackwist getting one kill already as well. The indirect trade is there. And syempre, Sersha doesn't have money. They're all just gauging on the pistols that they have, but Scary was still able to eliminate one more player. That's Jox Joe. Makakaposisyon pa rin dito ang players ng Sersha right now. This is still very much doable. A 4 versus 3. They just have to find the perfect placing, the perfect pick-off. Seekers out for their side. And ginamit na rin ang orbital strike, forcing out Crows can actually capitalize on this. Makukuha niya yung unang kill. The second hindi nag-connect, tumama lang yung shots ng kaunti, pero makukuha niya pa rin yung kill on X and Free. The retake is happening. It is real. And it is on the side of Sersha. What a play.
Wow. Despite of not having that enough of a buy, that enough of a that money that they need, sila pa rin talaga nakakuha na to. Ganito lang yun, man. Never back down. Man. Never back down. Despite na wala kang pera.
Rotations
talagang
lang
literal
puhunan.
na, it's all about the rotations, man. It's all about the rotations lang din, man. Huwag ka over-rotate. Pero nagulat na lang din talaga tayo. Si Cross, nakapatay siya ng dalawa from behind. Hindi yan ini-expect ng mga players ngayon ng Sersha.
Tsaka
and
best,
kailangan nila mag-adjust best.
Aside from that, hindi lang kasi eco disadvantage yung Sersha, pero hindi sila natakot gamitin yung ultimates nila. Ngayon, aggressive play ang gusto at nais nilang gawin dito. Tamang rendezvous on both of the chambers. At mapapaatras, especially on Sersha's side, dahil sila ang kailangan mag-defend dito. They all know and they have the awareness na meron ng positioning on A short as well na operator din.
Yeah.
Hindi sisilip to.
Paano yung gagawin nila dito na nabawi para syempre makakuha pa sila dito ng mga quick frags, quick kills, and quick engagements. dito sa mga matches na to, but at least yung mga players ngayon ng Sersha, they're having all these parang confidence as well eh. Kasi pero wag ka magpapaka-overconfident. Syempre, oo, nanalo kayo ng 1 round, hindi mo malalaman kung mananalo ulit kayo sa pangalawang round if ever. For this to be a 10-10 scoreline, pero yun nga lang, ito pa si Jax Joe, gonna push in, probably just waiting for that ultimate na meron siya, pero si Blackwez at least meron siyang Viper Spit ngayon. Ang kailangan lang nila syempre, makakuha ng impormasyon kung meron bang tao dito sa may A, meron ng tao, and that is the smokes na lalabas ng mga players ngayon ng NTH, plus that Viper Spit they're gonna use right now. If ever matalo ang Sersha dito, pwede pa rin sila mag-half by next round. So may bawi pa rin sila kahit papano. Pero si Sushi Boys with that page,
ang ganda ng setup. Cancel talaga.
Grabe, cancel. 14 seconds and 13 seconds mga kaibigan. Meron silang oras, pero mukhang wala. 8 seconds. Diyos ko po, mapaplant pa, yes na plant. Pero si Darian na nag-iisa, pero Sersha na 10-10 pa nga. Ang ganda ng hold na ginawa nila. Men, isipin mo, nilabas ng NTH yung Viper Spit nila. Pero anong ginawa ng Sersha? Literal na nag-molly.
Utility lang.
Nag-molly, nag-pain shells, inubos lang nila. Nagbato lang sila, men, ng utility.
Ito nga yung sinasabi ko. Sersha is a type of team na kayang laruin yung utilities, kayang mang-bully just using the utilities. Kay Sushi Boys pa lang nakita na natin yan kanina pa eh. Yung paggamit niya ng mga satchel, pati yung mga boombot niya, pati na rin yung mga paint shells, just to deny the players of NTH from either planting the spike o kaya naman sa pag-e-entry. Typically, ang nakikita natin na especially ang Raze kapag napunta na on the defensive position, reactive game style o kaya nilalabas agad yung Roomba para makuha yung mga info. Agad-agad ginagamit yung mga utils. But here, they really wait out on the plant itself.
Yeah.
Sinasabi na ng coach, sabi niya, guys, paulit-ulit na to. Pag nagpa-plant tayo, pag tinatap niyo yung spike, matik, lumalabas yung paint shells, lumalabas yung snake bite, lumalabas yung molly. Kaso sa dami nun, buong site, kaya mong makover.
Same mistakes, man. Same mistakes. Pero kailangan nila mag-keep up dito kahit paano. Pero at least, dito naman ngayon sa side ng reception, kailangan nila mag-isip-isip kung ano ba yung mga kailangan nilang gawin sa susunod. Magandang time out to. If ever natalo sila dito, may pera silang next round. And if ever natalo sila dun sa round na yun, ito 10-10 pag natalo sila dito, 10-11 pag natalo ulit sila doon, 12-10 of course, and walang pera ang NTH pag nag-12-10 na yung scoreline. Yun yung problema nila, bes. Wala silang pera. Economy ang kalaban nila ngayon. And kanina saya-saya nila, di ba? Pero ngayon, nabaliktad pa nga na Sersha. I really thought that NTH would win this. Pero Sersha, sobrang galing nila, sobrang lakas nila nung mga panahon na alam natin na luging-lugi sila. Doon pa sila nananalo. Tignan mo yung mukha ni NTH, men. Sad face namin.
Doon nga kasi sila nagsastrive. Sa pressure. Parang kung kailan talagang malala yung score na meron tayo, doon sila lumalakas ng sobra. Anyway, walang pera ang NTH. Kailangan lang nila ma-figure out kung paano nila ma-entryhan to. If they can use out the utilities to flush out the enemies, that's quite possible. Pero napapunish agad sila dito. Operator pa lang ni Surf. Mala shotgun ang galawan. Meteor was able to get a kill on A. This can open up the site for the rest of the team. And nakikita na rin natin yung rotations na ginagawa ng NTH. With the Seekers out, at least this will give the info to the teammates. Ang kaso nga lang, Sushi Boys, nakaabot na pala siya on Heaven as well. Nauna siya before the Seekers arrived there. But Blackwez on the corner. Inside lamps, they know this. And pupush ang mga players ng Sersha dito. Alam nilang lamang sila pagdating sa mga barel, pati na rin sa utility dahil nakalapag na din yan for the retake itself. Ginamitan na ng Trailblazer and I think this is gonna be done and over with this round unless something can happen. A double tap to the head, but it's not.
Yeah. Pero dito naman ngayon mga kaibigan, that is Surf. They're gonna win that team fight 11-10. Ito once again, pag nanalo dito ang Sersha dun sa round na may perang NTH, 12-10 yun, tas wala silang pera dun sa round mo. Yun lang yan.
Sobrang crucial na nitong mga susunod na rounds. Wasakan ng ekonomiya to, bes. Kasi kapag nawala to sa Sersha, maaring ma-match point sila nang wala silang pera. Dito yung parte na nakakatakot pag double digit na yung scores at pantay na pantay yung laban. Sometimes, it's not about the utility skills anymore dahil wala kang pambili. So you have to make a round count.
Oh!
Kanya-kanyang flash,
Oh my God, ang daming flash pero nga ng Jox Joe. Nakakuha na isa. That pick is huge. Wala agad si Raze. Wala na silang pain shells, wala na silang Roomba dito. Delikado sila sa information pero nga ng Surf.
Tuhod lang kailangan makita niyan.
Meron siyang rendezvous. Ay, meron ba?
Hindi. Rendezvous ba yun?
Operator
lang. Normal op lang gamit ni Surf dito.
Hindi. Rendezvous.
Yung malamang.
Wala siyang rendezvous. Meron lang siyang isang rendezvous pero hindi pa nakalapag yung pangalawang charge.
There goes the kill
meron.
Nasa city. Eto nga lang ang problema. May nag-aabang na ngert. Pero okay lang. Nakatakas pa rin orbital strike!
Nabaril yung Trailblazer. Hindi si Chamber.
Ito na naman ang matitinding setup. Tiniis pogi na naman ng Brimstone. Buti na lang may Sky to actually heal up. And Dereali, very low on HP. 2 versus 3. Very much doable on the side of Sersha. If gusto nilang dalhin to ng patapos na. Ito na ang oras na yon, Sersha. Do or die match. Elimination match is what we have right here. And no one is willing to give up. Scary. Slowly moving forward. He will be able to spot Jox Joe! Siya makakakuha ng kill. The smoke will probably dissipate soon. Pero Cross, he sees one. The whiff!
11-11 make a wish. Di ko alam pa sila nanalo dito, bes. Parang sila may pera.
Malaki clutch potential ng Sersha, but di naman araw-araw Pasko.
Diyos ko, pag natalo ang Sersha dito.
Yun nga sinasabi ko, wala nga silang pera pang match point. Kaya nga napaka-crucial nito para sa kanila eh. Mabuti na lang. Oh well. Yun ang problema ng parehas na team, kumbaga. Isang puntos,
Diyos
match
ko,
point.
napunta pa sa Northception ng
Ito na lang to, guys. Paunahan na lang magkamali. Unang makapitas, feeling ko, doon magkakaroon ng open space. At mukhang si Meteor na nga ang unang makakakuha.
Na-picturean, Diyos ko. Surf?
Kaya pa to eh. Defend naman sila eh.
Meteor gonna push and babagal lang ang pagpunta. Oh no. Meron pa makuha si Meteor. Grabe yung mga galawan ni Meteor, mga kaibigan. Pero gonna push in. Merong tao dito sa may corner pero hindi niya alam yon. Oh no, ito na, nilabas yung headhunter. Pero Diyos ko po, nilapa siya ng Pechay ni Sky. Cross will catch one. X and free as well. Pero kailangan niya mag-rendezvous at mga kaibigan. Pero nga si Foxy nakakita lang pa. Pero hindi nga alam mamamatay siya. Cross will gonna fall down, Surf. The only man remaining. All you gotta do is save.
Bes, ito yung sinabi ko. Unang makapitas dito, dun magkakaalaman. Nahuli si Sushi Boys.
Kung napansin mo, lagi na lang napipila si Sushi Boys. Di ba? Lagi
Labanan
na lang
ng control to. Sino may maiiwan na control sa site? Kasi kapag nag-post plant, wala eh.
Walang ginagawa si Sushi Boys. Lagi siyang napipitas una. Kung napapansin mo, 2 rounds, 3 rounds. Literal na wala siyang ambag. Walang ambag si Sushi Boys, mga kaibigan. Siya na ang bagong walang ambag ngayon.
But look at the positioning of Jox Joe in the chamber. Magkadikit lang tong dalawa. Pero si Surf nakatingin sa kabilang dulo. So he's quite unaware na may tumatawid na pala. Wala rin naman siyang naririnig. And in any case, kailangan niya talaga tong i-save. Dito na nakasalalay ang buhay ng Sersha. Force buy kung force buy. Kahit papaano, masusustentohan nila yung ibang mga barel na meron. Pero barely. Kalahaf buy ang meron dito. Masakit na kalahaf buy. Kahit Spectre, wala.
Oo, man. Medyo mahirap talaga to.
Stinger lang para kay Cross para may util. Kasi kung...
Ito si Sushi Boys, men, kung ako sa kanya, mag-showstopper na lang siya una.
feeling ko, lalaroin ito ng Sersha, pupunta tayo sa overtime. May pakiramdam lang ako may mapipitas dito na matindi sa NTH na may magkakamali sa kanila eh. Pero,
men, kung ako kay Sushi Boys, men, wag na siya magpakita.
Wag na ipilit.
Wag mo na ipilit, men. Paulit-ulit na lang na ikaw na lang lagi nahuhuli.
Nagalit
pero ito na, Surf gonna push in. Oh no, Pecha in this guy will catch one. That is a good thing. That is a really good thing. If ever talaga may mapapatay ka, yung controller dapat
ito na yung showstopper na hinahantay mo.
Okay, kitang-kita mo, literal. Parang anti-rally, no? Literal na Diyos ko po, ano pa yung showstopper na yun, men?
8 orbs.
Nagkamali pa yung Sushi Boy. Diyos ko naman, nagkamali pa.
Na maalam yung
naman
8
talaga.
orbs niya pagdating sa ultimate, nasayang yung showstopper. Pero actually,
alam mo yung, okay lang sana kung papasok sa showers, pero hindi eh.
Na-force niya at least umatras itong players ng NTH. Siguro yun naman ang importante para sa Sersha. Mapilitan na mag-rotate itong NTH.
Dalawang controller to. Dalawang controller yun dito sa B. Men, okay ito ha. So medyo mahirap to. May molly na may snake bite. Pero Diyos ko, ano ginagawa mo, Micho? Pero Dariani will catch one. May nila-knife ata, Best. Pero ito na si Scary. Gonna push in. Dito lang sa may likod mga kaibigan. Pero yung snake bite will connect onto these players and then. Pero ito na, dalawang kalaban mo kaibigan. Pero Surf will catch one. Pushing ito 2v2 right now. Sushi Boys. Pero XL free mag-isa. Oh no! Mag-OT ata tayo. Alam nila. Ano ba? Mag-OT.
Nostrad. Nostra ko na, nakita ko na to sa replay. Sinasabi ko sa inyo, isa lang, Sersha, when they are under pressure, they perform extremely well. Kahit ano pa yan, kahit eco disadvantage pa yan. Ito yung sinasabi ko kahit na yung showstopper, nag-fail out yan, napilitan mag-rotate tong mga players, mas nakapag-set up pa yung Sersha. Lalo na yung dito, yung kills na pinakita ng Viper, because he still has a snake bite and he knew how to line it up, mapipigilan pa rin yung nagpa-plant ng spike. Na-delay pa rin itong mga players ng NTH. Just a very well executed round here. You might see it as a mistake, but in the end, it worked out for Sersha. Nakita ko na yung future, guys eh.
You came from the future ba?
Paunahan lang yan magkamali. Parehas sila ng pick ng agent. Parehas silang magkapitasan. Parehas ng paggamit ng utility. Hula ako pagdating sa round na to, pagka A-hit nila, mamamatay lahat tong NTH.
Makikita natin yung later if ever that's gonna happen. Pero dito naman sa mga players sa Sersha, I mean, like what you've said, Bes. Natapos tong first half 6-6 and it's gonna end sa 12-12 dito sa third game na to. Knowing na
Bes,
mirror match
magandang
pa.
engagement to. Nakadepende to sa operator ni Meteor. Kung maiipit siya dito sa Cubby. Kapag namatay si Meteor,
may rendezvous siya.
May rendezvous siya, pero pag na-force out yan ng pain shells, mawawala yung rendezvous. Exactly like that. Ipit na siya. 16 HP remaining on Sushi. Sushi Boys right now pushing in. He's gonna die. And this is gonna be a B hit right now for the side of Sersha. Sushi Boys goes down as well. Dariali on the site itself. May steam beacon nga, pero nakaikot na ang Sersha dito. It's a 2v2 situation. As of the moment, they still have the spike and now they're planting it inside tube. May isang nasa hookah. The positioning that we have right here, maganda na for the post plant itself. This is probably a Sersha round.
Makakapatay ng isa. Oh no. Pero yung Blackroos will get that kill. 1v2 right now. Scary. The only man remaining right na meron tao dito sa may city. Pero napakagandang one-way sa mukhang ginawa nila para syempre hindi makita yung paa.
Seryoso?
Scary.
Papasukin niya? Aapangan niya?
May lang asim nito.
Pag wala nito, mauuna siya.
Hindi. Maasim to. Uy, yun na nga. Kailangan mo tumingin sa likod. Makakapatay siya. Pero wala siyang idea kung nasa yung last guy. Scary versus, oh no. Si Scary meron ko Viper spit kapatid.
I knew it.
Oh no, pero hindi na kailangan yun. Because Scary will take you down. Even though meron siyang ultimate. 13-12. Kasi bes, ito if ever nag-Viper spit si Scary, delikado kasi ilang seconds yun na na vulnerable siya. Delikado rin, men. Kaya tama rin talaga na hindi siya nag-ultimate doon. Pero at least, diba, ang asim ni Scary kanina.
Hindi, kasi ang gusto niya talagang gawin dyan, because he has a smoke. Kapag nag-dissipate yung smoke, maaaring makikita niya, mas mauuna siyang makakakita sa kalaban kaysa sa kanya. But he decided he must probably just go back kasi wala naman na nag-initiate sa kabilang dulo eh. Kaya ganito nabasa yung play. Kaya ako rin nabasa yung play na yon. Cause, bes, ilang rounds na tayo, nasa overtime na tayo. Kanina pag ginagawa ng Chamber yan, kaya laging namamatay si Meteor on B side. First of all, he sets up the rendezvous on the pocket itself on B side. And over and over and over again, I've seen it time and time again, paint shells being thrown, naiipit siya doon, forcing out, or rather, fino-force out siya sa position na yun just by utilities. Kaya nga, pag hindi niya nakapitalize yung operator shot, walang mangyayari.
Yeah. So it's just alam ng Cirque siya kung nasan si Meteor. Ibig sabihin, nabasa na ng Cirque siya kung ano ba yung galawan ni Meteor. It took them literally 24 rounds. It took them 24 rounds para malaman nila kung paano ba talaga ibabawian dito si Meteor. Kasi like what you've said though, I mean, gano'n na ginagawa nila, i-force out nila si Meteor, and the next thing na gagawin nila, smoke out yung city. Pag na-smoke out nila yung city, madali sila makakapasok, madali sila makakalabas dito sa may hookah, papasok dito sa B, and that is the exact thing that happened. Si Reyes, dire-diretso ng talaga, pupasok sa may tube, tumingin sa kanan, pero ang problema sa backside, andun si Brimstone. Yun lang din yung pinakamalaki nilang problema dito. Kailangan muna nilang patingin yung operator, kailangan muna nilang i-take down yung the only man na talagang sobrang nakakabawi sa kanila, which is si Meteor. Pero they know it already, na alam nila na bumili sila ng na alam nila na for sure si Meteor naka-operator dito. So they have an idea and they have the chance na papatay agad si Meteor dito kasi nga wala siyang armor. 4-7 yan, men. Sa mo gagastusin yung yung another 300 pesos mo. Malamang sa trademark.
Setup right now that we are having, as far as I'm concerned, on Sersha's side, dalawang controller nila talagang nakapatong lang on B side, no? Silang dalawa lang talaga nagko-control dito, and they have actually a good control, especially Scary on hookah. Lagi niyang na-force out itong mga players ng NTH over and over again kahit may judge pa siyang hawak. And I feel like if NTH wanna succeed into making this happen, hindi dapat sila malurka ni Foxy. Pag naikutan sila ni Foxy, matik, patay to lahat, promise.
Hirap ka. Napakahirap na pangyayari. Grabe yung super boss eh. No? Alam mo yung viewers at 28K. Pero going back here mga kaibigan, that is here right now. Pero Diyos ko po, hindi tumama yung satchel. Bigyan literal na nagsatchel lang kung saan man nangyari. Pero yung surf mga kaibigan, at least napapatay talaga yung mga pinaka-important kills dito. I think makakaroon pa ata tayo ng isa pang game. Pero it's not yet over kasi mali mo talaga makuha ng search to. Pero nga, Sushi Boy is the only man remaining. Ang laging nagkakamali kanina, ang ilang beses na pitas na from time to time, every round, pero wala siyang idea at all, just Meteor, just right there, the corner, dito sa may elbow. Second OT it is dito sa game number 3 na ito.
It's a battle of post plants, ladies and gents.
Papansin mo, laging B yung labanan kasi yun ang pinakamadali nilang puntahan eh.
Kasi NTH, most successful rate nila dito is actually on B site. Kasi pag nasa A sila, what happens is, the setup is there. Kapag nagpa-plant sila ng spike, laging may combination. Merong nagbabato, may line-up ng molly, tapos meron ding magbabato ng paint shells. So, kung i-segregate nila yung utilities na meron tayo dito for Sersha's side, this is the best that they can do. Ang kaso nga lang, we are now down to the second overtime. Pantay ang laban, pare-parehas ng utilities, labanan ng strats, uuwi ang matatalo.
Sino ang uuwing luhaan? Sino ang dediretso papuntang isa pa? Kasi may decider pa to eh. If ever manalo sila dito, kakalaban nila ng FPX, then after that, the winner of that match will head on to the playoffs. So, Meteor, mapansin nyo, just trying to lurk out, just trying to flank these players. Waiting
Makatito,
na makaisip nila. Pero yun nga, may
Bes.
trademark. Best may trademark. Isipin mo, if ever talaga diba dyan si Chamber, may trademark nga
Wala
dyan.
siyang paki sa trademark. Nag-aabang lang yan ng rotation kung sino yung aatras kapag na-force out sila sa positioning. Kasi naka-4-man stack na yan eh. Alam na ng Chamber na walang tao sa B. Alam nila nandito lahat yan sa A side itong Sersha. Sersha, if they're not gonna win this engagement, it is gonna be around an NTH. I'm not gonna be surprised at all. It's gonna be a fast one. Kay Chamber pa lang nakuha na nila yung info, wala talaga sa B kahit isang tao. Yung trademark nakasetup para sa lurk dun sa mag-A site.
Pero isipin mo yun, literal na apat yung mga players dito.
Ang daling
Pero literal na
basahin
talagang
eh.
pero literal nakuhang-kuha pa rin nila. Pero timeout it is sa ginagawa ngayon ni NTH. Kailangan nilang mabasa naman yung pwedeng gawin ngayon ng search siya. Ang search siya kasi, I mean, mabilis lang naman talaga mag-adjust dito ng mga plays eh. Pero once na literal na secured na yung site na to, it's just hindi mo alam kung paano ka makakatakas kasi yung mga kalaban nyo, it's just they're all over the place right now, lalong dito sa NTH, and they're one win away mga kaibigan for them to advance sa decider match para makalaban ng FPX. Pero at least diba bes sa side naman ng search siya, I mean to be honest, for them to win this game, man, si Meteor ulit yung problema nila. Kasi kahit attacker sila, may wala silang pakialam, mag-operator pa rin sila.
Kapag ginawa pa rin ni Meteor yung setup na meron siya sa pocket sa B, lagi siyang nahuhuli doon eh. Dapat alam niya na kung saan binabato yung paint shells nung Raze, pang-cancel talaga para sa kanya. Kaya siya nahuhuli doon. But other than that, for Sersha's winning condition, this is gonna boil down how Foxy is rotating throughout the entire map. Kanina, kaya sinasabi ko rin kanina nung time na Sersha was going in, or rather sila yung nagde-defend, na kay Foxy yung pagre-retake kasi siya yung nasa may long B during that time. Eh kaso bigla siyang tumakbo kasi masyado na siyang late, kaya nahuli rin siya. So walang nangyaring retake. Pero dito ngayon, na nasa defender sila, makikita natin yung magiging rotations nila dito. Playing more safely is Sersha. In their hand, nag-iba tayo ng positioning. And Chamber, this is gonna be Surf on long. And masaspatan nga nila dito. Meteor, also on long B. Meron pa rin silang hawak na operator. Nasa kanila pa rin. It's still a 5v5. Storming in on the side. It's probably gonna be NTH. Namatay na nga dito si Meteor. Pero makakapasok sila. Wala nang lineup. Walang wala nang pang-cancel.
Oh no, 4v2. Oh no, 4v1 Sushi Boys. Is this gonna be the end for the side of the Thai team, mga kaibigan? Sushi Boys, hindi ka pwede magkamali. But that is excellent free. We're all gonna win, ladies and gentlemen. The first team na may eliminate dito sa VCT Masters,
Sersha,
is Sersha, our representatives.
I can't believe it. Northception was able to do this.
Reverse
a comeback, a reverse sweep, a double overtime. But still in the end, sila pa rin yung nanaig. Ang daming mistakes na nakita, pero nag-overheat na yung Sersha.
Best, alam mo, ito sa Sersha, sa totoo lang, this might be one of their worst matches or worst na Masters run so far.
Kasi typically, nakakaligtas sila eh, kahit isang series eh.
Playoff sila eh. Pero ito,
wala talaga.
Kahit isang series, hindi sila nanalo dito, men. Match, 2-1. Pero yun nga lang, series, hindi. Nilaglag sila ng FPX. Nilaglag sila ng EMEA. Nilaglag sila ng Japan. Napakadaming mga highlight plays na ginawa nila. Best labanan ng operator to, kumbaga. If ever gina-ask me kasi ng MVP dito, might be Meteor.
He was able to take on important pickoffs for the rest of the team. But at times, yun din ang isa sa mga nagiging reason. No? It's just a very risky play coming in from both of these teams na hindi mo talaga malalaman kung sino yung mananalo. Just depending on the rotation, sino ang unang makakapitas, sino ang unang magkakamali. And some of the plays are easily read. Kagaya na lang din nung nangyari for the finale round and yung mga overtime rounds natin. Dahil nga din sa sobrang tagal nilang naglaro sa 3 mapa para sa series na ito, they got a good grip kung paano ba talaga sila magkaroon o paano ba talaga yung playstyle na pinapakita nila.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Northception!
Yeah, congratulations sa inyo, guys. I mean,
Japan is still alive!
Man,
dami pa namang viewers dyan.
38,000 dun sa co-streamer nila.
Co-streamer pa lang yun hindi pa yun yung main channel.
Kay Super Basket, 28K. Thailand yun.
Grabe. Iba talaga. There you have it. The first one to survive being eliminated dito sa VALORANT Masters Copenhagen It is Japan.
Ito.
It is Northception.
Best, ito, I mean, just to end yung side ng Northception, they really proved that they're worthy to be here sa VCT. Na talagang they are really worthy na talunan ng Zeta Division for them to be included dito sa game na to. Pero ang tanong, ang Zeta Division ba makakapasok sa Champions? That is the biggest question of them all.
Yun! Ayun nga yung isa sa mga iisipin ngayon. Si Tropang Ralco, yan ang taga-compute natin eh. Yung Northception, parang nasa bingit ng hindi pagpunta sa Champions. Depende sa circuit points. But winning this map, winning especially this series,
dito na to, men.
Very important. So malalaman natin yan kung sino nga ba yung magiging representatives ng Japan region pagdating sa VALORANT Masters.
Yeah.
But so far, Northception, they survived this. Sersha is, alam natin kung gaano kalakas ang Sersha. Asia Pacific team yan. Yan ang mga tumalo talaga sa mga teams natin dito sa region natin. So obviously, kung ganito yung naging resulta, it is what it is.
Yung buhok mo yun, halata hindi ka na nagsuklay anong oras na.
Anong oras na? Alas 3 na eh.
Alas 3 na, men. Alas 4 na. Pero yeah, you've seen it already, mga kaibigan. Once again, you're watching VALORANT Masters Copenhagen, and that's it for us. Pero meron pa tayong one game later on. Mga kaibigan,
samahan nyo sila.
Maraming salamat. Samahan nyo si Astray at si Ray, men. Once again, we're casters. The Mods! Kita-kits bukas.
See you tomorrow.
I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it. Quitting was never an option. Exhausted. This passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it. You cannot stop it.
and I fit it obnoxious. Stop it, stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
We get closer to the stage, to the crowd, to the finals. Like, this is what we're excited for. This is what we want to see. And yeah, unfortunately, some people need to go along the way.
He's like, yeah, there's collateral damage out there. And I'm like, yeah, that's why I'm hurting.
Xerxia and Northeption. Let's do this.
It's Northeption's pick, attempting to punish Xerxia for looking weak domestically on this map, and it simply doesn't work.
Xerxia taking map number 1 in this series.
Yes! Northeption have simply been on a run.
Just relentless efforts. Meteor just dashes into it. This is a style of gameplay that I don't know how to cast.
What a beast he is! An enormous map win for Northeption. That is going to give them confidence. That's going to give them belief.
So huge.
Enemy remaining.
Let's go!
The wall bang will finalize it. What a way to make their mark.
Northeption have another life in the tournament. They continue, they progress, and it's Xerxia that gets sent home.
Oh boy, they said it couldn't be done. They, who's they?
I don't know who they is.
We were the ones here.
Yeah, it was us,
And Northeption do it. They move on. They'll face off against FPX, but what an incredible game that was. I'm Golden Boy, your host, alongside, of course, Doug and Jess, as we break down that awesome matchup that we just saw, Doug. I mean, it goes the distance, 15-13, Northeption pull up the W. Oh, my goodness.
You used a word to describe this series, and I'm going to put you back on the spot just because I know you only said it once. I believe, what was the word you used?
I don't
describe
remember.
That series?
I'm not going to lie to you. I have the
You
memory
really,
of
you
a
actually
goldfish.
don't remember. Called it a gigabanger, and it was for good reason, right? It was out of control. And look, this Northeption team that we saw today,
yeah,
very different from the team we saw the first time around. We were talking about this before we came back online. I totally see how this Northeption team took care of Zeta.
Yeah.
They feel more complete. They have a star stud in Meteor. Blackwiz is a proper menace who's just up to shenanigans at all times. They look good.
I'm a little speechless. I am a little speechless
Give me a
because
two.
I sat on this
I'm
desk.
coughing.
I sat on this desk very confident that if I said with my chest, or even not with my chest, if I just sat here and I said, yeah, I really believe in Japan because I have that slight bias and everything like that, then I'd be cursing them to the abyss. So I came in very logically and I said, on paper, they shouldn't win this map, they shouldn't do this, and everything I said they shouldn't do, they turned around to me and they said, look at this.
Yeah,
and I like that.
But you know what? And I don't think anyone would fault you, anyone really, for predicting that Northeption would lose based on what happened versus DRX. And then on the flip side to that, you know, Xerxia looked great against FPX. And FPX also had a really tough game against DRX. So you kind of look at the way, Doug, the match is stacked up. No one would blame you to think that Northeption would, you know, lose 2-0 here, especially after the way game 1 went.
Yeah, no, not at all. But here's the thing about these events. This is first time here. Let me lay it down for you. Conventional wisdom goes out the window, right? You just kind of forget everything you know. Again, we saw this with Zeta. We saw it with Zeta in Reykjavik. It's very early, but you're starting to see some of these brushstrokes, painting of a Cinderella story, and that fires me up.
I mean, that's what we want. I am happy to have a little bit of deja vu. I'm happy to live Groundhog Day time and time again because everyone knows last event I sat here like a tiny child on Christmas, and every time Zeta won, I slammed my desk like a child that just was ready to go. So if I want to jump onto the Northeption train, this is the first step I need. They're filling the carriages. They've been stuck together. There's a little bit more coal that needs to be loaded on, it being the very next match we have. And I would have said the same thing about Xerxia. But this is where we're at. This is where we're at now of saying Xerxia's out. a team that we have seen make very deep runs back when they were X10 Crit at Champions, for example. We've seen this team, and now they're knocked out. So this is a very real opportunity, and there's a weakened opponent coming up for Northeption as well. So this is all spelling the recipe's all too good. It's all a little bit too primed for this right now. I don't know, man. I don't want to say anything. I don't want to curse it.
They're whipping up a stew. Whipping up a stew. I don't know. That's because you said recipe. And when I think of recipes, I think of stew. But also, I am a little hungry, but I'm also hungry for some MVP action. Because let's see who is our in-zone MVP for that game. And I think we all know who it is, obviously. It was Meteor with a whopping 76.5%, Doug. I don't think anyone...
That's going to be the highest so far.
Yeah,
I think that's the
so.
highest. Yeah.
So probably should have been Meteor, and then Meteor. Yeah, be honest with you.
Yeah, Meteor is like Dylon. You know what I mean? Oh, that's such an old man reference. I don't know if many people are going to get that one.
Well, it's out there now.
Yeah, it's out there again. And I know some of you old folks are watching back at home, so hopefully you enjoyed that one. But in any case, though, we have ourselves an interview. Thankfully, Yinsu is actually going to be standing by with Zen from Northeption for our Verizon post-match interview. What it do, Yinsu?
That's right, Golden Boy. I'm here right now with Zenfree. By the way, why didn't we put him in the MVP poll? I feel like you got robbed there.
Yeah, I got robbed.
Yeah, but thank you so much for joining me. Welcome to Masters. Congratulations on that win.
Thank you.
It's been a while since you played at overtime. You guys don't really play very many overtimes in your region. So talk me through, how tough that was, what was going through your mind in the last few rounds?
We were leading, I think it was like 10-8 or something like that, and they caught up, and it was like 11-10, and we were losing, and trailing going into overtime and losing the first round of overtime. I mean, it was really rough, but we all had like a really positive mindset going into, all the matches today, and I think that really helped us pull through with the victory today.
When it comes to what you guys have today, there are a couple of changes, no neon, we didn't see that. Talk me through why you made those changes, and did it have anything to do with the first game you played here?
Definitely had something to do with the first game we played here. DRX stomped us. But it was a agent comp that we were used to playing back in stage 1. So we're just like, okay, let's change it and switch things up. And that really worked well for us.
Yeah, it definitely worked. Before this interview, I was having a chat with you about your teammate, Meteor, and I was asking you a couple of questions about communication. Of course, you have 2 Korean players on your team. So how do you get around that? What language do you guys come in?
So us, we have 3 Japanese people on our team. All of us come in Japanese. And Jojo and Meteor, they talk together in Korean, but Jojo translates most of the comms to Japanese, and then, yeah, that's about it.
Oh, wow. I mean, given the fact that Meteor has to, give his comms over a layer of translation to you guys, that is absolutely incredible how you guys performed. I'm sure you're aware what Zeta managed to do last time they were at Masters. You guys beat them to get here. What did you make of their run in last Masters, and do you feel like you can outrun them here as well?
Their run was incredible. And there's a lot of pressure for us coming into this Copenhagen Masters with, the fan base really expecting us to win. But, I mean, I think we can make it happen. We're really confident in our ability to win games. So I think we're ready.
Yeah, like you said, there's a lot of expectation, right? Because after what Zeta managed to do last time, I think a lot of Japanese fans are like, well, we're sending a team that beat Zeta, so surely they can do better. Do you think that's fair to kind of judge you guys like that before you've had a chance to play here?
I mean, we've only beaten them once, and that was the grand finals of our region's, qualifier. I mean, I guess it's fair, but yeah, there's really a lot of pressure.
Yeah, I can definitely tell. But you guys have gone over one big hurdle already. And lastly, before I let you go, your next challenger, it keeps getting harder and harder, it feels like. What do you make of FPX right now as an opponent?
I don't know. I'm just really happy that we get to play tomorrow again. We'll watch their game when we get back, probably, and we'll try to, come up with a plan.
Well, your plan today definitely worked. We're also very happy to see you play tomorrow as well. Thank you so much for joining me, and good luck. We've had one elimination match already, you guys. Things are going to get even hotter. Do not go anywhere, because Optic will be taking on Loud right after this break.
Noxious, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was never an option. Exhausted, this passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it, you cannot stop it.
2 weeks ago, 12 teams came to Iceland with the same goal, to take down the world's best Valorant teams and claim the title of global champion. Today, one team will achieve that dream. Will it be what?
I think you're stuck in the past. We're in the future. We're in Copenhagen. That's a wrong city.
I'm sorry. I thought I was just maybe it's just the age. I don't know.
You're getting senile, old man.
Could be.
Wake up, Golden Boy. Wake up.
Welcome back to the Reykjavik Grand Finals, everybody.
No, let's try that again.
Wait.
We're in the group lower. We're not even the qualification match, just the group lower.
That's fair. Okay.
We're deciding who the last place team is here at Copenhagen. And we've got the finalists of the last event. I mean, it is just bonkers.
It really is. It really is. You know, yes, 79 days ago, okay, Optic and Loud met in the Masters Reykjavik Grand Finals. Optic took the crown 3-0. In just a few minutes, these two teams will meet again, and the loser is just going to get eliminated from the group stages. That's the world we live in. I'm Golden Boy, your host. I was not in Iceland because I could not possibly be there for a month. And joined by Mimi and Sideshow.
The tourism board of Iceland just catching strays for no reason.
No, I love Iceland. It's a great place, okay? Top 10 places, hands down, all right? But I just couldn't be there for a full month. I have a job, okay? He says as he's in Copenhagen. Mimi, how you doing, homie?
I'm doing good. I'm excited for this one. We were saying the previous one is a gigabanger. I think Doug is stealing that phrase. I don't know if he even has rights to use it. I think this one is the real gigabanger of the day.
He didn't file the paperwork for gigabanger.
Yeah.
Let's talk about Loud, the squad from Brazil. You know, this team, they dropped a close 2-1 to Crew Sideshow on our first day of the competition. And maybe they just wanted a rematch against Optic, but clearly not like this. This was not what they had in the bingo card for sure.
Everybody expected Loud to win that game. Of course, we all know, oh yeah, Crew, they've never lost to a Brazilian team. But at the same time, Loud are Loud. They aren't the same as every other Brazilian team. You go over their stage 2 performances, the stage 1 performances, they don't drop maps. They 13-0 the rest of the Brazilian teams. They are on a different level, a different tier, and yet they still lost.
Yeah.
They're still mortal.
Yeah.
And I think people forget as well, they have beaten Optic in the past. They beat Optic in the upper bracket final, despite losing to them in the grands. So this is really anybody's game. It's very even, and we don't know what form these teams are in.
Yeah, and I think the thing is that yesterday, Loud wasn't playing terrible Valorant. It's not like they were completely off their game and letting things slip. Sure, some big mistakes were made. We saw some critical errors at the last moment, but I still felt like they were playing some solid Valorant. Crew just came in with an excellent idea. I think that Loud was very slow to adapt, especially I think to that Haven map where it was just constant flanks coming on through, constant pressure from Crew, and Loud crumbled under that. Now their life is on the line.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, even for Loud here, right, it's just an uncomfortable situation for them to be in. But in that game against Crew, right, we saw that when they wanted to take space, they would take space. Sometimes it will bite them in the butt. Crew kind of sort of caught that. They realized that they could take advantage of Loud being so aggressive in certain plays, and you know, I think that's something that, you know, they're going to have to be really cognizant when they deal with Optic.
Sure. I mean, this round in particular, right? Loud is trying to flash through their own Viper wall, trying to take these fights, but they just overextend a little bit. They get caught out in the open by Crew. Some of these little mistakes at the final moment was really being capitalized on by Crew Esports, which has placed them now down towards this lower bracket. Again, I think some of their players were showing up. Auspice was still having a pretty solid day. Still, some of those ideas were showing through, but it was not, at the end of the day, the same performance that we were expecting out of these guys.
Yeah, well, let's look at the other side of the field here. The defending champs, North America's Optic Gaming. Even if they lose, they have still managed to punch their ticket for Istanbul for Champions. But, you know, you don't want to get eliminated right now, Sideshow. That's not a great look for the Green Wall.
Not even slightly. And I think for Optic, they've been in situations like this before. Loud haven't played in a group stage until this event because they're quite a new team. But Optic, they've been in situations where they've stumbled early and they've still managed to recover. I can't remember a situation, though, where they had to face such a good team in an elimination game. This is very early to be beating a team like Loud.
Yeah, I mean, it is really absurd, but there was a player to talk about yesterday that was having a troublesome game. Yay, we expect greatness from this guy. I think we've been desensitized to greatness from Yay, and yesterday he had one of those off days. I think statistically it was his worst performance in a VCT match since joining this squad, and you can't fully blame the guy. A lot of people are having tough days in Optic. Marv was getting shut down. He was getting shut down in the early round, but still, these performances are not what we expect out of Optic.
No, and Yay is the best player of the last 12 months, right? To put this into perspective, this was the worst match of his career, and if he had played his game just as average game, or even below average, I still think Optic would have won this, actually. Guild would maybe not even be currently in the playoffs. And we joke around about, the script and stuff, but the future is never scripted. If you're the favorite, you are not guaranteed to win, right? If your players have an off day, if your best player in the world has that one slip-up of lack of consistency, it can make all the difference. And I don't need to tell Ye to step up today. He holds himself to a higher standard than I possibly could.
Yeah.
And if he can get back to anything like that, then I think they should be fine.
And you see the punishment coming through. If they had beaten Xset in the grand finals back home, they wouldn't even be in this position. But now the pressure is on. They had a rough day, and now they're facing the results of that.
All right, here we go. Map select. It's going to be the first veto there for Loud. Optic to follow. Let's see where we're going to be playing here. So Haven's going to get the boot skis, followed. Well, let's see what Optic's going to lock in here, Sideshow.
I think it makes perfect sense for Optic to get rid of Icebox, despite the fact that Loud didn't win on it recently. It's been one of their best maps.
Yeah, my question now is who goes for Fracture in this one? Will either team pick it? It's a home ground for both of them. We saw Loud pick into it yesterday, but they go for the Ascent. That's an interesting one for me. Optic has been very solid on that map. They've shown a lot of different looks, but I think they haven't fully found their identity. So it's a question of what Optic do we get there, and it's actually Optic to pick into the Fracture.
I don't think you could get a better map pool than these first opening maps. You're getting them at the peak of their pool. These are great maps for both of these teams. Loud get rid of Bind, which has been historically excellent for Optic as well. And now for Optic, they get the choice. Breeze would be another one that would be so awesome. I really wanted to see these teams go head-to-head on Breeze, but instead, we're going to be going to Split. And I think that that is a crazy one for Loud to have left in the pool.
Yeah, it's wild. It's been a really rough one for them, and it's only just now that Optic is showing willingness to play this map. They played it earlier in their first group stage matchup, so it's clear that they want to implement this in now. I do like that they're banning out Breeze. They're a really solid team on that map, but I think a lot of the times for their style Split, you have a lot more control coming in towards that last map of the pool, but I think it really does lie in those first two, because that is the home ground of Optic.
You know what I think is really fascinating about this too? The last time that Loud lost on Ascent was to Optic.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams are great on Ascent, and I don't even know what comps we're going to see from them too, because nobody's pulled out this triple initiator composition yet on Ascent that DRX came up with, and then EG took, and Optic took, so that could be a really interesting direction for this to go into. But you're getting these first two maps are at the top of both teams' pool, and then you're going down to Split, which is just chaos potentially for Loud. They've been swooping everybody at Brazil, and then they had an OT game in Split, so it's a massive difference.
Yeah, well, folks, I don't know if you just saw me point to myself there. That's because the players are ready to walk out. That's right, baby. It's Optic Gaming facing off against Loud. Our grand finals in Reykjavik now, just an elimination game here in the group stages of Copenhagen. What a time to be alive. Let's bring out the players. Here we go, folks. A game that none of us thought we'd see right now, but stranger things have happened. And no, I'm not talking about the TV show.
You're so topical.
That's right. I try to be, Mimi. I try to keep up with what the kids are talking about these days. And the kids are talking about this series. I'm so pumped for this game. So much on the line here, Mimi. And really, like, you know, both regions, they're putting their faith into both of these squads, and now they're here. One of them won't be moving on to playoffs.
It's really insane. But talking about Ascent as we get towards our agent select in just a moment here, we talked about the questions around what Optic is going to run, but on the other side for Loud, this isn't a map they tend to pick. It's been, I think, about a month and a half since they've played it. Previously, they were just going with kind of that Jet, KO, Killjoy, pretty standard composition, but there's been a lot of time to maybe make a change.
It was a really good map for them, though. And if you think back to the finals where they played against Optic, Aspas was delivering you insane performances, despite the fact his team got 0-3. So I think you're going to see, again, this awesome battle between Aspas, between Marved and Ye on the other side. And it wasn't Ye getting shut down that was the problem yesterday. He just didn't have a great game. He just reminded us he's not a god, he's a mortal man. He's just an incredibly consistent, insanely good mortal man. But I think you're going to see the best from both of these teams.
Yeah, and the player that I'm focusing on, you mentioned him, it's Mark. Out of a rough day for Optic, he was still having the star-studded performance that we expect from this guy. And this map is where I think he thrives, especially on that defensive side, anchoring on that A site as the controller. Normally it's the Astra on this map. He is incredible.
Yeah, you know, look, it would be easy to be like, oh, you know, we got an NA desk, blah, blah, blah. Dude, I don't care who wins. I just want to see a banging game. And both of these teams, I think, are going to give it to us. I think Loud, you know, that loss to Crew, this situation they find themselves in, it's going to light a fire under them, Sideshow. But for Optic, they lost out. Like, think about it like this. This is a team that, even though they've won a global event, yet to win a domestic championship, coming into this event, lost to Exit. They've held L's up until this point. They have to find a win here.
There's 3 L's on the other side as well. We'll see whether they end up holding those at the end of this. But I think for Optic, they normally come back with a fire lit underneath them every time they lose. That wasn't necessarily the case with the loss to Exet domestically. They didn't come in with a lot of fire, but I'm expecting them to be playing their best here today.
All right, Prime Gaming Agent Select is underway. Here are the choices that have been played in the past. Do we get any changes potentially here, Mimi? We'll have to see.
Loud do go back to that Killjoy pick. That's consistent with what they were playing before, so it does look like they're likely to return to the comp. And for Optic, already those 3 initiators picked on through. That's the comp you were talking about, Josh.
Yeah, I love this comp. I think the way that Optic play it, there's a lot of synergies, a huge amount of utility. It doesn't rely on anybody going crazy, but Crashies and Victor can have very consistent performances around the stars of Ye and Marv, who often get put in positions to frag. I think this is going to be an awesome beginning to this series.
Yeah, and I look towards that retake potential on the defensive side of this composition. Optic love giving space and just sieging back on in with that triple initiators. Being able to combine that Fade Haunt with a flash to make it so incredibly difficult to break is massive. But on the other side, it's really just the basic stuff that works so well. Sawduck and Aspas on that KO and the Jet work incredibly well together on this map.
All right, folks. Here it is, the moment we've all been waiting for. Optic Gaming facing off against Loud. Loser goes home. Winner moves on. Let's send it over to 2 of my favorite British commentators. It's Hypoc and Pansy.
Boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was never an option. Exhausted, this passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it, you cannot stop it.
Good early morning sa inyong lahat. It's 4 a.m. and now we're gonna be casting ang huling series para sa araw na to. Ako nga pala si Riri. Kasama ko ngayon si Azurai aka Honey Bunch at nanonood kayo ng VALORANT Masters Copenhagen at nakita na nga natin ang first map is going to be an ascent between Optic Gaming from NA equals near airport versus Loud from Brazil. Pero pagdating sa'yo, Azurai, sa tingin mo sinong mananalo dito?
Ang laking advantage yung tingin ko ang meron ng Optic dito kahit manatalo sila previously. Then, kita mo agad Crashies picks up the instant 2K as Aspas and Sacy. Medyo napatingin sila lahat sa utility na binato. No, I believe ni Victor. Very much opportunistic para sa Optic dito. And now, Sadak, Les, and Pancada ang matitira. Staying outside of B main, although does get spotted with the util and Optic again. Strong start for this pistol. They try to isolate the fights with the smoke, pero Ye and the rest of Optic already looking to counter-aggress with their own type of swing. Si Ye dito may TP out siya. If ever man i-push aggressive shot dito ni Sadak. Harap ni Sadak ang isa. Ye though, medyo malamig si Ye. Not gonna lie, para sa'yo, Ray Ray. Now it's only Crashies onto the back of the side, has to reload, but I think he's still pretty much damn deadly. And Crashies picks up the 5K for the ace. Pistol ace, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. What a start para kay Optic.
Oh my God. Inakulang ni Crashies lahat ng kills. Humighlights ka agad. Mamainit ang Optic ah. At tingin ko, ang sino kalaban nila last time? FPX, di ba? Tama ba ako? Ang dikit lang din. They also deserve yung win eh. Sadyang minsan talaga hirap. Pero to, si Optic Marv currently has the highest overall ACS and ADR. Ano ulit yung ADR? Average death, ano ba? Basta yun.
Hindi ko na alam actually. Nakalimutan ko na.
Nakalimutan ko na eh. Sorry, di kami matalino. Sorry, eto lang kami ah. Kaso ngayon, ang mga taga Optic, nakaabang na nga sila. They have the advantage pagdating sa mga baril. Papa-audition lang nila to. And si FNS, talagang kinukuha lang niya yung information. Although, na-trade lang siya. Overall, yung mid-tick ng Loud, hindi nga nag-work. And now, Optic gets 2-0. Ang bilis, nagmamadalig. May kadate pa ata ang mga taga-Optic. Ayun, average damage per round. Yon. Salamat, guys. Salamat
Inisip ko pag DR, sorry, galing ako kasi ako League of Legends dati. Kaya inisip ko average dragon per round, pero hindi pala,
oh
sorry.
My God. Asura.
Yung statistic, it doesn't make sense, pero pasensya na. Anyways, a day to remember. Grabe, may mga mahilig sa kay, hindi Britney Spears. Sino pa yung isa sa sweetheart ng early 90s, ng late 90s? Si Mandy Moore. Nice one. Anyways, Crashies, one charge away na lang para makakuha ng kanyang Hunter's Fury. Ginawa niya ng, pinapak niya na ang mga players dito ng Loud. And ito na nga sasabi natin, Ray, Optic being the Masters 1 champions, ang laki ng pressure sa kanila to actually truly perform. This is do or die na rin, I believe, para sa players ng Optic dito. If they do lose, NA has one less hope to try to bank on. And what was kind of interesting then when they played up against Guild is yung lack thereof, I think, the performance output na meron dito kay Ye. In any case, susugod na ang Loud. They brought out the big guns. Crashies coming into the corner. He does have the Hunter's Fury now. They cannot try to tap this spike into the site. And unfortunately, FNS hits a beautiful, beautiful shot. There it is. In-incur na nila yung Wrath dito ni Crashies. FNS trying to re-peek the angle. But they're waiting. They still have time to bait out the utility dito ngayon. Nice tracking. Breaks down yung Nano Swarm. Waits in for the fight dito kay Crashies to just try to flank around on the door. If binasag niya ito, there could be the two-man push from Loud. Kita mo, Les and Sacy having this crossfire angle on the doorway. I think the ideology is correct. But you can see they are waiting for at least the dart from Crashies. Where this goes, where does this open up? Switch is exposed. Les does not get the kill. And Loud finally puts themselves a point on the board. Pero again, having that Hunter's Fury was such a deterrent for Loud to cleanly take this round.
Sorry, ba't ka nag-English? Tagalog
Kasi,
tayo!
Sabihin mo yan sa batang casters na nag-i-English din. Kaya okay lang.
Pero, think maganda pa rin naman sa side ng Optic yun na may na-punish silang 3 miyembro. Mas expensive pa rin yun sa Loud. Kaya kita mo, may mag-guardian sa kanila, naka-half armor, tapos nag-focus na lang sila sa mas maraming utilities nga. Pero ngayon sa round na to, ang mga taga-Optic, palong-palo pa rin. Tignan mo, nakapag-igib na si Ye kagad ng kanyang operator talaga for those long angles. Crashies waiting lang kagad sa pag-push. Pero after may mga ngert-ngert, alam na nga nalang information. Pero hindi niya muna po-push. He just gets the information first. And that's gonna be very important. Although may dalawang tingin na kagad. Buti na lang. Kumuha lang ng olekta lang ng blessings. Ngayon si FNS, ang mga taga-Loud, mas disiplinado pa rin naman sila ngayon. Mahirap na kasi pag nag-pick off ka ng mga utilities ni Fade. Pero sinabayan ng Emo na Rolling Thunder. Gaya nga sinabi ni Azoret na kuha na ng maraming informasyon ng mga taga-Optic. Kaso nga lang, there's just a trade coming from Sadak. Hindi ko rin alam bakit pangalan niya ganyan. Kaso ang mga taga-Loud, ipit na ipit sila ngayon. Pero buti nila si Sadak, he gets the second frag. And there's just a trade-off. It's gonna be 2v3. Sadak pops off. Pero nga na si FNS, ko pa palong-palo. He gets the third kill already. Pang 14 na to. He gets it. Munti ka ng ma-ace pero FNS sumayaw lang sa may mismong B-site at na-punish na nga kagad niya lahat ng mga taga-Loud.
Kita niya kung gaano kaganda ang kanyang footwork. Tignan mo to ang ganda ng galawan ko sa pa. Huha! And FNS hits all of those shots. Kaya masabi mo, yung Nightfall, napakalaking deterrent para dito sa Loud. Because again, it does lower your HP quite significantly. Kailangan nilang mag-intay ng onte. They got stuck in transition sa gitna ng B-side bago sila or outside of the B-side bago sila makapag-push into the B-side. Gets hella delayed. And nakita mo yung napaka-tinding pinch play na ginawa ng Optic. And Optic, a lot of their players, again, former FaZe, so alam mo na mahilig sila makapag-multi-kill. It's not only Crashies, it's basically the whole team that can actually be able to do that in high stressful situations. That's why they're one of the strongest teams that we have, and that's why they are your Masters 1 champion. Flash out, set up, Marv, very much expectant of the counter push coming in from Loud. Baits it out perfectly, and there it is. Abusuhin nila si Sadak ngayon, and Loud not really having too much control here as only Stacey is the one to remain with just the Bulldog. Mahanap yun dito si Marv as he backs away for the moment, Ray. And it seems like Loud have some composure, compensation to control this particular portion of the map. Victor timing to pick up yung Phantom and take it away from the hands of Pancada. But Loud, they still have at least the element of surprise dito as they have, again, that mid-control.
Element of surprise as what you've said, Azuray. Kaso ngayon, sa side ng Loud, naiipit na naman sila ngayon, di ba? Ang ganda talaga ng combination ng Optic, even if they don't have that duelist, but then sa defending side, ang daming crowd control na para lang hindi makapag-punish ang Loud sa kanilang napakabilis because of the Jet, because nga of that Omen also. Pero with this amount of time, medyo hassle nga talaga to sa Loud dahil nga pwede lang patagalin ang oras. And speaking of, alam na nga ni Crashy saan niya mapipinda at wala nang oras to plant the spike. Wala na rin kagad oras to go for that post plant anymore. And now Optic still wins this round against Loud at mukhang ang lakas ng form talaga nila sa defending. So much take ang meron ngayon na pwedeng ipakita ng Loud. Pero with how Optic makes this work, talagang malaking challenge to na kailangan i-figure out ng mga taga-Loud.
Good yung micro engagement doon ni Crashes. Ang ganda ng placement niya. He was able to isolate so many fights. Di ba dapat para magiging 3 versus 1 yun? Kasi pinupush siya sa Loud, nag-waterfall na sa site. But somehow, Crashies, kung nakita mo paano yung placement niya sa back of B, ang smooth ng movements niya. He was just able to get one kill, get back into cover, get another kill with another off-angle position, and hindi siya ma-flush out ng Loud dito because they didn't have utility. They had to force a firefight. They only had really the pistols, and again, just that tiny bit of differentiation talaga pinapakita ni Crashies that he is that top world-class type ng player. Now, with all that being said, Ray, Loud, they've called the timeout. Alam na nila. This is not going in their favor. This is not going their way. Whatever they try to do, it seems like Optic all have the necessary tools to deal with them. And one thing that gusto ko rin i-point out din, Ray, dito is it was very obvious, but it is a really big factor din na multiple players of Optic were able to get key ultimates at certain intervals. You know, yung Hunter's Fury ni Crashies, even though they still did lose that round, so many of the players of Loud were broken down. Tapos in the next round after that, FNS has the pickup of the Nightfall. Now looking into the ult economy again of Optic, a couple of rounds in, again, palapit na sila because again, so much of the multi-kills come in their favor. Aspas, gets picked up so cleanly. That haunt was massive. I think hindi ata nasira ito ng Loud and they all got spotted and almost gutted. 55 HP na kay Aspas dito. He does have the blades, but this is gonna be quite a task para makapag-entry frag siya with such very minimal HP left in his bars.
Malaki talagang question to. Wala sa side ng Loud, pero buti na lang Les. He took that risk. Medyo not perfect nga yung timing against kay Marv. Kaso ngayon, yung Hunter's Fury, hindi nga lang magiging useful, pero Victoria is up there. Pero the fact na hindi siya makakapag-duel ng aim na naman ngayon, Sassy, Stacey, gets him. 3 members left na lang sa side ng Optic, pero looking at kay FNS, ang ganda ng kanyang form din ngayon sa araw na to. At kita mo naman, di ba? Palong-palo. Meron na siyang pang-igip ng Nightfall. Makakuha na siya ng information na knowing na low si Aspas, knowing na marami silang oras, meron na naman kasing lockdown na prepare ang mga Tagalog. Pero Aspas still gets it. It still gets the second. Kahit ganun lang ang kanyang HP, okay lang naman daw. Makukuha pa rin niya ang mga miyembro ng Optic isa-isa, and KJ, he's just gonna go for that save. And buti na lang, maraming nagamit yung Loud para sa round na yun. Pero mas maigi pa rin naman na makuha pa rin yung round para sa pabor nila. 4-2 in favor of Optic pa rin. Pero sayang, no? Ganda na nung Nightfall eh. Kaso kasi, ang ganda na din ang posisyon kagad sa kanila ng ni Aspas.
That was a huge catch then on mid actually. Kung hindi na lang nakuha yun, that would have been so much worse. You also pointed out yung kay FNS, pero timing talaga sobra from Aspas. I was very much afraid kung anong mangyayari kay Aspas, pero he was pretty good. Kita mo, sobrang smooth ng kanyang transition. The right click, even at that distance, still hit all of those 3 blades to get the pick. That was absolutely massive para sa Loud dito ngayon. Still, Optic do have so much threat potential na pwede na yung still bring out. What I am again curious about is how the performance of Ye has been para sa Optic specifically. Because the naging problema ng Optic na nakita natin was Ye was definitely underperforming dun sa 3 games na nalaro nila. Ray, against Guild, those 3 games, actually, was it 3 games? Actually, 2 games lang. He only had a total of 25 kills. Very much low performing for the ranked demon ng North America. So, Ye now put again to the pedestal. Kaya niya ba makakuha ng picks dito? He's not gonna get bladed out, so he can always just TP away, which he actually does. So that's a huge, huge pick alongside Marv, who actually got the headshot onto Sadak. And now Loud, as they have to go through the wall of Marv dito ngayon, can actually get waterfalled by the rest of Optic. So it's gonna be up to Aspas in that off-angle position on top of Generator dito, Ray, to actually really hone in onto the shots, which he cannot. Double kill for Aspas. This is absolutely huge para sa Optic ngayon, or sa Loud, excuse me, as Les comes into the corner. Nano Swarm, huge damage onto Crashies. The fadeaway shockfire from Crashies, though, does take it down. 2 versus 2 to remain. Aspas repositions onto Heaven. Both players of Optic now very extremely low. And they have no position, no sort of reservation to actually get this round clutch, if ever. Man Ray, it's all down to Crashies once again, but Aspas is the demon of this round. Clears it up, secures it, and Loud take another.
Optic, anong nangyari? Nag-crash down kagad nandun na. Pero I think, ang laki din talaga ng factor na ginagawa ni Aspas, lalo na kapag nagising na siya. Pero ngayon, Optic settles for a timeout. At ngayon 8 rounds na. Yet, parang ang lamig-lamig ni Victor. I don't usually see him like this. Kasi with the KO, Asaray, alam naman natin na sobrang galing niya mag-KO. We've seen that last Masters. We've seen him perform that sa kanilang scene. Pero ngayon, parang nakakapagtaka lang na, syempre, minsan talaga hindi ka makapag-frag, di ba? Pero knowing that it's Victor we're talking about, medyo nahihirapan nga lang siya. Kahit nga assist wala di ba? Sobrang dalang lang. Kaya ngayon ang Optic, kailangan siguro nilang magkaroon ng malaking pagbabago lang, changes when it comes to how to stop Aspas and how will they take care of those retakes, particularly in A side. Kasi kaya nilang mag-anchor ng B. Pero sa A, talagang hindi nila makuha yung timing at hindi nila makuha si Aspas.
Basically, bumabasbas. Yes, pass. Yes, early morning hits tayo, guys.
Ang corny mo, Asaray, pero okay lang. Natitiis naman kita. Siya lang naman ang hindi ko matiis.
Shouts nga pala dyan sa mga hindi nyo matiis, guys.
Hindi ko matiis. Marami sila, gano'n ba?
Timing? Oh, okay. Bumabawi na si A. They've incurred the wrath of the ranked demon. Hits the shot, denies. Actually, no. I believe the orb was picked up. But that has denied. Yeah, one of the weapons. Aspas. Ayaw mamigay. Siyempre, ayaw mo pamigay yung Oni mo, di ba? It's your only one.
Gets ko. Ba't ko gets, ha? Kainis ka.
Gusto mo niya natin. Di ba kasi only Phantom?
Ay, nako.
Ayan na naman si A.
Ay, nako. Hep, hep.
Hooray. Hooray.
Yan. Hep, hep.
Hooray.
Kaso ngayon, ang mga taga-optic, na lang, early kills, very formidable nga para lang mapigilan ang mga taga-loud. Nakukuha na din sila na information. Ingat-ingat. Baka ma-350 sila ngayon ng mga taga-optic. Kita mo, may shocklet, may pampigil. Si Victor naka-off angle pero hindi talaga siya tumatama, Besh Iwap. Hindi talaga. Hirap na. At mukhang may pag-asa pa manalo ang mga taga-loud na naman muli kahit may try sa mga side ng optic. Pero it's up to FNS to clutch this one with the Spectre. And now, goes for a plant. And now, it's all up to FNS. Pag eto na-crush ni FNS, alam mo anong gagawin ko? Idol ko na siya. Sabihin ko, idol ko na siya. Pero hindi, mahirap na yon kasi nag-one way na, hirap nang i-cross. And that's it. It's still gonna be for all. In favor na ng parehas na teams at yung Loud kumakambak. 4-1. Si Victor, kasalanan pa rin ni Victor to. 0-5.
Pero alam mo kung hindi sinong may kasalanan, si Ashpash. Kasi sobrang galing niya. Pash.
Pash. Ano yung best song? Bakit alam yung Pash.
Shoutout nga pala dyan kay Amber Roar na nanonood sa Twitch. Ay, naku, natatamaan na siya ng cornea natin. Pero you know what? It's good. We live in the life. We chill in the early morning. Ooh, that flash though. Hindi na takedown si Crashes person ang galing si Pancada. Umaarangkada sa Dak and Ashpash tuloy. Aspas na sa site as Victor and Marv will remain para sa optic. But look at this. B site has been absolutely torn apart by optic. Sacy finds Victor and si Marv na lang ang matitira. Marv looking... Oh no, actually akala ko naka-angle siya for an off-angle kill siguro doon kay Sacy pero hindi mangyayari ito. Si Stacy. Ay, sorry, hindi pa si Stacy. Si ma'am pala niya pala yun. Sorry, si Stacy. Nakakuha ng pick. Does actually pay with his life pero alam na alam ng Loud kung saan natitira si Marv and he will not be able to save this Oni Phantom coming into the next round.
Oni? San?
Chan.
One?
San. Ay, San. San dapat.
Ang mga gusto. Kaso, map pick kasi ito ng Loud. Kaso nga lang, di ako natutuwa sa optic. Kailangan na lang manalo dito eh. Kasi pag natalo sila, map 3. Unless, no, yung comeback yung Loud, na 2-0 nila tong optic. Uy, di imposible ah. I mean, knowing na walang duelist ang optic, they should be stronger sa defending, but yet it's a sad day for Victor right now. I don't know why. Wala talagang tumatama. Alam mo yung bad Valorant day? Yan yung meron kay Victor ngayon. Kaso hindi naman natin na siya lang yung pag-iinitan natin. Kaso kasi malaking ang factor na may KO ka. 'Di ba? Pagdating sa Ascent. And now, dadalawa natin sa kanila. Sino bang mauna ni Aspas? Oh! He will be able to get yay! Hep.
Hooray.
Poirier actually. Kaso ayan, alam na niyang meron siya makikita. He gets the second one against Victor. 3-man left na lang sa optic. At talagang naging shaky ang kanilang rounds. After rounds na ngayon, nagdo-dominate ang Loud against them.
Ooh, fadeaway shot para kay Marv just to shut up si Aspas dito. Pero the damage I think has been done, Ray. FNS, second shot at another try. Good shot at least kay Sacy dito ngayon. But Marv looking to maybe get the catch dun sa planter. Not gonna happen. Crashy's last person to remain. He actually spots at Pancada. Unfortunately, nakatago si Pancada sa likod ng wall. I think ang problema doon ni Crashy's was napaisip siya kung gagamit pa siya ng drone or not. Unfortunately, there were so many options but it was only a couple of seconds. Alam mo to si Aspas, alam mo yung kaibigan mo na pag naglaro kayo ng rank, siya yung jet na bubot sa'yo, siya yung nakaka-20 kills, nag 13-2. Yan si Aspas ngayon eh.
Ano ka?
Dakilang-
Yun yung taga-buhat.
Mm.
Aspas and friends.
Tama. Ayan ang dakilang taga-buhat ngayon ng Loud.
Parang kapag binubuhat mo ko, sarak.
Wow.
Yan.
Wow.
Sarak.
Ah, sarak.
Sarak. Yan. Ganyan si Asan magaling magbuhat yan. 90 kilos na nga yung binubuhat niya ngayon.
100, excuse me.
Ay, sorry, 100. Parang nagayot mo siya sa akin. Sorry, di ako gano'ng updated sa buhay mo. Mamaya mag-updatean tayo sa isa't isa. Kaso nga lang, mas updated ang Loud ngayon. Pero yun mo, yung composition nila, very basic hit. Yung optic, alam mo yung sobrang laki ng tiwala ko sana sa optic. Pero yet, iba talaga kasi yung Loud minsan eh. You just don't expect them at all. Baka ngayon, ayaw na nilang matalo sila the second time, syempre, ng optic last Masters. Kaya ngayon, talagang kakapitalize sila na kapag nanalo sila dito against optic, ang laking sampal niya no? Sa NA sa NA scene. Kaso ngayon, there's just the fragment. Di sila talaga makakapush to sa B. And ngayon, wala silang choice. A na tayo mga best. At it's up to Marv if he'll be able to get in. Pero there's the cut-off mula kay at malaking ambag ang ginawa niya dahil si Aspas mapipick off at alam na nila saan mag-rotate ang mga taga-Loud.
Nag-chuchu-train na Loud dito. Oof. That's gonna delay them a little bit. Pancada, he actually paranoid his own teammates. Ye comes in for the swing. Gets a triple ngayon dito, Ray. Just gets it back into the corner. Brings out the headhunter. One tap, one kill. All luck, no skill. Shock dart ni makakuha. Great flash overall. Stacey still hits it. 2 versus 1. Has to go plant the spike versus Victor. Not gonna give him that opportunistic moment. And ang laki ng binigay dito ni Ye. Ang dami nating tanong dito. Kanina tinatanong ko na rin kung magpa-perform ba siya. And he really does bring it to that next level. That first kill was actually very much pivotal. And again, yung miss paranoia ni Pancada, I think was a huge misdemeanor para sa Loud dito, which ultimately led to them losing the round.
Sa wakas, may kill na din si Victor, pero the fact nga na si nakapag-cut off siya ng isang miyembro, nasira talaga yung gustong plano ng Loud. And I think, malaking chances na magiging 6, although pero si Ye, sayang lang din kagad ang gamit niyang 2 force. Kaso si Victor, matatimingan ba niya na perfect flash? And speaking of, ipinaabot nga niya sa langit at dalawa kagad na takedown niya. Alam na nga nila saan magko-commit, kaso nga lang si FNS, nabawasan na nga nila kagad. It's still gonna be trimming this down to a 3v3. Crashies tries to get, of course, ang information at nakita na nga kagad ni Marv. But then, ang daming pick-offs lang na trades mula sa dalawang team na to. And it's up to Crashies and Ye with the low HP para lang mapanalo to sa side ng Optic. Pero si Aspas, ready pa rin ang kanyang Blade Storm. Ngayon si Pancada, dalawa na lang. Pwede siyang makakuha pa ng ultimate, pero medyo imposible na yan. Kaso marami pa siyang pang e-coms dito. Ayun lang, ang ganda na posisyon ni Ye! Alam niyan dalawa. Kaso nga lang marami pang oras ngayon. Si Pancada, pero dapat hindi na dapat asimin to ng Optic. Oh no,
what a shot! Missed! Ay, nako. Okay, nabawi ni Ye.
Nabawi. May redeeming factor si Aidan.
Ay, grabe. Lahat tayo hinahanap ang redeeming factor, no?
Parang ano lang yan, character development. Pero di lahat may ganun, may iba pa urong pa eh. Joke lang.
Sa anime, ano lang yan, lahat umuurong tuloy. Umuusbong. 6-6. Alright. Throw to ano muna tayo? Final, guys. See you in a bit.
Optic were in great shape. Everything was clicking. Crashies popping off. Everything was going right for them. But Loud, you can never count them out.
No, you can't. And Auspice had such an incredible resurgence in towards the latter part of that half. This guy was finding massive kills to open up rounds for Loud. And for the side of Optic, they were really struggling to find a reply. Ye had come back, but Victor still having a slow game, and Auspice won to capitalize.
Yeah, it's just been incredible. They couldn't shut him down in the grand finals when they went 3-0 against him. and it seems like they can't find the same thing now. He's averaging 1 kill per round. He's bailed them out of multiple scenarios, including this one where he hits just a ridiculous right-click, spray downs on top of Generator. Everything's been going well, and Aspas is always going to be the tip of the spear. He's going to get aggressive on the defense side too. He's always going to be up in their face.
Yeah, I just look at Aspas and, you know, I was like, at first I was like, oh man, bail wouldn't necessarily be the right phrasing here, but no, I mean, he really did so many times, and maybe just gave him so much to work with.
I mean, I think it was just the idea of reinvigorating them. They had a slow start. They were kind of losing out on some of those critical early rounds. He has a couple big performances, and it's a complete 180.
Yeah, but now we flip sides. We go to the attack for Optic Gaming Sideshow. 6-6, they managed to stop the bleeding, but is it enough?
It doesn't look like it. I mean, Optic are one of the only defense-sided teams that we have here. They average about 60% on the defense overall. On this map, it's more like nearly 80% on defense and only 33% on attack. That means they're averaging 4 rounds on their attack side.
Ugh.
What they tend to do is a lot of burst hits into A. They don't work particularly well. They have a triple initiator comp that should be able to work the map and find information, but they just aren't that great at it, or at least they haven't demonstrated that recently.
Yeah, and the thing is, a lot of other teams that run this same comp actually do quite well on the attacking side, so Optic is the exception.
It's
again,
not a comp
it's
problem.
been a while. Yeah, it's not a comp problem. It is something within this team that is showing those issues. However, again, it's been a while since we've seen Ascent. There's a very good chance they've rallied back and have improved their attack.
All right, well, you heard from our analyst here. 6-6 all knotted up, exactly what you want to see. Let's send it right back over to Hypoc and Pansy to break it all down for this second half.
Ngayon, nagbabalik na nga tayo sa Optic versus Loud. First half, 6-all. Pero sa Yuasuray, ano pa kaya ang mangyayari? Dahil nga Optic no duelist silang set up sa attacking. Or rather, in this map. Pero what can they do more pagdating sa agent composition nila? Pero as for Loud, it's still just like the usual what we've seen here in Ascent. Kaso I'm excited to see kung sino nga bang mananalo para sa mapang to.
May nakita lang akong news, Ray.
Ano
na
nakita
isang
mo?
newborn baby, pinanganak. Pinangalan, Dubi-Dubi-Dap-Dap.
Seryoso yan? Ano ba
Seryoso
namang
yan.
magulang yan? Ako kahit malakas trip ko, di ko naman bibigyan ng perwisyo yung anak ko sa buong buhay niya. Diba na pagtatawanan yung pangalan niya. Pero di ko gagawin.
Napakita lang ako. Oh my goodness. Anyways, dumudubi tayo sa site. Sorry, hindi. Pumupush na tayo sa site. Good counter defense ngayon para sa Loud. Marv, able to access a site quite slowly dito ngayon, Ray. But the turret has activated and Marv has been spotted. The rest of Loud now gonna have to go straight for the A side, but it's a 5 versus 3 as the round continues. Crashies! Oh, gets out. Nano Swarm almost gobbles him up. FNS! It's only Crashies to remain, not even given the modicum of the plant, and that's going to be Loud with a solid defense on the start. Getting that 2 initial frags on B was so pivotal para sa Loud to secure that pistol, that second pistol. Look at that. Meow. Nice flash.
Paano, Asaray? Ulitin mo ba? Isa pa.
Hindi, okay na. Tapos na.
Okay na. Sayang tong Optic. Pero yung flash na yun, ganda na ng timing. When you have really a good KO. So, alam mo kung sino nang manalo dito, okay lang. Basta 2-0 eh. Yung akala ko Optic mananalo, pero may pag-asa pa pala tong Loud. But then, it's their map pick. They also have a high win rate dito sa Ascent. Kaso nga lang, ang mga taga-Optic mid-pick na ngayon next silang choice ngayon. Pero wala pa rin namang imposible para makahabol. Kanina nga, kumambak ang mga taga-Northeption eh, versus Surge sa last map. So, hindi naman imposible. Sa Optic, bias sa Optic eh, no? Wala lang guys. Gusto ko lang Optic manalo dahil ang taas ng expectations ko sa kanila. Pero ngayon parang, wala eh. Parang pagmamahal lang yan, taas-taas sa expectations mo para sa isang tatas, di naman pala magampanan. Ganon!
Tama. Sa akin naman, ang nakikita ko lang sa dalawang teams na to, feel ko, kaji ko yung mga coach ng Optic sa kanang Loud eh. Kung alam mo, if you know, you know. Sasabihin ko na, shoutouts nga pala sa mga ka-gout natin dyan, sa mga ka-arthritis natin guys. Yung mga umiikay-ka. Alam ko, ang hirap sobrang maglakad ngayon. Yes, signs of aging. Yun lang. Anyways, again, nothing really I think Optic could have done there. Solid round para sa Loud. Good shots from Aspas altogether. 16 kills na really topping the leaderboards natin ngayon, Ray. As he's halfway there. Whoa, sa kanyang ultimate. What the blades.
Wow. Sorry, natawa ako. May nag-send kasi sa akin ng meme. Natawa ako. Big shoutouts nga pala kay Jain dyan. Nanonood.
Ay, okay.
Wow. Tinago
nga
ko
pala
na nga
dyan.
lang sa pangalan eh. Para hindi ma-search eh. So, ang mga taga-optic, talaga na lang sila ngayon. Steady lang. Steady Golteb. Para lang, para lang mano. Kung ano mang plano nila, buti na lang si FNS. He gets the perfect timing against Aspas. Maganda nga yung kanyang swing doon. Kaso ano pa kaya next na plano ngayon ng Loud against them? Dahil importante talaga dito sa Optics to play slow. Pero nga, knowing na wala nga silang duelist.
Actually, ngayon din na notice eh. Feels like they're, with how fast Optic have been playing, kala mo na meron silang duelist dito ngayon. Victor, maybe this is time to shine. He's really at the bottom of the barrel in terms of yung kills niya ngayon, and he has to lead this team alongside Crashies to really hit up this B side, but it's perfect. 3 versus 3. Nobody's gonna be on the B side. Crashies still has to clear out yung back position muna, and FNS will start planting it down. What's the utility left for our attackers ngayon? It's only really just gonna be the one flash from Victor, and all the firepower that that Optic can actually muster. The catch-off, by Crashies is absolutely pivotal right now, as Stacey and Pancada to remain. Oh, that's huge. Okay, that blade being hit on the players of Loud. Wala masiset up na separation smokes dito si Pancada. Now he can actually throw the paranoia, but the question is, can he hit the timing on that? Well, that is a fat no. And FNS gets the 2K, make that a 3K overall. And Optic fight back.
Bawi nga ang mga taga-Optic. Kaso, buti na lang, di ba? They are able to survive that round. Pero sa FNS talaga, no? I think, napansin naman natin siya dati pa. Pero ngayon, mas gusto ko yung how he plays that fade. So far, I didn't expect kasi syempre hindi naman ako parating nanonood lang sa scene nila, di ba? Alam mo, panoorin ko lahat, kundi wala na akong tulog. Impressed lang ako sa fade niya. Minsan lang mag-compliment ang magaling mag-fade, pero mas magaling ka, sorry. Kaso magaling lang din talaga si FNS.
Hindi, syempre kung ano ng pagalingan, si FNS na yan. Pancada was one of the key players when they faced up against Guild Esports. Kahit pa or not Guild, excuse me, but against Crew. Kahit man daw natalo ang Loud doon, Pancada was heated up, hitting some nasty taps all together. But this time, it's the whole of Loud that's hitting everything. Oh, Victor. Grabe. I don't know kung alam nila na nakapag-cross doon si Victor, pero that was such a big deterrent para sa kanya. Crashies, he's clutched some magnificent rounds, pero na nga, Pancada, 1 tap, 1 kill. That's all he needs because he got the skill.
At, ewan ko lang sa Optic alam mo yung, ang ganda na ng start nila. Pero ngayon, hindi ko alam bakit sila natatalo ng ganito. But then, kasi, iba din yung may magic na may duelist ka, meron kang, Killjoy, di ba? Iba din talaga yung power na pwede nilang gawin sa defending side. So, it just really takes so much time for them. Pero, once again, si Sadak na naman. Yay! Nawala na naman bigla sa mapang to. Kaso tatandaan mo, nag-force pa rin ang mga taga-Optic. Saray.
Ang laking deterrent din kasi ng I feel lang KO ni Sadak because of that fact nga na you don't really have the duelist. So if they try to pseudo-duelist with like Ye or something, diba? He has to play those TPs. A misplay on that blade is just gonna be a death sentence para kay Ye dito. Anyway, Sadak, timing para sa kanya. The pop flash as well. That drone does absolutely nothing because if they try to push in, it's just gonna be all for naught. Although FNS, nakahanap siya ng opening dito. They're gonna try to pick up Victor as FNS comes in for the double swing. The pinch And now it's all left into the hands of Les. Oh, nakita siya ni FNS. Backs away to cover. Actually takes some pretty massive damage ngayon, Ray. Ito-double up niya ba ang Optic? Did he actually find the proper positioning? Pero I think FNS is barely saw his elbow come in. And this is where it gets incredibly difficult para kay Les. He's recalled all of his utility, but it's gonna take about a second or so para makuha niya yung kanyang turret. It would have been nice para makuha yung cover ng turret niya. But for now, he has to get closer and closer, deepening his position dito ngayon kay Crashies. There it is. He's called, used the fuse already, waiting for FNS first, but Crashies ang kailangan mag-peek and siya ang mauuna. Good communication for Optic altogether, and they're making it very tight-knit dito against Loud.
Buti na lang si FNS. Nakalusot, nakapuslit. Hindi in-expect ng Loud. Napaka-cancerous ng ginawa niya. Alam mo yung pag may cancer sa lipunan, yan literal. Ang tawag sa kanya ay FNS. Smart way to use that Nightfall. Kasi wala nga silang maririnig, di ba? Pati yung pag sinabi mong mahal mo siya, hindi naman niya maririnig. Parang gano'n. Kaso, onting shakuda to sa side ng Optic, pero wala naman na tuloy makukuha na naman. Collectibles lang ngayon si Crashies, parang kung paano ka kinakausap ng crush mo na isa ka lang sa collectibles. At please low na naman muli sa Optic. Kaya nga sinabi mo, di ba? Kailangan mag-step up ng mga pseudo-duelists. Pero it's a hit or miss sometimes eh. And that's the real problem that Optic has to face. But as for Aspas, focus lang siya ngayon sa goal. Focus lang sa operator niya. Pero ang tanong, magmimintis ba yan or hindi?
Whether that is going to be the case or not, ang malaking bagay din dito para sa Optic is they have to go for the slow burn, Ray, na because again nga, sabi natin wala silang duelist, diba? Wala silang dash power. Kailangan nilang i-close in distance and bago silang tumakbo, they have to get closer and closer to positions na pwede silang mag-run amok sa site. So, for B, they have to be B main or market. And as for A, they have to wait dito sa short ngayon as well as sa A main and then set up these flashes for something. That's a huge catch onto Aspas to force him to reposition. The C's actually might be deterrent para sa kanya but still somehow manages to survive. Those Hunter's Fury shots from Crashies does absolutely nothing to stop Pancada from holding the angle ngayon. But somehow still gets actually picked off sa Dak. Grabe ang kanyang performance. What a defensive monster on that KO. Aspas, the blades. Oh, what a shot from Aspas. And the right click once again to secure the round para sa Loud. Sa Dak starts it off and Aspas will finish it.
Diyos ko! Si Aspas, ano bang iniinom nito? Para siyang nagbonakid. Hasuray sa sobrang bida-bida niya. Kita mo ang accurate, pero nga lang yung hold ni Sadak eh. I think si Sadak talaga yung may malaking impact play ngayon. Kasi he can just anchor aside, then makakabawa siya ng dalawa. Pero to panote na lang ha. Di ba pag pumunta ka ng La Union? Pa-north.
Oo nga naman. Yung tipo na may shining glory.
Starbucks. Patay ito. Kita mo. Uy, alam mo, ang galing talaga magsadak ni Keo, no? Pero
medyo horror maglaro eh. Yung tipo na maala sadak. Oh.
Sadak ko. Ay, nako. Kainis ang corny. Hello kay Zephyr. Nagkakasay si Asaray. Yung siniship daw ng mga tao. Tingin mo magkakatuluyan yun, yung Asaray.
Hindi pa natin alam. Siguro sa pag VCT 2032 na, doon natin malalaman.
Sige. Sabihan na lang namin kayo pag magpapakasal namin. Piling ko pag nagpasal kami ni Asaray, sabi ko, oy, gusto mo magpakasal? Parang kala mo, lalabas lang kakain sa Jollibee.
Sakto, diba? Siniship tayo. Eh, kailangan ng timescape, kaya shipudan muna, diba?
Natuto na, pero siya pa din. Yun ang
Grabe, bawal yan.
Kaso ngayon, time out na. Sabi ng Optic siguro, hindi na tama to. Buti naman. Hindi na talaga tama yung nangyayari sa inyo. Kaso gusto ko lang sabihin sa'yo, Asaray. Gusto ko yung, magkano kayo secret love neto, no? Ganda. Kahit hindi na, bibiling ko yung kung binibenta yan.
Tingin ko kung bakit di sila nagpalit ng venue masyado. Alam mo yung tipo na, ay mas madaling lang, dami kasing items na kailangan i-transfer, you know. Isipin mo, yung kay Secret Love from last year's Masters. Kasi pares na naman ng color scheme ng Masters, diba? Purple. Pag Champions, gold na or yellow. Tapos pag regular VCT, ano ba ang regular VCT? Light blue? Ata?
Light blue ba? Yung parang teal, yeah. I think that's... See? Ganyan ang mga lalaki. Hindi nila alam yung eksaktong kulay. Promise. Tignan nyo, sa kanya light blue. Hindi naman light blue.
Gusto mo ibalik ko yung stream na yung isang ano? Alam nyo ba guys, pinag-match kami ni Ray Ray. Mag 1v1 kami sa color accuracy. Highest score is 0, which means perfect. Alam mo kung score ko, kalaban kay Ray Ray, 0. Parehas kami nag-0. Hindi lang alam yung pangalan, pero alam ko yung kulay na sinasabi ko. Sorry
Light blue? Hindi, teal yun. See?
Baka sayan. O ano?
Kaya sa ngayon, ang mga taga-optic, paano ba nila ma-handle ito? Wala. Boom! FNSC na lang, na-pressure lang sila dahil sa lockdown. Dahil mas sanay ang Brazil sa lockdown kesa sa mga taga-NA. Hindi naman nagla-lockdown dyan sa NA Kaso ngayon, FNS wala na siyang no choice. Match point goes into Loud. Sige Loud, okay lang kung ma-2-0 nyo yung optic. Pero kasi feel ko na ngayon na ganito, Asaray, malaki talaga yung chance na makikita-kita tayo sa split Although, I want to see their split. It's just that, ano mo yun? Ba't ganito? Panalo na. Ano pa? Isang round lang yung napanalo ng... Ay, hindi. Rather, 2 rounds lang yung napanalo ng optic sa second half. Ganon ka-punishable yung lineup nila pag wala kang ano dito sa Ascent. Wala kang duelist. And I think sa Ascent talaga kailangan mo ng duelist. Para sa akin, opinion ko lang. May opinion matters.
Okay lang yan. Ray matters. Yan ang ngayon. Oh! What? Saan ang galing yung shot ni Aspas? Ay, hindi. Kasi iba yung... Okay. Iba yung titingnan natin. Iba yung namatay. Grabe, ang bilis nang nangyari. Hindi na process ng utak ko. Baka siguro sa malapit na tumilaok ang mga manok. Aspas. Oh, he's dropped the spike. Tapos meron na siyang dash ulit. Oh, this is terrible para sa optic ngayon. This is the last round. Binato na ang lahat ng utility. This gives Aspas a little bit of access. Does he know the victor is on the right side? And he holds that angle beautifully. Backs away. Could get flashed out, but Saysi handang-handa makipag-swing. And now si Ye na lang at si Marv ang matitira. Les on the big flank already. And Aspas is taking bodies, taking names. Yay! Oh my God, he's taking so much damage from all of that. Bigyan niya na siguro yung last skill para sa kay Aspas? Hindi. Less na makakuha. But Loud, such a domineering performance output dito ngayon sa ating first game. You can see smiles all around. And grabe nga naman talaga. We, the North. Punta na tayo, pa-North.
Grabe talaga ang pa-North, no? Na gameplay ng ano. Siyempre, pag pa-North ka, pataas ka. Yan ang meron. Sino ba yung ano sa kanila? Yan yung nakasalamin sa kanila. Anong pangalan yan? Si Aspas, si Sadak. Sino yan? Basta, yun yung isa sa kanila. Kasi I
Kratos.
love... God of War pa nga. Kasi taas na yan. I'm not a fan of no duelist comp here in a sense. Yung Icebox, sige, okay lang. Pero dito sa Ascent, feel ko pang ano lang siya Yung no duelist mo, pang early game lang. Kapag hindi mo na manage to get those rounds in favor of you, mahabol ka ng kalaban. And knowing na ito nga si Aspas palong-palo, na-read na ng Optic na-read na rather ng Loud. How Optic plays here, especially sa attacking side. So, tignan natin, anong mangyayari sa second map, which is going to be in Fracture. A map pick naman ng Optic on the other side. But I think malakas na din ngayon ang Loud sa mapang to.
Well, definitely true. And I mean, BR, Brazil as a region, very, very fast, very, very decisive ang kanilang mga plays dito. So, I guess there is some really good merits sa sinabi mo rin about the slow speed na hindi binibigay talaga without the duelist comp ng Optic. So with that being said, it does make sense na parang nahirapan dito Optic to really match up because of just how quickly this Brazilian team can really go up and beyond. Anyways, guys, we're gonna go on a quick break. Final muna. Hintay-hintay muna tayo and we'll see if game number 2 is going to be the final step dito para sa Loud.
I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it. Quitting was never an option. Exhausted. This passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it. You cannot stop it.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it. Quitting was never an option. Exhausted. This passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it. You cannot stop it.
With that 13-8 victory, Brazil's Loud is very close to moving on in this competition. But for Optic Gaming, it could very well be, and I agree with you, Sully, a nearest airport situation. The stakes could not be higher here, Sideshow. This is not looking good for Optic based on how that ascent went.
Not at all. They are the defending champions, and they are one map away from it being the first time that a North American team has ever been eliminated from a Masters or Champions or anything in last place, in joint last place there. That's absurd. And remember, we wouldn't see either of these two teams from now until Champions. Whoever loses this game, be it Optic or be it Loud, they have already qualified for champs. And that means that when they lose this match, they're just going to go into a chamber. They will have played the finals of Reykjavik into last place Copenhagen, straight into champs. It's absurd.
Yeah, I mean, what a fall it would be for what is the reigning best team in the world. But that match in particular, we saw a lot of the issues continue to come on through for Optic. Some moments of poor coordination, another rough map coming out of Victor. I mean, they had those moments of brilliance, but still the ones I wanted to highlight were some of these lowlights where it's just individuals peaking on their own and dying.
Yeah.
This is a composition that on the attacking side, it is built on garnering early control and applying pressure with that layered utility, and we just were not seeing it. And execute like this one, you have your KO out alone before the players can even make it through in main. These are the moments of miscoordination that we rarely see from Optic, and here they were coming through round after round.
For Optic, sometimes when they lose, you get this fired up, insanely determined version of them. And I feel like I saw that from FNS.
Yeah.
And a bit of Crashies, and that was about it. Obviously, Ye didn't have as bad of a performance as he's had recently. He was back to, putting up some very reasonable numbers, but it wasn't fired up Optic. It wasn't Optic that looked like their world-class world beater level. And that is a bit of an issue.
Well, you know who looked like a world-class world beater? Aspis, because that boy was out there just clicking heads and taking names. Let's actually check out Aspis in our aim lab shooter on Mimi. This kid was playing so good.
Oh, first of all, what is this crosshair?
That's disgusting.
That's an abomination.
That's offensive.
That's the crosshair he just beat the
I'm
best
offended.
team in the world with.
Okay, there's no shot he's using that
He's actually playing an in-game. I have the insider information. No, but what you're saying, GB, is incredibly true, because we started things off and I think we were seeing that fired up Optic. Remember, this map started with an ace out of Crashies. They were looking fantastic, and then Auspice just put them under the steamroller, flattened them. He had an incredible map.
Yeah.
It was really reminiscent of the grand finals at Reykjavik, but this time Loud won.
Yeah, and the rest of them are turning up. And I've got to remind everybody, Loud have already beaten Optic before. They beat them in that upper bracket final too.
Yeah.
And I think what's really important in that situation as well is the map that they lost is the map that's coming up.
Yeah, the map coming up will be Fracture. Optic's pick, by the way. Look, Optic has a really, really good Fracture, but Loud did beat Crew 13-10 on this map just a little while ago, Mimi.
It's been really solid out of Loud as well. They've been playing with that Sage composition and the Raze, a very different approach to the map, but it works really well for them. We just saw them kind of flatten Crew on this map.
Victor took 10 rounds to be able to get his first kill on Ascent. But the last time these two teams matched up on Fracture, Victor was the player that ran away with the game. Every time you get him onto his Neon, onto this map, he pops off. He's been a beast for them in the past. So this is the player that I'm looking at now. Look at his stats when they went up against each other in the upper bracket of Reykjavik. This is his stat line from them playing on Fracture. 372 ACS. He went 21 and 7. He just flattened Loud. And that was a Loud that didn't really understand how to play the map. And that was maybe even a different Victor, because Victor hasn't been hitting in the map that we've seen so far from him today. But if he can get back to that, if he can wake up and find that form, it's exactly what Optic need.
And it was not just at Reykjavik. He came home and he found the same performance. This is one of the few maps that Optic stuck by their strategy, stuck by their comp, because it was so damn good. And it's all predicated on the way that Victor plays this Neon.
All right, well, let's see what Victor and Optic Gaming decide to do with our Prime Gaming agent select here. We'll get that answer in just a little bit, but yes, you're right. I mean, they do like to run the Breach, the Brim, the Chamber, KO, the Neon, and they are going to lock in the Neon here.
Yeah, so it does look like they're just going to continue to play that composition. We have seen from them a ton. The thing that I want to draw attention to, though, is the way that Loud play this map on attack. Zadok on that Sage is pivotal for how they set this team up. They do not fight in the same way that Optic does. They love just planting down that wall, getting on the site, getting that spike down, and playing the post. They're really incredible with it when they're playing that Brimstone.
One of these teams has changed their strategy since the last time they played, and it's not Optic. It's Loud. They've shifted composition, they've shifted their overall strategy, they have more experience. They're the ones that will learn from the loss in the past.
And again, that's unusual. Optic almost always changes their compositions quickly. They almost always come out with a new strategy, but this is the map that they have been confident in their play. If they lose here, that is a statement to the improvement of Loud.
Well, this is it. Back against the wall for Optic Gaming. And for Loud, it could just very well be another day in the office. Let's go ahead and send it over to your casters.
Hi guys! Good morning pa rin sa inyong lahat, at nandito na nga tayo sa second map between Optic together with Loud. Ako nga pala si Rayray at kasama ko si Azuray, at ang cute naman ng background ni Azuray, yung Infinite Deco. Alam mo kung sino nagbigay sa'yo niyan? Ako!
Kaya proud ako ipakita eh.
Ang cute kasi. Ganito kasi yung context yan. Binili namin hindi dahil sa mukha ni Deco, kundi doon sa likod niya, si Eddie. Spoiler sa mga di pa nanonood ng Sorry sa amin.
Last year pa ata yun guys. Kung na-spoil kayo, pasensya na lang. Also, ano lang yan guys. Huwag kayong masyadong ma-tilt pag na-spoil kayo. Alam ko, may mga pero isipin nyo rin, may titawag na spoiler paradox. Pero, spoiler alert, 1-for-1 na magiging trade doon sa dish. Just wanted to finish off lang sabihin ko, Ray. Spoiler paradox, yan yung tipo na pag nasabi na sa'yo yung spoil, parang mas na-amplify yung excitement mo na makita yung scene na yon, di ba?
Ikaw lang yung may gusto na ganyan. Ang weird lang. Ako yung
Marami kayang may
nasa-spoil
ganun.
Ha?
In this day and age of social media na lahat makikita mo, unless kinat-off mo sarili mo sa lahat ng bagay.
I have a friend who doesn't, I told him na parang, alam mo ba, binala ko si Aso Ray ng ganito. Tapos sabi niya sa akin, ba't mo ako spinoil? I'm like, hindi mo pa alam yung Infinite Deku? Weird lang. Tatago natin siya sa pangalan.
Kasi tawa ka na lang, yun yung pangalan niya.
Pero ngayon, ang mga taga-optic, uy, alam mo kung nanalo yung Loud ng ganito? Di ba talaga tinambakan nila yung crew? Think it's this very winnable then sa side nila, but then FNS destroyed them. It's up to Pancado to get this 8 HP. He still continues for the plant. Crashes, goes to his side, and gets it. Oh no. Pinush na lang yung smoke eh. Wala silang no choice eh. And that's just it. Sayang. 3v5 na yun eh. Heis. Nakakabahan ako Mama split nga talaga to.
Kalma lang. First round pa lang yan.
Okay, first round.
Ganyan yung simula ng Asen. Okay, pero, sasabihin ko lang, Ray, ito ang moment ng classic right click. Ang dami tumama mga right clicks ng classic doon sa buong round na yun. Everybody just hitting their shots, which is perfect. Getting started para dito. I think the panel brushed upon it actually na Optic really do live and die by the neon of Victor in this particular map. So if he can get shut down, that's a nice little entryway for Loud to maybe finish off this series and remove the former Masters champions. We'll see how that goes. Again, Optic not wasting any time to actually purchase some really powerful weapons already, with Victor already meriting that Bulldog. Crashies preps up the flash, pero Marv on the swing. And look at how they quickly disperse the rest of the players ngayon ng Loud. He's only about to pash. The nade to be thrown. He's looking to actually go for the encounter, but Victor gets away with bloody murder as medyo shallow yung pagbato nung Pain Shell.
Medyo shallow?
Medyo shallow, pare.
Shells, pare. Kainis. Kaso ngayon, ang mga taga-Optic, very flawless, pero it's just a start. Kaya nga na sinabi ni Asoray, ang first round pa lang, marami pang pwedeng mangyari para sa side ng Loud, whether they will be able to take this into their advantage or not. Pero, yung sinabi, nakita ko rin PM mo, napakasama mong tao talaga. Mapupunta talaga tayo ng impyerno nang wala sa oras.
Pero si Ashpash, pupunta siya sa kalangitan, Ray. Kung langit ka, lupa ako. Si Ashpash ang langit.
I'll take you to heaven. Hey, shoutout nga pala sa mga nagtatrabaho ngayon. Si Tito Pao ng Pinas. And now sa mga nanonood, hello guys sa inyo. Sa Twitch and here in Facebook and in YouTube. Very loud. Oh no, Victor is back. I think Victor is back. Goes for a concuss. And I think it's just up to Sassy. But will it be saucy at the same time to take this over against Optic? Naku po, nararattle sila. I mean, you put Victor on that duelist, I think mas okay talaga. Na naka-duelist siya, pero hindi pa imposible. 22 seconds. Sige, Sassy, kaya mo yan. Idol kita pag na-clutch mo to. Kaso wala eh. Talaga nirarattle na lang siya ngayon. Di nga lang sumakto yung concuss, pero 2 swings na rin. And 3-0 mula sa side ng Optic.
And unfortunately, Ray, hindi kagaya ng Jumbo Hotdog. Hindi niya kaya ito.
Sorry, konti na lang ano na eh, no? Talagang nauubos na yung pasensya ko sa'yo. Love trip out.
Oh, napamura. Sorry, hindi pala. Mura lang kasi ang gas ngayon na onted. Bumabagsak na siya ng 5 pesos. Kaya, yun ang pagkasabi ko.
Oy, di na ako mag-aambag sa gasan ni Asaray. Kaya
nagkatrabaho tayo. Work from home muna. WFH.
Paldo, what is money?
Paper
only.
Tama. With monetary value, syempre.
Yan.
Yan
May monetization. Nagkwentuhan na lang eh. Paano kasi wala pa talagang wow na play. It's just that Optic getting the upper hand. I think with that composition na Saray. Sige, habang wala pa naman talaga. Anong masasabi mo sa composition ngayon ng Optic versus sa Loud? Anong mas gusto mo?
May nag-chat sa atin sa ating chat na nag-chat. Si kapatid Rashid, nagkatanong lang kung tapos na ang North Option sa Sersia. Tapos na po, 3rd series na tayo, 2nd series yon at natalo ang Sersia. Although, teka lang muna, Victor, pop the shot. Aspas, bumalik pa para na makipag-heal dito kay Sadak as they try to push in. Look at that pinch play na ginawa dito ng Loud on a thrifty vibe. By the way, Ray, very, very risky, very, very aggressive, and 20 seconds to actually still rotate to the B side if they do want to. Alam nila na may ultimate ito si Marv, but he didn't use it for the side itself. This is absolutely perfect. I think they were thinking that maybe it's gonna be a rotation onto the B side, pero hindi mangyayari ito. Marv comes in from the pinch play. Have they picked up any strong weapons para sa Loud? Absolutely not. It's only up to the pistols. Sheriffs in hand. Very low HP for a lot of their members. And Marv gets back into the corner. Crashies. There's one more flash, but he's isolated from his own teammate, Tito Ray. As they come in, what a swing from Aspas, and Sassy follows it up. What an amazing, amazing thrifty play. Uke ang plays ngayon ng Loud.
Grabe naman. Comeback na nga ba? Ito na ba yung comeback na hinihintay natin mula sa Loud? Anong rest na to ni Aspas? Laka-low siya, no? Tapos stretch?
Lahat tayo mahilig sa stretch na naka-low. Na resolution.
At ngayon, pagbawi na nga talaga to ng Loud dahil aggressive na sila. They usually contest it now. At ang bilis nila adjust sa Sorry, nagulat ako sining bumagsak dito. Yung pala yung aso ko pumunta sa bed ko. Ano ba naman yan, Mika? Ano nung ginagawa mo? Sorry, nagulat ako. Kala ko minumulto na ako. Pero ngayon, 3v3 Optic still tries to make this work. Pero ang Loud, pwede na silang makalipat pa ng A-side. Hello, Mika. Good morning.
Sabihin ko lang guys, pag nasa Facebook kayo nanonood, turn on yung live captions. Napaka-accurate actually ng pag-read ng Facebook nung na para tayo magsalita sa Tagalog. Pretty top notch. Anyways, standard dash out play para sa Optic dito onto B main, pero basang-basa ng Loud. Lots of delay tactics, pero Loud have so much time to actually work with to play incredibly slow. Les on the operator, tries to swing out. Back off muna siya dito ngayon. Sacy could actually be in a really cheeky spot, but did spot out FNS. Nulkman was burned by Crashies. That's very, very painful to see. Ye's gonna be the last one standing! And Les actually tries to back away into the corner. Teka lang muna, Ye has actually a position, has actually the opportunity para makapag-clutch siya ngayon, but I think he might decide to go back and just abandon the situation. Huwag na siyang mag-try as that operator is gonna be well-utilized, well-versed na lang coming into the next round. But again, Loud very much expecting of the Optic swing on B main is what really dismantled this round para sa Optic.
Talagang, sabi nga ni Asaray, papunta pa lang sa best part, etong Loud parate, and looks like they're really living up to it. And after that serious round kung saan dapat kalamangan ng Optic, yung Loud talaga dinedenay nila yung panalo parate, and it's not impossible, di ba? Para mangyari to with the help of that Sage plus that aggressive utilities coming from your Raze din. So talagang maganda yung pang-deny nga galing sa mga concuss ni Victor, sa knife ni Crashies, di ba? Ang dami talagang upper hands din yung meron na pwedeng ibigay ng Loud later on.
May tanong lang ako, Ray.
Anong tanong?
Nung nakuha ba ng Team Loud si Les, does that mean that Les get loud?
Let's get loud. Let's get loud.
Okay, teka lang muna. Clean takes ngayon. Oh, okay. Well, definitely is up to their namesake. Boom, pow, pow. Victor brings out the electric fingers, pero hindi tayo mahilig sa ganyan. 4K for Aspas, and Loud equalized 3-3 against Optic.
My goodness. Ang corny mo. Sorry, pero sige, okay lang yung let's get loud mo. Pwede na.
Pwede na. Alam mo ba, sinabi na to ng isang galing na athlete. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. So sa pagiging corny, kailangan mo rin mag-take ng shots, di ba?
3-all na nga ang scoreline natin ngayon. At ang corny ng tropa ko ngayon. Sabi siguro ng mga nanonood, tignan mo dalawang shotcaster na to. Tawa na tawa. Nagkape na ba ang mga shotcaster namin? Oo, pero ang corny ng kasama ko. Kaso aspas na naman, pinaspas ng paspas ang mga miyembro ng Optic once again. And now they can dominate going in to A side. Kaso sige ngayon, naka 2-4. Pero buta na nakonkas siya. Opportunity na nila para to take him out. Pero there's the crossfire. Nag-crossfire sila sa barrel. Pero buti patalon-talon. Boom! Ang kulit-kulit mo. Pero si Ye na naman, he gets the third already. At sisilipin siya ngayon. He still gets it. And it's up to Sassy to make the Sassy moves going up against FNS and Marv.
Aftershock will force him out into the corner. Look at that fault line, but still gets back into the cover. Marv on the swing. This is an absolutely horrendous positioning para kay Sacy. Cannot get away. Lahat na binato sa kanya. Lahat na binigay para lang makuha mo siya. And that is going to be the side taken by Optic. Huge defensive posture there by both Crashies and Ye at the very start of that A take. And it definitely helped out FNS and Marv to secure that 1 versus 2. Look at this. Boom. Ang galing. Tapos yung crossfire pa. Boom. Ang galing.
Boom, ang galing. Wala ka na masabi. Sabi dito, sana all may pakape ako, tubig lang. Alam nyo nga, kaya nga ako nagda-drop ng Gcash, guys, para talagang bigyan nyo kami ng pangkape ni Asa. Dapat na maging B yung tawa. Ay, hindi naman ganoon yung tawa ko. Depende sa mga kasamahan ko. Depende din kung nakainom na ng, kape. Yan. Ng gin tonic, charot.
Good morning nga para sa inyo lahat.
Good morning. 5:21 na. Sa mga papasok pa lang at pauwi na. Sana mabuhay pa kayo. Kaso ngayon, pinabuhay talaga ni FNS ang Loud. Sinabihan niya ng let's get loud. At sinabihan na din kaagad ni Marv. Si Marv, sino ba yung sa kanila? Mahilig sa pa-North. Sino ba?
Hashtag we the North. Hashtag the North remembers.
The North remembers. Uy, alam niyo ba, hindi ako nanood ng Game of Thrones. Like, mga 3 episodes lang.
Okay lang. Mahilig lang kasi ako sa fantasy kaya nanood ako ng Game of Thrones.
Nanood ka ng Game of Thrones?
Oo.
Kamusta mo yung Red Wedding?
Ha? Masaya.
Masaya?
Masaya.
Napas, parang yung saya. Selfie nga. Morning sa'yo, Alfred Joseph. Yan. Sa mga gusto magpa-shoutout, diba usually nagpapa-shoutout kayo pag maraming viewers. So ngayon, dito kayo magpa-shoutout. Andy shoutout dito.
Yung nga pala sa mga pupunta na sa inyong mga office, guys, magdala na ng inyong payong, raincoat, boots, kasi mukhang may bagyo nga tayo manggagaling dito. Siyempre, ingat kayo sa biyahe papunta sa trabaho. Wow.
May bagyo?
Radio DJ. Yeah. Sabihan nila parang may 2 bagyo ata na papasok ngayon sa Pilipinas.
Malbalbalan? Pwede ba naman yung...
Yan ang sasabihin natin, hindi maayos yun. Masaya umulan, pero hindi masaya na may kasamang bagyo ang ulan.
Pero mas masaya kapag kapiling ka. Yan.
Habang umuulan. Yan!
Sa tuwing umuulan at kapiling ka.
Tapos humihigop kayo ng mainit na tubig.
Ano daw?
Pag walang pang kape, mainit na tubig pwede na. Good for the health yun Kasi pag umaga, para na pag tumatanda ka, mas maganda na umiinom ka ng maligamgam na kahit para hindi masikmuraan.
Hindi. Yung bagyo pala, parang lilipas lang siya, pero hindi siya papasok sa Pilipinas. Yun naman ang meron.
Yun ang maganda. Okay.
Lang siya, tropical storm, pero ang ginagawa niya kasi, binubuhat niya yung habagat. Kaya maulan. Yung habagat.
Ano yun?
You don't know what... Oh my gosh! You don't know what habagat is? It's technically monsoon rains.
Ayun. Monsoon. Okay.
Hindi niya alam yung habagat. Eto, shoutout mo kaya sabi mo, shoutout dapat hanggang mamaya siya shoutout. Saan mo kaya nakuha yung kapal na mukha dyan, Joe Mark Domingo? Yan, shoutout sa'yo. And anyway, good morning. Yan, ka-shoutout din kay Kev. Nanonood daw sila ng wife niya sa Ireland. Sana all! Yan ang tunay na baby time. Sabi ni Jade dito, nakatulog daw siya sa stream. Okay lang yan. Yan na lang yung ka-late night talks. Pero laglag na ang sir siya. Skirt. Kaso si Mark pina-audition na naman. Pero buti na lang may off-angle pa mula sa side ng Loud. 2v2 pa nga ngayon. May pag-asa pang maipanalo nga nila ito. Pero sige, naglabas na rin kaagad ang Headhunter. Goes with the flash. Nice point! Tapos nakuha pa rin si Sassy. My goodness, yay! Hep hep!
Hooray!
Ayan, shoutout kay Abby Rayos. Yung mga to, ang kakapala ng mukha. Gusto every 5 minutes pinag-shoutout to. Walang paluwayo
Grabe. Tagahabol ng ulo si Yay. What a shot to connect. Coming in from the rank demon of NA. And that is Yay. And yes, that rhymes mga kaibigan. 6-3 for Optic dito ngayon. Nagkakaproblema na ang Loud. Every single attacking maneuver that they want to go for has been all but shut down. And I think we're getting into the sync of Optic. Aspas on the first encounter ngayon. Tries to bait out the positioning. Crashes with the double swing. This could be bad for Aspas as the flash actually blinds the rest of Loud. Kailangan nila muna makapag-back away. Also have to be very afraid na they could get pinched dito, Ray. They've lost Pancada already. Wala na silang taga-smoke. Aspas will have to go into the site by himself for the moment without that cover of his. And Sadak all the way through A main. This could be the pinch play that they're looking for. Nag-iingat sila na baka mapinch din sila ni Victor coming out of Dish or coming out of Arcade actually. But this is the perfect time for Loud to go in. Don't get the orb. Malalaman ng kalaban. And this is the moment. Hindi tayo kakanta. Tayo ay tatalon. Tayo ay mag-exercise as Aspas is about to go for the jump into the site. Look at the swing position here for Marv. Oh, he gets the shutdown onto Aspas. This is perfect. Alam na alam niya. Ramdam na ramdam niya. That's why he was actually playing on top of the site itself. Picks up the 3K, picks up the 4K, and Marv has defended A-site by himself and has gotten also the ultimate ready for this next round.
Wala to. Palug-palug na si Marv. Pero alam mo, napansin ko lang sir, every time it's in Fracture, si Marv talaga yung nagpa-pop off with that Brimstroke. Diba? Parati yan. Nakita na ako ng maraming plays niya dito sa Fracture niya talaga with that controller. Sobrang ganda talaga ng kanyang performance. Pero may tanong ako, ba't hindi na sila nagva-Viper dito sa Fracture? Kasi ako, I still find Viper much effective here. Pero is it because of that Raze or Neon Duelist? Kaya sila
yeah, possibly. And I think yung insta 3 smokes lang ng Brim makes for very explosive entry on the attacking side, right? Or maybe even defensive side on retakes. It at least allows you to smoke everything agad if you want to be fast and furious, like what Victor does, right? So I think it makes a lot of sense. That, and I think primarily utility din ni Brimstone is just so strong. If you think about it, it's somewhat similar to Rolling Thunder ni Breach, right? Where it influences the entire site. As you can see dun sa Orbital Strike, it influences the entire site. Flushes out either defender or attacker, and it just works so well. Yay! Medyo natutunaw siya dito ngayon, but he has the shorty. If Aspas actually puts it, he is actually dead. Still though, numbers into the favor of Loud. There was the Rolling Thunder from FNS, pero doesn't really do too much. Although Victor has actually gone all the way around. This is bad. This is bad para sa Loud ngayon. 2 versus 2. Can they find one more player? FNS is taking some damage. He's actually taking down Sacy. But Pancada steps up to the podium. Magsasalita siya. Doesn't graduate yet, but he's the one that has done the effort and has done the clutch para sa Loud.
Loud still. Asoray, ayaw magpatinag talaga ang ginawa ni Sassy. Pero sabi nila dito sa comment section, tulog na si Vil. Oo guys, wala kaming tulog. Ako si Vil tsaka si Taylor kasi nag-shoot pa kami kanina. Wala nang lower bracket for losing teams. Basically, kung sino man natalo dito, uuwi na sila. So, kita-kits na lang sa Champions. Kasi pasok naman na silang dalawa sa Champions eh. Pero to kape-kape para sa OT Omsim, eto na lang gumigising sa akin. Wala na nag-good morning sa'yo. Okay lang yan. Wala, may good morning ba sa'yo, Asaray?
Meron eh.
Tanungin mo ako kung meron sa akin.
Meron ba sa'yo?
Meron.
Yeah! Congrats.
Actually, di na good morning eh. Good night na eh. Kala mo LDR, kaso Aspas gets crashes. And now Marv takes down sa duck. Ay, no! Si Marv nyo, kala nyo duelist pero naka-brimstronk lang yan. Malakas yan. Sassy na lang ang natitira, but Ye takes him out. Good decision for them to actually get that double operator. Pero still a good half, I think, for the side of Loud.
It was good, but Marv, sayo na nga, it's an absolute demon this entire first half. Shots, okay, that one did not connect. That one did. Pero ang ganda ng positioning niya dito. Look at the pop shots na ginawa nung counterpart niya. But somehow, Marv still stays so incredibly tucked in that wall na whatever shots that Loud was throwing out, Marv just did not get hit at all. I was actually thinking that maybe they got in it, maybe that was good, but somehow Loud have dropped the ball. I think they chased so hard to kill Dunkey Marv. They've actually secured the site. They could have just played way back to B main, taking control of tower, and that might have been it. And we're just gonna throw it to the panel first to discuss things a little bit further.
Hey, Mimi, and just, I mean, the he's ridiculous.
Yeah, he is absurd when he is playing on this stage. The satchel routing for Aspas is really incredible. Dropping 376 ACS.
That's kind of crazy.
The first half, a little crazy.
That's even
crazy.
better than the first half of Ascent, where he averaged 1 kill per round.
Yeah, and again, it is playing against literally what is considered the best team in the world right now. He is shutting down some of the best players that we have at this tournament and is doing it in such incredible fashion.
Coming into this event, he had the 3rd highest land stats of all time. I mean, he just popped off at Reykjavik at his first event, and he has not slowed down in the slightest. There are amazing players on both sides of this, and it'll be a travesty to send anybody home. But it would be awesome to keep seeing these kind of performances heading deeper.
Yeah, but then, you know, shifting over, though, to Optic, I mean, despite Aspas's great performance, you know, Optic, they have managed to rally back into this. And we expected this sideshow because of the fact that Fracture is a good map for Optic, and you're starting to see them get a little loosey-goosey out there, feeling themselves a little bit.
Yeah, when Loud played against Crew, they actually planted B 5 times out of 8, and they won every post plant. So what you saw was Optic were not even allowing them to get to the post plants, and that has been a crucial element of Optic's defense. Now, as Optic move into the attack, normally we'd be saying, oh, they're not as good on the attack side, etc. That doesn't apply to Fracture. Their attack sides are elite, and they're powered by Victor and the flash combos that they set up. So I think 8-4 should be pretty decent here.
Yeah, they
we
are
should
in a
be
very
going
good
to the
spot.
third.
You would think that Victor has been propelling them forward. He is fantastic on this attacking side, like you mentioned. The game is very much set up around him here on Fracture. But even looking back a little bit, it was Morph, it was Ye coming alight. Those are the critical players that were stepping this team ahead at Reykjavik. They are back. This team has a good understanding of how to play this map. This is Optic's home ground. They should be pushing us to a third.
Yeah, it's very clear that Optic are feeling comfortable, but Loud coming into this game have been feeling themselves from the start. This matchup is far from over. Could we be going to a game 3? Let's find out. Caster's back.
Okay, dito na kami guys. 8-4 nga. Ang malaking tanong na nga lang natin ngayon is, makakabawi nga ba ang Loud against Optic? Or talagang Optic all the way para lang makapunta sa split? Pero nga lang, kapag Loud, they will be continuous sa kanilang performance on the defending, just like how they did it in Ascent. It's not impossible to tell Optic, you guys will go home. Meaning ng NA, near airport. Less. Kinuha na nga kagad niya ngayon si Marv. Tries to pop off with the flash, pero si Victor nakapasok na rin. Pero ADS gaming lang mula kay Les. Ganyan Les si Chamber. At relax lang ang mga taga-Loud. Pero bakit? Akala ko mali yung camera nila. But then si Victor naka-frenzy. Please nerf this gun. And now it's gonna be 2v2. Victor still gets the head of a Spas. And si Sadak na lang ang natitira with that clutch. Pero it's planted for holes. Pero now he spots off kagad. And he will be able to make them low. Kaso, napakatalino ni Ye. Risk it all. Wala namang masama kapag ginawa mo na ang lahat. And it's gonna be a 9-4. Mukhang pabor talaga sa Optic ang Fracture map.
A little bit, paano sabihin to? Medyo excited si Sadak to go for that aggressive play where the smoke actually separated two of the players ng Optic dito. I think he could have played that much calmer and just like have the fuse and played around and forced them to have peeked them because alam niya naman yung damage na meron siya. He was very low already. Victor has to get closer with the frenzy, so that might have made his Classic a little bit more effective, especially when Classic is just horrible at mid to long ranges. Sabihin mo naman na sorry, nakakatama ko ng long range Classic, wag mong sabihin sa akin yan. Minsan talaga, it's a very do or die kind of weapon or die or die kind of weapon. It's not good at most cases, and I don't know, so that might have just played that a little bit too over-aggressive. In any case, this could merit a really strong response from Optic, because now they're just so aggressive on their push. With the Neon specifically dito, Ray, it's so easy for them to just be so aggressive and create so much map control by just showing a little bit of force elsewhere, and this might gravitate the attention agad of Loud. There's already 4 people stacked up onto B. Marv has spotted out Aspas, which is really bad for them. And because there's still some time left para sa Optic dito, they can take their sweet time then to just look where they want to push. Les, he was first on the defensive board there for A side. Now, it's all but been just broken apart. Sacy and Sadak na lang ang matitira. And this is just going to be a futile attempt at defense para sa kanila. I don't think Sacy's gonna survive this. And there you go. Team Ace, flawless, lahat na nabigay para sa Optic dito sa round na to.
Tatlo na lang sa Optic. Alam mo, parang gusto ko na talagang tanggapin eh. Natuwan to eh. Especially ngayong araw kasi may kita mo na sino yung mga unang uuwi eh. At it's nice to see that the Fracture, I thought it's all in favor of Loud, but then looks like Victor is back on track already. Marv also, diba? Ano na sila? Ni-rework nga na nila yung reset. Ngayon na kagad si Victor, papakitaan niya. Siyempre, ang daliri ng mga taga-NA. At ngayon, wala pa siyang na-pick off pero ready na nga din siya kagad. Sabi niya, press W, it's up. Kay Les to show them what they've got. But then Victor gets him with that Spectre. Ganda talaga niya ng Neon X Spectre. X yung ult pa niya. Talagang alam mong palong-palo eh. Pero as of now, how will Loud retake this? They lose this, they lose already the map. I think yun talaga yung malaking pwedeng makita nating chance. And okay lang naman eh. Kung pupunta tayo na split, basta ganito kabilis, di ba? Kaysa sa mga 13-11, di ba? Okay lang na ganito. Sige, go, Optic!
Nako, you say that, Ray, but split is, I think, one of the slowest maps we'll ever have in VALORANT. It's just built for slow. Any case, speed is of the essence. I am speed. Cut Chow as they try to rampage back into the site. And look at that. They get it. Oh, that molly. Grabe. It was just spaced well enough na makakasingit pa doon si Sadak for the jump into the defuse. That gives a fighting chance dito for Loud. They didn't lose too much in that one. 3 were able to save themselves the rifles. Optic have still money to spare. And nakikita mo, ang laki ng potential for them to really put the pressure ngayon sa Loud, especially now that they have the rifles.
Talagang pwede pa tong maging comeback ng Loud, I guess. If they win this, the next 2 rounds, I think, malaking impact talagang pwedeng mangyari. May pa-lineup pa sila, di ba, sa Fragment. Ang galing, di ba? Ang galing. Kaso it's up to Les to pick up at least 1, pero still Victor gets Sadak already. And mukhang palong-palo na si Victor magtanggol. Ikaw ba naman naka-neon ka here in Fracture? I think it really gives a lot, but then there's just a spaz with the frag, and now Les tries to get this one once again. Kumuha lang ng information dito sa arcade at masa-spot off kagad siya. It's gonna be a 3v3. Kaso nga lang, the fact that FNS and si Marv buhay pa rin, baka mahihirapan pa nga sila. And now, Sassy, napakalayo mo, Beshi. Saan ka manggagaling? 2 pa nakatingin sa'yo, and he finishes him out. Optic, 2 na lang at pupunta tayo sa split.
Mukha na nga mapupunta tayo sa position na yon. Still, there is moments to buy for Loud. They've called time out na dito, Ray. Pero, yeah, I think you're hitting the nail with that remark na it feels like Loud just cannot find the beat for it. Lahat ng players ng Optic just online to go for these fights and keep winning them. And yeah, you can hear already shouting of the nice pare. Pero mas gusto natin na nice baby. Anyways, 2 more rounds to go para sa Optic dito. I wonder how Loud will adjust if ever they're looking to mount a comeback. But anything else other than just Aspas charging right in, throwing the nades, getting frags, pero the refrag then of Optic has been incredibly fast.
Ang bilis nga talaga ng pacing ngayon ng Fracture. And I think I'm happy to see fast-paced game here in Fracture. Diba? Compared sa mga usual cast natin sa mapang to. Ang tagal, diba? Yung Loud versus Crew. Sakit sa ulo talaga, I swear, nung kinast natin yun. Pero dito talaga, hindi masabayan ng Loud yung tempo na pinapakita ng Optic Gaming against them. Well, sa mga nagsasabi, ano nga po ba ito ng Optic Gaming? Sila yung dating NV. Ayan. Sabi dito, ni Aso ni Aso ni Bill.
Grabe, si Bill nga tulog na. Aso pa, gising pa rin.
Looking for Sageman na mag-revive sa akin. Yung mga duo na yan, laugh trip na yan. Alam mo ako, di ko man lang... Yan, sabi dito, good morning mga kapande sa loob na may kasampang kape, isasaw-saw mo. Diba? Sarap kaya nun. Kaso linis niya. Tapos ano? May peanut butter palaman.
Oo. Or nagluto ka ng sinangag, tapos may tuyo. Tapos may kasamang suka. Sarap.
Paano yung sarap? Oh!
Yummy.
Pag ito na-comeback ng Loud, Asaray,
ano mangyayari sa atin?
Ano bang pwede nating, bibigyan kita ng cocktail. Pero ngayon, ang mga taga-Optic goes for a plant already. Crash is still. Posible ba to He gets the second. Oh my goodness, Crash is he gets the 3rd match point. Ginawang bata. Ginawang CSGO flash. Doon naman siya nanggaling, di ba? Yep, doon siya nanggaling. 12-5. I think talagang di na kaya makasabay ng Loud ngayon. Nahihirapan na sila. Bye-bye!
Ito na yung tipo na sasabihin na lang nila, GG go next.
Oo.
Sobrang kinulang ang ano dito, ang Loud dito. Si Crashes, oh. Ramdam na ramdam niya. Woo! May braces pa siya. Batang-bata.
Batang-bata. Laton ka na ba, Saray? At sabi mong batang-bata. But hey, here comes the party as Fast tries to do his best. Ay, nako. Ang unstoppable na ni Victor. Parang si Monyet maglaro ng Neon eh. Wala lang. Miss ko lang tuloy yung Onyx. Fan ako ng Onyx eh. Oh, paro-paro G.
Fly high like butterfly.
Oh, but then, yeah.
Nakalimutan na kayo ng tao na ano yun yung initiation para sa grupo ng Paro-Paro G. Yung meme. Ang bilis eh. Ang bilis na wala eh.
Ganun talaga kabilis ang mga Pinoy mag-move on.
Sa meme, sa relasyon. No? As parehas lang.
Joke time.
Okay, teka lang. 3 versus 4. Optic have a really strong hold into this. And I'm wondering, nag-iintay talaga sila sa timer na to ngayon. What is kind of good here is Loud have anticipated and actually tama ang kanilang guess. It is going to be a massive push on to B. 15 seconds. Is there time to go to the A side? Absolutely not. Oh, yay, been spotted. That's going to be a huge, huge defense, but it's now down to just Sadak. 2 versus 1. He has... This Spectre is really good part. Oh, no. Marv's going to get spotted. He spotted it already. If he gets this could be very crucial para sa Loud. And it's good. Bait your teammate. They do get that vision agad of where Marv is. And now it's down to Crashies, but they're going to expect he's going to be on the side. He's backed up onto Arcade. Maglalaro muna siya dito ng joystick. But he has the flash to set things up. He's going slowly at it. He has been spotted, I believe. And they're off the spike. Oh, but they still had the time to actually search as a two-man. That was really well-timed by Loud. Maybe 4 seconds? 6, actually. Plenty of time for Loud to actually defuse that spike.
Ay. Pero, ang high risk yun, ha? Pero ito, pinilit talaga eh. Pinilit niya na eh. Ni Marv eh. Ikaw ba, sa ganang sitwasyon na, sorry, aasimin mo ba yung yung rest na ganyan?
Yes, kailangan. Low HP na sila parehas. So he had to get value off of that or else walang... I don't think mananalo na doon si Crashies. Just as how many bodies Loud can throw against Optic nun. And again, since Valorant does show yung combat report of how much damage you take, right? Very easy for the players of Loud to just communicate kay sa players nila na, yo, this guy's super low. Alam mo na gagawin mo. Tama ka pare. Wall was pretty solid. This gives Sadak a nice little back position. Kita mo nakasama na dito si Les and teammates. And now he's going in a little bit wild. Pero teka lang muna. Medyo nag-overheat dito si Les as Yay gives himself up into the plate. Aspas. Mag-zoom na lang gamit ng zipline. Trying to go all the way around. Pero B side actually is not the way that Optic want to go, Ray, as the rest of Optic now looking to go back into their own spawn, hit the A site. The question now lies, malalaman ba ito ng Aspas agad so that they can adjust accordingly, or, oh, this is so big brain. Tapos pag bumalik pa sila sa arcade, pwede pa nila ma-flank si Aspas. Oh, I don't think Aspas will actually know this. If they go left, this is gonna be huge. I mean, if they go A, this is still the same thing na mangyayari sa Optic. So I'm expecting they should be going back to B, right? Because that's the angle that I don't think Loud will actually truly anticipate.
30 seconds
yeah,
left.
They will. Ashpash is not looking in the right direction, but there's so much time he can just keep looking left and right now. It might have taken too long for Optic, but this is still pretty good para sa Loud.
Oh no, winnable para to sa Optic. Ay, yun lang, low on HP. Yun, hinampas lahat. Sakto, delay pa. Wala na to. Wala to. Pero ginamit ni Sassy yung Rolling Thunder niya just to secure that round. But okay. Wala lang. Kasi kung gusto pa nila humabol, wala na rin naman ng oras yung nasayangan na ako. Diba? Tama ba? Sayang yung Rolling Thunder niya eh.
Agreed.
Pero,
I think there was still maybe time for Jay to have won the 1v1 and then ma-force yung maybe have time to go for the plant because it was like 7 seconds, 6 seconds. You get hindi pinapakita na replay yung time na natitira. I think it was about 6 seconds. So, you get the 1 kill in 1 second. You get 1 second to get into the site and then you get 4 seconds to plant the spike. I think there's maybe still some time para sa dito. But yeah, it was overkill. But you know what? When they don't have any more rounds left to buffer, any utility you can use to secure a round, might as well, right?
They need this timeout, Aserai. Or else, I think this is gonna be a sudden shift sa side ng Loud. It's not impossible for Loud to do things such as an overtime and turn the tables, di ba? So if you want to go to split, if you don't want to go home yet, Optic needs this timeout nga. Pero ngayon, ang mga taga-Loud, baka talagang it's time already also sa kanila na makapag-reset. And hindi imposible. It's just 5 rounds. And looking at how strong they are naman na on their defending, they finally adjusted already with how aggressive maglaro ang Optic. And finally, Les is getting that good anchor ng B-site. Baka nga ito ang magiging problema ng Optic. Pero ngayon, yung pagiging aggressiveness sa A-site, pwede nga nalang matrifty pa ang mga taga-Loud. Dahil nga, itong mga frenzy nila tumatama. Kaso Aspa suddenly denying them. But there's the Molly, there's the Flash. But Crashies will be able to take down Sacy. And now, it's gonna be a 4v4. Marv, showing disturbance dito sa may drop itself. Pero masisilip ba siya ngayon ni Aspas together with Pancada? Okay, mukhang hindi. Konting heal lang ngayon. Healing galing. At kailangan lang ngayon ng Loud ay mag-ingat. Kasabuti na lang na timingan na rin ni Pancada kagad si Ye. But then, the advantage ng barrel nasa pabor kasi ng mga taga-Optic. Pero there's still Marv trying to go up against the members ngayon ng Loud. And will he be able to get that clutch? Nope. Last gets him from drop 12-8. 4 rounds left before it's gonna be an overtime.
So they can't sit on their laurels here, Ray. That was so timing. There was one small gap na hindi masastun si Aspas and he got the kill off of Victor. What was kind of interesting there was FNS, ang ganda ng flashes sa A main, and Aspas was still able to get away. Pero nakita mo, Aspas was taking so much damage from the Molly na I was actually expecting that might have been a really good play pa rin for Optic if they gotten those 2 kills, but not. Aspas was just holding so well. Speaking of holding well, grabe, Loud are betting right now, Ray. Nagagamble sila, 50-50. Either stack B or stack A at tingin natin kung saan magka-slide play dito si Victor. And they're guessing correctly for I think 2 to 3 rounds now. What's also pretty good dito for Loud is even if they do that, even if pumunta Optics other side, they can always play that aggressive retake that we've seen them do na lang rather than keep defending sites. They're defending certain angles and it is ruining yung positioning ng Loud dito. Still, the problem is Optic is a very adaptable team. They're very quick on just being able to rampage into these sites. They bring actually the numbers really far back into their own favor. And oh no. This might be going to game number 3 na. Aspas, hero of the century, entry-fragger magaling. Pero does he have the clutch genes worn today? Ngayon, Ray, size 3-1. The double stack. Yay and Crashies. Kaya niya ba? Abutin! Nope. Alright, we're gonna go to split.
Ay, wala pang uwi. Walang near airport. Map-pick advantage nga ang meron. And mukhang nasolusyonan ng mga taga-Optic ang pangyayari versus sa Ascent kanina lang. Pero napaka-fast-paced ng fracture map nga pagdating sa dalawang teams na to. And the fact that it was an 8-4, the fact that this second half became so-called din sa side ng Loud. Talagang Optic Gaming, they really impress us with this lineup that they have. Pero looking at it naman, On form naman yung Loud eh. Sadyang sa tingin ko, nagising na si Victor with that Neon. That's gonna be the biggest problem, diba? Ang iba talaga yung advantage ng meron kang Neon eh, versus sa meron kang Raze. Although, nakita naman natin si Aspas. But the impact kills itself, Victor has been fragging so much. He gets the first kill usually sa kada rounds. Nag-switch ka ng sides. Gets so good many openers. Plus, there's crashes also with the clutch that he's been doing with the post plants. Ang galing talaga. I love how they played this once again here in this map.
I wonder kung ano magiging i-showcase natin ng Loud going into Split. Because honestly, Split, I feel is just one of the maps that a team like Loud might not do as well. That being said, though, they have gotten in their past 3 games Split in their own particular region 100% win rate dito, Ray. So there is that metric, but they haven't really gotten to use that in the region versus region na pinapakita sa atin dito sa Masters. Anyways, guys, we're gonna take a quick break. Kailangan natin magpahinga ng onte. When we come back, game number 3 is gonna go underway. So, intay lang kayo dyan. Almusal na. And good morning sa iyo, baby. So, see you guys in a bit.
Boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it, you cannot stop it. I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was never an option. Exhausted, this passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it, you cannot stop it.
And Optic Gaming managed to win their map pick of Fracture 13-8, but boy, oh boy, Loud made them work for it. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Golden Boy, alongside Mimi as well as Sideshow here. And, you know, Sideshow, as we look at the MVP breakdown of that game, it's very clear, right? Members of Optic Gaming, like, they're coming back online. This is exactly what we wanted to see.
Yeah, they're in their comfort territory. This is their map. And I think they've just lent on the fact that they're comfortable to get big performances out of other people. Victor has a good map, but at the top of the scoreboard, it's Marved, and he's keeping up this tournament MVP caliber performances that he showed us at Reykjavik, and he's just bopping. I mean, the guy is frying out there.
He's been the only consistent force that Optic has had. Everyone else has had inconsistent moments thus far here in Copenhagen, but Marved has always been the guy to perform for this squad, and he's doing it here again. Even when they had the slower starting towards this map, even when they had rough moments, Marved was always there to step up.
Yeah, and it's been awesome to see him be so consistent, but another player that we needed to see, come alive here. It's Ye, and he's taken the wide angles. He's going for the crazy shots that we know Ye could do, and what we saw him do in North American Challenger side, Joe.
He's back. He's woken up. He's popping off. I mean, this play here, where he gets the headshots on both of them through the box, was masterful, and this was back to being what we expect of from Ye. This is it. This is the player. This is the caliber you normally see, and he was going toe-to-toe with Aspas.
Yeah, and they were pretty even throughout this. And I think the biggest point is that Loud wasn't necessarily slowing down. Aspas was still having those moments. It's just that this team in Optic, they showed up. Ye, in particular, came alive, gave us a performance that is the standard for this guy. And, well, that standard is above and beyond.
I mean, Aspas is still absolutely dominating. Don't get me wrong. I mean, you can see the numbers yourself. He's pounding. But at least he's kind of the only player that's currently doing it for Loud, at least on that map. And then on the other side of things, you've got multiple people stepping up for Optic.
Sure.
And that's really the win condition for them, is having more people have more impact. They can't rely on just Ye or just Marv.
Yeah, and we talked on day one with this team about kind of the three keys to success. It's Marv continuing his MVP status. It's Ye stepping up to the plate of being that just the best player on the chamber, and as well finding their niche in the maps. And they found that here in Fracture. This is their comfort. They've continued to play the same style, and it works yet again versus Loud.
Well, let's go ahead and look ahead at our next game. It's our next map, rather. It's going to be split, and of course, it could only end like this sideshow. We're going to split. It's 1-1. Repeat Grand Finals of Reykjavik. This is it. Winner moves on, loser goes home.
But the crazy thing is, how did we end here at Split? Loud got rid of Haven, they got rid of Bind. I would consider both of those maps higher up the map pool than Split. Split is normally their permaban. And so they're heading into very uncomfortable territory. And this is where I think the biggest strength of Optic, the depth of their map pool, should come into its own.
Yeah, and
should.
The thing is, they lost on this map to Guild, but it was so damn close. They started incredibly slow, but they really rallied in the second half, and they showed us some really great things. They had just made the pivot onto the Fade Rays on this map, moving away from their more traditional Neon, and while they lost, I still saw a lot of success. I still saw a lot of great moments. For the other side, I don't know what to expect out of Loud.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know what comp they're going to run. They have previously run the Optic composition, they've tried out Rays Fade, and look at your screen right now. Normally, in Brazil, Loud are winning 69% of the time. That's averaging a 13-6 map win. Yeah, very nice. When they play on Split, yeah, they win because they're in Brazil and they're rolling people, but they only win 53% of the rounds. That is like going from 13-6 dominating, your ranked rating goes through the roof, to a 13-11. That's so close,
and that's close. From like 3 games.
Yeah, they normally ban it.
Yeah, I mean, they barely let it through pools. It's only really in best out of 5s, and I think like 1 BO3 that they are willing to play this map. So it is, again, like you said, crazy that they let it through. I'm wondering if maybe they've cooked something up, but again, the history does not look good on this map.
You just can't get to this point against Optic and just simply let Split through. I refuse to believe.
Surely there's something special
They've got to have a comp or
yeah.
something. But at the same time, right, this map, Split, is a Rays map.
Yeah.
It can be dominated by star duelist players. Anyone got a good star duelist player lying around? Anyone who's like really good at Rays?
I can think of a guy. This Aspas guy, he's been okay.
Aspas got a guy.
He's all right. He's all right.
He makes things go boom.
He's fine. And like you mentioned there, Josh, they were previously playing on the Fade Rays. This is the map where that duo I think is the best. Maybe Haven up there as well, but this is where we get like the sauce pass between Saucy and Aspas. I believe it's actually Sharak as well, maybe playing the role here. But the initiators setting him up for success. This could be his map.
Yeah, look, I said it in the beginning. I'm going to say it again. I don't care who wins. I just want this to be the Giga Banger, Mimi. Okay, I just want.
You gotta
this.
move beyond it. It's a grand final, but it's not.
It's not. Yeah, I guess so. But this has just been such an incredible game. Both teams really just waking up here. What we got from Loud in game 1, and even the way that when Optic looked like they were comfortable on Fracture, they still felt threatened by Loud. I refuse to believe that Loud does not have a plan here.
At the end of this map, we are either sending home the former tournament MVP and arguably best player in the world in Marv and Ye, or we're sending home the best duelist that we have in the tournament in Aspas. That is just
and by far the greatest team that Brazil has to offer. I mean, this team has not dropped a map in that region.
And remember the rivalry here. Coming into this event ahead of Copenhagen, this team in their history had only dropped 6 maps. 4 of those were to Optic. These guys have a history, and now their life is on the line.
All right, well, it's time to jump into the Prime Gaming Agent Select. Let's see what we're gonna get here. I mean, there's the composition for Loud. Keep in mind, Loud have barely played this. It's been banned oftentimes by this team, but oh, surprise, surprise, Auspice locks in the Raze.
Yeah. Interesting. I mean, I like this. The Raze Fade lineup, it makes a lot of sense to me. And Optic are going for it as well. You know, we've seen them in the past running the Neon comps and trying to combo a lot of aggression around the map. But it is Raze Fade up against Raze Fade. Potentially here, Crashies could make the difference, because I think his KO utility should be able to find more value than less on the Viper. I just don't really see how that's going to provide them as much value unless they're very creative in the wall usage and playing like some kind of mid-aggression or the snake bites. It's going to be more challenging.
Yeah, and again, Victor, even though he's not playing the Neon, he still loves pressing those extremities. There won't be any Sentinel utility to lock that down.
All right, well, this is it. For all the marbles, people, Optic Gaming, Loud, it goes to Game 3 on Split. 1 map to decide who continues on. Let's send it right back over to Pansy and Hypoc. Oh, boy, have a good time, guys.
Hi guys, good morning. It's 6 a.m. and nasa last map na nga tayo between Optic together with Loud. My name is Ray. Alongside me here is Baby Azurai. At nakita na nga natin ang summary lang naman ng ating mga maps earlier on. First map nga ay nanalo sa Ascent ang mga taga Optic. Second map ay ang mga ang Loud sa first map, second map ay Optic, and now we're gonna be here in Split. And I think wala tayong, mention nga ni Azurai, walang Sentinel ang Loud sa map na to. Instead, they're gonna be settling with that double controller.
Now, what's even more interesting is they started on the defending side pa without that Sentinel. So, visual confirmation na magiging name of the game dito para sa Loud. And I don't know, Ray. It feels like such a big risk on a map, specifically like this. I mean, I'd give it sana sa Loud if they were starting on the attacking side. That made a lot more sense para sa akin. But without the Sentinel, this is more of a death sentence. Kasi this gives a hyper-aggressive team like Optic all the necessary go-ahead na just keep pushing. Wala kami magagawa. Even if we have the double controllers, that is not something that I think will phase Optic, pun intended. But you got my drift. And that pistol, kind of indicative of what I was already expecting Optic to do when they again know na walang Sentinel ang Loud.
Dito pa naman sa Split, kailangan mo na Sentinel eh. Kahit, di ba, trademark nga lang yung meron, pero still, it gives so much.
Yeah.
Paano pa pag maka-cut off sila? Hindi kasi kayang ano eh. Paano ba? Hindi kayang ipantay ng weight. May mas better term. Pero hindi kayang ipantay ng weight yung double controller, yung pagiging may hard sentinel ka.
The thing kasi with that, kasi, diba, is there's two ways to approach this with this particular comp ng Loud. Is you have the threat na meron ang stars ni Pancada as the Astra, yes. But that means na you have to keep those stars up to the very maximum output that you can. Hindi mo siya pwede activate ng basta-basta lang. Kailangan mong gamitin siya when the proper time to attack Optic is there. And is there going to be that proper timing para sa Loud? I think against a team like Optic, it is going to be incredibly difficult to really find that measurement para sa kanila. And what this means is, again, it can be incredibly effective for Loud to have this kind of composition, but the thing is, they have to have certain players that are threatening enough that Optic have to respect yung stars. But right now, nakikita mo yung playstyle ng Optic, they respect absolutely nothing. And they're charging in, and they're just keeping the fight, and they're so quick at getting those trades. Again, it still is yung weak pistol rounds ng Loud dito, but I'm already expecting something very similar, even though napupunta tayo sa buy round ng Loud.
I'm expecting this to be a one-sided once this reaches 6-0 in favor of Optic. Sabi dito, before Masters Copenhagen, Loud has only ever lost 6 maps. 4 of those were to Optic. Oh, yeah. Oo nga pala. Loud has been playing clean 2-0s every time we casted them last Masters. So, bakit ako nag-i-English? But then, anyway, alam mo kasi recently, yung mga nakakausap ko, puro English eh.
Okay lang.
Okay lang. Like, when Azure and I are together, parating English na lang. Pero okay lang, napapractice na lang din yung English ko. At till masanay din ako sa kakornihan ng kasama ko. But then, di ba? Di kaya kahit maglabas ka na ng stars mo kagad. Hindi mo naman na yan para mababalik sa dati. Wala na, nasayang mo na siya. That's it. And ngayon, pwede lang mag-play slow parating Optic din i-exhaust yung utilities ng mga to eh.
Because going back into it nga din naman is you have to risk your life dito sa match na to as a player of Loud so that you can optimize, or not optimize, but maximize yung lifespan nung star na yon. Look, because na-bait out na ng Optic yung stars ni Pancada dito, they can keep doing whatever they want, and Pancada only has a maximum of 4 stars. I keep calling out the controller Pancada. They still do have less, pero I will be honest, I don't really feel the Viper as much. Again, because of the particular composition na meron dito ng Optic. Somehow Pancada is still surviving the back of the site, pero systematically gets pinned down by the rest of Optic. So that settles though. Optic is just now down to Victor and Ye. Make that only Ye. But Ye is El Diablo. But it seems like this Diablo will get the... Wait, not... Okay, we will exercise. I was about to say the other side, pero no. Chill tayo. Kalma tayo dyan. And will be the first point on the board for Loud.
Sabi ni Regner, ni Derek, baka may afam ka na, Riri, kaya umi-English ka na. Hindi ako pang foreigner. I think TVH lang. Na-realize ko, hindi ako pang foreigner. Unless Japanese, German siya. Mga Daniel Matsunaga vibes. Gusto ko pa rin kasi may Asian Asian na descent pa rin.
So gusto mo yung German Shepherd na pinanganak sa Japan?
Malastui, Victor, ganyan. Kung taga-Westman lang. Mga ganun na lalaki. Hindi talaga, ayoko talaga ng puti. Di ko lang bet. Di nagugupuan sa kanila eh. And nag-satchel in, satchel out, tinuruan ni Super MJ mag-highlights tong si Victor. At ngayon, konti na lang before Loud can make this. Pero I think hindi. Talagang papatayin lang sila ngayon ng mga taga-Optic. Pero oh no, hindi pa pala! Na-jinx ko! Oh my goodness! Lumaban pang Loud. Crashes na lang together with FNS. Bakit nyo kasi inaasim ang mga bagay-bagay na dapat hindi inaasim? Diyos ko po. Oh. Yun lang, medyo excited si Optic.
FNS. Rockin' a hard place. 3 versus 1 na siya. Great flash out from Sacy. And tama ka nga dyan, Ray. Optic medyo na... Medyo na sobra na sila dun. I think that last round or the round before that was much better. Slow style play, baiting out the utility. This time, they didn't want to respect yung utility that Loud has. I'm saying that again, Optic should have a fairly well enough time to fight against Loud here, but if they don't really respect the utility, Loud is still a very formidable team to try to go against, and you see how quickly they can really bring things back. It's now 2-2. Optic will not have the money to purchase anymore, and Loud, laking bagay nito. And we've mentioned it already, Ray, this is eliminations match already. Kung sino ang ma-eliminate dito will not see the light of day, will not see ang playoffs coming in just a few days then.
At ngayon, talagang... napakadali lang naman para sa Optic to get that read against Loud, pero I think nahihirapan sila ngayon. Nagugulat ako. Kala ko makuha na sila ng advantage, pero hindi. Loud is just good also in this map. You can just accept it, but maybe when we switch sides ba yun? So if Optic gets this into a 7-5 maybe, baka kayang-kaya pa. Pero first half, parang dikit .
Yeah, balikan naman natin sa pinag-usapan natin kanina. Hindi natin gustuhan yung loud composition nila because it does need certain parameters, Ray, para maging effective. And it seems like they're checking out the parameters right now. Baka sabi ng chat natin, yung mga caster to, sabi-sabi lang muna. Pero you have to also be very aware of the certain requirements na kinakailangan from teams with specific compositions actually used. It's not just always yung 1:1 na mga comps na yan. Victor does get seized as well as backed away. So yung kanyang Showstopper does absolutely nothing. Look at the late tactics na ginawa ng Loud dito. I love how they're just able to push them back. Stacey, because of that Rolling Thunder, still pushes back the rest of Optic. As of the moment, on the offense, Marv has activated the wall, pero hindi pa rin makapag-push forward ngayon ang Optic. I'm not sure kung ano yung binato ng Loud sa A main, kung ba't wala makapag-push. And then that push out from Victor on A Heaven gets exceedingly quickly extinguished. So wala magagawa ngayon ang Loud other than to just back away. Pancada's timing is going to be incredibly crucial. He hears the footsteps. Oh, but he tried to transfer onto the next target now, thinking that he would have gotten crashes already, but that's a big no-no. Last naman, as Marv goes in for the very, very aggressive and sneaky flank. He's going to push us into a 3 versus 3. So that can pick up another kill or maybe the orb. That will be the Nightfall, but I don't think that's going to be a possibility. Aftershock is used to delay a little bit further, which is technically perfect. FNS.
30 seconds left.
FNS. The lurk works out. Backs into cover. And it's actually good. He's gone with the rest of his teammates. Stacey's going down. Sadak as well. And he somehow managed to do so. Pero Optic, you know what? They have layers upon layers of sneakiness. Full control from Marv dito ngayon. Sadak's getting spotted. And Stacey can't hit a shot to save his life. 1 HP na lang sana siya, but Marv survives, and that's going to be Optic back on the board to play.
And hey, 3-all. My goodness, Asay. Ay, magpatulog! Pero wala pa rin tatalo sa record breaker namin ni Dax na pagcast namin ng Masters. Almost 9 AM na ata kami. 8:30 ata yun, di ba, Derek? 8:30 ata yun. 8:30, ganun. Grabe. Ngayon, medyo mapagpatawad pa eh.
Actually, ikaw din ata yung di ba? Yung 2 series na tayo ng day na yon. Yung sa
kasi,
VCTPH.
di ba yung format, VCTPH, pero medyo katanggap-tanggap pa yun. Pero yung madaling araw ka nagkakas, like, I casted for 8 hours. 2 matches lang yon dahil sa tech post ng Sentinels, nagpalit ng monitor. Umay 1 hour. Tapos, syempre, di ba, rebroadcast lang tayo. So, hindi mo matimingan yung break. So, di ka rin makapag-rest ng tulog. Kakaiba. Trap na naman si Marv. What is happening to Optic here in Split? I'm really shocked to find them like struggling so much in this double controller. But it's not impossible yet for Ray para manalo sila. Nagpe-prepare na ako ng English ko dahil pagdating ko ng Singapore,
English na naman ang
English lang doon.
Tama yan, tama.
Yung isang bansa, kapag nakabook na, tsaka sabihin.
You know.
Sama ka ba doon? Sama ka sa Dreams?
Sana.
Tara, gusto mo States?
OMG.
Uy, marami kami yung plano ni Azure. Gusto nga namin mag-States together. Habi sa inyo eh. Pero,
parang Avengers lang no?
Oo, kala mo maraming pera? Ang pinakamaraming pera dito si Direk Reggie. What is money paper only yan? Manager yan eh. May 10 Axie teams yan. Ganyan kayaman yan. Tapos, namimigay pa yan ng pera sa Gcash. Last time, sinadya sa akin, alam mo magkano?
Magkano?
4,000 pesos.
What? Grabe naman po. Sana all. Pero itong flank ni Ye, sana all din. But Pancada timing is so key for this player right now. Where's the TP? Oh, he went back to B main. He didn't hear kung na-defuse na yung spike. There it is being started. Oh, that wall. Nope, no time for Ye. And that's gonna be Loud and Proud getting themselves a nice little round against Optic dito ngayon. And going back to sinasabi mo, Rere, about hindi nagagawa ito ng Optic. Again, Optic is a top team, but so is Loud. The way that they've been approaching yung match to on their defense, again, always looking for that visual confirmation muna kung nasan yung kalaban. And they're gonna fight it tooth and nail to stop opponents from attacking into the sites. And because of that, it's allowed for such a strong dynamic ngayon para sa Loud dito. Everything being said though, it still is 4-3. Hindi pa ganun kalayo ang agwat ng mga teams natin dito. It's still quite different. And Victor... Well, his name does rhyme with, or, you know, is the root word of victory. But it seems like he's not the one to actually get the good stuff. Aspas, lakas nun. That nade was just totally perfect. And now Yay, oh, they heard it. Now they know he's actually in mid. Big flash. Look at that movement. Yay. I thought he was actually going to be able to hit the shot, pero Aspas masyadong mabilis para kay Yay dito. 4K already for Ashpash, Pash.
Hello, my... Hello? Hello, my G! Nawala yung partner ko! Nasaan na? Tulog
Hello?
na! Ayan.
Dito ako. Hindi mo ako narinig ata.
Dito
Salita ako
narinig.
rinig.
Nagsalita ka na. Ayan, okay na yung part. Nagpanik ako. Ayoko yung nawawala ka. Kasi ayoko nang iwan sa ere. Charot. Ayoko yung nag-ghost ako.
Kaya maling magawa ng frenzy, no? Para hindi nag-ghost.
Yeah. I love frenzy, bro. Anong color ng gun ng frenzy ang gusto mo? Mas gusto mo ng pistol. Ako, favorite ko sa frenzy. Yung color glitch pop. Yan. Yan yung gusto ko sa frenzy. Ay, naman may candy na ganun yung ano. Diba?
Diba? Ano ang pinaka-paborito mong candy?
Ito. Sa-search ko siya. Kasi, alam ko to di ba dati? Ayan meron pangalan ng game, Candy Frenzy.
Ako dalawa.
Ano gusto mo
Kung sa Pinoy, alam ko Pinoy made to Bonami. Tapos, pag Amerikano na ano yan? Nerds ba Amerikano, di ba?
Wala.
I think so. I think may nerds sa US. Anyways, Monami. Kasi wala lang. Masarap yung lasa ng ng candy nila So gusto ko ng mint candy. Ano ba ang go-to mint candy ko? Tingin ko Max. Lemon Max ang Gucci.
At ako favorite kong candy. Hindi ako mas-sweet person pero pag trip ko mag-sweets, magsisweets ako. Pero parang napansin mo siguro hindi ako ma-chocolate na person, di ba? Hindi ako ma-chocolate na person. Unless pero pag trip ko kumain, kahain ako. Pero pag hindi ko gusto, ayoko. So guys, sa mga nagbabalak, bigyan ako ng chocolates dyan, wag. Pera na lang. I'll appreciate it, but less it takes down Marv. Na nabibiktima pala sa ganyang lineup ng one-way smoke ng ni Viper. Pero siguro na timingan lang din. But then, that's just it. Optic, ipit na naman sila ngayon.
Pancada, he wanted to get yung orb. Or rather not Pancada, excuse me, but si Marv. Aspas, excuse me, now backing away. Can still, I believe, use a bit of his ability to delay things a little bit more. Vector na tamaan siya na aftershock dito, and that's gonna make it easy for Stacey to pick up the W on that round already. Crashies. Okay, he's back down onto the site now. Pero Pancada on the swing. Yan na, tagatigil. Crashies has to go for the go around para makapag-plant ng spike. Pero as soon as he drops, as soon as he plants it, Ray, napakabilis. Oo, yan na nga.
Team Ace. At, right over them. Pero yun na nga, Asolay. Sorry.
Ano nangyayari na sa atin dito, Ray?
Walang paluna yung off. Walang paluna yung loud. Sige, tuloy na lang. Tapusin na natin to. 6:21 na, di na ako natutuwa.
Ray, ang ideal na mo, para may iba na muna tayo, I think kwentuhan phase muna tayo ngayon habang inintay natin na bumawi na onti yung optic dito. Ang go-to na breakfast meal mo rin?
Ako, kahapon I love what my mom made for me sa nung breakfast. Egg, then corned beef na pure foods. Wala nga lang patatas, pero I love that. I love yung ganun na breakfast. Siguro if a guy will cook for me ng ganun, I'll love him forever. Ganun. Ikaw ba? Ano bang go-to breakfast mo?
Go-to breakfast ko, something similar din. Hindi siguro corned beef ang primary source of meat ko. Although, I will say, brown rice, sinangag siguro na brown rice with garlic, tapos sunny side egg, dalawa, kimchi, tapos ano kaya magiging meat ko para doon?
Spam?
I'm not really that super particular with spam. But I always do like something very savory or crunchy habang kumakain ako. So siguro like fried chicken would be good.
And gusto ko ng luto mo asar nung time na sinendan mo ako ng food.
Natayo pa nga ata yung di ba?
Oo nga. My mom like literally told me, hey, kailan mo babalik kay Asura itong niya, lock and lock.
Excuse me, hindi lock and lock yun. Mas cheaper yung binibili ko, pero quality pa rin.
Hindi nga. Sabi nga lang ng nanay ko, lock and lock. Yun yung usual term ng mga moms, di ba?
Talaga. Tupperware sa akin eh. Lagay mo yung pagkain sa Tupperware. Ay, sige po.
There. Tupperware. Yung microwavable. Uy, lutuan mo nga ulit ako, Asaray.
Okay, balik mo muna sa akin yung Tupperware.
Babalik ko muna yan. Nagkita tayo, babalik ka. Sorry, akin.
Okay, lang.
Pag nilutuan mo ulit ako, I love you once again. Pero ngayon, ang mga taga-loud, as a friend.
Okay, as a friend.
Baka may magtanong na naman sa akin, have you ever dated one of your co-workers? Like, no, I'll never do that. Thou shall not date your workmate. Diba, Asaray? Kaso ngayon, ang mga taga-optic, lumalaban na nga sa It's Up to Stacey together with Pancada. Sabi ko nga sa inyo, they make this 7-5. It's still gonna be a big of an advantage na pwede makuha ng Optic against Loud. Pero they just need to be careful.
Optic's bringing the spike all the way through the A site as Ye has found himself a nice little leeway there. Victor, 25 HP. Pancada actually gets bamboozled dito ngayon. Ray, sassy as well. And this is the round that Optic were definitely looking for. Masyado na nag-overcommit ang Loud. And it seems like Optic are getting a whiff of things. One more round to go before we tend to go for the second half na, ladies and gentlemen. I love itong chase down ni Ye. Yung tipo na binato lang yung dog. But if you can break down the prowler of the Fade, you can just follow up on a Fade that's still in animation to whip out the weapon. When to whip out the gun, if you want to be more specific. Les, as a Viper, has brought out an operator. That is very, very interesting. I wonder how that's going to go. Pero Deeming, looking at it, he's actually playing very, very far away on A main, A skirt. I wonder if there's also money for him to have got himself a rifle. I think meron. Kung nakikita yung mga players ng Loud ngayon, they're sitting on like 4,000 cash, so they should have enough. Rolling Thunder. There's the delay. Oh, no. Never mind. If Aspash pushes more aggressive into this, mamamatay siya. Yeah, he already felt that he made a big mistake. If he tried to push a little bit more forward, that's going to be bad for him. Sadak! Just backs away. And hindi nakahanap dito ng isang player man. Less though. Let's have the timing. Sadak finds Victor. This is good. Can throw out the haunt, and that's gonna bounce something back. Although Les has lost his life to Ye, who was very much prepared for the op shot coming through on A main.
Talagang marami pang pag-asa sa Optic to win this, pero nga lang may pang retake din ang mga taga-Loud para sa last round na to before we go into the second half. But there it is, Pancada takes on Marv. Sinabayan na nga nila ngayon at makakuha na sila ng information. Walang maririnig at all ang mga taga-Optic, pero they try to contest still yung mga angles against them. And speaking of, Crashes gets one. Sumunod na nga din kagad si Stacey. It's gonna be a 2v2. Sadak Together with Pancada, they need to make a move dahil yung oras nagtitik. Pancada, wala nang ang choice ngayon. And it's gonna be a 7-5. Katulad lang ng sinabi ko kanina. If Optic makes this into a 7-5, I think it's much more dangerous. Pero ngayon, ano pa kayang gustong i-show ng Loud on the second half? Especially ngayon na nasa, ano na sila? Nasa attacking side na nga sila. Pero all in all, let's see if what can be subtracted mula sa Loud. Ma-exhaust pa ba sila? Pero yan ang makikita natin as the panel expects it.
You could just tell, like, that was just Optic grinding out rounds so that they can manage to just close the gap here, Sideshow.
Insanely, it actually wasn't, it ended up not being that bad of an attack half.
It's true.
But there was such a gap until those final 2 rounds where they just had nothing that they could put together. If they hadn't won the pistol follow-up in those final 2, it would have been a devastating drought.
Yeah, and I think a big part of that was the anchor players from Loud. They were incredible in this matchup. The casters were calling it out, particularly towards that A site. And we have Pancada and Les playing on that Viper. Pancada in particular has been incredible. He's just been a consistent guy throughout this series. And this one, playing on the Astra, I think the grab has been really well timed to help out with his Raze player. And also just as an individual, it's almost a direct pivot to Marv on the other side as just those excellent Astra anchors.
Yeah, I think Pancada and Les have been doing a good job, but also there's an overwhelming amount of utility for them to deal with, for Optic to deal with, that is to say.
Yeah.
You know, you have to get past stun nade combos, seize nade combos, there's pulls, there's snake bites all over the place as well. But I'm looking especially to Les on their attack half now to open up avenues with the Viper wall. I think they have to be creative with that, and they have to try and deny information. Otherwise, there is an equal amount of defensive utility that Optic can use, and I know they're good on defense.
And on top of that, they have, playing on that chamber. It's different than the composition that is being brought out here by Loud, but this guy is a demon on the defensive side here at Split. When he gets that operator up, he can be massive for this team, and the Viper is a big part of trying to shut him down.
I think there is going to be this layer of the strategic game, but if you're a headshot enjoyer or an shot enjoyer,
I am one.
Then take a look at Ye whenever he gets the operator in his hands, and how Aspas tries to deal with it by double blast packing into sights off the back of all of this utility.
And there's a very direct connection as well. When we're talking about the double blast pack, it's Victor. He had a really good job in that half at getting his team in towards side. On this defensive side, his nades are the first line of defense in those utility combos.
Someone's going home.
That's right. And when it comes back to us, we would have determined which one of these 2 Titans we are sending home. Let's send it back over to Hypoc and Pansy to close us out.
We are back. Same sentiments nga ng panel ang sinasabi nga natin, Azuray, di ba? Pero tignan pa natin, malay mo, baka hindi din ma-change ng Optic yung advantage ng Loud against them. Pero the fact that si Ye nasa chamber na yan, mahirap talaga makapasok ng site ang mga taga Loud. Pero I love yung mga inputs mo. They should have went for it with a KO and everything. And I gotta agree with that. Pero para sa akin, okay din naman to itong Breach X, Fade. Kaso parang hindi lang malabas ng Loud yung potential dahil nga naka-double controller sila.
That was risk for Ye. Hindi pa fully recovered yung HP niya doon because he swam in the Viper util for such a long time. Then FNS will get cleared out. Bit of a mistake there from Optic overall. The charge out from Victor to spot absolutely nothing. Maybe he can get the frag to follow through, which is good. Pero Pancada already looking to counter the swing, but Marv spots him. The nade to maybe have been thrown para sana mahuli siya, but does nothing to stop the onslaught. Marv is incredibly tattered dito ngayon, Ray. So he's gonna be used as a linchpin. Victor finds the 1v1. Where is the spike planted? Actually in the corner. So this could still be a really good round for Victor, pero hindi niya alam kung saan nakatago si Sacy, who's already coming through on Heaven. Popped a couple of shots, got the element of surprise. Still close, but Loud secure it in the end regardless.
Loud. Sabi sa'yo talagang, ewan ko, parang, hindi, okay lang. Lang, di talaga nanalo yung Optic ng Hindi lang talaga sila nanalo Azuray ng ano ba? Ng I guess tuwing ganito na ang mga pistol or second or bonus rounds, maybe talaga hindi nila mapanalo. Kaso Optic, they gotta take care of this. Pero sa tingin ko magiging close pa to, to the point na makakahabol pa talagang Optic sa kanila. Now there are some suppressed things mula sa side ng Loud, but then Sacy will be able to get yay. So talagang napipick off lang sila ng paisa-isa ngayon ng Loud na napakadaming mind games. Pero siguro yun din yung advantage nga na may double controller ka din. Pwede kang mag-cut off ng mga angles, sisilipin ka ng Optic, diba? Tapos minsan pwede mag-get yung perfect timing to actually push them. So talagang makikita tayo ng Loud in a way na they're making it work. But I think disadvantage should be capitalized na ng Optic eh.
Well, we'll probably see that advantage be taken later na lang once they have the weapon. Oh, that was a beautiful flash. That was an absolutely beautiful flash. Sino nag-flash doon? I think that was Crashies. Apat sila na nabulag. And he basically delivered a weapon for FNS. FNS should get cleared out still regardless. Sassy, the timing was crucial and he hits it. Those pop shots from Marv only will amount to the one. Victor, though, that nade. Oh, that's going to stop the plant. Yeah, he has to back away. He was very afraid of the bounce coming through. Victor with the reposition. Les was 1 HP. Sayang sana if Victor had his weapon out. But other than that, Optic, I think, still did a pretty decent job at equalizing yung weapon lead na meron dito ang Loud. And now they will have at least some bite to fight back. Although, I will say Loud are putting themselves in a really, really good spot at just threatening Optic agad. Because Optic, if they won that pistol round, I think it would have been a very different outcome right now. Pero Loud winning that pistol was such a huge shifter talaga for them. Because I think they were also thinking about that one fact na paano natin tatalunin ng comp na to when there's so much traversal of utility that we have to go through. Maybe it's Ashpash na naka full-blown util ngayon, but you see that Ye and Victor actually working in tandem para ma-pinch ang entry-fragging duelist ng Loud dito, which is could be good enough. But still, they're using the numbers to overwhelm and overcome. Marv as well as Victor still waiting on the swing sa A main, but with the smoke being thrown out there by Les, it gives Loud here a little bit more information or a little bit more cheekiness para makapag-rotate pa. Tingnan mo yung ping ng Optic dito. They're checking their own spawn and now wondering nasaan na ang rest ng Loud. It's gonna be FNS that finds them first, on the swing. And this is gonna be crucial because once they get spotted, that's when all hell will break loose para sa Loud. 1 for 1 though, that's good. Very good.
May pag-asa pa ang mga taga Optic, pero tingin ko if Loud gets this, that's just it talaga sana nila. Ibalik na lang sila ng Champions. Para naging Sentinels 2.0 sila. Pero Victor gets it. And now, may mga counter flashes. Pero masikip talaga yung posisyon ngayon ng mga taga-Loud to make this work. Unless Sassy will just use already. And speaking of, he won't be able to. Nasayang na naman muli ang Optic. Will be able to secure this round. Magiging 6-9. Nice.
Nice indeed. Loud, bonus round pa lang naman sa kanila yon, so it's not the end of the world, but we'll have to say yung double satchel ni Ashpass because very low chance na makakuha ng refrag dito ang Loud para kay Ashpass. If Ashpass doesn't get that value kill, he will immediately go down to the trap set up by Optic. And the reason why hindi makakuha ng immediate refrag dito ang Loud is, aside from the fact na they can't chase properly against a double satchel works both ways. It boops your own teammates away from you if you throw it in front of them, right, yung satchel? So it doesn't work out too much in their favor. Pero that's very uncharacteristic of Ye to try to be super cheeky on A main. Well, maybe it was actually characteristic from the rank team in himself, the El Diablo, but You know what, the moniker not really betting too much confidence para sa Optic dito as Loud is bringing in the thunder. They're bringing in the pain. No love and thunder dito. It's only love and pain para sa Loud. And Optic, as the dust settles, Ray, FNS, and Marv ang natitira na lang.
Talagang Optic struggling na naman sila ngayon dahil kanina kasi nangyari lang doon. Kulang lang sila ng barela pero may magagawa ba yung judge ni FNS? Pwede na lang siya mag-exit frags. Pero as for Marv, also that same goes for him. And this is a big struggle that Optic has to face. And yet, hindi pa nila kayo nagagawa na naman ng security. And Loud, it's working well for them. Sabi nga, di ba parang doubtful tayo pero parati na lang tayong sinusurprise parati ng mga taga-Loud. Sabi dito, Riri lang walang tulog. Omsim!
Omsim.
Matutulog talaga ako after nito.
Ako rin actually.
Ay, talaga tong aso ko. Ayaw magpatulog. Sabi siguro, ingay na itong amo ko. Nagkaka 6:30 AM na.
Kaya, pag ganito ang oras ng ating trabaho, mapapabili ka sa Lazada lang ay mask. I-mask. Tama.
Ay.
Shoutouts nga pala dyan sa natutulog ng umaga kasi graveyard shift sila. Guys, saludo ako sa inyo. Hindi sanay ang katawan ko sa ganitong klaseng bugbugan. Pero kinakaya naman natin. Kahit paunti-unti lang. Just a little bit.
I'm just a little bit caught in the middle. Life is a maze and love is a riddle. I win. Just taking it down, I know. I've got to let it go. And just enjoy the show. Param-bidam. Paka-corny ka.
Bam-bam-bidam.
Bidam-bam-bam.
Ay. Back to the matter at hand. 10-6 na. Double digits na ang Loud dito ngayon. And akala ko nag-half-time break tayo. Hindi pala. Regular timeout lang naman. Onting usap lang para sa Optic na medyo, for lack of a better term, umi-eggplant na.
Talagang ano yan? Ano sabi mo?
Umi-eggplant. Nagtatayo na sila ng itlog. Kasi tumatalong na. Gets? Kasi talong, eggplant. And eggplant, pag literal na Tagalog mo, natatanim ng itlog.
Talagang palong-palo si Asaray Pero palong-palo tong Loud kapag natalo nga nila tong Optic. Sige, alam mo, sorry gusto ko manalo yung Loud Wala lang. Para lang masaya, alam mo yan?
Para maiba.
Para maiba lang. Kasi parati nang nanalo yung Optic Para naman maka-revenge sila, di ba? Ito ang tunay na Masters Finals talaga. Pero ikaw, sino bang mas bet mo manalo dito, Asaray?
Honestly, na nag-start tayo mag-cast, Optic na ang tinitignan ko. Pero dahil sa medyo maabot tayo sa limitasyon na ng ating buhay, feel ko matapos na natin ito ng Loud Woo! Kung nakita mo mag-dunk si Sakuragi sa slam dunk, meron din si Ashpass dito na pag-dunk na kayang showstopper. Pero Victor in turn, wait! Meron tama ba? Okay. Napin down na onti si Pancada. Great shot from Ye. Less is to remain, pero still 3 will be his opponents. And Optic deny Loud any form of modicum in the B site. That's gonna be it. 7, they still have the lead, pero Optic are riling it back.
Sabi dito, isang dad joke nga, Asaray. Dali nga, Asaray. Bigyan mo kami ng joke para masaya.
Teka, isip pa. Teka lang. Kaya lang. Bigyan mo muna ako ng
10 minutes.
Okay. So, si Ye ba may kapatid na pangalan May?
Darwin! Napaka-corny mo. Bakit ka ganyan? Okay ka lang.
Okay lang. Pero si Victor, kung siya ang Victor, meron din bang loser?
Pagod na si Riri, ah. Hindi naman. Pero tayo mo kaya mag-cast ng gantong oras, no?
Yung tipo na dapat gising pa lang dapat diwa mo. Pero sa amin, tulog na ang diwa namin.
Hindi mo mapansin, like, out of the series, all of the series so far that we've been, like, casting are all 2-1s. Except the first match-up last time between DRX and Reception. The rest are 2-1s.
Kaya nga sinabi ko rin kay Honey Glaze kanina eh. Galit ba sa akin si Derek? Kasi pag nagkakast ako, palagi sa akin yung 3 series na days natin. Hindi ako nagkakast ng 3 series. 2 lang. Pero, umabot tayo sa series na hanggang umaga na.
At least may kang araw. Ako wala eh.
Ay, oo, tama. Pero, syempre, ganun pa rin.
At least nga sa akin, at least nga sa'yo, ganun. Ako, parati na lang ako may cast eh. Isa lang binigyan ko yung birthday ko. Birthday ko sa 18, guys. At di ko alam anong gagawin ko sa birthday ko.
Amazing!
Regalo ko, Darwin, ah. Ano naman ah.
Oh, sige.
Yeah, yan gusto ko sa'yo. Pero, mas gusto ko kung tinapos na ng Loud to dahil gusto namin matulog. Loud, tapusin niyo, Omsim. Kung Tapusin! Boses lasing na si Riri. Hindi naman ganito boss ko. Hindi ganito ang boss ko pag lasing. Huwag kayo mag-alala. Nakita na nila kung paano. Kung panalo Loud dito, rematch sila ng crew na decider match for playoffs. Actually, you have a point. Rematch sila ng crew. So, talagang may pag-asa pa. Ang Loud pa rin kung sakasakali. But I think we're going up against crew. That's pretty crucial. Pero si Victor, ayaw po umuwi na mga taga-optic. Diyos ko po, si Crashies gising na. Pinagbigyan ng kape. And now it's up to Les. Pero nga lang, less is more and more. Wala na to. Marv gets him 10-8. Optic can still make the miracle work, Azuray.
I will say, para sa Optic dito, or flip side pala, para sa Loud dito, they're not expecting anyone else on the site. Makita mo yun? Yung pick niya onto Aspas, there was just Crashies not really showing himself, but getting multiple frags because Loud were so focused on getting the guy behind board. Na nakalimutan nila, there could still be one on elbow. Even though Loud does have yung execution and utilities that can open up sites para sa kanila, the big problem is, I think they just don't know where to look, even though they do have the double ini. I don't know, maybe it's because I find Fade somewhat unreliable then. So you kind of want to supplement her with a proper initiator on certain maps. I think on a map like maybe Bind, okay pa siya. On Icebox, I think you need the Sky. It really is such a big help if ever, man. Stacey has been good on the defense, pero there's still something so different. Victor, yay, nagpipin siya sila. This is what we call the Loud sandwich. Hindi siya maingay. It's just the players being pinned down by Optic.
Talagang Loud is really struggling. Tapos difference pa nila ngayon ang mga baril. So talagang Optic is maximizing this round so that it can be in favor of them. But the fact na itong si Ye, pinapag-audition na lang talaga sila, isa na lang before Optic can actually tie this Raidmakers OT. Oo, split. Tanggap ko na lang, tinatanggap ko na lang yung mga nangyayari ngayon eh. Feel ko low-key pinagsisisihan ni Azuray kasi pinopost ko kay Azuray na gusto mo tayo parating mag-cast ng last series. Umoo naman siya. Hindi naman ako namimilit. Pero umoo siya. Usually yung victim ako sa ganitong last series parati si Dax. Si Azuray ngayon ang alay. Last Masters, kotang-kota si Dax sa akin eh. Siyempre, kumukota talaga tayo.
Ako yung pa rin short end of the stick. Kasi si Dax, sanay na yan sa early morning gaming. Ako, tulog pa ako ng ganitong oras. Alam mo yung tipo na good boy ako, 8 hours of sleep, ginagawa ako, Ray.
Buti ka pa
Hindi pa
may 8
nat-
hours of sleep. Ako wala akong ganyan. Pa-experience naman ng ganyan.
Ray, may dahilan kung bakit hindi ka nagkakaroon ng 8 hours of sleep at hindi dahil yan sa bagay-bagay. Alam na natin yan.
Parang iba. Parang iba yung naiisip ko. Yari talaga. Parang eto yun, Asaray eh. Hindi ako naggaganyan. Huwag ka mag-alala. Pero parang gusto ko matry. Kaso ngayon, gusto ko matry ng 3 shots of espresso, please. But then less. Oh no! Sabi na eh. Marami nila, tulian nyo. Nagagalit ako.
Lagay nyo na ang final nail in the coffin, ang final stapler sa idea pad na ginagawa ngayon ng Loud. No, they can't push through this. Napaka-tinde, napaka-kapal ng usok na inilabas ni Les. Hindi less ang usok niya eh, it's more. In any case. Yeah. They're probably gonna play for exits though. Tingnan mo yung wraparound na ginagawa ngayon ni Crashies. Already looking for something elsewhere, something different, but he is gonna be finding Sacy. Power of the Phantom for you. Better recoil control and everything. But yeah, they're just gonna make it very expensive if they can. Victor dito sa unahan, but Aspas has been such a deterrent. And they found Gay, and that's a complete wipe against Optic. This is not good. I'm not sure if Optic actually have the money to still purchase into this one. No, never mind. Sampalin nyo na lang ako kasi kompleto pala ang pera nila. And this is gonna allow Ye, who's actually 19 kills na ngayon, Ray, to get himself that operator.
Ay, nako. Yay! Kapag ba nakapag-operator na siya, will he finally shut down the members of Loud? Kasi itong si Aspas has been popping off. And ito na nga, no, sinasabi niya, parang may mura ng onde, pero okay lang daw. Ito, uptime. Hindi na rin kami natutuwa sa uptime na to. Kaso nga lang, okay lang yan, Asaray ako din eh. Same sentiments. Kaso, Pankara takes down. Yay!
Ouch.
May pag-asa. Tapusin nyo na. 39 nyo na. Huwag nyo nang pahayaang manalo pa yung Optic against you guys. Kasi nga rin off angle ni Victor, will they actually no? Na nandito si Victor ay nakuaasiman niya pero nangert-ngert siya, sinabayan ng satchel. Ang ganda naman ang ginawa ni Victor doon. Napakaganda, parang pag nakita mo lang ang Mayon Volcano, napakaganda. Kaso nga lang, Loud wants to commit. There's the flash coming in from Crashies. Pero nga lang, the more slow it is, the more na napapakinggan ng Optic saan manggagaling ang mga taga-Loud. At kita mo, na-trap na nga sila ngayon. They try to change something here. Pero all I can say is, it's giving so much advantage sa side ng Optic. Although they want to go through B side, nakakapag-rotate naman din kasi ang mga taga-Optic, pwede pa silang ma-cut off ngayon kaso may nakaabang na nga sa katulad ni Sadak sa kanila. But then, ay, May 9 games, they're just Victor cutting off. There's Crashies for the refrag. Bills out of it. 13 seconds na lang natitira. 3v2 rather. And the fact na nahuli si Sadak, may pag-asa pa nga ang Optic na maipanalo to. And that's just it. Tie pa rin ang laban. Dikit, parang mighty band lang. Diyos ko po, patulugin nyo na si Ray Loud. Omsim, alam nyo ba na 6 na oras lang ang tulog ko? Bago ako mag-cast, may plus 2 hours. Pero hindi pa rin yun enough para magkaroon ng 100% energy.
Kailangan natin tawagan ang paborito kong tagabigay ng energy, si JR. Kaya alam ba sino yun, Ray?
Sino yan?
James Reid.
Energy gap. Energy gap.
Alam mo ba yung kanta na yun? Parang 7 years ago na naninilis pero nasa utak ko pa rin siya. Ganun aga-effective ang sayaw ni James Reid.
So, totoo ba? Pero wait lang ha, natatawa ko. Alam mo ilang viewers ni Tarik ngayon ng Valorant?
70K?
103,000.
Grabe.
Mas malami pa kaysa mismong Valorant page. 53,000. Ba't ganun?
Baka watch party ni Tarik yan.
Baka watch party nga ni Tarik yan. Kita mo. Ba't ganito? Wala lang. Siguro, Pero iba din kasi yung insights niya. I don't know. I watch sometimes. It's he has a good insight din. Pero
Tarik is one of the best C9 tuloy NA players of all time sa CS.
I gotta agree. I love his prime time din nung nasa CS siya. Pero
Cloud9 days, no?
Oo. Kaso, sino favorite player mo sa CS of all time?
The one player that got me into actually playing CS, Kenny S.
Oh.
2014, 2015, nung hindi pa na-nerf yung AWP sa CS, grabe maglaro si Kenny nun. Tapos yung Prodigy pa siya. Grabe. Sobrang nakita ko yun. Napalaro ko ng napaka-ungodly amount of hours ng Counter-Strike.
Kaso
Up to the point na.
No? Nasayangan na ako sa kanya.
Well, streaming right now. He could also transition to Valorant and he's been playing on either side. You never know. Kenny can always be picked up.
Yeah, and he can always get back. Pero 'di ba, na ano nga siya Na feel ko na sobrang nag-underperform siya. Hindi ko alam kung dahil sa burnout or maybe he achieved so much already. Nag-win na siya ng major, 'di ba? Ayan, pero alam mo kung sino talaga palong-palo sa CS ngayon?
Sino?
Si Monesi. Grabe, mas magaling siya kesa kay Simple Sorry opinion ko lang. The way he plays, sobrang, iba pa rin si Simple, diba? I mean, he's a prodigy. But I think iba pa rin yung surprise ni Monesi kasi sobrang bata pa lang Yun Pero, but aside from that, kung favorite mo si Kenny S, akong favorite ko siguro sa CS. Ewan ko, iba yung, lalo na nung nag-prime time ni Stewie, favorite ko talaga siya. Hindi ko alam kung bakit. Kasi nag-start siya sa no-namer na Pogstar lang. Tapos kinuha nga siya ng C9 na sobrang prime time nila, diba? Nung nandun siya. Pero ngayon, going back, 11-11, make a wish. Sino bang gusto niyong manalo ngayon between these two teams? Dahil ang Optic, they need to be careful. But then, yay! Catches one! There's the refrag. Kaso nga lang sa duck. Makukuha nga na si FNS ngayon. Back to the 4v4 games tayo. Pero Victor, nasa kanya na naman ang sagot. Will he actually cut off ang manggagaling sa may tower? Or siyang mapipick off ng Loud?
Well, it's still very much up in the air, especially with the fade ng Loud dito having their Nightfall up and running para lang makapag-push more effectively. Les gets a little bit more of pressure on mid. They've allowed him to stay right there. Pero Marv and teammate is going to be looking for that pick. Marv naka-angle na siya. Actually, no, that's Victor on the angle. But Les, nag-back out na. This is going to be perfect for Victor. I mean, na-take down si Marv, but nobody is looking for the flank right behind us. Everybody from Loud is setting up for the B side. Stacey finds it finally. And now, both of them are dueling this one. Victor has to hit the shot. He's actually gotten one. Yay alongside him, and Stacey na lang ang matitira. Stacey hasn't been the best of clutchers as of the moment, and still has yet to plant down the spike Ito Ray, and it's actually dropped out into the open. He needs to find Crashy's first, but Crashy finds him regardless. And Loud. This is bad. Optic are now on match point. Baka matapos na ating kahirapan. Loud, meron ba silang pera pambili? And mukhang medyo kailangan nilang mag-weaker buy dito ngayon. Oh, what a shot.
Oh no. Nag-rattle yung Loud. This is just the same as what happened sa mga close match nila. But then, looking at yung economy ng Loud, ang pangit na. Pero ready naman yung Nightfall ni Sadak So baka pa. Tapos isang orb lang mula kay Pankada. Kaso, kita mo yung position ni Victor. Pero as for Ye together with Marv has that cosmic divide for a retake. Mag-ngert-ngert nga ngayon ang mga taga-Loud. Pero looking at their play, kita mo naman, kailangan nila mag-settle sa individual impact, I guess. Or hindi pa. Kaso may choke point pa tong Optic, I'm sure of that. Pero si Loud ngayon na may showstopper siya, maybe he can get those first kills against Optic and finally get the site and magiging overtime pa nga. Kaso nga lang, there it is. Magsisettle sila sa A-side. Sinabayan na nga kagad ng Nightfall. Pero ang timing ni Marv parate. Kaso nga na nagpapita si Ye. Not gonna work. And the whole protection squad ngayon ng Loud ay baka magkaroon pa ng pag-asa for this to be an overtime. Sinabayan na nga din kagad ng Viper's ultimate just to get this round secured. But it's up to Optic to clear out any side. Kaso speaking of, may malalapitan sila. They go for the retake. Mukhang makuha nga nila. It's up to the 2v1. Kay Pancada will actually get the clutch. Yep! He will get the clutch! At tayo ay mapupunta pa nga sa overtime between Loud and Optic. Lang-answer lang. Ginamitan pa ng Guardian. Hinampas sa mukha ang dalawang miyembro ng Optic.
Napa-stall in the moment pa dito yung, yung last player ng Optic. Napapatingin siya kung nasaan ba manggagana si Pancada. Hindi nila alam where he shoots, where he strikes. Ganyan na nga.
Oh God, the curse. Oh God.
Ganda na sana ng take ng tignan mo si sino ba yun? Si FNS. Napatingin na lang sa tabi-tabi niya. Nung tinignan si Pancada, it was way too late. I'm not sure. Kasi tignan natin yan in the eyes of a pro player, it's very fast. Sa atin parang ang bagal nun. But gotta say, whatever is happening right now, both teams are doing excellently at just facing each other off quite well. Ooh, that's a big blow onto Victor. 2 rounds is needed, pero this is where it gets very difficult on either side because Split changes the dynamic of the map ever so constantly, ever so quickly, especially when you change sides. And overtime, I think, is the most hellish landscape, or overtime and Split is the most hellish landscape dito sa Valorant. Maybe Bind as first, Split second, but they're very close together knit. Ash pass. Alright, throws out the nade for a little bit of turn.
Sorry, may nag-message sa akin. Why Viper on Split? Well, I don't know, guys. It works. If it works, it's okay. Ayun nga yung problema, natatalo pa yung Optic sa ganito. Yun yung mas malaking question eh. Pero alam mo kung mas malaking tanong?
30 seconds left.
Tanong yung makasalay ka na. Kung mahal ba niya ako o hindi?
Paano pagkasagot niya?
Ayun lang. Sana mahal niya ako. Kaso nga lang, gusto talagang magmahal ng mga taga-Optic ngayon. They have less time, but then they went rather sa mga kills muna. Pero nga lang si Marvin can actually cut them off one tap sa ulo. Aspas na lang, pero nag-knife out. Pero nga lang, buti na lang, nakahawak pa si Marv. He gets the second. And now Optic is on a match point against Loud. And I think ang linis ng security nila sa kanilang attacking, pero sa defending, ma-handle nga ba ulit nila the second time dahil na-clutch lang naman. Kanina ng ni Pancada.
Well, Pancada, he's a hot and cold type of player. May isang game na kinast natin with against Crew, diba? Na Pancada just heated up sobra, especially when they went to that second game. But I think that's the problem with this particular player. It feels like he's a young player na kailangan niyang build yung confidence niya to start building that kind of clutch para sa kanya. And that last clutch na ginawa din ni Pancada, I gotta say, on relative terms, sa ginagawa na isang pro player for Valorant, it wasn't the most stressful of situations para sa kanya, technically. Because players from Optic were still trying to figure out where he was. He got the perfect positioning on the clutch. And hit those shots because he's just amazing at that. I'm not saying that he's not good of a player. I'm just saying that it wasn't really put to the test just yet against Optic that were well aware of his position. So with that being said, Ray, if Pancada is once again left, and honestly he could be because ganun yung nagiging name of the game because he plays such a laid back type of agent like the Astra. Can he actually rise to the occasion and bring Loud to another overtime if the need arises it to be? So that's a really big ask for somebody who right now is very hot and cold. The last time we saw him against Crew, sobrang taas ng kanyang KDA. This time, he's at the bottom of the leaderboards. But to be fair then, he is the Astra, so he needs to set up utility over anything else other than getting the frags.
Oh no, this might be bad once again dahil ang parehas silang malakas sa attacking. Ganda kasi ng place ng Loud kapag double controllers. Hindi ko din magets ba ganito. Optic kayo pa yung already have a lot of chance eh. Kaso, Victory Spanish. Meron bang particular na miraglo at gustong ipakita ngayon yung Loud? Or maybe that's just gonna be it. Kaso Optic kailangan lang nila mag-ingay. They give one pick off lang. Shot down si Aspas. That's gonna be pretty big on their side. Kaso hindi pa eh. Talagang biglang nagbo-burst through yung Loud papunta sa isang site. Lalo na't ngayon, mayroon ba silang makakoncuss? Wala, nakahiwalay lang. There's the utils. Magbe-bail out lang sila. Pero nga lang, oh no, Aspas! Bakit mo pinatay sa sarili mo, teammate? Hindi ka naman taga-Optic! Tinalungan mo pa yung Optic magka-advantage na po! Why naman ganon? Wrong call yun! Wala na, talo na. Uwi na ang Loud. Uwi na sila. Oh no, what happened there? That was pretty messed up or what?
I think yung fade ng Loud natamaan ng C's ni FNS kaya hindi siya makatakas sa nade and then the nade bounced in the wrong position from Aspas. Kaya parang misfortune after misfortune stacked up and Optic are still in it. Look at that. Still happy faces dito para sa Loud. They did what they could. It was a very, very fortuitous effort para sa Loud dito. Both teams did an excellent job. But at the end of the day, Optic, your former or reigning champions from Masters 1 are still in it to win it, mga kaibigan.
Baka ito na ata ang lower bracket magic na pwedeng ipakita ng Optic ngayon at they will be facing what? Crew?
Let me check. Yes, I think so.
Yeah, they will be facing Crew tomorrow. It was both of these guys deserve naman talaga yung spot eh. Pero it's just that kailangan na mag-face each other kasi they didn't dahil ganun nga yung naging ano natin ngayon, bracket. At they will be facing Crew tomorrow while Northception together with Fun plus Phoenix is gonna be facing sa first match. Then kakas nga natin tong Crew versus Optic Gaming. Parang Optic Gaming talaga ang tunay na lason sa Brazil/LATAM region NA ba talaga ang tunay na lason mula sa kanila. Pero naolats lang talaga dahil sa timing. Sometimes it's just like that. Pero if nasa side ako ng Loud, I think this is also a good time kung uuwi na sila kung sakasakali to practice more for this champions kasi pasok naman na sila.
Yeah, yun din yung important thing then. They might have not gotten the glory right now, pero at least they have secured themselves that magnificent, if all important slot ng champions. Ika nga, ito yung tatawag natin na nagkaroon ng tournament arc, panimula lang para sa Loud. Well, second na tournament arc nila. They're still getting better. Tapos meron pa tayong final tournament arc, which is going to be champions later on this year. With that being said, still overall, Optic are your winners for this match. And again, they still are here. And I believe, Ray, if I'm not mistaken, let me just double check real quick. Hindi pa. Yes, sinabi mo na kanina. They're still gonna have to go against Crew. And after that, we will see who will qualify between these two teams from the last slot to Group A coming in to the playoffs.
Sorry. Natawa ako sa tweet ni Dapper.
Bakit nangyari? Kita mo pala yun na yung araw.
VR need daw.
VR need.
Napakasamang tao. But anyway, ano talaga, naka-FNS yan. Kay FNS yung round na yan, diba? Pero nakakatawa lang talaga eh. Kasi namatay ka dahil sa need ng team. Mali pa yung nabato. Alam mo yun, it's a 50-50 eh. Na kung sino sisisihin mo sa round na yun. But anyway, guys, thank you so much for tuning with us here in VALORANT Masters, guys. Marami pang mangyayari. But tomorrow, we'll see another day para sa mga teams na mananalo at matatalo. Once again, ako si Riri, kasama ko si Azur. Wishing you a good morning and a good night para sa amin, guys. So, kita-kits bukas.
cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, stop it. Quitting was never an option. Exhausted, exhausted. This passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it. I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
Well, you want to know how you end up looking like me or Sideshow with no hair? You play more series like that. That's basically the long and short of it. Welcome back to the desk, everyone. Golden Boy here alongside Sideshow and Mimi. And let's just jump right into the MVP breakdown. By the way, for context, it is 1 a.m. out here, so we're going to speed right through this son of a gun. But yeah, Sideshow, I mean, look, you couldn't have asked for a better game. Seriously.
No, you really couldn't. I mean, Optic got pushed to the limit here in an awesome match where we got to see the two grand finalists facing off again, and they just squeak it out. The defending champions are here, remaining, trying to keep up that defense.
Yeah, and the players that needed to show up for this team did. Ye in particular had such a resurgence. When you compare day one, even earlier in the series, to what he was doing on Split, it was incredible out of him. It was back to that performance from Ye we expected, but credit to Loud, they were still pushing into the limit. This was a peak form Optic. This was them pushing to what we expect out of them. However, Loud was still still putting up that fight. And as you can see from these players, it really wasn't about, this is a huge celebration, this is a massive win for Optic. This was just staying alive. This was the bare minimum expectations for themselves.
Yeah, it wasn't victory so much today. It was kind of relief. And for Ye, I'm sure it was the same kind of story because he's managed to get better and better and improve over the course of this event. And his performances were good today. They were just very solidly back to being Ye. And I think that's very impressive.
Yeah, I mean, the consistency was there. Marv, as always, he was the constant force that was showing up. Victor had a resurgence. It really is credit to Optic that when they are down, when they are in tough situations, they rally back. It looked rough in this one. That first map was a pretty rough performance out of them, but they brought it back and they stay alive.
You know, even though Optic Gaming are going to be moving on in this competition, you know, you got to take a moment to give your flowers to this Loud lineup because they did everything that they played so hard. And one player in particular that we've been hyping up this entire time for good reason, it's Auspice. You know, Sideshow, this guy just time and time again, if he was alive, he was a problem. He would probably be the one that would ruin things for Optic.
Exactly the same as the grand finals of Reykjavik. Despite losing, Aspas looks like potentially the best player in the server. He's just gone crazy, and it is gutting that we won't get to see him continue this arc throughout the tournament because he has a right to be called potentially the best duelist that you have at the event.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, Loud, they just weren't able to get the job done. They just weren't able to today.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's a top 10 player coming in towards this event. He is out in the group stage, 0-2. That speaks volumes to just the level of competition that we have here.
Loud also have only ever lost to Optic and Crew, and they have them in the group.
Yeah.
I mean, that is like all time the worst group that they could have possibly got for. And their map pool just let them down. They failed on Icebox, failed on Haven and Bind.
And it's such a curse. This team has only ever lost 10 maps. 6 of them are to Optic.
Yeah, well, you know, I'm sure one guy who's breathing a sigh of relief after that game is actually going to be standing by with Yintu for our Verizon post-match interview. It's none other than FNS.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. That's right. I'm joined by FNS right now from Optic. Congratulations. You get to survive the night today. Now, you've beaten Loud last time, but the context was very different. That was for a trophy. This time, it was for survival. What kind of feelings do you have now, and how different is it to beat them this time around?
I feel horrible. I feel horrible that was the team we had to beat to make it out, but, you know, it's better than losing, so...
Well, what about any other feelings in terms of surviving? Not just about Loud, but about the fact that you guys managed to win a game here.
Yeah, I mean, I was telling you before we even went live here, I couldn't have accepted a loss here today. Just not even just a group stage thing or not even like an ego towards other teams. It's just to be able to defend our title, to not get to do that in the playoffs would have absolutely been terrible. So hopefully we're able to close it out tomorrow.
Of course, like you said, you're the defending champions here. I think everybody's really surprised that we found you in this position this early on. Talk me through the loss that you had against Guild, because does it feel as uncharacteristic to you as it did for us when we're watching it?
Nah. You guys have your narratives, and I know fans have their like, oh, we don't know anything about Guild, but we watch them play. We know that they know what they're doing. More so than a lot of North American teams. Not trying to throw shade, it's just the truth. This region is just incredible in terms of talent and like meta-changing stuff. So again, when we haven't played a team before, we have a harder time adjusting, and that's why we got off to 7-0 loss starts, and you know, kind of handicapped ourselves. Hopefully, we could have made a comeback, but it wasn't in the cards yesterday. But yeah, no, we don't look at anyone lightly. They're very good.
Well, the good news is you guys have been here before, and the last time you were in this position, you went on to win a trophy. Yeah. So what's the game plan now? How similar do you think it will be in comparison to last time, given that, like you said, a lot of teams, they've gotten better. The standards are raising.
I mean, we saw what Crew was capable of, right? And we play them next. So, I mean, it's just going to depend on, like, they could have easily won against Guild yesterday. So, yeah, we're just going to watch that over, see what we can get from that, and then kind of just do what we did today and just play our game. How good do you think Crew are right now, especially compared to the past that you've seen them play? It's definitely the best that they've ever played, in my opinion. This is definitely the best form they've ever had at a tournament. Some people have been a little bit critical of some of your players. I think, especially in that Guild game, people said that Ye just didn't really turn up. How would you like to respond to those kind of criticisms? That's fine. They can talk. I mean, I love all my teammates. They're incredible players. We've achieved more than any other North American team at this point. I'm chilling, man. I don't care what they say. And in terms of that achievement, like you said, you've been through a lot, not just as a team, but as an individual player. When we look at the game today and also the position that you find yourselves in, because you're going to have to keep fighting for survival, how tough do you think this challenge has been? Like, how would you rank it in all of the other challenges you faced? It's always hard. I would say being at the top and having everyone look at you and kind of just anti-strat you a little bit, make sure they kind of understand how you play, and you having to be ahead of your own meta at that point, since so many people are using our comps that we were using before, it's pretty tough, honestly. This is the hardest it's ever been, for sure.
Oh, wow. And lastly, like you just said, in terms of everybody countering you, surely you guys have plans, right? You guys have plans for the counter and then for the counter of the counter?
Easier said than done. Easier said than done, especially when you don't have that much time, right? We qualified, we're here 4 or 5 days later, so just there's no time. I've had 1 week of break since January. So.
Oh, wow. Well, you're going to have even less time because you got to face Crew tomorrow.
I'm down. I want to win this thing.
Thank you so much for joining me, FNS. Good luck tomorrow, and we'll see you back here.
Thank you.
That is it from us for now. I'm going to throw this back to the desk to close out the show.
I mean, just, you know, one thing you got to say about FNS is, you know, the man just respects the competition, you know, and he's totally right. You know, narratives aside, push all that crap out there. None of that garbage matters. What matters is, you know, putting the respect toward your opponents, and that is exactly what FNS, what Optic do all the time.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the biggest thing that he said in that interview was talking about being at the top, how little time you have to prepare, how little time you have to be ahead of your own meta. I think they are in the most difficult position of any team in this tournament. Not only did they get an incredibly tough group draw, they're now playing in from the lower bracket. Everyone is watching them. The expectations are at their highest. It's a tough one, but they're up to the challenge.
All right, well, let's just jump into our in-zone MVP fan poll results. We asked you guys at home who you think deserved it, and Marv ended up getting it in Sideshow. I'm so glad that they went with Marv because he has been stupendous each and every game.
Yeah, he's just been hyper consistent for them. A great player who's found his footing massively, I mean, across the last year, but especially in this event and the prior event, really coming into his own, delivering time and again. For Optic, you're just never in doubt about his consistency.
And again, he's a guy that even in loss versus Guild was pulling them together, was keeping Optic in a position that made that game as winnable as it was, that pushed that comeback as close as it was against Guild. Marv has been fantastic, and he's just continuing that consistent performance.
Yeah, so once again, congratulations to Marv, of course, our in-zone MVP. But let's actually take a look at our HyperX Reflex play of the day, because it's going to be DRX's Buzz. This guy's Sideshow, I mean, just the
This was filthy.
Yeah, this was just disgusting play that he had here. Clock is ticking down all the way to the wire. Flicks for the last one. It's just, you can look at it, it was like a second pop.
I mean, he shoots Zipan in the toe and kills him. So I don't exactly know how that one's
I think he's moving too.
Yeah, the headshot onto Xiao through the wall was phenomenal. It really was.
Yeah,
Great
impressive
moment.
stuff from him. I mean, like, Buzz is continuing to prove just how damn good he was. He was stepping up big time regionally in Korea. Again, internationally, he's doing the same. We're even seeing consistency out of RB. That DRX squad is so exciting.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you mentioned DRX, and I also were part of that segment, so it kind of all connects together here, because we have our bracket and where we are right now. So now, let's just, because of course I have to look at the screen below me because I can't see the one in front of me because I'm blind. But the thing is that DRX, they move on. We got FPX versus Northeption, and then Crew versus Optic to stay alive, Mimi. These two games are going to be bonkers.
Yeah, I mean, like FNS said, Crew is looking better than ever. They're looking insane,
Very
and
true.
Optic doesn't have a lot of time to prep for that one. I think it's going to be a close one. I think it's going to be an interesting one. FPX as well, despite having a sub, have been playing really well this tournament, and Northeption continues to be a big surprise.
Absolutely, and I think one of the other things that FNS mentioned in the interview, they find it harder the first time they play against a team. If they manage to take down Crew, there are going to be times where they run up against competition they haven't faced before. You know, FPX or Northeption are going to be, you know, making their way through. There are other teams like Leviathan waiting for them in that bracket as well. They have no idea who they're going to go up against, and it's only going to get tougher from here for all of these teams. Remember, we haven't even seen the 4 best teams, allegedly, in the tournament so far. The teams that have already booked their way to playoffs.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is it, the wrap-up of the day. Mimi, any final thoughts before we close out? This was some good, wholesome, well-played Valorant, wouldn't you agree?
It was. I mean, it was a long day, but what a way to close it out. I mean, it's just the grand finals too. Shame that we had to send Loud home so early in towards this event, but I'm just excited for tomorrow.
Oh, I am too. And looking at the time, it's 1:20 a.m. here in Denmark, so that means that we got to wrap this bad boy up. But it has been an incredible day of Valorant action, and the good news is, baby, we got more coming at you tomorrow. So make sure you stay glued right here on the channel when we go live, because there are going to be more elimination elimination games and more teams that are going to be moving on in this competition. For now, though, as we send you off, go ahead and enjoy these Prime Gaming highlights, and we'll see you tomorrow. Take care.
I love Prime Gaming.
I cannot believe it's taken this long for these two teams to go up against each other. And what better time than to be on this stage fighting for playoffs.
They have absolutely no idea, Shao! It's about to backstab them and close it out! 5 rounds for FPX, and another unbelievable clutch for this man!
Nice, man. Let's go, Shao. But Shao still managing to land the headshot. And actually, I think he might have just got it. What is that? Nice.
It's not possible! It's not possible for a player to be this good!
13-8, the Shao Show comes to the international stage. Production, I'm going to need that quote from Mitch Man to be in the lower third.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys.
Mitch
you know,
Man,
I thought I was safe.
Nothing crazier is going to happen this half.
I thought I was safe.
What was that?
RB just cannot miss!
Yo, Snyder! What are you doing, Snyder?
That is going to be the second map going to DRX. One more to play for as we go all the way to Breeze.
DRX make their way through into that next stage of the tournament.
We get closer to the stage, to the crowd, to the finals. Like, this is what we're excited for. This is what we want to see. And yeah, unfortunately, some people need to go along the way.
He's like, yeah, there's collateral damage out there. And I'm like, yeah, that's why I'm hurting.
Xerxia and Northeption. Let's do this.
It's Northeption's pick, attempting to punish Xerxia for looking weak domestically on this map, and it simply doesn't work.
Xerxia taking map number 1 in this series.
Yes! Northeption have simply been on a run.
Just relentless efforts. Meteor just dashes into it. This is a style of gameplay that I don't know how to cast.
What a beast he is! An enormous map win for Northeption. That is going to give them confidence. That's going to give them belief.
So huge.
Enemy remaining.
Will finalize it. What a way to make their mark.
Northeption have another life in the tournament. They continue, they progress, and it's Xerxia that gets sent home.
Here we go, folks. A game that none of us thought we'd see right now, but stranger things have happened. And no, I'm not talking about the TV show.
Loud, audacious in approach.
Spike down A.
Oof.
One enemy remaining.
Nice! Loud picking up map 1, 13-8, and it looked damn good.
One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left. One enemy.
Nice!
Oh, he's stylish! We are going the distance, and rightly so, Mike. This one deserves all 3.
Yes!
One enemy remaining.
You want a piece of this?
One enemy remaining.
Nice!
It had to be the way. We're going to OT. An Optic holding on to this Aspas, last one alive. Bows down
down to the old gods once again, denouncing the new era, and Optic stay alive.